No tabletics, no pharmacy, nothing. And the people of there staying, no money to go out, to run, no money.
The UN warning the situation could quickly become Europe's largest refugee crisis this century. Yeah, and not hard to believe when you see scenes like this. People just stopping anywhere they can and trying to figure out exactly what's going on, or perhaps get a quick hot meal. That's the latest from here in Przemyśl. Now, back to you, ladies.
Understandable they need a moment. All right, Jay, thank you. And thank you for starting this Ash Wednesday with Early Today. I'm Vanita Nair.
I'm Frances Rivera. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
A ton of developments as we come on the air at the start of this very busy Ash Wednesday. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Vanita Nair.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Just hours ago, President Biden delivered his first State of the Union address. Before focusing on our nation, the president first outlined the steps America is taking against Russian aggression.
The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy.
The Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. was a guest of honor, and blue and yellow could be seen throughout the chamber as members of Congress showed their support for Ukraine. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington, D.C. And Bree, good morning. The president spent a little over 10 minutes talking about the crisis in Ukraine, and the rest of the speech focused on issues here at home.
Good morning. Well, that's right. President Biden did use it as an opportunity to really talk about his stalled domestic agenda. He spoke about investing in clean energy, childcare, and better medical benefits for veterans. The night was also a bit of a victory lap in the fight against COVID, with the chamber mostly maskless. Meanwhile, the president said his top priority is getting prices under control.
One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. And now we're launching the Test to Treat initiative, so people can get tested at a pharmacy, and if they prove positive, receive the antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police. That's right. It's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them. The most fundamental right in America is the right to vote and have it counted. And look, it's under assault. In state after state, new laws have been passed. Not only to suppress the vote, we've been there before, but to subvert the entire election. We can't let this happen.
And Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan delivered the response from the Progressive Working Families Party. She called on Biden to use his executive power to pass voting rights protections immediately. And Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds was chosen to deliver the Republican response. She accused the president of showing weakness on the world stage and criticized the Democrats' spending plans.
The president and Democrats in Congress have spent the last year either ignoring the issues facing Americans or making them worse. They were warned that spending trillions would lead to soaring inflation. They were told that their anti-energy policies would send gas prices to new heights, but they plowed ahead anyway.
Notably, last night, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin was sitting in the Republican section. His spokeswoman said he wanted to sit with his colleague, Senator Mitt Romney, to show that bipartisanship is alive and well in the Senate. This afternoon, President Biden will travel to Wisconsin, where he plans to continue to promote his infrastructure plans. Back to you guys.
For the past 24 hours, a lot for the American people to digest. Bree, thank you.
Ukraine under heavy attack as the Russian invasion enters its 7th day. Hundreds of missile strikes hit several cities. This is what is left of a government building in Kharkiv. You can see piles of rubble. According to Ukrainian state officials, 7 people died and 24 were injured in the attack, including a child. Missile strikes also targeted Kyiv's main TV tower, crippling their TV stations. 5 people were injured in that blast. In a video message, Ukrainian President Zelensky rallied his country, saying they will not back down and will continue fighting for freedom. Joining us from Ukraine is Matt Bradley. Matt, it's a chaotic scene where you are there. What's happening?
Yeah, it's not so chaotic here in Lviv. We just heard an air raid siren, but the fact is that this is one of the major cities in Ukraine that has escaped the worst of the bombardment and really hasn't seen much bombardment at all. And that's because we're so far west of the focus of the fighting, which is at the capital of Kyiv and that second city, Kharkiv, where I was just a couple of days ago. But I got to tell you, Vanita, we are reaching an impasse in this now 6 or 7 day long fight. We're about to see what looks like that convoy of armored vehicles and tanks coming in from the north and going around the capital city of Kyiv. Kyiv is the main target for Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine. He's made it very clear that he hopes to pierce into the capital and replace the current government with one that's more compliant. But it's unclear whether he'll be able to do that. The Ukrainians have put up a very fierce resistance. And while Vladimir Putin has said that he has no plans to occupy Ukraine, how he would be able to maintain a puppet government here as he did in Grozny and Chechnya and other places, that seems almost impossible considering the level of resistance that he's faced so far. And the Russian government, or the Russian troops, seem demoralized. They seem risk averse. It's almost as if they didn't expect this kind of strenuous resistance. But that is what is buoying the Ukrainian public and the Ukrainian military right now. Their extraordinary level of resistance against the government that has defied all the odds and belied the worst predictions by Western intelligence officials who said that they would be routed within the first couple days and hours. I was one of those people who was very skeptical of the Ukrainian military's ability to fend off the Russian troops. However, right now, it looks as though this battle is Russia's to lose, but we're entering a dangerous phase. Vladimir Putin has bet the farm on this fight, and with so many sanctions, the massive united opprobrium of all of the West facing off against him, he has nothing left to lose, and he's made it very clear that civilians could become a main target. Guys?
I agree with you, though. The Ukrainian military really has been impressive. Matt, thank you.
Russia's ramped up attacks on Ukraine is causing more fallouts for the country's economy, as Matt just mentioned. The value of the ruble has fallen to historic lows following sanctions, and this has led to the closure of the Russian stock market for several days. Meanwhile, the U.S. is isolating the country even more by banning Russian aircraft from flying through U.S. airspace. For the latest on the economic fallout, we turn to NBC's Raf Sanchez, who's live in Moscow. Raf, good morning.
Francis, good morning. President Biden said last night that Vladimir Putin miscalculated when he went into Ukraine and underestimated the strength of the Western response. And I got to tell you, here on the ground in the Russian capital, that feels right. If you go to one of Moscow's several airports today, you are just going to see a sea of cancellations because both European and American airspace is now closed to Russian planes. As you said, the ruble is collapsing in value and prices here are skyrocketing. Some daily household goods on supermarket shelves have doubled in price over the last couple of days. Apple has said it will stop selling its products in Russia, so pretty soon you're not going to be able to buy an iPhone in Moscow. I want you to take a listen to a little bit more of what President Biden had to say on this.
Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. Together, along with our allies, we are right now enforcing powerful economic sanctions. We're cutting off Russia's largest banks in the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access.
Francis, while all this is happening, we're seeing more and more of a crackdown on the few remaining independent Russian media outlets who are criticizing the war. Francis?
Yeah, we're seeing that squeeze across the board. It's getting stronger by the day. Raf, thank you.
Tech companies are imposing their own sanctions on Russia following their invasion of Ukraine. Apple announcing it stopped selling its products in Russia. All of Apple's products are online in Russia. Storefront are listed as unavailable. Snapchat says it is halting all ad sales in Russia and Belarus in the wake of the invasion. Facebook and Instagram are demoting Russian state-run media content from their global news feeds. Content that links to state-run media sites are also being demoted. Harley-Davidson is putting the brakes on shipments to Russia. The motorcycle company is also suspending its business with the country. Former First Lady Melania Trump tweeted her support for the Ukrainians during the crisis, adding a link to donate to the International Red Cross.
And in a statement, the Cannes Film Festival said it won't welcome Russian delegations unless the war ends, quote, in conditions that will satisfy the Ukrainian people. 2 more film studios are joining Warner Brothers in pulling their films from Russian theaters. Paramount Pictures and Universal Studios say they are halting upcoming releases in Russia. And we should mention Universal Studios is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal. And actor Sean Penn said he walked out of Ukraine after working on a documentary on the conflict. Penn said he and 2 colleagues walked miles to the Polish border. And Ukrainian tennis star Elena Slisnova is looking to give back to her home country. The world's number 15 player plans to donate her prize money to the Ukrainian army and humanitarian aid.
Let us turn now to the weather and bring in NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, it's Ash Wednesday for millions of Christians. How is the day shaping up?
It's shaping up to be an incredibly warm, almost like record-breaking day in many areas of the country. The exception still is the Northwest, where they're still dealing with a lot of clouds and on and off rain, especially the coastal areas of Oregon. The rivers are starting to come down a little bit in Washington State, so that's some good news. So let's talk about these near-record highs. Today is going to be unbelievable in areas like Kansas City and also St. Louis. 80 degrees in Kansas City today on the 2nd day of March. Pretty wild. Oklahoma City at 75, Dallas 77, D.C. even up to 62 degrees today. Tomorrow, plenty of warmth. Savannah hits 81 degrees, Nashville at 73, and some of that warmth will try to sneak up into the areas of the east by the time the weekend arrives, Saturday and Sunday into the 60s and 70s through Virginia. That's a look at the national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, these temperatures are going to be pretty mild for this time of year. I mean, it's not unheard of in many areas of Texas to be the 70s in March, but just it's day after day as we go throughout the extended forecast, and pretty warm in Denver, too. And the weather can get pretty wild in Colorado, guys. 71 today in Denver, but it may snow next week, so they're used to that.
I know. I used to live there. It really is day to day. All right, Phil, thank you. A swing and a miss in negotiations is leading to a shortened MLB season. Major League Baseball announced the cancellation of the first 2 series of games, including opening day, after not being able to come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement. In a statement, Commissioner Rob Manfred said the clubs and owners want to deal with the Players Association as soon as possible. The Players Association said it's disgusted with the decision to cancel games, but it is united in negotiating a fair deal.
Well, right. Whatever happened to the People's Convoy, plus a ship carrying thousands of Porsches, Volkswagens, Lamborghinis, sinks in the Atlantic? That's next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news 10 days after testing positive for COVID-19, England's Queen Elizabeth seems to be getting back on her feet. Last week, the 95-year-old canceled in-person engagements. This week, Buckingham Palace says the Queen met virtually with the ambassadors of Chad and Andorra. The Daily Mail reports that the monarch spent time with family in person on Sunday, including the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and their 3 children.
Well, if you have been waiting on a new luxury car, it might be sitting on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Felicity Ace cargo ship, which was carrying thousands of vehicles, including Porsches, Lamborghinis, and Bentleys, went down off the coast of Azores Island 13 days after it caught fire. The cause of the blaze is unknown, but the Wall Street Journal reports nearly $500 million could be lost. According to the Portuguese Navy, all crew members were rescued and vessels are deployed to observe pollution damage.
Thousands of truck drivers from across the country made a pit stop in the small town of Cuba, Missouri this week. The so-called People's Convoy says they want to protect every American from government pandemic overreach. But as Holden Kerwicki with our St. Louis affiliate KSDK reports, their goals and rhetoric may be changing as states across the country drop mask mandates.
The town of Cuba, Missouri typically has a population of around 3,300. But that changed when the People's Convoy came to town.
Cuba has never seen this many people, ever. And I've been in and out of Cuba for 40 years.
There's got to be over 10,000 of us.
They came here from all over the country.
Fredonia, Arizona. I live actually just outside of Sullivan, a little town called Leslie.
But I now live in Oregon, and that's where I left from to join the convoy.
The convoy started in California days ago to raise awareness about their demand that the declaration of national emergency concerning the COVID-19 pandemic be lifted.
It's not, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat. It's about, I'm an American, and let's live like Americans.
Oh, we got to save this country. I don't want to leave the mess that we've got going on for my babies or my grandbabies or my great-grandchildren, you know?
However, Missouri never had a statewide mask mandate.
We don't want any mandates.
And Illinois lifted their mask mandate on Monday.
The science changed and it has 18 wheels now.
We're definitely moving away from the mandates, but most of us American citizens are afraid, and especially us type, are afraid they're going to bring them back for almost any reason.
With that in mind, I asked members of the group if they had a new goal before they gather outside of D.C.
We understand the mandates are ending, but this is about the rest of our freedoms. Don't lock us down. Don't take away what we have. Just let us be who we are and who we were.
And our thanks to Holden Kerwicki for that report.
Still ahead on Early Today, Russian siege on Ukraine hitting drivers here at home as oil prices surge even higher.
And America unmasked, more states ditching mandates as COVID cases plummet.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is sending shockwaves down Wall Street. The Dow tumbled nearly 600 points yesterday. The S&P and NASDAQ also suffered steep losses, while futures are pointing toward a slight recovery at the open. Expect oil prices to continue weighing on investors. The ongoing conflict has sent prices surging to over $108 per barrel, the highest in almost a decade.
President Biden announced a new COVID initiative that allow Americans to get tested for COVID and get free pills if they test positive. It comes as more states drop mask mandates. Here's Stephanie Goss.
It's time for kids to ditch the masks and breathe a little easier in a growing number of schools nationwide.
That's good because, especially with my little girl, she doesn't like too much.
It's time that we at least have our own choices.
The new reality drawing a mixed response.
I think it's a smart decision to keep it on.
Because everyone feels a lot safer with it on.
More than 50% of the largest districts have made masks optional. New York City could change its school policy next week, barring any unforeseen spike in cases. LA County on March 12th, making some parents there uneasy.
I'm just not ready as a parent. I don't think that completely gone yet because there's people still have COVID.
California is also dropping its requirement for vaccinated people to wear masks in most indoor settings. Same for Washington, Oregon, and Illinois, just to name a few. A recent poll showed 50% of Americans support some kind of mandate, down slightly from 55% last summer.
But in many forms of public transportation, the masks are still required, and don't expect to fly without one. Federal officials tell us they're working closely with the CDC, but for now, the rules stand.
In many of the places where the mandate has been lifted, officials still recommend some people wear masks.
Who are the people at this point, even without a mandate, who should still be masking?
So there are 4 groups of people. Number 1, unvaccinated. Number 2, those older than 65 who are unboosted. Number 3, very immune compromised. And number 4, the people who live with any of the folks in the first 3 groups.
For those who are taking masks off, medical experts recommend not throwing them away. We are not in the clear from COVID. Not yet. Stephanie Goss, NBC News, New York.
All right, we're going to have Bill with an early look at your weekend forecast up next.
And everything's bigger in Texas, including the stakes for the governor's race. We will have the results from the primary.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back to Early Today. Let's take a look at the weekend forecast. Heading into Friday, this is where things begin to change. The storm that has been in the west begins to move into the Rockies. We're still very warm in the middle of the country in the southeast, but by the time we get to Saturday, a snowstorm breaks out into areas of Wyoming into the northern plains. We should see some record highs possible Saturday and Sunday in the southeast. Get ready for almost like a June-like weekend. Temperatures will be in the 70s and 80s. And then on Sunday, snow possible in areas of Colorado, where today it's going to be in the 70s. So, yeah, some changes coming.
It's Colorado. All right. Thanks, Bill. Ukraine's national anthem transformed in a global battle hymn.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, the stage is set for a Texas-sized showdown in the Lone Star State. NBC News projects that former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke will take on incumbent Greg Abbott in the Texas governor's race this fall. O'Rourke cruised to the party's nomination, winning over 90% of the vote, according to our projections. And Governor Abbott fending off a wave of challengers, avoiding a runoff with about 67% of the vote. This was the first time the state's strict new voting laws were put to the test, which could play an even larger role in the midterm election.
Now to the anthem for peace being heard from the battlefield to some of the world's biggest stages. Here's Aaron McLaughlin with the story.
In an underground metro station turned bomb shelter, Ukraine's national anthem. Courage and comfort to a nation under attack. From the volunteers making camouflage nets for soldiers in Lviv, to a woman picking up what's left of her bombed out home. Compassionate defiance heard a world away.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
In place of SNL's Cold Open, the spiritual anthem of Ukraine. Across Midtown Manhattan, a show of solidarity. And a Ukrainian opera singer brought to tears. Vlad Volosky's entire family is still in the now war-torn country.
I want to help my family and my country as much as I can, but I'm here and it's a hard moment.
And so at the Met Opera House, he's teaching his peers his country's song for this last-minute performance.
It's about that we are brave people, we have our freedom, and it's our country.
Back in Kharkiv, Ukraine, amidst reports Russian troops were closing in, a young boy plays a piano in a hotel lobby. The song's called Walk to School. The haunting sound of an ordinary way of life perhaps forever gone, and a nation forever changed. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Yeah, the powerful sounds of this war. A reminder, today is Ash Wednesday, marking the official start of Lent for Christians everywhere. Pope Francis spoke to a crowd in Vatican City over the weekend, urging Christians and non-Christians alike to make today a day of fasting and prayer for peace in Ukraine. His main message, put down the weapons and make peace. Of course, we know it is so much more complicated than that, but just a simple and direct message.
Also, it's been so much time where we couldn't contact people for the ashes. It's nice to see it back.
Yes, yes. Thanks for starting your morning with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Benita Nair. Have a good day. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Six days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people.
President Biden delivering a powerful message to Vladimir Putin during his first State of the Union as Russian military strikes escalate around Ukraine.
Then our Andrea Mitchell on what Vladimir Putin's endgame is in this whole military operation, what it might be.
And the parents from Georgia trying everything they can to get their newborn twins in Ukraine via surrogate home to the United States. It's Ash Wednesday. Early today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Benita Nair.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. President Biden delivered his first State of the Union address. The first item on the agenda was Russia's bombardment of Ukraine.
The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy.
The Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. was a guest of honor, and blue and yellow could be seen throughout the chamber as members of Congress showed their support for Ukraine. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. The president spent over a little 10 minutes talking about the crisis in Ukraine, and the rest of the speech focused on issues here at home.
Good morning, Francis. That's right. Well, President Biden used this as an opportunity to make his case for a lot of his stalled domestic priorities. He spoke about investing in clean energy, child care, and better medical benefits for veterans. The night was also a bit of a victory lap in the fight against COVID, with the chamber mostly maskless. Meanwhile, the president said his top priority is getting prices under control.
One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. And now we're launching the Test to Treat initiative, so people can get tested at a pharmacy, and if they prove positive, receive the antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them. The most fundamental right in America is the right to vote and have it counted. And look, it's under assault. In state after state, new laws have been passed. Not only to suppress the vote, we've been there before, but to subvert the entire election. We can't let this happen.
Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan delivered the response from the Progressive Working Families Party. She called on President Biden to use executive power to pass voting rights protections immediately. And Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds was chosen to deliver the Republican response. She accused the president of showing weakness on the world stage and criticized the Democrats' spending plan.
The president and Democrats in Congress have spent the last year either ignoring the issues facing Americans or making them worse. They were warned that spending trillions would lead to soaring inflation. They were told that their anti-energy policies would send gas prices to new heights, but they plowed ahead anyway.
Notably, last night, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin was sitting in the Republican section. His spokeswoman said he wanted to sit with his colleague, Senator Mitt Romney, to show that partisanship is alive and well in the Senate. This afternoon, President Biden will travel to Wisconsin to continue promoting his infrastructure plan. Back to you guys.
As America digests everything from the past 24 hours here at home and, of course, abroad. Thank you, Bree.
Ukraine is under heavy attack as the Russian invasion enters its 7th day. Russian forces launched hundreds of missile strikes, hitting several cities. In Kharkiv, this is what was left of a government building in the town's Freedom Square after it was bombed. According to state officials, 7 people died and 24 injured in the attack, including a child. Missile strikes also targeted Kyiv's main TV tower, crippling their TV stations. 5 people were injured in that blast. In a video message, Ukrainian President Zelensky rallied his country, saying they will not back down and will continue fighting for freedom. NBC's Matt Bradley is following the latest for us.
It was Kharkiv's Freedom Square that took a colossal hit. Russians pounding the civilian center of Ukraine's second largest city, leaving its city hall in tatters, its opera house damaged. First responders rushing bodies and injured people out. 7 people died, 24 were wounded, according to Ukrainian state officials. President Volodymyr Zelensky, still defiant, condemned the Freedom Square attack. This is the price of freedom, he said. What a morning. Just one part of a day of destruction in Kharkiv, with civilians carrying the bulk of the burden. Russian rockets also destroyed this residential building. In response, this city has moved underground.
This is my little child. Timur, the bombing and shooting, and we don't know how to sleep and how we will live tomorrow. Please, we don't have enough food for my baby.
Yasmina Vladimirovich is sheltering with her 5-month-old baby and other family members in their basement. Supplies and morale are low and getting lower. Other infants elsewhere in the city have also been scrambled to safety. A whole maternity ward moved to a bomb shelter. One rocket devastated a house just behind where Yasmina was sheltering. Sergei Shpak has been in the metro system for days with his wife and son, walking through the train tunnels to find supplies and food. But everything here is dwindling. Only hope remains. Matt Bradley, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees continue to flee the country as Ukraine's humanitarian crisis grows more dire by the day. Poland's Deputy Interior Minister telling a Polish radio station that more than 450,000 Ukrainians have entered Poland since Thursday. We turn now to Ellison Barber, who is on the ground there in Poland. And Ellison, how have these border crossings developed since we last spoke with you 24 hours ago?
There's a lot of help that is gathered outside of border crossings. I mean, thousands and thousands of people are fleeing Ukraine every day. You can see many people who arrived this morning gathered up on top of that hill, taking a minute to get some food, to regroup, to wait for a ride. Inside this white tent, there are even more people having a meal. For many of them, it might be one of the first meals they've had in days, because oftentimes when we talk to people, they talk to us about spending days traveling, leaving where they lived in Ukraine. These fires made by volunteers who came from Georgia. Russia invaded Georgia in 2008, and they told us they wanted to come help because they know what this feels like. Most of the people that we've seen, some of them, like these people here, they're college students who are from somewhere other than Ukraine, and they were studying when this attack first happened. We've watched as just people pile off of here. The majority of the time, it's women, it's children, more people down this way as well. Mothers who have bravely left behind everything they know to try and give their children a chance to grow up somewhere safe. Everyone we have spoken to, they want to go home. They want to be back in Ukraine, living their normal lives, but they cannot do that when bombs are falling on their homes, and no one knows when that might stop. The people that we have met, Francis, the Ukrainians, they are so incredibly strong. They will talk to you about hiding in bomb shelters, about the long journey here, about things that they have seen, and they will tell it calmly. Where they break down is when we ask them who they have left behind. It is their fathers, it is their husbands, it's their sons, and they don't know right now. They hope, but they don't know if they'll ever see them again. Francis?
Gut-wrenching stories of separation and survival. Ellison, thank you.
NBC News is projecting a Texas-sized showdown in the state race for governor. Former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke will take on incumbent Greg Abbott in the Texas governor's race this fall. O'Rourke cruised to the party's nomination, winning more than 90% of the vote, according to NBC News projections. And Governor Abbott fended off a wave of challengers, avoiding a runoff with about 67% of the vote. This was the first time the state's strict new voting laws were put to the test, which could play an even larger role in the midterm election.
A swing and a miss in negotiations is leading to a shortened MLB season. Major League Baseball announced the cancellation of the first 2 series of games, including opening day, after not being able to come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement. In a statement, Commissioner Rob Manfred said the clubs and owners want to deal with the Players Association as soon as possible. The Players Association said it is disgusted with the decision to cancel games, but it is united in negotiating a fair deal.
Now we turn to weather and NBC meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, a lot of folks are going to want to get out there and get their ashes for Ash Wednesday. What's the weather going to be like?
Yeah, good morning. The Northwest is still the area that has the rain and the clouds. We have a lot of our rivers that are still in flood stages. But besides that, the rest of the country is like, what's going on? I mean, for early March, temperatures should not be in the 80s in Kansas City and Missouri, all the way through St. Louis. So potential record highs today, 80 in Kansas City, also possible St. Louis. We're very warm all the way through Texas. Even D.C. to Virginia is warming up significantly. Charlotte stay at 75 degrees. Tomorrow it continues. We should hit 80 in Savannah. These temperatures are about 15 to 20 degrees warmer than normal. And then finally in the Northeast, it looks like Sunday to Monday is when you'll get a little taste of a little bit of the spring warmth. That's the big weather story of the day. Now here's a look at your local forecast. Well, the temperatures are the story, and what's going to happen this weekend as we do a complete flip in the Rockies from this really warm weather pattern. Chance of snow, actually 2 chances, one on Saturday and then with Sunday night into Monday in areas of Colorado. We'll take a look at that weekend forecast coming up.
Something to look forward to.
Thank you, Bill. The incredible story of parents from Georgia trying desperately to get their preemie twins born by a surrogate out of Ukraine. That story coming up next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
A Georgia couple is desperately trying to unite with their newborn twins. The preemies were born half a world away to a surrogate now stuck in Ukraine. Our Jesse Kirsch has the story.
Like all premature babies, Lenny and Moishe Spector were born tough. But the twin brothers are fighting harder than any newborn ever should.
It's unimaginable. What can I say? It's impossible to wrap your mind around.
New parents Alex Spector and Irma Nunez couldn't be with their surrogate at the end of a challenging pregnancy when she gave birth Friday at 32.5 weeks in Kyiv. They were in the U.S. when their preemie twins came into the world. The infant somehow sleeping soundly with the sounds of war in the distance. From another continent, mom and dad working the phones, trying to find a safe ride to a better hospital, one with its own basement bomb shelter. Getting the babies out of Ukraine entirely, even more challenging.
The fact that they're premature plays against us, right? So there's a conflict. They need to stay put. We need to take them out.
Moishe struggling to breathe. Mom and dad hunting down special preemie milk.
I talked to this pharmacy in the morning. By afternoon, when one of our contacts got there, it was already shelled and it was closed.
Thankfully, Spector says they found the milk, but the search for that ambulance continued. Spector says a pediatrician and their surrogate are still watching over the 4-day-old boys, putting their own lives at risk to keep them safe.
It's families, it's their surrogate, it's their child.
Surrogacy provider Adonis Fertility International says close to 100 American and Canadian client families have been impacted by the conflict. Some surrogates still carrying unborn children, some parents trapped in Ukraine with their newborns. Moishe and Lenny's dad with this plea for President Joe Biden.
Just get our babies out. Or if that's not possible, at least to Lviv, somewhere westward, where they would be safe.
And our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that report.
Still to come on Early Today, Harley-Davidson becomes the latest company to pump the brakes on Russia.
Plus, growing concerns over Putin's mental state as he grows increasingly frustrated over the invasion's slowing pace.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Apple announced it has stopped selling its products in Russia. All of Apple's products on its Russian online storefront are listed as unavailable. An Apple spokesperson told CNBC that traffic and live incidents in Ukraine have been disabled on Apple Maps. And more tech companies are imposing their own sanctions on Russia following their invasion of Ukraine. Snapchat says it is halting all ad sales to Russian and Belarusian entities in the wake of the invasion.
Facebook and Instagram are demoting Russian state-run media content from their global news feeds. Content that links to state-run media sites are also being demoted. Harley-Davidson is putting the brakes on shipments to Russia. The motorcycle company is also suspending its business with the country.
Former First Lady Melania Trump tweeted her support for the Ukrainians during the crisis, adding a link to donate to the International Red Cross.
2 more film studios are joining Warner Brothers in pulling their films from Russian theaters. Paramount Pictures and Universal Studios says they are halting upcoming releases in Russia. We should mention Universal Studios is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal. And actor Sean Penn said he walked out of Ukraine after working on a documentary on the conflict. Penn said he and 2 colleagues walked miles to the Polish border. And Ukrainian tennis star Elina Svitolina is looking to give back to her home country. The world number 15 plans to donate her prize money to the Ukrainian army and humanitarian aid.
As Russia's siege on Ukraine intensifies, there are growing concerns about Vladimir Putin's state of mind and what he might do if backed into a corner. Andrea Mitchell has more.
Vladimir Putin frustrated and angry with the pace of his assault on Ukraine. The worry for Washington, is he acting rationally, and will he ramp up the violence against Ukraine's citizens? There is no new intelligence on his mental state, but U.S. officials say everyone, including President Biden, sees an angrier Putin, increasingly detached from reality in his speeches, isolated from longtime advisors, rarely coming into the Kremlin, and when he does, meeting on opposite ends of a supersized table, more than 20 feet apart.
That, I think, creates this kind of delusional bubble about what he thought was going to happen when he first launched this attack.
Officials tell NBC News Putin has lashed out at underlings in private and in public bullied his top spy on state TV. Say it directly, he said.
What do you think is going on there?
I don't know what is the matter there, but whatever it is, the people of Ukraine are paying the price for it.
Now he's raising the stakes for U.S. military planners by putting Russia's nuclear forces on heightened alert.
You don't want a madman backed into a corner with nothing to lose, especially if that madman has nuclear weapons.
With the Russian economy collapsing under the weight of global sanctions, and some of his own oligarchs even criticizing the invasion, what might he do to stay in power?
He can threaten or carry out cyber attacks against the West, including the United States, and he can threaten to use battlefield nuclear weapons.
U.S. officials say President Biden is deliberately downplaying Putin's nuclear threats and not raising the alert status of U.S. nuclear weapons, trying to de-escalate a crisis with an unpredictable enemy.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. Well, Bill has got a look at your weekend weather forecast coming up.
Plus, we've got the latest from the Ukrainian border as Jay Gray joins us live.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back to Early Today. Let's take a look at your first March weekend. So getting there on Friday, we're watching that western storm beginning to slowly move into the Rockies. Still extremely warm from the middle of the country all the way through the southeast, and that's not going to change even as we go into Saturday. Texas all the way through the southeast, still temperatures well above average. The snowy problem, though, is going to be in the northern plains and northern Rockies Saturday, and then even on Sunday, that's going to continue. So big changes for our friends in the west.
Up next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Russian invasion has triggered Europe's fastest migration in 3 decades. That's according to a report by the New York Times. At least 660,000 people have fled Ukraine. A displacement like this has not been seen since the Balkan Wars of the 1990s. It's causing a massive backup at border checkpoints. NBC's Jay Gray joins us live now from the Ukrainian border with Poland. So Jay, tell us what it's like there.
Yeah, and right now, Francis, we're in the Przemyśl train station, a few miles from the border. You've got trains coming in from Ukraine constantly, one from Kiev expected in the next 35 minutes or so. You've also got buses across the way here that are bringing in refugees. This is a place in constant flux, and I want to show you inside. It's a spot where thousands pass through each day and do what they can to get where they can here, and we'll take you inside and just show you some of what's happening here as we come through. And you can see it's an area that is just packed full of people trying to take a breath and figure out what comes next.
The relentless attack on Ukraine has intensified, the most damaging and deadly strikes coming through the air.
Terrible situation, terrible.
It's terrible.
And getting worse. The city of Kharkiv, now surrounded by Russian troops, this emergency services center taken out, officials say, by a missile. Kyiv is also a primary target, though a senior U.S. defense official tells NBC News a Russian convoy that stretches for 40 miles outside of the capital city has stalled, facing fuel and food shortages. As the fighting intensifies, so does the rush to get out. Close to 700,000 have already left Ukraine, and that number expected to grow significantly over the next several days.
And this is a big tragedy for me to leave my city. And actually, I don't know, am I going to come back or not? And I don't want to leave, but it's completely dangerous to stay here.
Dangerous and dire. Store shelves in many places empty.
No food, no bread, no water, no tablets, no pharmacy, nothing. And the people of there staying, no money to go out, to run, no money.
The UN warning the situation could quickly become Europe's largest refugee crisis this century.
Yeah, and not hard to believe when you see scenes like this. People just stopping anywhere they can and trying to figure out exactly what's going on, or perhaps get a quick hot meal. That's the latest from here in Przemyśl. Now, back to you, ladies.
Understandable they need a moment. All right, Jay, thank you. And thank you for starting this Ash Wednesday with Early Today. I'm Vanita Nair.
I'm Frances Rivera. See you back here tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin again with breaking news as the war in Ukraine enters its 7th day. This morning, widespread destruction from Russian airstrikes in several key cities, including the capital of Kyiv. The UN says at least 136 civilians have been killed so far, but the real death toll is believed to be much higher. Officials in Ukraine are denying Russian state media reports that Russia has captured the key southern city of Kherson. U.S. defense officials say Russia's military progress has slowed, including a massive convoy heading toward Kyiv. In Washington, President Biden condemned Russia's invasion and pledged to support Ukraine in his State of the Union address, but reiterated that American troops would not be sent in to fight.
Together with our allies, we're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. But let me be clear, our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine.
That State of the Union address came just hours after a call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who told reporters yesterday talks with Russia can resume when the bombing stops and that Ukraine won't win this war without help.
Ukraine will fight. We'll fight more than anyone else, but we, just by ourselves, left alone against Russia, we simply cannot manage.
We have team coverage for you this morning with NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs, NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons in Moscow, and NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Matt, let's start with you. Kharkiv, a place you know well, is again in focus today following that heavy shelling we saw yesterday. Ukraine's military says Russian paratroopers landed in the city overnight. Are we about to see the start of a broader ground battle? What is the latest there?
Yeah, I mean, not only are we about to see the start of a broader ground battle, I think we're really about to see the start of a battle that puts civilians on the front line. And that's the really troubling thing, is that Vladimir Putin and his army have become increasingly frustrated. We're starting to hear, not necessarily in Kharkiv, though we are seeing signs, traces of that shift in the force arrangement. We're starting to see that also in Kyiv, where Vladimir Putin and Russia said that civilians should leave. This is the first time they actually announced that they were going to be targeting into civilian areas. Now, of course, already they've been hitting civilian targets, regardless of whether they announced it or not, even though they've been saying they've been mostly hitting military and strategic targets. We know that they've been striking civilians, especially in Kharkiv. But that's kind of the next foot to drop here, is that we're going to start to see, as this military becomes frustrated, that they're going to start moving into city centers, to residential areas. Because remember, guys, this was a military who thought that their overwhelming force and somewhat may have deluded themselves that sympathy on the ground for Moscow might have given them an easy victory. That has clearly not been the case, as we're now in day 7, and they have yet to take any seriously large areas of residential or sort of civilian-controlled areas. So now, frustrated, it seems as though they are literally bringing in the big guns. We were talking about that convoy of tanks and armored vehicles moving down towards Kyiv. Now it looks like it's getting serious in terms of civilian engagement. Guys?
Now, Matt, we're getting mixed reports out of the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. Russia's defense ministry says it has captured the city, while the region's governor says the city is encircled by Russian forces. How much of a victory would it be for Russia if it has indeed or does indeed capture this city? Why is it so important?
Well, Kherson is the home of a major naval base, as in, all of those cities along the Black Sea are important assets. And frankly, as I was talking earlier about the Russian advance from the north, that's been really frustrated. But the Russian advance from the south has seen a lot more success. So we've seen major incursions into cities like Melitopol and Kherson, and also Berdyansk, which is now seen basically occupied entirely. And in fact, I believe the Ukrainians have essentially admitted that. We're starting to see videos out of Berdyansk where Ukrainian citizens are in the streets heckling Russian soldiers who are occupying that city and taking up positions in front of major points of political importance like city halls and things like that. So it would be important in the sense that it gives the Russians the upper hand in the naval battle in the south. But I got to tell you, Joe, the Russians have already made a lot of strides in the south, but that's only in compared to the frustrations that they've experienced in the north of the country, around Kharkiv in the east and around Kyiv in the center north. So yes, those advances have been pretty swift, but only relative to the frustrations they've had in the north. Guys.
All right. Matt Bradley reporting from Lviv this morning. Matt, thank you so much.
This morning, we're also following the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Eastern Europe as Ukrainian refugees flee for safety. According to the UN, more than 660,000 Ukrainians have left the country since the Russian invasion began, and that number is expected to grow a lot. So far, most have crossed over into Poland. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us from a busy train station in Poland where many of those Ukrainian refugees are arriving. Hi, Jay. Good morning. So first, just tell us about what you're seeing on the ground there, some of the stories of the people crossing over.
Yeah, absolutely, Savannah. And we're in Przemyśl, just 3, maybe 4 miles from the border. I want to give you a first-hand look. We've been given special permission by the Polish army to see the latest train that's come in from Kyiv, from the capital city. These people escaping what has been nonstop shelling in that city for the last 24 to 48 hours and rushing here to safety. 2,500 people stuffed onto that train. And obviously, with the situation going on there in Kyiv, there's no regular train schedule. People have waited for days to get onto this train and try and escape the violence there. Here's another big part of what's happening here, and you can see it. Donations continuing to pour in for those who are coming into this country from Ukraine. You've got food, you've got water, you've got clothing and blankets, the things that so many people need as they make the trip here. Look, many of them have only a backpack or a small bag that they've brought with them, and that's it. That's all they have as they come across the border here and try and figure out exactly what's going to go on next. So as they get off the train, I want to show you what happens next. You can see the line here, and that's because they're moving through customs, moving through security. They get their papers looked over here and then continue on the process. They move to another part of this train station where many are having to make the very difficult decision, guys, about where they go next, what they do next, and knowing for many of these families that they left someone behind.
Oh, absolutely, especially as we see those men of age to fight not be able to cross over the border and leave their families. Jay, I do want to ask you, I know many people don't know what's next, but a little bit more about that. I mean, Poland's Deputy Interior Minister says about 100,000 refugees crossed over into Poland yesterday alone. They have to go somewhere once they leave that checkpoint. Tell us about the effort, whether it's volunteer, whether it's being provided by Poland to give housing, to give food even to all these people who have been, in many cases, in the cold, without food, walking for days.
Yeah, no, you're right, Savannah, and it's really a mixture of both. The outpouring's been unbelievable, and we've been to several border crossings in this area. Here's what I can tell you. As people come in, they're given a place to get a hot meal, get a shower at times. They're also told that they can kind of decide what city they want to go to in Poland, so they can get on a train. And let's walk over and show you, since we're here, what's happened. And you can see people right now getting on a train. So they've left this train, they move over, they get on a separate train, and they head to another city in Poland, maybe Warsaw, maybe Krakow. And there they're given a place where they can stay, more of an apartment type atmosphere where they can really take a breath and figure out what they're going to do. What you also see in these areas are people that come in with signs saying, hey, I can take 6 people to my home. I can take 10 people across the border. I can go to Germany. I can go wherever. And so a lot of people just jumping in. I talked to a woman from Denmark yesterday, a doctor who said she was just compelled to get here. She had to be here and to help these people. She came with a friend, empty cars. They took 12 people back to Denmark to set them up, help them find jobs, and help them move forward.
Wow, Jay, I think so many people have just been wondering what is happening to these people, where are they going? It's really incredible to actually see so much. Thank you for walking us around there. And I want to ask you a question that's actually the most frequent question I've been being asked on my social media from viewers, which is about these troubling reports of Africans being discriminated against, even abused in some cases at border crossings. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I've talked to a few people. Some have said that they've had rough experiences. Others have said it's a clean shot and they've been through. We have heard from the foreign minister today who says that, look, that's unacceptable, that everyone is deeply affected by what's happening in Ukraine, and they want to make sure that passage continues.
Jay, thank you so much. We so appreciate your reporting. Stay safe.
Let's cross over to Moscow now, where our senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is standing by. So, Keir, do we have any sense of the mood among the Russian leadership about the progress their military is making so far in Ukraine?
Well, we know that they're frustrated because we've heard that from sources in the US and in Western governments who are monitoring, and also because we can see the way that the Russians are changing their tactics. And I think that's clearly an expression of the frustration felt at the very top with President Putin. We did hear from Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, today responding to the State of the Union speech, and particularly to the claim by President Biden that the economy here is shaking. He says, and he admits, and this is interesting, that the Russian economy is now experiencing a serious blow, but he says there is a margin of safety and we will stay on our feet. Now, of course, as you can imagine, the State of the Union overnight, Russians didn't stay up overnight to watch, but you can also imagine that the 6,800 people who've been arrested for protesting, the more than 1 million who have signed petitions for peace, that those people, I suspect, would have liked to have seen President Biden devote the entire speech to the situation in Ukraine, to the battle between democracy and autocracy, and it was uncomfortable to watch as that speech segued into domestic politics, more traditional speech, and some stood up and some sat down, but that is democracy. And the difference, of course, is that in the West and in the US, you're allowed to have different opinions. Here, overnight, while that speech was happening, President Putin's government closing down an independent TV station, an independent radio station, threatening Wikipedia with Russian Wikipedia with closing it down simply because of its post about the invasion of Ukraine.
Keir, let's talk more about President Biden's State of the Union last night. He took aim at Putin and Russia's oligarchs during that address. He said Putin underestimated the West's response. Do we have any clues as to whether pressure has been building on Putin from his inner circle or from Russian business leaders as a result of all these sanctions we've seen over the last week?
Well, the pressure is, you can see it in the statements that are being made by oligarchs, carefully calibrated. There are different kinds of oligarchs. There are oligarchs, and those, of course, are Russian billionaires. There are oligarchs who live primarily in Russia and others who live overseas. The idea that those people, though, can get close to President Putin, kind of talk him round, if you like, well, that's a fantasy. There is, of course, pressure on the country as a whole, and that, may have an effect over the long term. Here's the thing, though, that I think may have the most effect, and it isn't President Biden speaking to Congress, the American people, and the world on television, and maybe some of those comments reaching people here in Russia. Here's one of the things I think might have a real impact. Those sieges of the cities in Ukraine. The Russian people have the siege of a city seared into their historic memory. That was the siege of Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, in the Second World War. 1.5 million people died. Now, if we start to see terrible scenes from those cities in Ukraine, well, then I think that may have an impact on public opinion here.
Keir, real quickly, I want to ask you, Russian media reports said that round 2 of ceasefire talks could come as early as today. Do we know if there's any progress on that front?
We do hear from the Russians that they say that their delegation to talk are ready and are getting ready. We don't know what the situation is with the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have said they want to see the bombing stop, the conflict stop before they talk again. But even in a war, contact can be helpful, even if to just deconflict in some places. So I suspect you will see talks at some stage.
All right. Keir Simmons reporting from Moscow. Keir, thank you.
Let's now bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs. He's an NBC News, MSNBC military analyst, and a Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel, thanks so much for being with us. So let's talk about what we're seeing in terms of a shifting military strategy here from Russia. First, Ukraine says Russia is specifically targeting civilians in these bombings. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the UN Human Rights Council these attacks are hitting schools, hospitals, residential buildings. Experts are saying they're watching this shift to more brutal, unrestricted warfare. What does this tell you about where Putin's head is at right now? And what's your concern when you see that convoy headed for Kyiv, when you think about what the Russian military could be capable of if they were to be completely unrestricted in their warfare?
Well, the Russians convinced themselves that it would be an easy walkover, and of course that turned out not to be the case. Either the military told Putin that it was going to be easy and he believed it, or the military told Putin it wasn't going to be easy and he told him to shut up and get moving. In any case, it's not easy, and as a result, the Russians have, well, I guess they've resorted to tactics which they know better. Rather than being surgical, they've decided to be indiscriminate. It's unlikely that they're actually targeting these things. They're just throwing indirect fire wherever they can in order to make it easier for them to take control of the cities. And make no mistake about it, that's what they want to do. They have two principal strategic objectives with respect to this campaign. The first is to encircle the cities, particularly Kiev, and lay siege to them, prevent any Ukrainians from leaving. And second, to have their forces that are coming from the north link up with those coming from the south and isolate the Ukrainian army and make it impossible for the Ukrainian army to fight back. That's most concerning, because if they manage to do the latter, we won't be able to resupply the Ukrainians.
Also, it's so concerning to hear you mention them trying to prevent Ukrainians from leaving. Let's talk about what more potentially can be done and the international response. We saw President Zelensky make a passionate plea yesterday to European leaders about joining the European Union, about getting more assistance. He's also urging NATO countries to impose a no-fly zone to stop the Russian Air Force. So far, we haven't seen any action on either of those things. But what do you hope to see in the next few days? And could NATO and the EU be doing more?
Well, with respect to a no-fly zone, it's worth talking about that very briefly. That's not going to happen because it means that it's going to have to be enforced. And enforcement means that NATO airplanes will engage with Russian airplanes, and that's absolutely not going to happen. But the West can do a lot more in two respects. The first, further sanctions need to be imposed. We and the rest of our allies we've been dabbling a little bit in restrictions, but they need to be much greater restrictions on all of Russia. And the second thing is we better get moving, resupplying Ukraine with anti-aircraft weapons, anti-tank weapons, and ammunition and food. Otherwise, the Ukrainian army is not going to be able to resist at all.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs, always great to have your analysis. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
The crisis in Ukraine was front and center during President Biden's State of the Union address last night in Washington.
Yeah, it started focused on the crisis, and then the president turned to the future of his domestic agenda.
Joining us now to break down the State of the Union is NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander and NBC News Capitol Hill Correspondent Ali Vitale. Good morning to both of you. Peter, let's start with you. President Biden accused Putin of unleashing violence and chaos in Ukraine. What more did the president say about his plan to address the crisis, and what about it was new?
Well, the president, I think, emphasized that the U.S. is now closer alongside its NATO allies than it has been in decades. He says that the crippling economic sanctions are really painting a bad picture for Moscow, for Vladimir Putin, putting him further into a corner and making the economic situation get worse as days pass. As for what he said that was new here, he focused on a couple things, including a new restriction for all Russian aircraft that travel into U.S. airspace, and another plan going forward. Here's part of what the president said last night.
The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy.
The president forcefully condemned Vladimir Putin, saying this is Putin's war, saying it is premeditated, totally unprovoked, and a mistake of historic proportions. He said that Putin effectively had miscalculated here. I think, though, for some of the president's critics, those who wanted a bit more on this issue, the speech was as much a state of Ukraine as it was a State of the Union. He didn't really explain why Americans should care about this issue in the details that some may have wanted. Nonetheless, he did view this as the most unifying message, not just for the country, but for the world right now, and one that he wanted to hit home.
Yeah, and Peter, such a good point there about not explaining it because of the repercussions that we feel at home and making people understand why we're going to have to go through that in order to help this country and why we're in this fight and what it means to us. Peter, you just touched on this with Putin. Ali, let's bring you in here and talk a little bit more about what President Biden did have to say specifically about President Putin.
Yeah, Savannah, effectively saying that Putin miscalculated if he expected the U.S. and its Western allies to not be aligned against him. Listen to how he put it last night in the chamber.
Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong.
Look, calling Putin wrong there in the same room where the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States was a guest of the First Lady, Jill Biden, standing in that chamber. We saw her as one of the central figures there last night. But there are two pieces to this, too. You guys are talking, I think rightly so, about how he wasn't selling this conflict to Americans in terms of why they should care about what's happening in Ukraine. But what he did do, I thought quite diligently, was make clear that U.S. forces were not going to be fighting on the ground in Ukraine. He talked instead about bolstering and standing with our NATO allies. Of course, that has been the centerpiece of Biden and the administration's response, one that many lawmakers on the Hill, when I talked to them in the halls of Congress, that's a response and a strategy that they have praised repeatedly from the White House. I do think the other thing here, as he laid out a few of those new metrics of what the United States is going to do to further isolate Russia, things like announcing that task force to go after oligarchs for the yachts and the paintings, that's something that Senator Lindsey Graham has been talking about for about 2 weeks now. So as Congress now starts to figure out what its potential role could be, voting on roughly $6 billion of aid that will go to Ukraine, both military and humanitarian in nature, and a supplemental. That's a piece of this, but there are also other things that Congress has been responding to over the course of the last few weeks. That task force for oligarchs, just one of them.
Peter, the president had to make that tough turn, talk about his domestic agenda, talking about everything from the pandemic to the impact inflation is having on the economy. It sort of always feels like a list when they're doing that. Did he have a main message here?
I think the president was trying to sort of use the unity that he was seeing in the room. There was more bipartisan applause than we've seen perhaps in a couple decades following 9/11 there last night, trying to bring that unity and to hope that he could transfer it to some of the presidential priorities to the domestic agenda back home. You know, the one phrase you didn't hear all night was build back better, that stalled agenda that is basically running into roadblocks left and right on Capitol Hill, including among Democrats. The president trying to refocus on those ideas and to demonstrate some empathy, that he understands how Americans are being hit right now by historic inflation with gas prices, to say nothing else of all the other prices that have gone up in goods and products that Americans are buying right now, and to try to reemphasize ways that he can help not just so much bring down the cost, but give people a better ability to deal with it, child care, elder care, and beyond. Here's part of what we heard from the president.
It's time for America to get back to work and fill our great downtowns again with people. People working from home can feel safe and begin to return to their offices. We're doing that here in the federal government. The vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person. Our schools are open. Let's keep it that way. Our kids need to be in school.
So the president there trying to deliver a message that Americans could really get around, including one that was an effort to bring his party more toward the middle, saying no longer defund the police, as some progressive Democrats have, but fund the police. Joe and Savannah.
Yeah, that was a big moment. Allie, quickly before we let you go, we know the president's taken this message on the road. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's amplification season now, not just for the president, but also for his vice president and members of his cabinet. Vice President Kamala Harris going to North Carolina today to a community college. That's one of the policy priorities Biden mentioned last night, a personal preference and favorite of his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, herself a teacher at a community college, and Biden himself going to Superior, Wisconsin. He'll be talking at a bridge there, again, underscoring infrastructure, one of the key pieces of legislation his administration through Congress was able to pass, even as last night was sort of build back sorta, as in the words of some of our friends at Punchbowl News this morning. All of the policy priorities that we saw last year kind of crumble at the finish line in December. They were under the Build Back Better headline. Now they're just standalone priorities like the child tax credit, paid leave, all the things that Peter just mentioned in that speech last night.
Build back sorta. That's good. All right, Allie and Peter, thank you so much. Great to have you with us.
Coming up, we're going to have more out of Ukraine this morning, as well as the other news of the day. Up next, hear what some voters who watched the State of the Union address had to tell us about the president's plans for the war overseas and battling the pandemic.
Plus, Major League bummer, opening day canceled as talks between owners and players fall apart. We'll bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We'll be keeping our eye on the latest developments in Ukraine this morning, of course, and we'll have more coverage in just a few minutes. But right now, we've got some other news we want to get to, and we're going to start with politics. The 2022 midterms kicked off in Texas yesterday with a slate of primary elections that could offer clues of the direction of both parties. You hear that music, you know it's election season, and apologies in advance that this is not Kornacki at the board. Now, in the race for Texas governor, current Governor Greg Abbott faced off against two primary challengers to secure the Republican nomination. He won more than 66% of the vote, enough to avoid a runoff, but short of the 90% he won in the primaries 4 years ago. Now, Abbott is running for his third term. That sets up a showdown with Beto O'Rourke this fall. The former congressman and candidate for president handily won the Democratic nomination with 91% of the vote. Now, in the hotly contested race for Attorney General, incumbent Ken Paxton and George P. Bush advanced to a runoff for the Republican Party. The winner will face Democratic nominee Rochelle Garza.
And it was a day packed with politics in Texas. After voters cast their ballots yesterday, many then watched President Biden deliver his State of the Union speech. NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson spoke with some small business owners to get their take on the president's address. Here's what they had to say.
Texas can be a sweet place to run a business.
We're just catching up.
Cindy Pedraza and her mother started Coco Andre, an artisanal chocolate shop.
It's been a wild ride these past 2 years.
In the president's address, she was listening out for immigration reform.
Being a Mexican American here, I do have a lot of family and friends that are still undocumented. It's harder for them to apply for schooling, for them to get loans, for them to just move forward in life.
Texas is one of 4 states where employment grew despite the pandemic, along with Idaho, Utah, and Arizona.
Let me go with the pulled pork sandwich.
But that growth is slowing down for a few reasons, including a lack of workers. Dwight Harvey opened Off the Bone Barbecue after a long career with Frito-Lay. Harvey says the Paycheck Protection Program kept his staff employed through COVID.
We would not be sitting here at this point. We needed those finances to continue to grow and continue to be open, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, they were extremely important to us.
The U.S. economy could feel blowback from sanctions against Russia. Natalia Shatanyuk is acting president of the Ukrainian Cultural Club of Dallas.
So we heard President Biden speak about economic sanctions against Russian businesses, Russian banks. There are sanctions against individually Putin and his near circle. Those will have a tremendous impact.
Vaccinations are helping the U.S. dig out from under the pandemic, but Texas has had a more hands-off approach. Kyla Porter runs Pink Toes, a nail bar in downtown Dallas.
Because our state was one of the few states that opened up early, even though we had mask requirements, we were still allowed to open. We got a fierce jump and were able to get back and start, to getting the economy thriving again.
At our gathering, she sat next to a doctor whose clinic expanded during COVID.
I see things improving. It wasn't like that a year ago, and I think it's easy to forget where we came from, and it was a very dark place, and it's not so much now. So I think we're moving in the right direction.
In the end, our panelists said they needed more clarity on the president's wide-ranging agenda, especially how he plans to get it done.
I want actionable steps, shorter term, because I saw a lot of lofty goals that are quite a few years out. So I'd like to see us address the country right now.
Our thanks to Joshua Johnson for that report.
In his State of the Union address, President Biden said the U.S. is, quote, moving safely back to a more normal routine in the COVID pandemic. Let's listen to some of that.
So stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease. Let's stop seeing each other as enemies and start seeing each other for who we are, fellow Americans. We can't change how divided we've been. It was a long time in coming. But we can change how to move forward on COVID-19 and other issues that we must face together.
Dr. Anand Swaminathan joins us now. He's a professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Health. Hey, good to see you, doctor. Good morning. So President Biden announced a new plan last night, test to treat. If you test positive at a pharmacy, you get COVID antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. Couple questions here. What do you think of this new plan and what it could mean for our response to the pandemic, how we handle new cases moving forward? But also, I mean, we've seen a lot of difficulties in terms of our handling of this, getting people those free COVID tests, getting masks, those types of things. I mean, do you think this is something that might realistically happen?
I think this is a really important step. We've been talking about this since these new antivirals came out, that the only way they're going to be effective is if people can get rapidly tested and then get a prescription on the spot without having to then make an appointment to see a doctor. This is especially important because we have such a large percentage of our population that doesn't have primary care, doesn't have a regular physician to go to when they need to get tested and need to get a prescription. So this is a good step in the right direction. We need to keep working on equity, make sure that there are enough pharmacies in places that really need them, so places that are underserved, places with low socioeconomic income, so that they can really access these tests and then get the drugs that they need. These drugs could be a real game changer. We'll have to see what happens, especially with availability of the medications, but this is the way to do it. This is the only way that it's going to be successful in helping people. As far as getting tests and masks, we need to continue to expand that, and we need to make it easier. I just got my tests in the mail about a week ago. I applied for them over 6 weeks ago, so that's way too long to wait for those. You should be able to go to the pharmacy, pick up those rapid antigen tests, pick up masks on the spot, send them home with kids from school. There are so many different ways that we can work to really get these to people.
Hey, doctor, something else last night in the State of the Union. Not that many masks in that chamber, notably the three people that you saw on the screen most of the time, President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, Speaker Pelosi, not masked. And also, in fact, more than 50% of the nation's largest school districts are dropping that mask mandate. Now, in many states where that mandate has been lifted, officials are recommending some people wear masks, like those who are unvaccinated, people over 65 who are not boosted. Where do you think we're at with this? Is this safe now? What did you think seeing that room of people unmasked last night? Do you think there's going to be a time where schools will have to go back to wearing masks? Give us a level set.
We have to remember, in that room last night at the State of the Union, almost everybody there is vaccinated, if not everybody. And they all tested before gathering. That is the safest way to gather. So it might give us all a little bit of nervousness seeing that, but that's probably how we can do those larger gatherings. As far as schools, this is a place where I have to disagree with what is happening. Schools are not necessarily a safe place to go unmasked because vaccination rates are not nearly as high as we would like them to be. For the group of 12 to 17, it's only about 50%. For those 5 to 11, it's only about 25 to 30%. And we're learning now that against all disease, against any infection, 2 doses of Pfizer is not protecting that 5 to 11 group as much as we would like it to. So I think we need to continue masking in school. I'll tell you that my kids are going to continue wearing their masks in school because it also is important to protect other people around you, not just about you. And this is what Biden was really talking about last night, coming together as a nation and caring about each other.
All right, Dr. Anand Swaminathan, thank you so much. And if you at home have a question for one of our fabulous doctors like Dr. Swaminathan, let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com with your questions and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous. Now, we've got some bad news for baseball fans this morning. Opening day in the major leagues has officially been canceled. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred made the announcement yesterday that the first two series of the season, which is essentially the first week of baseball, is going to be scrapped. The league and the Players Union couldn't reach a deal on a new collective bargaining agreement before Tuesday's deadline. It's the first time in 27 years that regular season games will be canceled over a labor dispute. Now, so far, no date has been set to resume future negotiations. All right, now let's go to check on your Morning News Now weather, which means Bill Cairns is here. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. We have a huge problem in this country, Savannah, and there is no cure.
Oh dear.
It's spring fever.
I was going to say, we got a lot of problems, so which one do you want to tackle right now, Bill?
No, well, let's tackle the spring fever, which there is no cure because it is on. The temperatures are ridiculously warm throughout much of the country. People want to be outdoors. The exception is the Northwest still, where we still have a lot of clouds and we still have some rain, so my apologies to you in Oregon. But the rest of the country, from the Rockies to the Southeast to the Mid-Atlantic, I mean, this is almost like May, maybe early June. Like, it's going to be 80 degrees in Kansas City in the beginning of March. Record highs today. St. Louis could also hit 80 degrees for a record high. And it's not just isolated. I mean, Denver's 73 and Charlotte, North Carolina is 75. And everywhere in between is just enjoying this unusually warm spring break. And then tomorrow it continues. Raleigh even hits 75 degrees. Great Lakes, Northeast, my apologies. You have to be patient. You have to wait. We'll get a tiny taste of it. Washington, D.C. could be 71 degrees Sunday. New York City gets up to about 60, but it's not that, you know, oh my God, I can't believe it's beautiful spring weather that they're having throughout much of the country. So the forecast heading towards the weekend, because it's Wednesday and Savannah loves her weekend forecast on Wednesday. It looks to be pretty nice throughout the eastern half of the country, but things change on Saturday. That's when a snowstorm breaks out from the Rockies to the northern plains, and then that snow continues in areas of Colorado. But yeah, no cure for spring fever.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that what you say, Bill, when it's nice out? Oh, my God, it's beautiful spring weather.
I just can't believe it.
All right, Bill, thank you. And yes, I do love my weekend forecast. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, coming up, a Twitter bot now trending as it tracks the movements of Russian oligarchs' private jets. When we return, hear my conversation with the college student behind the account. Plus, we'll take a closer look at the inner circle of Russian President Vladimir Putin after the break on Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're going to take a closer look right now at Russian President Vladimir Putin and the powerful people who surround him, the Russian officials, the oligarchs. Russia's advance into Ukraine has slowed down after its initial push into the country, and that has U.S. officials worried about Putin's state of mind and what he might do if backed into a corner. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the story.
Vladimir Putin frustrated and angry with the pace of his assault on Ukraine. The worry for Washington, is he acting rationally, and will he ramp up the violence against Ukraine's citizens? There is no new intelligence on his mental state. But U.S. officials say everyone, including President Biden, sees an angrier Putin, increasingly detached from reality in his speeches, isolated from longtime advisors, rarely coming into the Kremlin, and when he does, meeting on opposite ends of a supersized table, more than 20 feet apart.
That, I think, creates this kind of delusional bubble about what he thought was going to happen when he first launched this attack.
Officials tell NBC News Putin has lashed out at underlings in private and in public bullied his top spy on state TV. Say it directly, he said.
What do you think is going on there?
I don't know what is the matter there, but whatever it is, the people of Ukraine are paying the price for it.
Now he's raising the stakes for U.S. military planners by putting Russia's nuclear forces on heightened alert.
You don't want a madman backed into a corner with nothing to lose, especially if that madman has nuclear weapons.
With the Russian economy collapsing under the weight of global sanctions and some of his own oligarchs even criticizing the invasion, what might he do to stay in power?
He can threaten or carry out cyber attacks against the West, including the United States, and he can threaten to use battlefield nuclear weapons.
U.S. officials say President Biden is deliberately downplaying Putin's nuclear threats and not raising the alert status of U.S. nuclear weapons, trying to de-escalate a crisis with an unpredictable enemy.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. And let's dig a little deeper into this subject with Catherine Belton. She's a special correspondent for Reuters and the author of Putin's People. Catherine, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I've seen so many viewer questions about oligarchs and Putin's inner circle, and so I'm really excited to get to have this conversation with you today. Let's talk through first what you think about how this conflict has played out so far, with the fact that we're hearing that Putin's getting frustrated with his lack of military advances, but then that we've seen that the real retaliation has come in the form of sanctions, which was anticipated, but really specifically on his inner circle. What do you think his inner circle is telling him now? At what point do they start to get frustrated and say something?
I'm afraid that most of them won't dare to speak out against any of his actions at this point, because they realize that if they do so, they'll probably wind up in jail. The inner circle members that he does speak to all share his views. That's Nikolai Patrushev, the head of his Security Council. He's a very senior security service member. And also there's a guy called Vladimir Medinsky, who is the former culture minister, who is very much of the view of we need to restore Russian empire. He was the official that Putin sent to the peace talks in Ukraine earlier this week. And he relies very much on these men who have a Cold War mindset, who believe that the U.S. is somehow trying to use Ukraine to encircle Russia and to threaten the Putin regime. And this is what he wants to believe, and no one else really dares to question that. And you see the officials there in front of us, the economic officials, they're not daring to speak, to say anything, but they're certainly looking very glum, because they know that they can't actually tell him what the consequences are.
Yes, those people seated at the very far end of a very long table from President Putin. Now, they might not necessarily be speaking up, but I mean, they certainly are feeling it. You know, there are these plans to seize property in foreign countries as part of these sanctions. They're going to limit their movements. They're not going to be able to get on those yachts that they've bought. Now, as they come into the spotlight, I want to get your reaction to a conversation I had with the creator of a Twitter account. This is a 19-year-old. He's got this bot that tracks the movement of these private planes owned by oligarchs. And in just since I interviewed him yesterday afternoon, his Twitter account's grown by almost 100,000 followers. First, let's listen to what he had to say.
Jack, tell me exactly what it is that you're doing and how you're doing it.
I'm tracking the private jets of Russian oligarchs using public data from the plane's transponders.
And then you're publishing that information to a Twitter account.
Yeah, that data goes into a program I created, which automatically posts the information when a plane lands or takes off to the Twitter account.
What's the response been like?
There's like people that are like, these people shouldn't be allowed in the U.S. or another country. That some of them have citizenship here, and they're like, they should not have citizenship here, you know, should kick them out and whatever, seize the airplanes, take their toys, people were calling them.
Actually, he also had a congressman tweet out one of the tweets that he did and suggest that we seize a plane that had landed in New Jersey belonging to one of those oligarchs. Do you think there's any amount of pressure here from something like this that could have some kind of impact on Putin as these oligarchs' lives essentially completely change and close down around them?
Yeah, I think of course there is, and I think that's going to be the ultimate impact of this. I mean, Putin's position as president was very much contingent on him being the guarantor of Russia's stability. And last week, overnight, he tore up that contract and turned everything on its head. Everything that the oligarchs have built over the last 30 years, all of Russia's economic progress since the collapse of the Soviet Union, has literally collapsed around their eyes. And Putin seems to not care. The central bank has said that all of Russia's commodity tycoons must now sell 80% of their export revenues, and that's going to be the means by which they prop up the ruble. There are some diehards out there who say, well, you know, Cuba survived sanctions for 70 years, so can we. But most of Russian big business, they're devastated and they're in shock because they always presumed that Putin behaved with a kind of cool, hard logic, that he would never step beyond the bounds as he has done now.
Catherine, some believe economic sanctions won't be enough to end the war. You mentioned that they might be, even those close to him, too scared to be arrested, jailed. But instead, we should be looking at what Russia had initially put forward as their security concerns. Walk us through if there's any legitimacy there and what could be done on that front that could make a difference.
You know, it's a very tricky balance to reach because I think eventually, the scale of collapse that the Russian elite is facing is so great that I think eventually some of them will act against him. It's just that they're never going to tell him to his face what his war has wrought. So we must bear that in mind in the background. But on the other hand, perhaps some of his security concerns were legitimate over, for instance, the anti-missile defense shield that was being placed very close to Russia's borders, just 100 miles away in Poland. And I think the Russian officials were very worried that that could be used for offensive purposes, not just defensive. The US has always claimed that those shields were aimed against stray missiles from Iran and other rogue states, but Russia sees them very much as targeted against their capacity.
Catherine Belton, fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for joining us. And coming up, Ukrainians forced to flee or fight as the war in their country unfolds. We'll check in with a member of Ukraine's parliament still in Ukraine next on Morning News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've been seeing devastating images out of Ukraine of civilians forced to flee their home while others stay to fight.
That includes members of Ukraine's parliament. Joining us now is Ukrainian parliament member Inna Sovsun. She remains in Kyiv. Inna, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, you and I spoke just over 24 hours ago at the time you were hearing of heavy shelling going on in Kharkiv. How are you doing right now? What are you hearing from friends and family?
Well, I am in Kyiv, as many other of my colleagues. I do still hear terrible news coming up from Kharkiv. The city continues to be under siege, under heavy bombardments. Just about an hour ago, we heard the news that another bomb was dropped by a plane over Kharkiv, and it was hitting the mayor's office, the city administration. Yet another bomb did hit one of the schools, one of the, renowned schools in Kharkiv. I'm getting messages from family members and friends over there. As I was saying, I was born and raised in Kharkiv, so seeing those pictures, seeing those bombs exploding like in the area where I grew up, or 5 minutes walk to the school that I went to, it's just devastating. But the overall mood in Kharkiv, and I'm talking to so many of my friends and former classmates over there, and they all are saying just one and the same. They are all saying, like, we want Putin out of here. Please do not surrender. Please keep fighting. We want Kharkiv to remain Ukrainian, and we shall stay here, and we shall continue to fight. Just don't forget about us, and just tell the whole world about the atrocities of what is happening in Kharkiv right now.
Absolutely. It's just heartbreaking. And actually, the whole world has been so moved by the Ukrainian people. And I know you're actually a member of the opposition party, but it seems right now that the country is more united than ever. Tell us about your role right now. I mean, you mentioned that you're there like many of your colleagues are. What is the larger role of Parliament right now as your country is under attack? What's day-to-day like right now?
So that really differs. The majority of the members of parliament are in Ukraine. The only parliamentarians who did leave the country are actually members of the pro-Russian political group. They all did flee, even the days leading to the war. And ironically enough, they didn't leave for Russia, but they did leave for the West. So that does tell a lot about the strength of their conviction of love to Mother Russia. But the rest of the MPs are staying here in Kyiv, or they went back to their constituencies, and they're doing whatever they can. So I'm doing mostly this, what I'm doing right now, which is talking to the world and explaining what is happening to the world. But I have my best friend in Parliament, a fellow member of Parliament, Roman Kostenko, who was in the Special Forces, and he did go back to the Special Forces, so he's back in his uniform, and he went back to the south, and he's literally fighting right now, just like so many other Ukrainians. And other MPs are coordinating humanitarian aid. We are constantly getting questions like, okay, we have food here where it is mostly needed. How can we coordinate to make sure that the right people get the right things that they need right now? So I think everyone is just doing what they can. So someone can be speaking to the media, someone is coordinating the aid, and some people are fighting.
Ukrainians serving their country in so many ways. Inna Sovsun with the Ukrainian Parliament, thank you so much for updating us once again. We'll make sure to check back within you. We're thinking of your friends, your colleagues, and your family.
Yeah, stay safe.
Coming up, it is the song that is being sung all over the world right now.
Up next, how Ukraine's national anthem has become a signal of hope and support from the battlefield to city streets. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, Ukraine fights to stop Russia's invasion. The country's national anthem is ringing out across the world.
It can be heard from the battlefields around Kyiv to some of the world's biggest stages. Here's NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin with more.
In an underground metro station turned bomb shelter, Ukraine's national anthem. Courage and comfort to a nation under attack. From the volunteers making camouflage nets for soldiers in Lviv, to a woman picking up what's left of her bombed-out home. Compassionate defiance heard a world away.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
In place of SNL's Cold Open, the spiritual anthem of Ukraine. Across Midtown Manhattan, a show of solidarity. And a Ukrainian opera singer brought to tears. Vlad Volosky's entire family is still in the now war-torn country.
I want to help my family and my country as much as I can, but I'm here and it's a hard moment.
And so at the Met Opera House, he's teaching his peers his country's song for this last-minute performance.
It's about that we are brave people, we have our freedom, and it's our country.
Back in Kharkiv, Ukraine, amidst reports Russian troops were closing in, a young boy plays a piano in a hotel lobby. The song's called Walk to School. The haunting sound of an ordinary way of life perhaps forever gone, and a nation forever changed. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
National anthem now, so much a global anthem. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin with day 7 of the war in Ukraine. Right now, Russian troops are gradually getting closer to the capital of Kyiv. Blasts and air raid sirens were heard across several major cities overnight. The Ukrainian military says Russians are trying to advance in all directions. This morning, also closing in on the southern city of Kherson, where this apartment building was hit by Russian shelling. Right now, Ukraine says it still controls the city, with the mayor there saying, quote, "We are all waiting for a miracle right now."
As Russia intensifies attacks, Ukraine's president is telling Putin to stop the bombing and sit down at the negotiation table. And last night, President Biden spent part of his first State of the Union address talking about the invasion of Ukraine, announcing he's closing U.S. airspace to the Russians, further isolating Putin.
Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated.
We begin our coverage this hour with NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who filed this report from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv.
This is the television tower here in Kiev that Russia targeted next to a Holocaust memorial. And it seems that Russian forces missed their main target because the tower is still standing. It is still working as Ukrainian resistance and Russian logistical problems are slowing down Vladimir Putin's assault.
Firefighters overnight battled what could be the flames of President Putin's frustration after fresh Russian attacks overnight. Russia has intensified its air and missile assaults as Russian forces lay siege to Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, what could be a trial run for the capital, killing, a health official said, more than 20 civilians across the city since yesterday. Ukraine's President Zelensky accused Russia of using brutality against civilians to force him to sign a deal with Moscow, likely for his exit. And the international community is protesting those tactics. 100 diplomats walking out of a speech by Russia's foreign minister at the UN Human Rights Council on Tuesday, as a 40-mile Russian convoy is heading toward Kiev. But its progress is stalled, U.S. officials say, because of a lack of fuel and food. Russian forces are still expected to encircle and attack the capital after Ukrainians said Russia bombed a key television tower and a Holocaust memorial site. In Kiev, we went to Ukraine's biggest hospital for mothers and babies. The cold storage area downstairs, now a ward for fragile patients. Katerina's two daughters, Diana and Sophia, were born at 5 months. They were in an oxygen chamber together when the Russians started bombing. We had to rush down here as we were hearing the sirens and explosions, she says. Look at this place. It's old and rusty, and we don't know how long we'll be here.
What about your family? Have you been able to see the rest of your family, or are you just here by yourself?
I have a brother who helped me, but he's a soldier and has been activated, so I have nobody else. Oksana's daughter, Nicole, was born with complex needs and requires constant care.
How's Nicole?
We were giving her a blood transfusion every 2 weeks, but now her condition is getting worse, and she feels worse, Oksana says.
How are you feeling? I have a child myself who has special needs and has extra health issues, and I know how powerless you can feel to be a parent with a sick child.
It is very hard, she says. We want this war to stop because our kids suffer and we cannot go home.
And as that convoy slowly makes its way toward this city, Kiev's mayor told residents to stock up on supplies and get ready to defend their city. And for the first time since this conflict broke out, Ukrainian troops announced that they went today on the offensive.
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Colonel Mark Hansian, Senior Advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Good morning to you. You just heard Richard's report from Kyiv. What do you make of the Russian advances so far, including these attacks on places where civilians live?
Well, we're entering the second phase of the offensive. In the first phase, the Russians counted on the Ukrainians collapsing. The Russians started this shock and awe campaign, with missile attacks and air attacks on airfields and headquarters. And then they invaded along 3 axes, along the north towards Kyiv, in the northeast towards Kharkiv, and in the south out of Crimea. And they sent armored columns ahead to try to capture cities before Ukrainian defenses could be established. Those columns were pushed back and defeated. Now the Russians are doubling down on their invasion. They're bringing up additional forces, as we've seen. And unfortunately, this second phase is likely to be very violent. Russian doctrine calls for the massive application of firepower. We're seeing that in Kharkiv now. And I think in this second phase, as the Russians launch a series of offensives, we're going to see a lot more of that, and unfortunately, a lot of civilian casualties.
Colonel, let's talk about the international response. President Biden announced last night the U.S. is banning Russian planes from U.S. airspace, just the latest move to try and isolate Russia. What more would you like to see the U.S. and allies do, and what will be the clues you're looking for to see if these actions are having any impact at all?
Well, the international community is already doing a lot. The sanctions have been very severe. The economic isolation of Russia is increasing. And you're seeing a lot of secondary effects. Institutions around the world taking their own actions. Sports organizations, for example, excluding the Russians and doing more of that, increasing Russian isolation so that the ordinary Russian citizen feels it, I think would be a very good step, and is happening. We're doing weapons transfers. We're sending supplies. It's possible to increase those. There's been some talk about maybe sending aircrafts, Soviet-era aircraft that the Ukrainians could use immediately. There was some back and forth on that with NATO. An embargo of oil and natural gas seems to be off the table because the Europeans are so dependent on Russian oil and natural gas. One idea that's floating around that I think would be very dangerous is a no-fly zone. It sounds benign, but what we saw in Iraq when the United States imposed that is that that would entail war with Russia. We'd have to send hundreds of aircraft over to attack Russian aircraft and airfields. We'd have to suppress their air defenses. It would be war with Russia, and I don't think there's any support for that among the public, and certainly we're not ready for that.
Colonel, while I have you, I want to talk to you about the support we're seeing from especially Europe and the West really uniting behind Ukrainians, levying these severe sanctions on Russia. What does this mean for alliances like NATO, what we've seen over the last few days and weeks?
This crisis has revitalized NATO. Just a couple of years ago, the United States was struggling to get NATO to increase its spending and to take the threat in the East more seriously. The alliance has been very united. Even members who were thought maybe to be a little iffy, like Hungary, have come along with diplomatic actions. And the Germans have done a complete reversal. A month ago, they were essentially appeasing Putin. Now they've shut down the Nord Stream 2, and they've pledged to increase their defense spending, which had been very low, and the German military forces had been really in a very bad way. So I think going forward, you're going to see NATO increasing its spending and taking more aggressive actions.
All right, Colonel Mark Hansen, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Now to the growing refugee crisis in Central Europe. The United Nations estimates more than 660,000 people have fled Ukraine in the past week, including countless families with children. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Yamas has been speaking with some of those families, watching very emotional goodbyes, and he joins us now from Lviv in western Ukraine. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. We've been covering this almost a week now, and I've seen no sign of this slowing down, this refugee crisis. Just behind me, these are some of the Ukrainians trying to get out of here. They've been waiting for hours, they tell me, hoping to get on a train to Poland. The sad reality is that a lot of the trains today are leaving to border towns, still in Ukraine, though, Romania, Poland, Hungary. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get out, but at least you'll get closer. And for all of these people, especially all these families, they're willing to take that risk. This morning, the flood of Ukrainian refugees showing no sign of slowing. Young and old facing harsh winter conditions as they flee the violence in their country.
All these kids and quite cold now. It's like 0 degrees. It's not like summer.
If families do make it out, this is where some of them come. A makeshift refugee camp across the border in Poland. Many here unsure of what to do or where to go to next. Those who remain in Ukraine preparing for battle. Volunteers weaving camouflage nets to protect vehicles and servicemen from Russian drones and planes. Long lines of civilians forming at gun shops to purchase weapons. Just days ago, 19-year-old Vitaly was at the university in Kyiv. So are you scared of the Russians?
No, I'm not scared because we know what we fight for. We Ukrainians, we fight for justice and for freedom and for liberty. And Russians, they do not know what they fight for.
30-year-old Victoria Zamborina has just left her home in the country's capital. Why did you come out here? Why are you in Lviv?
Because it was so horrible to stay in Kyiv. It was really scary. They were bombing us, and I didn't belong to myself. I was going crazy.
And every hour, more tearful scenes like this. Families being separated, facing uncertain futures.
It's terrible because actually it was so unexpected, and nobody was prepared to this situation. And we believe that we will see them soon.
So the UN has a new estimate out. They think about 4 million Ukrainians will try to escape this country. Having covered this now for a little bit, I would not be surprised if that number still is much higher. Behind me, you can see all the children of Ukraine who are trying to get out. So many families here. Every day we come out here, we hope to see these lines thinning out, but the crowds are still the same size. People still so desperate, so sad, so ready to get out of this country, at least while this war is still going on. Joe and Savannah, back to you guys.
So many children whose fathers also had to turn back to fight. Tom, thank you so much.
In his State of the Union address last night, President Biden balanced global and domestic policy, criticizing Russia's decision to invade Ukraine while looking to ease Americans' concerns over the economy and the pandemic. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has a recap.
Good morning. This really was a tale of two speeches last night. First, the state of the world, or more specifically, the state of Ukraine, stacked on top of a much more traditional State of the Union address. President Biden slamming Vladimir Putin's war, arguing the Russian president is now more isolated from the world than ever, and that the U.S. and its allies are inflicting pain on Moscow, before looking to revive his stalled agenda back here at home. Entering a chamber filled with yellow and blue, the colors of the Ukrainian flag, President Biden forcefully condemning Vladimir Putin.
He has no idea what's coming.
Denouncing the Russian invasion as premeditated, totally unprovoked, and a mistake of historic proportions.
He badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people.
Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. receiving a standing ovation and an embrace from First Lady Jill Biden. While the president emphasized U.S. troops would not fight in Ukraine, he delivered this emphatic warning to Russia.
The United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch.
With Russia already facing crippling economic sanctions, the president announcing a new penalty to further isolate Moscow, barring all Russian flights from U.S. airspace. The president also suggesting America is finally emerging from the pandemic.
Stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease.
And despite a fast-growing economy, President Biden acknowledging too many people are still feeling the pain of rising prices.
Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it.
In one surprising moment of unity, the president trying to move his party to the middle with a message on crime that even got some Republicans on their feet.
The answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police.
Throughout his speech, the president was repeatedly heckled by a pair of far-right Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, including when he invoked the memory of his late son.
I know.
13.
One of those soldiers was my son, Major Beau Biden.
Boebert yelling 13 of them, an apparent reference to the number of service members killed during the U.S.'s chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. The president's speech immediately panned by Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds, who gave the Republican response.
It's time to lead. But we can't project strength abroad if we're weak at home.
In the end, President Biden praising Americans' resilience and resolve.
The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong.
With COVID cases declining, the president also detailed the next phase of his pandemic response, including a new test-to-treat initiative designed to provide patients with new antiviral medications just as soon as they learn that they are infected. Still on Ukraine, the key issue in this moment of global uncertainty, President Biden really looked to rally the world together in its fight against autocracy overseas, hoping he may also be able to unite Americans behind other priorities here at home. Back to you.
Peter, thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris joined the Today Show this morning to discuss the United States' latest stance on the situation in Ukraine. Here is some of that conversation.
Do you still believe these actions that the U.S. and the West have taken will be enough to stop him?
The United States has been a leader in bringing together our allies, our NATO alliance, the EU, to stand firm and resolute with some of the most severe sanctions and consequences that we've ever seen as a unified group. And what has the impact been? Well, the impact already we've seen. The ruble is in a free fall. What we've seen is the Russian stock market is closed. What we've seen is that Russia has received a credit rating of basically junk. So we know it's having impact. But we also are acutely aware of the human tragedy of it all.
These sanctions are having quite the effect on the regime, and yet the regime, Vladimir Putin, continues apace with some of these brutal attacks that are only getting worse by the day. So my question to you is, what more is the West and the U.S. prepared to do?
Well, we are going to continue to do what we've done. For example, in the sanctions, it's been sanctions against their financial institutions, against their oligarchs, where we are targeting their mansions and their jets. What we are going to continue to do is stand firm with our allies in terms of reassessing what we are doing with sanctions. Everything is on the table for consideration, frankly. What we are not going to do, and that must be said also, is, as the President has continuously said, we are not going to put U.S. troops in Ukraine to fight the Russians on the ground or in the air. But we are firm in our preparedness to defend our NATO alliance and our allies every inch of the NATO territory, and we will continue to do that.
And finally, one of the more disturbing developments in the last week is Putin rattling his nuclear sword, putting his Russian nuclear forces on special combat readiness. Have you seen Russia take any concrete action to back that up? The U.S. did not respond in kind. Do you not take that as a serious threat?
Well, we listen to everything, obviously, but it is irresponsible to escalate, and we feel very strongly about this. As you know, we have a history of working with Russia in terms of this issue, and we will move on in terms of making sure that there is not escalation around this. Frankly, I think it's highly irresponsible. It's something we will obviously monitor, but our position is that we are not going to contribute to an escalation in that direction, and we have no intention of changing our posture.
All right, that was Vice President Harris, of course, speaking to the Today Show's Savannah Guthrie.
We're following the latest in Ukraine all morning, but there are some other major headlines we want to get to.
Just ahead, we'll have the latest on Queen Elizabeth after her COVID diagnosis. And now on the mend, what we're learning from Buckingham Palace as she's getting back to work.
Plus, the new normal. More than half of the nation's largest school districts have made masks optional. We'll tell you who experts say should keep their masks on. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
School districts across the country are dropping mask mandates for students as COVID cases steadily decline. It's part of a new normal the country is entering into, but doesn't mean the worst of the pandemic is behind us. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
It's time for kids to ditch the masks and breathe a little easier in a growing number of schools nationwide.
That's good because, especially with my little girl, she doesn't like too much.
It's time that we at least have our own choices.
The new reality drawing a mixed response.
I think it's a smart decision to keep it on.
Because everyone feels a lot safer with it on.
More than 50% of the largest districts have made masks optional. New York City could change its school policy next week, barring any unforeseen spike in cases. LA County on March 12th, making some parents there uneasy.
I'm just not ready as a parent. I don't think that completely gone yet because there's people still have COVID.
California is also dropping its requirement for vaccinated people to wear masks in most indoor settings. Same for Washington, Oregon, and Illinois, just to name a few. A recent poll showed 50% of Americans support some kind of mandate, down slightly from 55% last summer. But in many forms of public transportation, the masks are still required, and don't expect to fly without one. Federal officials tell us they're working closely with the CDC, but for now, the rules stand. In many of the places where the mandate has been lifted, officials still recommend some people wear masks. Who are the people at this point, even without a mandate, who should still be masking?
So there are 4 groups of people. Number 1, unvaccinated. Number 2, those older than 65 who are unboosted. Number 3, very immune compromised. And number 4, the people who live with any of the folks in the first 3 groups.
For those who are taking masks off, medical experts recommend not throwing them away. We are not in the clear from COVID. Not yet. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
Some hopeful news now. The United Kingdom and the whole world really are breathing a collective sigh of relief after Queen Elizabeth resumed her duties this week.
Yeah, NBC News' Kathy Park has the latest on this.
The Queen welcoming 2 new ambassadors virtually, easing concerns that had been mounting for more than a week about her health. The Queen canceling several engagements after she tested positive for COVID on February 20th, experiencing mild cold-like symptoms. This after Prince Charles and Camilla tested positive days before. Prior to the Queen's diagnosis, she cracked jokes in her last face-to-face meeting with senior defense officials.
Good morning, Your Majesty. How are you?
Well, as you can see, I can't move. A major reception at Windsor Castle for foreign diplomats remains canceled, although Prince Charles out and about on Tuesday, reportedly saying she's a lot better now. The Queen is alleged to have met with members of her family over the weekend at Frogmore Cottage, including William and Kate and their 3 children. The Duchess of Cambridge just back from a successful solo trip to Denmark. And as the Queen prepares to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee year, Kensington Palace is hosting an exhibition showing archive photographs of the royals as we've rarely seen them before. A young Princess Elizabeth with her dog, precious moments with her father King George VI in his study. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen photographer herself, showing images of the royals as a normal family, a tradition that continues to this day. Getty royal photographer Chris Jackson capturing the celebration of Prince Charles' 70th birthday.
It says unexpected moments that generally happen when you're
of course, least expecting it, which are the best photos, and you always kind of know you have a feeling inside you. I mean, it's always great fun photographing the royal children. I have to find myself looking on the back of the camera and smiling because you've got these lovely pictures.
The Duchess of Cambridge, well known for taking candid photos of her children, snapped this joyous picture of Prince George. And also featured in the exhibit, Princess Diana walking in a cleared minefield in Angola, and Prince Harry following in his mother's footsteps. Plus, there's a powerful image of Diana holding the hand of an AIDS patient, and a stunning glimpse of the princess snapped by a member of the public.
Thanks to Kathy Park. That exhibition is a journey through history and comes during a year of celebration as the Queen prepares for that Platinum Jubilee. All right, this morning we're also watching the results from Texas, where voters cast their ballots in the first elections of the 2022 midterms.
NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki has the latest results, and of course, he is at the big board. Steve, for a second last hour, I was in front of our big board with some political news behind me, and I think everybody was like, "Where's Steve?" So thank goodness you're here. Tell us the latest.
Well, here we go. I mean, it's a bit of a cliffhanger. Pardon me. The biggest piece of outstanding business here in Texas is this House race in the 28th District. This is South Texas. Henry Cuellar, the incumbent, you see, he leads right now as challenger, a progressive Jessica Cisneros, by 2 points. The key is you got to hit 50% in these Texas primaries to avoid a runoff. So at the moment, Cuellar is below 50%. However, there are some question marks about some potential outstanding vote here in the district, particularly right along the border here you see in Starr County. Starr County is, as you can see, a Cuellar stronghold. So we're trying to track down. These are the numbers that we got from the county. The county announced late last night. There are some questions here about whether this is, in fact, everything from Starr County. And again, you can see how good Cuellar is doing here, how close he is to 50 right now. Additionally, provisional ballots, there are still some mail ballots yet to be counted in this thing. So there are some other ballots that'll come in and be tabulated today and beyond. So for the moment, Cuellar is under 50, and if this were to hold anything like this, you'd have Cuellar, Cisneros. They would then have a runoff on May 24th. These two candidates would run. We would lose the third candidate. But again, let's see, because there's been a lot of confusion, particularly, as I say, around Starr County there in South Texas. And the other interesting development here, I think potentially significant development in these primaries, again, a congressional primary, North Texas, 3rd District, Van Taylor, a Republican. You see, he is going to finish under 50%. He is going to be forced into a runoff. Van Taylor voted for that independent January 6th commission. He earned the ire of a lot of pro-Trump folks in his district. That was the basis of these challenges he faced in the primary. Keith Self, it looks like, is going to face Taylor in the runoff. It's a question here for Taylor. It's a big margin he still leads by, but do the dynamics change in a runoff now? Would Donald Trump himself get interested? Would he judge Taylor to be weak? Would national pro-Trump groups, national pro-Trump media get interested, make this runoff an event? Things could get dicey for Taylor if something like that were to happen. He was hoping to be above 50 to avoid a scenario like this. So that's the other major development in the House side to come out of last night.
Steve Kornacki, so much to watch for there. Thank you for watching through, and we hope you're okay with your voice. Thank you so much for powering through that.
We've broken Steve.
Yeah, I know. And of course, on a primary results day, Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks, Steve. Now, many people across the country watched the State of the Union last night. Voters in one key state are paying close attention to what the president had to say. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us this morning, again from Reno. Guad, good morning. So the president hit on a number of topics last night. Let's start with Ukraine. What are voters telling you about what they heard about that in the speech?
Joe, good morning. Well, we've been focusing a lot on these nonpartisan voters, the undecided voters here in Washoe County, which is the swing county in Nevada. So coming into the State of the Union, I should say a lot of them kept bringing up the situation in Ukraine, and they wanted to hear the president talk about what America will be doing as a leader. And also they wanted to hear the sanctions that would be coming against Russia. So a lot of them are behind President Biden's announcement. Let's hear from one of these voters.
I understand it's the State of the Union. You just kind of hit these topics and we go. But I'd like to see more clear-cut answers of how we're going to actually achieve some of these things.
We're going to fight inflation, but we also are going to push through all these bills, and we need a lot more spending and spending and spending and spending. So I don't understand that, and I would like to understand how that's possible.
So we heard from the voters. Now, that was them speaking about domestic issues. We also did speak about the response to the Ukraine crisis. A lot of them, they said they were behind President Biden when it came to the announcements that they're going to have more sanctions against Russia, right? But then we got into the domestic issues, and this is what they responded. What we just saw, we just played that too soon. But essentially what voters are telling us is that when it came to these domestic issues, inflation, the price of gas, the price of housing, and other things that have been affecting them before the Ukraine crisis was the first thought at mind for everyone, they don't really see the Biden administration offering a clear plan that really makes them feel like President Biden is going to help things change for them here domestically, Joe.
All right, so Guad, after all that, after talking about Ukraine and domestic issues, did the speech have any impact on how the people you spoke with are going to vote in the midterms?
Right. So every time we have these conversations with the undecided, the nonpartisan voters, you ask them about the Biden administration. A lot of them saying they haven't seen what they wish they would have, what the promises the Biden administration made. The Biden administration hasn't delivered, but they're not completely disappointed. And when you ask them about the alternative, the first thing they say is there is no alternative on the Republican side. Many of them telling me that the Republican options that they have are just not any that they've considered. So for the most part, although they say they are unhappy with the current administration, they still have faith in President Biden. Joe?
All right, Guad, thank you so much.
We have more of our coverage of Russia's invasion in Ukraine in just a few minutes.
Coming up, President Zelensky's wife and 2 children are still believed to be in the country. We're going to have a closer look at Ukraine's First Lady and her message during the crisis.
Plus, Africans are among the hundreds of thousands of people fleeing Ukraine, and they say they're facing racist treatment as they try to cross the border. A look at what they're facing and reaction from officials next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is causing tremendous levels of human suffering and loss. It's also causing pain for people who identify as both Russian and Ukrainian, and it's tearing apart families with relatives in both countries right now. Many are fearing the worst as the intense fighting continues inside Ukraine's major cities. Alona Cherkasky grew up with a Russian mother and a Ukrainian father and now lives in London. University of Mary Washington professor Dan Hubbard has relatives living in both countries at this moment. Good morning, To both of you, thank you for being with us today. I know this can't be easy to talk about, so we're grateful that you're helping us understand some of the more nuanced aspects of this. Alona, I'll start with you. And I know that you split time between Moscow and Odessa, which is actually where the Russian Navy came in during this invasion. Can you put into words what it's like to see this conflict unfold in a place you and your family spent so much time in, and where you still have family in both countries?
To say the least, this is devastating. And I think it's devastating to people who share this kind of mixed Ukrainian and Russian heritage like myself. Because we grew up like this, there are tens of millions of people in that region who share sort of my destiny, my history, my DNA. Russians and Ukrainians have lived so closely together. They share families, they share faith, they share, what used to be a common geography. The situation is beyond devastating to our friends, our relatives who still remain in Ukraine. And we are trying to parse out how to make sense out of any of this and what the end game really is.
Professor Hubbard, let me bring you in here, and I actually want to read something that you told the New York Times that is just one of the more heartbreaking things I've heard here. You said, "I have cousins on both sides, and I dread them killing each other." What has this been like for you, trying to get in contact with them? Have you been able to? Tell us about the concern for their well-being and what this is like, having them on either side.
Alona said it so eloquently. Devastating, absolutely devastating. One of my Russian cousins has been arrested in the protests. We don't know the conditions he's being held under. My Ukrainian family lives just outside of Kharkiv, and just devastating, absolutely devastating. All this because of a sociopath. And Alona said it perfectly. We share DNA. Kyiv is the birthplace of Russian culture. And for this man to bomb our mother, to kill our people, it's an abomination. Abomination is the word.
Professor Hubbard, you also said that you feel for both sides because Russian boys don't even know why they are there. I think that's such a nuanced point that really gets at some of the more complicated aspects of this, like the misinformation and the differences between what citizens of each country are being told. What did you mean when you said that they don't know why they're there?
Putin is a KGBesnik. In English, you would say KGB man. And, kill, grab, brutalize. And they are masters of disinformation. And many of the young conscripts were absolutely, totally lied to, convinced that they were there to liberate Ukraine from these so-called Nazis. That is a devilish lie. And they are genuinely shocked at the reception they're receiving. They're stunned. Why are we being greeted as an occupying? Why are people fighting us when we're here to liberate them? And my only hope in this is the mothers of Russia. The mothers of Russia can stop this.
Alona, as I mentioned, your mom's from Russia, your dad's from Ukraine. Explain to our viewers how common dual heritage is among people from this region, that it's just not so black and white, simply put. And what do you want people watching right now to know about how connected the two countries are to each other and what this specific pain is for those who do feel that they belong on both sides?
I was joking with my family the other day that there's so few Russians without the Ukrainian heritage, and there's so few Ukrainians without Russian heritage. We're so interlinked. I mean, what springs to mind is, 20 years ago, a war in Yugoslavia where, Serbs and Croatians and Slovenians stood up against one another. I mean, people have lived together for thousands of years. I mean, Orthodoxy is over 1,000 years old. Orthodoxy started in Kiev. Obviously, Ukraine was annexed into the USSR in 1917, 1918. But make no mistake, these are two distinct identities. These are two distinct countries with sovereign rights recognized under international law. What is happening is a brutal occupation and attempted annexation that, as Dr. Hubbard is saying, is completely devastating and not to mention illegal. We lived together for so long that we didn't have to reconcile these identities. They comfortably coexisted within ourselves because, Ukraine is a massive melting pot of people who come from Romania and Moldova and Greece and the huge Jewish community there as well, of which I'm a part of. We never had to question this before the events of a few years ago, really, because we coexisted and lived together comfortably. After 1991, obviously, Ukraine declared its full sovereignty and became a different country, which, for people like me, asked us to take sides, which, having grown up with both, is complicated to do because...
Of course.
It's not complicated to do because, obviously, it's clear what side we're on, but the devastating thing is we have to take sides.
Alona Cherkasky and Professor Daniel Hubbard, thank you both so much. An enlightening conversation, and I know a very personal one for both of you, so we appreciate you sharing, and we're thinking about both of your families.
Thank you so much.
With each passing day, more attention is focused on Ukraine's president, along with his family, specifically the First Lady, who, much like her husband, is taking to social media to publicly speak out against the invasion. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobieja joins us now from Poland, near the border with Ukraine, with more on that. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. The First Lady's location is unknown at this hour, but she's believed to be with her two children in Ukraine. And her ability to stay there, her decision to stay in country and support her husband has drawn admiration from people around the world.
Long the dutiful partner to President Volodymyr Zelensky, Olena Zelenska is now emerging on a world stage in her own spotlight, a voice of hope and resilience for Ukraine and its people, as her own family faces an increasingly grave threat to their lives. Zelenska taking to social media this week, sharing a message of resolve at the start of the Russian invasion. I have no panic or tears in me. I will be calm and confident. The 44-year-old mother of two admits she's always been more comfortable in the background, telling Vogue Ukraine in 2019 she was concerned when her husband decided to run for president. I was not too happy when I realized that those were the plans. I realized how everything would change and what difficulties we would have to face. But since entering office, Zelenska has focused her work on several key issues, including women's rights. The First Lady highlighting the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian women who have stayed behind to fight on the front lines. I once wrote that women in Ukraine are 2 million more than men. Now it takes on a whole new meaning. My admiration and bows to you, my incredible compatriots. Also an advocate for children's development, Zelenska drawing special attention to Ukrainian infants born in bomb shelters, proclaiming one day the newborns will live in a peaceful country who defended herself. While her husband gained fame in front of the camera, Zelenska worked behind the scenes as a comedy writer and screenwriter. Both were born and raised in the same city in southeast Ukraine, but didn't meet until they were university students. On Valentine's Day, the couple sharing this video, telling the world, let's love each other and let's love Ukraine.
President Zelensky has said that according to Ukraine government information, he is Russia's target number 1. His family is target number 2. It is impossible to overstate the great personal risk this first family is taking by staying in Ukraine. Joe, Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much for that report.
And now more than 600,000 people have fled Ukraine as Russia advances further into the country.
But some refugees from Africa who've left Ukraine say they faced racist treatment, segregation, and delays before being allowed into neighboring European Union countries.
NBC News correspondent Zinkley Esama joins us now with more on this. I'm so happy that we are covering it. Zinkley, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Savannah and Joe. That's right. Disturbing video is circulating online under the hashtag Africans in Ukraine as Africans and other non-white refugees say they are facing unjust treatment at Ukraine's borders.
Africans in Ukraine allege racism and discrimination at the country's borders. Video posted this week by a Nigerian student studying in Ukraine and verified by NBC appears to show military officials pointing guns at refugees who say they are not being allowed out of the war-stricken country. According to video, officials continued to point the guns even as refugees raised their hands in surrender.
We've been here for 3 days. We died of
Alexander Somtoora, a Nigerian student, was there. He alleges officials at multiple borders turned refugees of color away.
I asked them, do you identify Ukrainian by looking at them? Because I don't see you checking passports. I see you picking white people only.
How would you describe what's happening at the border?
I don't like using the word racism, but it's racism. And I was expecting people that are in war to be more compassionate.
These statements echo to our teams in Poland on the border with Ukraine. They spoke with one man, a Senegalese student, who asked to conceal his face.
You had all the documents to cross. Was it that help make it faster, or is it slow no matter what?
It does not even help you to get faster.
As Russia invades Ukraine, hundreds of thousands have been displaced and traveled miles by car and on foot, looking for a way to safely exit Ukraine. More distressing video verified by NBC shows footage of Ukrainian forces seemingly denying a black person entry on a train. Many refugees sharing similar accounts of being stranded online.
The Ukrainians were let in, and the foreigners, they were segregated to one side. They were treated differently.
Ukraine's foreign minister tweeted Tuesday night that, quote, Africans seeking evacuation are our friends and need to have equal opportunities to return to their home countries safely. The African Union released a statement on Monday saying, quote, reports that Africans are singled out for unacceptable dissimilar treatment would be shockingly racist and breach international law. On Monday, the permanent representative of Poland to the United Nations said that allegations of discrimination were, quote, a complete lie. For Ora, days after failed attempts to cross, he says he and other Africans stormed past the border, then were granted legal entry.
What do you want people to know about the experience of Africans in Ukraine right now?
I want people to know that the exact people asking the world for help is committing a war crime against Africans.
And Savannah and Joe, it's important to point out that African student I spoke with really emphasized that Ukrainian citizens have been welcoming and warm, offering food and shelter. But he says at the border is when he's been met with resistance. Of course, officials in the countries have denied these allegations, but it's something we're going to continue following closely.
Please do. Such important reporting. Sinclair Esama, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And after the break, reaction to President Biden's State of the Union address.
Coming up, we'll tell you what black voters thought of his speech next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. There's plenty of reaction this morning to President Biden's State of the Union address.
This morning, we're hearing from a key group of voters who helped him win the White House back in 2020. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, good morning. I know you spoke with a group of black voters just this morning. What did they have to say about what they heard last night?
You know, Joe, they said overall they were satisfied with the tone of the speech. They said that they liked that it was a unifying message. They enjoyed hearing that from the president and drew a contrast to the previous administration. But when it comes to substance, they say they were listening for very specific things along voting rights, about child care, about policing, and they say that they wish they had heard more substance on that front. Take a look.
Voting rights. I cannot emphasize enough that we did not hear that. That was 1 minute. I remember timing it and just hearing, oh, you've checked that box and now you've moved on.
He touched on, I mean, I have 2 sons. So, I mean, police reform is very important to me. It's important. I mean, I'm hearing about teenagers that literally don't want to get their driver's license or drive out of fear.
And, you know, both of them did sort of give the caveat of, listen, they understand that he has a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover in a defined amount of time. But they did say that, especially when it comes to voting rights, the first lady that you heard from is a voting rights activist. She's somebody who spent a lot of time in the run up to the 2020 election registering voters, knocking on doors, making sure that people got out to the polls. She says those are the very people who put President Biden in office. And she says that voting rights, again, a sticking point that we've heard before, is something that she really wanted to hear more of, guys.
Blaine, what else stands out from your conversation with these voters? I know you just spoke with them.
Yeah, you know, I also talked with Sashita McNair. She's somebody who was a mother. We actually first met her back during the primaries in 2020. She was sitting out in the rain holding her then infant son, and they had been waiting for several hours. So we followed her. We talked to her a lot, you know, since that time. And I asked her, you know what, was the time in the rain worth it? She said, absolutely. But there's something that she wanted to hear as well. Take a look.
As far as like the job, I'm a little disappointed because I felt like people have like increased their prices on childcare, making it inaccessible to those who have multiple kids. And you know, my sister just passed, so I just adopted my nephew here, and now I find that people are like overpricing.
You heard her there. She has her 2 little boys with her today, and she said childcare. That's something that she really wanted to hear about. In addition to that, student loan forgiveness is something else that she really wanted to bring to the forefront. So overall, again, they were satisfied with the tone. You know, 2 of them said that they would rate it about an 8, but they say, again, when it comes to the midterms, when it comes to energizing voters, that it's very important that they hear the things that they believe are most important to them, the things that the president campaigned on and effectively got him into office. They say that they want to make sure that those things remain a priority, guys.
Blaine, quickly, I know it's early, but any chance the speech influences how they're going to vote in the midterms?
You know, I actually asked that. I said, you know, do you think it's going to go one way or the other? They said not necessarily. They're still going to be fired up. They're still going to be excited when it comes to going out and getting voters and making sure people turn out to the polls. But they say, again, there needs to be that return on investment. Specifically, the activists that I spoke to said there needs to be that return on investment to make sure that the momentum still keeps going for the midterms.
Still a ways to go before those midterms. Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. Appreciate that this morning. Coming up, New York City is home to the largest population of Ukrainians in the United States.
We'll take you to a restaurant in New York's Ukrainian neighborhood next, where people are lining up to support the business.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thousands of miles from Ukraine in New York City, you'll find a family-owned restaurant with deep ties to the region.
Veselka, long known for its pierogies and family atmosphere, is seeing a surge of support with customers lining up around the block. I spoke to the owner about how emotional the last week has been for his staff and what this restaurant represents in a time of crisis.
I have a young guy that works for me that's lost 4 of what he considers his brothers, guys that he grew up with, that were on the front line.
Inside the Manhattan restaurant, Veselka, the crisis in Ukraine is close to home.
I would say a good 30% to 40% of my employee base is Ukrainian that has direct ties to Ukraine. They're very concerned. They have siblings and fathers and that are fighting.
Owner Jason Burchard says the last week has been a whirlwind for his family's business, with New Yorkers arriving in masses to show their support.
Business has pretty much doubled in the last week since the invasion. I think a lot of the Ukrainian community patrons that are coming are very happy to see that we're here and we're open.
So you are Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm.
You were born there?
Yeah, born there.
Where?
In Khmelnytsky.
What's it going to mean today when you go in there and order and support this business?
Support, showing them our love. Yeah. And I hope that we all get through this together.
Inside the East Village staple, many employees are anxiously waiting to hear from loved ones in Ukraine.
And I know you've been offering them paid time off.
One of my servers, a Ukrainian, has direct links. Her parents are in Kiev, and she just wanted to be by the phone all week this week, so she requested a week off, and I will supplement her income for this week.
Others find the work a welcome distraction and a chance to be together.
They don't want to be stuck to the internet or the TV and seeing, the tragedy which is unfolding. I think in working in unity, they know that they're standing together.
Some have even considered leaving New York and joining the fight in Ukraine.
I've had several male employees ask me, what my thoughts are. Of course, I would support them.
What's that like for you when one of them comes in?
It makes me want to join them. They're calling up any able-bodied male in Ukraine from 18 to 60. I'm 55. I mean, if I were living in Ukraine, I would be asked to join the army.
Customers say coming to Veselka humanizes the crisis.
When they unfurled the Ukrainian flag last week, it really made this sort of abstract thing very, very real.
And for Ukrainians in the States, it's a small piece of home when their country's future remains uncertain.
Is your family scared?
Yeah, on the daily they worry about, because like I said, everyone on my father's side is still over there. Because you never know, today it's Kiev, but tomorrow it could be the rest of Europe.
In addition to supporting his employees, Jason is using his restaurant to support Ukrainians fighting overseas.
Well, we're going to start collecting medical and basic supplies that I will pay for the shipping. We are partnered with several nonprofits that I've worked with before. We're passing out QR codes so people direct links to donate. And going forward, any of our Ukrainian borscht, our homemade beet soup, all those sales will go to help Ukrainian relief efforts.
I think the world is just moved by the resilience of Ukrainian people, making Molotov cocktails, showing up to fight.
We're very proud, resilient people. We've been down this road before. Being 30 years sovereign this past year, anniversary, they're going to die fighting.
His message to Americans: this isn't just about Ukraine.
This is a war on the free world. We have to really think this is a war on all of us. And we need to really stand up and have our voices heard.
It was a really quick flash in the piece there, but actually in the kitchen there were women who were making pierogies with their phone propped up to be continuing to watch the news events. Just so hard to separate the two, but finding community at least there.
And incredible to hear that some are willing to go from New York to Ukraine to fight. That's just how important this is to them and how much their country matters to them.
Absolutely. And he's a great boss in general. This stepped it up tenfold. I mean, saying he makes him want to do the same. And he's having people come into his office crying and just comforting them as they're waiting to hear from family.
Love seeing all those long lines around the corner there, which have
so
been
much
all
support.
over social media.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin again with breaking news as the war in Ukraine enters its 7th day. This morning, widespread destruction from Russian airstrikes in several key cities, including the capital of Kyiv. The UN says at least 136 civilians have been killed so far, but the real death toll is believed to be much higher. Officials in Ukraine are denying Russian state media reports that Russia has captured the key southern city of Kherson. U.S. defense officials say Russia's military progress has slowed, including a massive convoy heading toward Kyiv. In Washington, President Biden condemned Russia's invasion and pledged to support Ukraine in his State of the Union address, but reiterated that American troops would not be sent in to fight.
Together with our allies, we're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. But let me be clear, our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine.
That State of the Union address came just hours after a call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who told reporters yesterday talks with Russia can resume when the bombing stops and that Ukraine won't win this war without help.
Ukraine will fight. We'll fight more than anyone else, but we, just by ourselves, left alone against Russia, we simply cannot manage.
We have team coverage for you this morning with NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs, NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons in Moscow, and NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Matt, let's start with you. Kharkiv, a place you know well, is again in focus today following that heavy shelling we saw yesterday. Ukraine's military says Russian paratroopers landed in the city overnight. Are we about to see the start of a broader ground battle? What is the latest there?
Yeah, I mean, not only are we about to see the start of a broader ground battle, I think we're really about to see the start of a battle that puts civilians on the front line. And that's the really troubling thing, is that Vladimir Putin and his army have become increasingly frustrated. We're starting to hear, not necessarily in Kharkiv, though we are seeing signs, traces of that shift in the force arrangement. We're starting to see that also in Kyiv, where Vladimir Putin and Russia said that civilians should leave. This is the first time they actually announced that they were going to be targeting into civilian areas. Now, of course, already they've been hitting civilian targets, regardless of whether they announced it or not, even though they've been saying they've been mostly hitting military and strategic targets. We know that they've been striking civilians, especially in Kharkiv. But that's kind of the next foot to drop here, is that we're going to start to see, as this military becomes frustrated, that they're going to start moving into city centers, to residential areas. Because remember, guys, this was a military who thought that their overwhelming force and somewhat may have deluded themselves that sympathy on the ground for Moscow might have given them an easy victory. That has clearly not been the case, as we're now in day 7, and they have yet to take any seriously large areas of residential or sort of civilian-controlled areas. So now, frustrated, it seems as though they are literally bringing in the big guns. We were talking about that convoy of tanks and armored vehicles moving down towards Kyiv. Now it looks like it's getting serious in terms of civilian engagement. Guys?
Now, Matt, we're getting mixed reports out of the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. Russia's defense ministry says it has captured the city, while the region's governor says the city is encircled by Russian forces. How much of a victory would it be for Russia if it has indeed, or does indeed, capture this city? Why is it so important?
Well, Kherson is the home of a major naval base, as in, all of those cities along the Black Sea are important assets. And frankly, as I was talking earlier about the Russian advance from the north, that's been really frustrated. But the Russian advance from the south has seen a lot more success. So we've seen major incursions into cities like Melitopol and Kherson, and also Berdyansk, which is now seen basically occupied entirely. And in fact, I believe the Ukrainians have essentially admitted that. We're starting to see videos out of Berdyansk where Ukrainian citizens are in the streets heckling Russian soldiers who are occupying that city and taking up positions in front of major points of political importance like city halls and things like that. So It would be important in the sense that it gives the Russians the upper hand in the naval battle in the south. But I got to tell you, Joe, the Russians have already made a lot of strides in the south. But that's only compared to the frustrations that they've experienced in the north of the country, around Kharkiv in the east and around Kiev in the center north. So yes, those advances have been pretty swift, but only relative to the frustrations they've had in the north. Guys.
All right. Matt Bradley reporting from Lviv this morning. Matt, thank you so much.
This morning, we're also following the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Eastern Europe as Ukrainian refugees flee for safety. According to the UN, more than 660,000 Ukrainians have left the country since the Russian invasion began, and that number is expected to grow a lot. So far, most have crossed over into Poland. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us from a busy train station in Poland where many of those Ukrainian refugees are arriving. Hi, Jay. Good morning. So first, just tell us about what you're seeing on the ground there, some of the stories of the people crossing over.
Yeah, absolutely, Savannah. And we're in Przemyśl, just 3, maybe 4 miles from the border. I want to give you a first-hand look. We've been given special permission by the Polish army to see the latest train that's come in from Kyiv, from the capital city. These people escaping what has been nonstop shelling in that city for the last 24 to 48 hours and rushing here to safety. 2,500 people stuffed onto that train. And obviously, with the situation going on there in Kyiv, there's no regular train schedule. People have waited for days to get onto this train and try and escape the violence there. Here's another big part of what's happening here, and you can see it. Donations continuing to pour in for those who are coming into this country from Ukraine. You've got food, you've got water, you've got clothing and blankets, the things that so many people need as they make the trip here. Look, many of them have only a backpack or a small bag that they've brought with them, and that's it. That's all they have as they come across the border here and try and figure out exactly what's going to go on next. So as they get off the train, I want to show you what happens next. You can see the line here, and that's because they're moving through customs, moving through security. They get their papers looked over here and then continue on the process. They move to another part of this train station where many are having to make the very difficult decision, guys, about where they go next, what they do next, and knowing for many of these families that they left someone behind.
Oh, absolutely, especially as we see those men of age to fight not be able to cross over the border and leave their families. Jay, I do want to ask you, I know many people don't know what's next, but a little bit more about that. I mean, Poland's Deputy Interior Minister says about 100,000 refugees crossed over into Poland yesterday alone. They have to go somewhere once they leave that checkpoint. Tell us about the effort, whether it's volunteer, whether it's being provided by Poland to give housing, to give food even to all these people who have been, in many cases, in the cold, without food, walking for days.
Yeah, no, you're right, Savannah, and it's really a mixture of both. The outpouring's been unbelievable, and we've been to several border crossings in this area. Here's what I can tell you. As people come in, they're given a place to get a hot meal, get a shower at times. They're also told that they can kind of decide what city they want to go to in Poland so they can get on a train. And let's walk over and show you, since we're here, what's happened. And you can see people right now getting on a train. So they've left this train, they move over, they get on a separate train, and they head to another city in Poland, maybe Warsaw, maybe Krakow. And there they're given a place where they can stay, more of an apartment type atmosphere where they can really take a breath and figure out what they're going to do. What you also see in these areas are people that come in with signs saying, hey, I can take 6 people to my home. I can take 10 people across the border. I can go to Germany. I can go wherever. And so a lot of people just jumping in. I talked to a woman from Denmark yesterday, a doctor who said she was just compelled to get here. She had to be here and to help these people. She came with a friend, empty cars. They took 12 people back to Denmark to set them up, help them find jobs, and help them move forward.
Wow, Jay, I think so many people have just been wondering what is happening to these people, where are they going? It's really incredible to actually see so much. Thank you for walking us around there. I now want to ask you a question that's actually the most frequent question I've been being asked on my social media from viewers, which is about these troubling reports of Africans being discriminated against, even abused in some cases at border crossings. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I've talked to a few people. Some have said that they've had rough experiences. Others have said it's a clean shot and they've been through. We have heard from the foreign minister today who says that, look, that's unacceptable, that everyone is deeply affected by what's happening in Ukraine, and they want to make sure that passage continues.
Jay, thank you so much. We so appreciate your reporting. Stay safe.
Let's cross over to Moscow now, where our senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is standing by. So, Keir, do we have any sense of the mood among the Russian leadership about the progress their military is making so far in Ukraine?
Well, we know that they're frustrated because we've heard that from sources in the US and in Western governments who are monitoring, and also because we can see the way that the Russians are changing their tactics. And I think that's clearly an expression of the frustration felt at the very top with President Putin. We did hear from Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, today responding to the State of the Union speech, and particularly to the claim by President Biden that the economy here is shaking. He says, and he admits, and this is interesting, that the Russian economy is now experiencing a serious blow, but he says there is a margin of safety and we will stay on our feet. Now, of course, as you can imagine, the State of the Union overnight, Russians didn't stay up overnight to watch, but you can also imagine that the 6,800 people who've been arrested for protesting, the more than 1 million who have signed petitions for peace, that those people, I suspect, would have liked to have seen President Biden devote the entire speech to the situation in Ukraine, to the battle between democracy and autocracy, and it was uncomfortable to watch as that speech segued into domestic politics, more traditional speech, and some stood up and some sat down, but that is democracy. And the difference, of course, is that in the West and in the US, you're allowed to have different opinions. Here, overnight, while that speech was happening, President Putin's government closing down an independent TV station, an independent radio station, threatening Wikipedia with Russian Wikipedia with closing it down simply because of its post about the invasion of Ukraine.
Keir, let's talk more about President Biden's State of the Union last night. He took aim at Putin and Russia's oligarchs during that address. He said Putin underestimated the West's response. Do we have any clues as to whether pressure has been building on Putin from his inner circle or from Russian business leaders as a result of all these sanctions we've seen over the last week?
Well, the pressure is, you can see it in the statements that are being made by oligarchs, carefully calibrated. There are different kinds of oligarchs. There are oligarchs, and those, of course, are Russian billionaires. There are oligarchs who live primarily in Russia and others who live overseas. The idea that those people, though, can get close to President Putin, kind of talk him round, if you like, well, that's a fantasy. There is, of course, pressure on the country as a whole, and that, may have an effect over the long term. Here's the thing, though, that I think may have the most effect, and it isn't President Biden speaking to Congress, the American people, and the world on television, and maybe some of those comments reaching people here in Russia. Here's one of the things I think might have a real impact. Those sieges of the cities in Ukraine. The Russian people have the siege of a city seared into their historic memory. That was the siege of Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, in the Second World War. 1.5 million people died. Now, if we start to see terrible scenes from those cities in Ukraine, well, then I think that may have an impact on public opinion here.
Keir, real quickly, I want to ask you, Russian media reports said that round 2 of ceasefire talks could come as early as today. Do we know if there's any progress on that front?
We do hear from the Russians that they say that their delegation to talk are ready and are getting ready. We don't know what the situation is with the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have said they want to see the bombing stop, the conflict stop before they talk again. But even in a war, contact can be helpful, even if to just deconflict in some places. So I suspect you will see talks at some stage.
All right, Keir Simmons reporting from Moscow. Keir, thank you.
Let's now bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs. He's an NBC News, MSNBC military analyst, and a Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel, thanks so much for being with us. So let's talk about what we're seeing in terms of a shifting military strategy here from Russia. First, Ukraine says Russia is specifically targeting civilians in these bombings. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the UN Human Rights Council these attacks are hitting schools, hospitals, residential buildings. Experts are saying they're watching this shift to more brutal, unrestricted warfare. What does this tell you about where Putin's head is at right now? And what's your concern when you see that convoy headed for Kyiv, when you think about what the Russian military could be capable of if they were to be completely unrestricted in their warfare?
Well, the Russians convinced themselves that it would be an easy walkover, and of course that turned out not to be the case. Either the military told Putin that it was going to be easy and he believed it, or the military told Putin it wasn't going to be easy and he told him to shut up and get moving. In any case, it's not easy, and as a result, the Russians have, well, I guess they've resorted to tactics which they know better. Rather than being surgical, they've decided to be indiscriminate. It's unlikely that they're actually targeting these things. They're just throwing indirect fire wherever they can in order to make it easier for them to take control of the cities. And make no mistake about it, that's what they want to do. They have two principal strategic objectives with respect to this campaign. The first is to encircle the cities, particularly Kyiv, and lay siege to them, prevent any Ukrainians from leaving. And second, to have their forces that are coming from the north link up with those coming from the south and isolate the Ukrainian army and make it impossible for the Ukrainian army to fight back. That's most concerning, because if they manage to do the latter, we won't be able to resupply the Ukrainians.
Also, it's so concerning to hear you mention them trying to prevent Ukrainians from leaving. Let's talk about what more potentially can be done and the international response. We saw President Zelensky make a passionate plea yesterday to European leaders about joining the European Union, about getting more assistance. He's also urging NATO countries to impose a no-fly zone to stop the Russian Air Force. So far, we haven't seen any action on either of those things. But what do you hope to see in the next few days? And could NATO and the EU be doing more?
Well, with respect to a no-fly zone, it's worth talking about that very briefly. That's not going to happen because it means that it's going to have to be enforced. And enforcement means that NATO airplanes will engage with Russian airplanes, and that's absolutely not going to happen. But the West can do a lot more in two respects. The first, further sanctions need to be imposed. We and the rest of our allies we've been dabbling a little bit in restrictions, but they need to be much greater restrictions on all of Russia. And the second thing is we better get moving, resupplying Ukraine with anti-aircraft weapons, anti-tank weapons, and ammunition and food. Otherwise, the Ukrainian army is not going to be able to resist at all.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs, always great to have your analysis. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
The crisis in Ukraine was front and center during President Biden's State of the Union address last night in Washington.
Yeah, it started focused on the crisis, and then the president turned to the future of his domestic agenda.
Joining us now to break down the State of the Union is NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander and NBC News Capitol Hill Correspondent Ali Vitale. Good morning to both of you. Peter, let's start with you. President Biden accused Putin of unleashing violence and chaos in Ukraine. What more did the president say about his plan to address the crisis, and what about it was new?
Well, the president, I think, emphasized that the U.S. is now closer alongside its NATO allies than it has been in decades. He says that the crippling economic sanctions are really painting a bad picture for Moscow, for Vladimir Putin, putting him further into a corner and making the economic situation get worse as days pass. As for what he said that was new here, he focused on a couple things, including a new restriction for all Russian aircraft that travel into U.S. airspace, and another plan going forward. Here's part of what the president said last night.
The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for you, ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy.
The president forcefully condemned Vladimir Putin, saying this is Putin's war, saying it is premeditated, totally unprovoked, and a mistake of historic proportions. He said that Putin effectively had miscalculated here. I think, though, for some of the president's critics, those who wanted a bit more on this issue, the speech was as much a state of Ukraine as it was a state of the union. He didn't really explain why Americans should care about this issue in the details that some may have wanted. Nonetheless, he did view this as the most unifying message, not just for the country, but for the world right now, and one that he wanted to hit home.
Yeah, and Peter, such a good point there about not explaining it because of the repercussions that we feel at home and making people understand why we're going to have to go through that in order to help this country and why we're in this fight and what it means to us. Peter, you just touched on this with Putin. Ali, let's bring you in here and talk a little bit more about what President Biden did have to say specifically about President Putin.
Yeah, Savannah, effectively saying that Putin miscalculated if he expected the U.S. and its Western allies to not be aligned against him. Listen to how he put it last night in the chamber.
Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong.
Look, calling Putin wrong there in the same room where the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States was a guest of the First Lady, Jill Biden, standing in that chamber. We saw her as one of the central figures there last night. But there are two pieces to this, too. You guys are talking, I think rightly so, about how he wasn't selling this conflict to Americans in terms of why they should care about what's happening in Ukraine. But what he did do, I thought quite diligently, was make clear that U.S. forces were not going to be fighting on the ground in Ukraine. He talked instead about bolstering and standing with our NATO allies. Of course, that has been the centerpiece of Biden and the administration's response, one that many lawmakers on the Hill, when I talked to them in the halls of Congress, that's a response and a strategy that they have praised repeatedly from the White House. I do think the other thing here, as he laid out a few of those new metrics of what the United States is going to do to further isolate Russia, things like announcing that task force to go after oligarchs for the yachts and the paintings, that's something that Senator Lindsey Graham has been talking about for about 2 weeks now. So as Congress now starts to figure out what its potential role could be, voting on roughly $6 billion of aid that will go to Ukraine, both military and humanitarian in nature, and a supplemental. That's a piece of this, but there are also other things that Congress has been responding to over the course of the last few weeks. That task force for oligarchs, just one of them.
Peter, the president had to make that tough turn, talk about his domestic agenda, talking about everything from the pandemic to the impact inflation is having on the economy. It sort of always feels like a list when they're doing that. Did he have a main message here?
I think the president was trying to sort of use the unity that he was seeing in the room. There was more bipartisan applause than we've seen perhaps in a couple decades following 9/11 there last night, trying to bring that unity and to hope that he could transfer it to some of the presidential priorities, to the domestic agenda back home. You know, the one phrase you didn't hear all night was build back better, that stalled agenda that is basically run into roadblocks left and right on Capitol Hill, including among Democrats. The president trying to refocus on those ideas and to demonstrate some empathy, that he understands how Americans are being hit right now by historic inflation with gas prices, to say nothing else of all the other prices that have gone up in goods and products that Americans are buying right now, and to try to reemphasize ways that he can help bring, not just so much bring down the cost, but give people a better ability to deal with it, child care, elder care, and beyond. Here's part of what we heard from the president.
It's time for America to get back to work and fill our great downtowns again with people. People working from home can feel safe and begin to return to their offices. We're doing that here in the federal government. The vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person. Our schools are open. Let's keep it that way. Our kids need to be in school.
So the president there trying to deliver a message that Americans could really get around, including one that was an effort to bring his party more toward the middle, saying no longer defund the police, as some progressive Democrats have, but fund the police. Joe and Savannah.
Yeah, that was a big moment. Ali, quickly before we let you go, we know the president's taken this message on the road. Tell us about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amplification season now, not just for the president, but also for his vice president and members of his cabinet. Vice President Kamala Harris going to North Carolina today to a community college. That's one of the policy priorities Biden mentioned last night, a personal preference and favorite of his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, herself a teacher at a community college, and Biden himself going to Superior, Wisconsin. He'll be talking at a bridge there, again, underscoring infrastructure. One of the key pieces of legislation his administration through Congress was able to pass, even as last night was sort of build back sorta, as in the words of some of our friends at Punchbowl News this morning. All of the policy priorities that we saw last year kind of crumble at the finish line in December. They were under the Build Back Better headline. Now they're just standalone priorities like the child tax credit, paid leave, all the things that Peter just mentioned in that speech last night.
Build back sorta. That's good. All right, Allie and Peter, thank you so much. Great to have you with us.
Coming up, we're going to have more out of Ukraine this morning, as well as the other news of the day. Up next, hear what some voters who watched the State of the Union address had to tell us about the president's plans for the war overseas and battling the pandemic.
Plus, Major League bummer opening day canceled as talks between owners and players fall apart. We'll bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We'll be keeping our eye on the latest developments in Ukraine this morning, of course, and we'll have more coverage in just a few minutes. But right now, we've got some other news we want to get to, and we're going to start with politics. The 2022 midterms kicked off in Texas yesterday with a slate of primary elections that could offer clues of the direction of both parties. You hear that music, you know it's election season, and apologies in advance that this is not Kornacki at the board. Now, in the race for Texas governor, current Governor Greg Abbott faced off against two primary challengers to secure the Republican nomination. He won more than 66% of the vote, enough to avoid a runoff. but short of the 90% he won in the primaries 4 years ago. Now Abbott is running for his third term. That sets up a showdown with Beto O'Rourke this fall. The former congressman and candidate for president handily won the Democratic nomination with 91% of the vote. Now, in the hotly contested race for Attorney General, incumbent Ken Paxton and George P. Bush advanced to a runoff for the Republican Party. The winner will face Democratic nominee Rochelle Garza.
And it was a day packed with politics in Texas. After voters cast their ballots yesterday, many then watched President Biden deliver his State of the Union speech. NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson spoke with some small business owners to get their take on the president's address. Here's what they had to say.
Texas can be a sweet place to run a business.
We're just catching up.
Cindy Pedraza and her mother started Coco Andre, an artisanal chocolate shop.
It's been a wild ride these past 2 years.
In the president's address, she was listening out for immigration reform.
Being a Mexican American here, I do have a lot of family and friends that are still undocumented. It's harder for them to apply for schooling, for them to get loans, for them to just move forward in life.
Texas is one of 4 states where employment grew despite the pandemic, along with Idaho, Utah, and Arizona.
Let me go with the pulled pork sandwich.
But that growth is slowing down for a few reasons, including a lack of workers. Dwight Harvey opened Off the Bone Barbecue after a long career with Frito-Lay. Harvey says the Paycheck Protection Program kept his staff employed through COVID.
We would not be sitting here at this point. We needed those finances to continue to grow and continue to be open, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, they were extremely important to us.
The U.S. economy could feel blowback from sanctions against Russia. Natalia Shetanyuk is acting president of the Ukrainian Cultural Club of Dallas.
So we heard President Biden speak about economic sanctions against Russian businesses, Russian banks. There are sanctions against individually Putin and his near circle. Those will have a tremendous impact.
Vaccinations are helping the U.S. dig out from under the pandemic, but Texas has had a more hands-off approach. Kyla Porter runs Pink Toes, a nail bar in downtown Dallas.
Because our state was one of the few states that opened up early, even though we had mask requirements, we were still allowed to open. We got a fierce jump and were able to get back and start, to get an economy thriving again.
At our gathering, she sat next to a doctor whose clinic expanded during COVID.
I see things improving. It wasn't like that a year ago, and I think it's easy to forget where we came from, and it was a very dark place, and it's not so much now. So I think we're moving in the right direction.
In the end, our panelists said they needed more clarity on the president's wide-ranging agenda, especially how he plans to get it done.
I want actionable steps, shorter term, because I saw a lot of lofty goals that are quite a few years out. So I'd like to see us address the country right now.
Our thanks to Joshua Johnson for that report.
In his State of the Union address, President Biden said the U.S. is, quote, moving safely back to a more normal routine in the COVID pandemic. Let's listen to some of that.
So stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease. Let's stop seeing each other as enemies and start seeing each other for who we are, fellow Americans. We can't change how divided we've been. It was a long time in coming. But we can change how to move forward on COVID-19 and other issues that we must face together.
Dr. Anand Swaminathan joins us now. He's a professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Health. Hey, good to see you, doctor. Good morning. So President Biden announced a new plan last night, test to treat. If you test positive at a pharmacy, you get COVID antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. Couple questions here. What do you think of this new plan and what it could mean for our response to the pandemic, how we handle new cases moving forward? But also, I mean, we've seen a lot of difficulties in terms of our handling of this, getting people those free COVID tests, getting masks, those types of things. I mean, do you think this is something that might realistically happen?
I think it's a really important step. We've been talking about this since these new antivirals came out, that the only way they're going to be effective is if people can get rapidly tested and then get a prescription on the spot without having to then make an appointment to see a doctor. This is especially important because we have such a large percentage of our population that doesn't have primary care, doesn't have a regular physician to go to when they need to get tested and need to get a prescription. So this is a good step in the right direction. We need to keep working on equity, make sure that there are enough pharmacies in places that really need them, so places that are underserved, places with low socioeconomic income, so that they can really access these tests and then get the drugs that they need. These drugs could be a real game changer. We'll have to see what happens, especially with availability of the medications, but this is the way to do it. This is the only way that it's going to be successful in helping people. As far as getting tests and masks, we need to continue to expand that, and we need to make it easier. I just got my tests in the mail about a week ago. I applied for them over 6 weeks ago, so that's way too long to wait for those. You should be able to go to the pharmacy, pick up those rapid antigen tests, pick up masks on the spot, send them home with kids from school. There are so many different ways that we can work to really get these to people.
Hey, doctor, something else last night in the State of the Union. Not that many masks in that chamber, notably the three people that you saw on the screen most of the time, President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, Speaker Pelosi, not masked. And also, in fact, more than 50% of the nation's largest school districts are dropping that mask mandate. Now, in many states where that mandate has been lifted, officials are recommending some people wear masks, like those who are unvaccinated, people over 65 who are not boosted. Where do you think we're at with this? Is this safe now? What did you think seeing that room of people unmasked last night? Do you think there's going to be a time where schools will have to go back to wearing masks? Give us a level set.
We have to remember, in that room last night at the State of the Union, almost everybody there is vaccinated, if not everybody. And they all tested before gathering. That is the safest way to gather. So it might give us all a little bit of nervousness seeing that, but that's probably how we can do those larger gatherings. As far as schools, this is a place where I have to disagree with what is happening. Schools are not necessarily a safe place to go unmasked because vaccination rates are not nearly as high as we would like them to be. For the group of 12 to 17, it's only about 50%. For those 5 to 11, it's only about 25 to 30%. And we're learning now that against all disease, against any infection, 2 doses of Pfizer is not protecting that 5 to 11 group as much as we would like it to. So I think we need to continue masking in school. I'll tell you that my kids are going to continue wearing their masks in school because it also is important to protect other people around you, not just about you. And this is what Biden was really talking about last night, coming together as a nation and caring about each other.
All right, Dr. Anand Swaminathan, thank you so much. And if you at home have a question for one of our fabulous doctors like Dr. Swaminathan, let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com with your questions, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous. Now, we've got some bad news for baseball fans this morning. Opening day in the major leagues has officially been canceled. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred made the announcement yesterday that the first two series of the season, which is essentially the first week of baseball, is going to be scrapped. The league and the Players Union couldn't reach a deal on a new collective bargaining agreement before Tuesday's deadline. It's the first time in 27 years that regular season games will be canceled over a labor dispute. Now, so far, no date has been set to resume future negotiations. All right, now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather, which means Bill Cairns is here. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. We have a huge problem in this country, Savannah, and there is no cure.
Oh, dear.
It's spring fever.
I was going to say, we got a lot of problems. So which one do you want to tackle right now, Bill?
No, well, let's tackle the spring fever, which there is no cure because it is on. The temperatures are ridiculously warm throughout much of the country. People want to be outdoors. The exception is the Northwest still, where we still have a lot of clouds and we still have some rain. So my apologies to you in Oregon. But the rest of the country, from the Rockies to the Southeast to the Mid-Atlantic, I mean, this is almost like May, maybe early June. Like, it's going to be 80 degrees in Kansas City in the beginning of March. Record highs today. St. Louis could also hit 80 degrees for a record high. And it's not just isolated. I mean, Denver's 73 and Charlotte, North Carolina is 75. And everywhere in between is just enjoying this unusually warm spring break. And then tomorrow it continues. Raleigh even hits 75 degrees. Great Lakes, Northeast, my apologies. You have to be patient. You have to wait. We'll get get a tiny taste of it. Washington, D.C. could be 71 degrees Sunday. New York City gets up to about 60, but it's not that, oh my God, I can't believe it's beautiful spring weather that they're having throughout much of the country. So the forecast heading towards the weekend, because it's Wednesday and Savannah loves her weekend forecast on Wednesday. It looks to be pretty nice throughout the eastern half of the country, but things change on Saturday. That's when a snowstorm breaks out from the Rockies to the northern plains, and then that snow continues in areas of Colorado. But yeah, no cure for spring fever.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that what you say, Bill? And it's nice out. Oh my God, it's beautiful spring weather.
I just can't believe it.
All right, Bill, thank you. And yes, I do love my weekend forecast. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, coming up, a Twitter bot now trending as it tracks the movements of Russian oligarchs' private jets. When we return, hear my conversation with the college student behind the account. Plus, we'll take a closer look at the inner circle of Russian President Vladimir Putin after the break on Morning News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. We're going to take a closer look right now at Russian President Vladimir Putin and the powerful people who surround him, the Russian officials, the oligarchs. Russia's advance into Ukraine has slowed down after its initial push into the country, and that has U.S. officials worried about Putin's state of mind and what he might do if backed into a corner. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the story.
Vladimir Putin frustrated and angry with the pace of his assault on Ukraine. The worry for Washington, is he acting rationally, and will he ramp up the violence against Ukraine's citizens? There is no new intelligence on his mental state, but U.S. officials say everyone, including President Biden, sees an angrier Putin, increasingly detached from reality in his speeches, isolated from longtime advisors, rarely coming into the Kremlin, and when he does, meeting on opposite ends of a supersized table, more than 20 feet apart.
That, I think, creates this kind of delusional bubble about what he thought was going to happen when he first launched this attack.
Officials tell NBC News Putin has lashed out at underlings in private and in public bullied his top spy on state TV. Say it directly, he said.
What do you think is going on there? I don't know what is the matter there, but whatever it is, the people of Ukraine are paying the price for it.
Now he's raising the stakes for U.S. military planners by putting Russia's nuclear forces on heightened alert.
You don't want a madman backed into a corner with nothing to lose, especially if that madman has nuclear weapons.
With the Russian economy collapsing under the weight of global sanctions, and some of his own oligarchs even criticizing the invasion, what might he do to stay in power?
He can threaten or carry out cyber attacks against the West, including the United States, and he can threaten to use battlefield nuclear weapons.
U.S. officials say President Biden is deliberately downplaying Putin's nuclear threats and not raising the alert status of U.S. nuclear weapons, trying to de-escalate a crisis with an unpredictable enemy.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. And let's dig a little deeper into this subject with Catherine Belton. She's a special correspondent for Reuters and the author of Putin's People. Catherine, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I've seen so many viewer questions about oligarchs and Putin's inner circle, and so I'm really excited to get to have this conversation with you today. Let's talk through first what you think about how this conflict has played out so far, with the fact that we're hearing that Putin's getting frustrated with his lack of military advances, but then that we've seen that the real retaliation has come in the form of sanctions, which was anticipated, but really specifically on his inner circle. What do you think his inner circle is telling him now? At what point do they start to get frustrated and say something?
I'm afraid that most of them won't dare to speak out against any of his actions at this point, because they realize that if they do so, they'll probably wind up in jail. The inner circle members that he does speak to all share his views. That's Nikolai Patrushev, the head of his Security Council. He's a very senior security service member. And also there's a guy called Vladimir Medinsky, who is the former culture minister, who is very much of the view of we need to restore Russian empire. He was the official that Putin sent to the peace talks in Ukraine earlier this week. And he relies very much on these men who have a Cold War mindset, who believe that the U.S. is somehow trying to use Ukraine to encircle Russia and to threaten the Putin regime. And this is what he wants to believe. And no one else really dares to question that. And you see the officials there in front of us, the economic officials, they're not daring to speak, to say anything, but they're certainly looking very glum, because they know that they can't actually tell him what the consequences are.
Yes, those people seated at the very far end of a very long table from President Putin. Now, they might not necessarily be speaking up, but I mean, they certainly are feeling it. You know, there are these plans to seize property in foreign countries as part of these sanctions. They're going to limit their movements. They're not going to be able to get on those yachts that they've bought. Now, as they come into the spotlight, I want to get your reaction to a conversation I had with the creator of a Twitter account. This is a 19-year-old. He's got this bot that tracks the movement of these private planes owned by oligarchs. And in just since I interviewed him yesterday afternoon, his Twitter account's grown by almost 100,000 followers. First, let's listen to what he had to say.
Jack, tell me exactly what it is that you're doing and how you're doing it.
I'm tracking the private jets of Russian oligarchs using public data from the plane's transponders.
And then you're publishing that information to a Twitter account.
Yeah, that data goes into a program I created, which automatically posts the information when a plane lands or takes off to the Twitter account.
What's the response been like?
There's like people that are like, these people shouldn't be allowed in the U.S. or another country. That some of them have citizenship here, and they're like, they should not have citizenship here, you know, should kick them out and whatever, seize the airplanes, take their toys, people were calling them.
Actually, he also had a congressman tweet out one of the tweets that he did and suggest that we seize a plane that had landed in New Jersey belonging to one of those oligarchs. Do you think there's any amount of pressure here from something like this that could have some kind of impact on Putin as these oligarchs' lives essentially completely change and close down around them?
Yeah, I think of course there is. And I think that's going to be the ultimate impact of this. I mean, Putin's position as president was very much contingent on him being the guarantor of Russia's stability. And last week, overnight, he tore up that contract and turned everything on its head. Everything that the oligarchs have built over the last 30 years, all of Russia's economic progress since the collapse of the Soviet Union has literally collapsed around their eyes. And Putin seems to not care. The central bank has said that all of Russia's commodity tycoons must now sell 80% of their export revenues, and that's going to be the means by which they prop up the ruble. There are some diehards out there who say, well, you know, Cuba survived sanctions for 70 years, so can we. But most of Russian big business, they're devastated and they're in shock because they always presumed that Putin behaved with a kind of cool, hard logic, that he would never step beyond the bounds as he has done now.
Catherine, some believe economic sanctions won't be enough to end the war. You mentioned that they might be, even those close to him, too scared to be arrested, jailed. But instead, we should be looking at what Russia had initially put forward as their security concerns. Walk us through if there's any legitimacy there and what could be done on that front that could make a difference.
You know, it's a very tricky balance to reach because I think eventually, the scale of collapse that the Russian elite is facing is so great that I think eventually some of them will act against him. It's just that they're never going to tell him to his face what his war has wrought. So we must bear that in mind in the background. But on the other hand, perhaps some of his security concerns were legitimate over, for instance, the anti-missile defense shield that was being placed very close to Russia's borders, just 100 miles away in Poland. And I think the Russian officials were very worried that that could be used for offensive purposes, not just defensive. The US has always claimed that those shields were aimed against stray missiles from Iran and other rogue states, but Russia sees them very much as targeted against their capacity.
Catherine Belton, fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for joining us. And coming up, Ukrainians forced to flee or fight as the war in their country unfolds. We'll check in with a member of Ukraine's parliament still in Ukraine next on Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've been seeing devastating images out of Ukraine of civilians forced to flee their home while others stay to fight.
That includes members of Ukraine's parliament. Joining us now is Ukrainian parliament member Inna Sovsun. She remains in Kyiv. Inna, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, you and I spoke just over 24 hours ago at the time you were hearing of heavy shelling going on in Kharkiv. How are you doing right now? What are you hearing from friends and family?
Well, I am in Kyiv, as many other of my colleagues. I do still hear terrible news coming up from Kharkiv. The city continues to be under siege, under heavy bombardments. Just about an hour ago, we heard the news that another bomb was dropped by a plane over Kharkiv, and it was hitting the mayor's office, the city administration. Yet another bomb did hit one of the schools, one of the renowned schools in Kharkiv. I'm getting messages from family members and friends over there. As I was saying, I was born and raised in Kharkiv, so seeing those pictures, seeing those bombs exploding like in the area where I grew up, or 5 minutes walk to the school that I went to, is just devastating. But the overall mood in Kharkiv, and I'm talking to so many of my friends and former classmates over there, and they all are saying just one and the same. They are all saying, like, we want Putin out of here. Please do not surrender. Please keep fighting. We want Kharkiv to remain Ukrainian, and we shall stay here, and we shall continue to fight. Just don't forget about us, and just tell the whole world about the atrocities of what is happening in Kharkiv right now.
Absolutely. It's just heartbreaking. And actually, the whole world has been so moved by the Ukrainian people. And I know you're actually a member of the opposition party, but it seems right now that the country is more united than ever. Tell us about your role right now. I mean, you mentioned that you're there like many of your colleagues are. What is the larger role of Parliament right now as your country is under attack? What's day-to-day like right now?
So that really differs. The majority of the members of parliament are in Ukraine. The only parliamentarians who did leave the country are actually members of the pro-Russian political group. They all did flee, even the days leading to the war. And ironically enough, they didn't leave for Russia, but they did leave for the West. So that does tell a lot about the strength of their conviction of love to Mother Russia. But the rest of the MPs are staying here in Kyiv, or they went back to their constituencies, and they're doing whatever they can. So I'm doing mostly this, what I'm doing right now, which is talking to the world and explaining what is happening to the world. But I have my best friend in Parliament, a fellow member of Parliament, Roman Kostenko, who was in the Special Forces, and he did go back to the Special Forces, so he's back in his uniform, and he went back to the south, and he's literally fighting right now, just like so many other Ukrainians. And other MPs are coordinating humanitarian aid. We are constantly getting questions like, okay, we have food here where it is mostly needed. How can we coordinate to make sure that the right people get the right things that they need right now? So I think everyone is just doing what they can. So someone can be speaking to the media, someone is coordinating the aid, and some people are fighting.
Ukrainians serving their country in so many ways. Ines Ovsin with the Ukrainian Parliament, thank you so much for updating us once again. We'll make sure to check back in within you. We're thinking of your friends, your colleagues, and your family.
Yeah, stay safe.
Coming up, it is the song that is being sung all over the world right now.
Up next, how Ukraine's national anthem has become a signal of hope and support from the battlefield to city streets. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Well, Ukraine fights to stop Russia's invasion. The country's national anthem is ringing out across the world.
It can be heard from the battlefields around Kyiv to some of the world's biggest stages. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin with more.
In an underground metro station turned bomb shelter, Ukraine's national anthem. Courage and comfort to a nation under attack. From the volunteers making camouflage nets for soldiers in Lviv, to a woman picking up what's left of her bombed-out home. Compassionate defiance heard a world away.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
In place of SNL's Cold Open, the spiritual anthem of Ukraine. Across Midtown Manhattan, a show of solidarity. And a Ukrainian opera singer brought to tears. Vlad Volosky's entire family is still in the now war-torn country.
I want to help my family and my country as much as I can, but I'm here and it's a hard moment.
And so at the Met Opera House, he's teaching his peers his country's song for this last-minute performance.
It's about that we are brave people, we have our freedom, and it's our country.
Back in Kharkiv, Ukraine, amidst reports Russian troops were closing in, a young boy plays a piano in a hotel lobby. The song's called Walk to School. The haunting sound of an ordinary way of life perhaps forever gone, and a nation forever changed. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
National anthem now, so much a global anthem. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
We begin with day 7 of the war in Ukraine. Right now, Russian troops are gradually getting closer to the capital of Kyiv. Blasts and air raid sirens were heard across several major cities overnight. The Ukrainian military says Russians are trying to advance in all directions. This morning, also closing in on the southern city of Kherson, where this apartment building was hit by Russian shelling. Right now, Ukraine says it still controls the city, with the mayor there saying, quote, "We are all waiting for a miracle right now."
As Russia intensifies attacks, Ukraine's president is telling Putin to stop the bombing and sit down at the negotiation table. And last night, President Biden spent part of his first State of the Union address talking about the invasion of Ukraine, announcing he's closing U.S. airspace to the Russians, further isolating Putin.
Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated.
We begin our coverage this hour with NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, who filed this report from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv.
This is the television tower here in Kiev that Russia targeted next to a Holocaust memorial. And it seems that Russian forces missed their main target because the tower is still standing. It is still working as Ukrainian resistance and Russian logistical problems are slowing down Vladimir Putin's assault.
Firefighters overnight battled what could be the flames of President Putin's frustration after fresh Russian attacks overnight. Russia has intensified its air and missile assaults as Russian forces lay siege to Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, what could be a trial run for the capital. Killing, a health official said, more than 20 civilians across the city since yesterday. Ukraine's President Zelensky accused Russia of using brutality against civilians to force him to sign a deal with Moscow, likely for his exit. And the international community is protesting those tactics. 100 diplomats walking out of a speech by Russia's foreign minister at the UN Human Rights Council on Tuesday, as a 40-mile Russian convoy is heading toward Kiev. But its progress is stalled, U.S. officials say, because of a lack of fuel and food. Russian forces are still expected to encircle and attack the capital after Ukrainians said Russia bombed a key television tower and a Holocaust memorial site. In Kiev, we went to Ukraine's biggest hospital for mothers and babies. The cold storage area downstairs now a ward for fragile patients. Katerina's 2 daughters, Diana and Sophia, were born at 5 months. They were in an oxygen chamber together when the Russians started bombing. We had to rush down here as we were hearing the sirens and explosions, she says. Look at this place. It's old and rusty, and we don't know how long we'll be here.
What about your family? Have you been able to see the rest of your family, or are you just here by yourself?
I have a brother who helped me, but he's a soldier and has been activated, so I have nobody else. Oksana's daughter, Nicole, was born with complex needs and requires constant care.
How's Nicole?
We were giving her a blood transfusion every 2 weeks, but now her condition is getting worse, and she feels worse, Oksana says.
How are you feeling? I have a child myself who has special needs and has extra health issues, and I know how powerless you can feel to be a parent with a sick child.
It is very hard, she says. We want this war to stop because our kids suffer and we cannot go home.
And as that convoy slowly makes its way toward this city, Kiev's mayor told residents to stock up on supplies and get ready to defend their city. And for the first time since this conflict broke out, Ukrainian troops announced that they went today on the offensive.
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Colonel Mark Hansian, Senior Advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Good morning to you. You just heard Richard's report from Kyiv. What do you make of the Russian advances so far, including these attacks on places where civilians live?
Well, we're entering the second phase of the offensive. In the first phase, the Russians counted on the Ukrainians collapsing. The Russians started this shock and awe campaign, with missile attacks and air attacks on airfields and headquarters. And then they invaded along 3 axes, along the north towards Kyiv, in the northeast towards Kharkiv, and in the south out of Crimea. And they sent armored columns ahead to try to capture cities before Ukrainian defenses could be established. Those columns were pushed back and defeated. Now the Russians are doubling down on their invasion. They're bringing up additional forces, as we've seen. And unfortunately, this second phase is likely to be very violent. Russian doctrine calls for the massive application of firepower. We're seeing that in Kharkiv now. And I think in this second phase, as the Russians launch a series of offensives, we're going to see a lot more of that. And unfortunately, a lot of civilian casualties.
Colonel, let's talk about the international response. President Biden announced last night the U.S. is banning Russian planes from U.S. airspace, just the latest move to try and isolate Russia. What more would you like to see the U.S. and allies do? And what will be the clues you're looking for to see if these actions are having any impact at all?
Well, the international community is already doing a lot. The sanctions have been very severe. The economic isolation of Russia is increasing. And you're seeing a lot of secondary effects. Institutions around the world taking their own actions, sports organizations, for example, excluding the Russians and doing more of that, increasing Russian isolation so that the ordinary Russian citizen feels it, I think would be a very good step, and is happening. We're doing weapons transfers. We're sending supplies. It's possible to increase those. There's been some talk about maybe sending aircrafts, Soviet-era aircraft that the Ukrainians could use immediately. There was some back and forth on that with NATO. An embargo of oil and natural gas seems to be off the table because the Europeans are so dependent on Russian oil and natural gas. One idea that's floating around that I think would be very dangerous is a no-fly zone. It sounds benign, but what we saw in Iraq when the United States imposed that is that that would entail war with Russia. We'd have to send hundreds of aircraft over to attack Russian aircraft and airfields. We'd have to suppress their air defenses. It would be war with Russia, and I don't think there's any support for that among the public, and certainly we're not ready for that.
Colonel, while I have you, I want to talk to you about the support we're seeing from especially Europe and the West really uniting behind Ukrainians, levying these severe sanctions on Russia. What does this mean for alliances like NATO, what we've seen over the last few days and weeks?
This crisis has revitalized NATO. Just a couple of years ago, the United States was struggling to get NATO to increase its spending and to take the threat in the East more seriously. The alliance has been very united. even members who were thought maybe to be a little iffy, like Hungary, have come along with diplomatic actions. And the Germans have done a complete reversal. A month ago, they were essentially appeasing Putin. Now they've shut down the Nord Stream 2, and they've pledged to increase their defense spending, which had been very low, and the German military forces had been really in a very bad way. So I think going forward, you're going to see NATO increasing its spending and taking more aggressive actions.
All right, Colonel Mark Hansen, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Now to the growing refugee crisis in Central Europe. The United Nations estimates more than 660,000 people have fled Ukraine in the past week, including countless families with children. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Yamas has been speaking with some of those families, watching very emotional goodbyes, and he joins us now from Lviv in western Ukraine. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. We've been covering this almost a week now, and I've seen no sign of this slowing down, this refugee crisis. Just behind me, these are some of the Ukrainians trying to get out of here. They've been waiting for hours, they tell me, hoping to get on a train to Poland. The sad reality is that a lot of the trains today are leaving to border towns, still in Ukraine, though, Romania, Poland, Hungary. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get out, but at least you'll get closer. And for all of these people, especially all these families, they're willing to take that risk. This morning, the flood of Ukrainian refugees showing no sign of slowing. Young and old facing harsh winter conditions as they flee the violence in their country.
All these kids, and quite cold now. It's like 0 degrees. It's not like summer.
If families do make it out, this is where some of them come. A makeshift refugee camp across the border in Poland. Many here unsure of what to do or where to go to next. Those who remain in Ukraine preparing for battle. Volunteers weaving camouflage nets to protect vehicles and servicemen from Russian drones and planes. Long lines of civilians forming at gun shops to purchase weapons. Just days ago, 19-year-old Vitaly was at the university in Kyiv. So are you scared of the Russians?
No, I'm not scared because we know what we fight for. We Ukrainians, we fight for justice and for freedom and for liberty. And Russians, they do not know what they fight for.
30-year-old Victoria Zamborina has just left her home in the country's capital. Why did you come out here? Why are you in Lviv?
Because it was so horrible to stay in Kyiv. It was really scary. They were bombing us, and I didn't belong to myself. I was going crazy.
And every hour, more tearful scenes like this. Families being separated, facing uncertain futures.
It's terrible because actually it was so unexpected, and nobody was prepared to this situation. And we believe that we will see them soon.
So the UN has a new estimate out. They think about 4 million Ukrainians will try to escape this country. Having covered this now for a little bit, I would not be surprised if that number still is much higher. Behind me, you can see all the children of Ukraine who are trying to get out. So many families here. Every day we come out here, we hope to see these lines thinning out, but the crowds are still the same size. People still so desperate, so sad, so ready to get out of this country, at least while this war is still going on. Joe and Savannah, back to you guys.
So many children whose fathers also had to turn back to fight. Tom, thank you so much.
In his State of the Union address last night, President Biden balanced global and domestic policy, criticizing Russia's decision to invade Ukraine while looking to ease Americans' concerns over the economy and the pandemic. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has a recap.
Good morning. This really was a tale of two speeches last night. First, the state of the world, or more specifically, the state of Ukraine, stacked on top of a much more traditional State of the Union address. President Biden slamming Vladimir Putin's war, arguing the Russian president is now more isolated from the world than ever, and that the U.S. and its allies are inflicting pain on Moscow, before looking to revive his stalled agenda back here at home.
Entering a chamber filled with yellow and blue, the colors of the Ukrainian flag, President Biden forcefully condemning Vladimir Putin.
He has no idea what's coming.
Denouncing the Russian invasion as premeditated, totally unprovoked, and a mistake of historic proportions.
He badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, He met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people.
Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. receiving a standing ovation and an embrace from First Lady Jill Biden. While the president emphasized U.S. troops would not fight in Ukraine, he delivered this emphatic warning to Russia.
The United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch.
With Russia already facing crippling economic sanctions, the president announcing a new penalty to further isolate Moscow, barring all Russian flights from U.S. airspace. The president also suggesting America is finally emerging from the pandemic.
Stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease.
And despite a fast-growing economy, President Biden acknowledging too many people are still feeling the pain of rising prices.
Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it.
In one surprising moment of unity, the president trying to move his party to the middle with a message on crime that even got some Republicans on their feet.
The answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police.
Throughout his speech, the president was repeatedly heckled by a pair of far-right Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, including when he invoked the memory of his late son.
I know. 13. One of those soldiers was my son, Major Beau Biden.
Boebert yelling 13 of them, an apparent reference to the number of service members killed during the U.S.'s chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. The president's speech immediately panned by Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds, who gave the Republican response.
It's time to lead. But we can't project strength abroad if we're weak at home.
In the end, President Biden praising Americans' resilience and resolve.
The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong.
With COVID cases declining, the president also detailed the next phase of his pandemic response, including a new test to treat initiative designed to provide patients with new antiviral medications just as soon as they learn that they are infected. Still on Ukraine, the key issue in this moment of global uncertainty, President Biden really looked to rally the world together in its fight against autocracy overseas, hoping he may also be able to unite Americans behind other priorities here at home. Back to you.
Peter, thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris joined the Today Show this morning to discuss the United States' latest stance on the situation in Ukraine. Here is some of that conversation.
Do you still believe these actions that the U.S. and the West have taken will be enough to stop him?
The United States has been a leader in bringing together our allies, our NATO alliance, the EU, to stand firm and resolute with some of the most severe sanctions and consequences that we've ever seen as a unified group. And what has the impact been? Well, the impact already we've seen. The ruble is in a free fall. What we've seen is the Russian stock market is closed. What we've seen is that Russia has received a credit rating of basically junk. So we know it's having impact, but we also are acutely aware of the human tragedy of it all.
These sanctions are having quite the effect on the regime, and yet the regime, Vladimir Putin, continues apace with some of these brutal attacks that are only getting worse by the day. So my question to you is, what more is the West and the U.S. prepared to do?
Well, we are going to continue to do what we've done. For example, in the sanctions, it's been sanctions against their financial institutions, against their oligarchs, where we are targeting their mansions and their jets. What we are going to continue to do is stand firm with our allies in terms of reassessing what we are doing with sanctions. Everything is on the table for consideration, frankly. What we are not going to do, and that must be said also, is, as the president has continuously said, we are not going to put U.S. troops in Ukraine to fight the Russians on the ground or in the air. But we are firm in our preparedness to defend our NATO alliance and our allies every inch of the NATO territory, and we will continue to do that.
And finally, one of the more disturbing developments in the last week is Putin rattling his nuclear sword, putting his Russian nuclear forces on special combat readiness. Have you seen Russia take any concrete action to back that up? The U.S. did not respond in kind. Do you not take that as a serious threat?
Well, we listen to everything, obviously, but it is irresponsible to escalate, and we feel very strongly about this. As you know, we have a history of working with Russia in terms of this issue, and we will move on in terms of making sure that there is not escalation around this. Frankly, I think it's highly irresponsible. It's something we will obviously monitor, but our position is that we are not going to contribute to an escalation in that direction, and we have no intention of changing our posture.
All right, that was Vice President Harris, of course, speaking to the Today Show's Savannah Guthrie.
We're following the latest in Ukraine all morning, but there are some other major headlines we want to get to.
Just ahead, we'll have the latest on Queen Elizabeth after her COVID diagnosis. And now on the mend, what we're learning from Buckingham Palace as she's getting back to work.
Plus, the new normal. More than half of the nation's largest school districts have made masks optional. We'll tell you who experts say should keep their masks on. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
School districts across the country are dropping mask mandates for students as COVID cases steadily decline. It's part of a new normal the country is entering into, but doesn't mean the worst of the pandemic is behind us. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
It's time for kids to ditch the masks and breathe a little easier in a growing number of schools nationwide.
That's good because, especially with my little girl, she doesn't like too much.
It's time that we at least have our own choices.
The new reality drawing a mixed response.
I think it's a smart decision to keep it on.
Because everyone feels a lot safer with it on.
More than 50% of the largest districts have made masks optional. New York City could change its school policy next week, barring any unforeseen spike in cases. LA County on March 12th, making some parents there uneasy.
I'm just not ready as a parent. I don't think that completely gone yet because there's people still have COVID.
California is also dropping its requirement for vaccinated people to wear masks in most indoor settings. Same for Washington, Oregon, and Illinois, just to name a few. A recent poll showed 50% of Americans support some kind of mandate, down slightly from 55% last summer. But in many forms of public transportation, the masks are still required, and don't expect to fly without one. Federal officials tell us they're working closely with the CDC, but for now, the rules stand. In many of the places where the mandate has been lifted, officials still recommend some people wear masks. Who are the people at this point, even without a mandate, who should still be masking?
So there are 4 groups of people. Number 1, unvaccinated. Number 2, those older than 65 who are unboosted. Number 3, very immune compromised. And number 4, the people who live with any of the folks in the first 3 groups.
For those who are taking masks off, medical experts recommend not throwing them away. We are not in the clear from COVID. Not yet. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
Some hopeful news now. The United Kingdom and the whole world really are breathing a collective sigh of relief after Queen Elizabeth resumed her duties this week.
Yeah, NBC News' Kathy Park has the latest on this.
The Queen welcoming 2 new ambassadors virtually, easing concerns that had been mounting for more than a week about her health. The Queen canceling several engagements after she tested positive for COVID on February 20th, experiencing mild cold-like symptoms. This after Prince Charles and Camilla tested positive days before. Prior to the Queen's diagnosis, she cracked jokes at her last face-to-face meeting with senior defense officials.
Good morning, Your Majesty. How are you?
Well, as you can see, I can't move.
A major reception at Windsor Castle for foreign diplomats remains canceled, although Prince Charles out and about on Tuesday, reportedly saying she's a lot better now. The Queen is alleged to have met with members of her family over the weekend at Frogmore Cottage, including William and Kate and their 3 children. The Duchess of Cambridge just back from a successful solo trip to Denmark. And as the Queen prepares to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee year, Kensington Palace is hosting an exhibition showing archive photographs of the royals as we've rarely seen them before. A young Princess Elizabeth with her dog, precious moments with her father King George VI in his study. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen photographer herself, showing images of the royals as a normal family, a tradition that continues to this day. Getty royal photographer Chris Jackson capturing the celebration of Prince Charles's 70th birthday.
It says unexpected moments that generally happen when you're, of course, least expecting it, which are the best photos, and you always kind of know you have a feeling inside you. I mean, it's always great fun photographing the royal children. I have to find myself looking on the back of the camera and smiling because you've got these lovely pictures.
The Duchess of Cambridge, well known for taking candid photos of her children, snapped this joyous picture of Prince George. And also featured in the exhibit, Princess Diana walking in a cleared minefield in Angola, and Prince Harry following in his mother's footsteps. Plus, there's a powerful image of Diana holding the hand of an AIDS patient, and a stunning glimpse of the princess snapped by a member of the public.
Thanks to Kathy Park. That exhibition is a journey through history and comes during a year of celebration as the Queen prepares for that Platinum Jubilee. All right, this morning we're also watching the results from Texas, where voters cast their ballots in the first elections of the 2022 midterms.
NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki has the latest results, and of course, he is at the big board. Steve, for a second last hour, I was in front of our big board with some political news behind me, and I think everybody was like, "Where's Steve?" So thank goodness you're here. Tell us the latest.
Well, here we go. I mean, it's a bit of a cliffhanger. Pardon me. The biggest piece of outstanding business here in Texas is this House race in the 28th District. This is South Texas. Henry Cuellar, the incumbent, you see, he leads right now as challenger, a progressive Jessica Cisneros, by 2 points. The key is you got to hit 50% in these Texas primaries to avoid a runoff. So at the moment, Cuellar is below 50%. However, there are some question marks about some potential outstanding vote here in the district, particularly right along the border here you see in Starr County. Starr County is, as you can see, a Cuellar stronghold. So we're trying to track down. These are the numbers that we got from the county. The county announced late last night. There are some questions here about whether this is, in fact, everything from Starr County. And again, you can see how good Cuellar is doing here, how close he is to 50 right now. Additionally, provisional ballots, there are still some mail ballots yet to be counted in this thing. So there are some other ballots that'll come in and be tabulated today and beyond. So for the moment, Cuellar is under 50, and if this were to hold anything like this, you'd have Cuellar, Cisneros. They would then have a runoff on May 24th. These two candidates would run. We would lose the third candidate. But again, let's see, because there's been a lot of confusion, particularly, as I say, around Starr County there in South Texas. And the other interesting development here, I think potentially significant development in these primaries, again, a congressional primary, North Texas, 3rd District, Van Taylor, a Republican. You see, he is going to finish under 50%. He is going to be forced into a runoff. Van Taylor voted for that independent January 6th commission. He earned the ire of a lot of pro-Trump folks in his district. That was the basis of these challenges he faced in the primary. Keith Self, it looks like, is going to face Taylor in the runoff. It's a question here for Taylor. It's a big margin he still leads by, but do the dynamics change in a runoff now? Would Donald Trump himself get interested? Would he judge Taylor to be weak? Would national pro-Trump groups, national pro-Trump media get interested, make this runoff an event? Things could get dicey for Taylor if something like that were to happen. He was hoping to be above 50 to avoid a scenario like this. So that's the other major development in the House side to come out of last night.
Steve Kornacki, so much to watch further. Thank you for watching through, and we hope you're okay with your voice. Thank you so much for powering through that.
We've broken Steve.
Yeah, no. I know. And of course, on a primary results day, Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks, Steve. Now, many people across the country watched the State of the Union last night. Voters in one key state are paying close attention to what the president had to say. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us this morning, again from Reno. Guad, good morning. So the president hit on a number of topics last night. Let's start with Ukraine. What are voters telling you about what they heard about that in the speech?
Joe, good morning. Well, we've been focusing a lot on these nonpartisan voters, the undecided voters here in Washoe County, which is the swing county in Nevada. So coming into the State of the Union, I should say a lot of them kept bringing up the situation in Ukraine, and they wanted to hear the president talk about what America will be doing as a leader. And also they wanted to hear the sanctions that would be coming against Russia. So a lot of them are behind President Biden's announcement. Let's hear from one of these voters.
I understand it's the State of the Union. You just kind of hit these topics and we go. But I'd like to see more clear-cut answers of how we're going to actually achieve some of these things.
We're going to fight inflation, but we also are going to push through all these bills, and we need a lot more spending and spending and spending and spending. So I don't understand that, and I would like to understand how that's possible.
So we heard from the voters. Now, that was them speaking about domestic issues. We also did speak about the response to the Ukraine crisis. A lot of them, they said they were behind President Biden when it came to the announcements that they're going to have more sanctions against Russia, right? But then we got into the domestic issues, and this is what they responded. What we just saw, we just played that too soon. But essentially what voters are telling us is that when it came to these domestic issues, inflation, the price of gas, the price of housing, and other things that have been affecting them before the Ukraine crisis was the first thought at mind for everyone, they don't really see the Biden administration offering a clear plan that really makes them feel like President Biden is going to help things change for them here domestically, Joe.
All right, so Guad, after all that, after talking about Ukraine and domestic issues, did the speech have any impact on how the people you spoke with are going to vote in the midterms?
Right. So every time we have these conversations with the undecided, the nonpartisan voters, you ask them about the Biden administration. A lot of them saying they haven't seen what they wish they would have, what the promises the Biden administration made. The Biden administration hasn't delivered, but they're not completely disappointed. And when you ask them about the alternative, the first thing they say is there is no alternative on the Republican side. Many of them telling me that the Republican options that they have are just not any that they've considered. So for the most part, although they say they are unhappy with the current administration, they still have faith in President Biden. Joe?
All right, Guad, thank you so much.
We have more of our coverage of Russia's invasion in Ukraine in just a few minutes.
Coming up, President Zelensky's wife and 2 children are still believed to be in the country. We're going to have a closer look at Ukraine's First Lady and her message during the crisis.
Plus, Africans are among the hundreds of thousands of people fleeing Ukraine, and they say they're facing racist treatment as they try to cross the border. A look at what they're facing and reaction from officials next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is causing tremendous levels of human suffering and loss. It's also causing pain for people who identify as both Russian and Ukrainian, and it's tearing apart families with relatives in both countries right now. Many are fearing the worst as the intense fighting continues inside Ukraine's major cities. Alona Cherkasky grew up with a Russian mother and a Ukrainian father and now lives in London. University of Mary Washington professor Dan Hubbard has relatives living in both countries at this moment. Good morning to both of you. Thank you for being with us today. I know this can't be easy to talk about, so we're grateful that you're helping us understand some of the more nuanced aspects of this. Alona, I'll start with you. And I know that you split time between Moscow and Odessa, which is actually where the Russian Navy came in during this invasion. Can you put into words what it's like to see this conflict unfold in a place you and your family spent so much time in and where you still have family in both countries?
To say the least, this is devastating. And I think it's devastating to people who share this kind of mixed Ukrainian and Russian heritage like myself. Because we grew up like this, there are tens of millions of people in that region who share sort of my destiny, my history, my DNA. Russians and Ukrainians have lived so closely together. They share families, they share faith, they share, what used to be a common geography. The situation is beyond devastating to our friends, our relatives who still remain in Ukraine. And we are trying to parse out how to make sense out of any of this and what the end game really is.
Professor Hubbard, let me bring you in here, and I actually want to read something that you told the New York Times that is just one of the more heartbreaking things I've heard here. You said, "I have cousins on both sides, and I dread them killing each other." What has this been like for you, trying to get in contact with them? Have you been able to? Tell us about the concern for their well-being and what this is like, having them on either side.
Alona said it so eloquently. Devastating, absolutely devastating. One of my Russian cousins has been arrested in the protests. We don't know the conditions he's being held under. My Ukrainian family lives just outside of Kharkiv, and just devastating, absolutely devastating. All this because of a sociopath. And Alona said it perfectly. We share DNA. Kyiv is the birthplace of Russian culture. And for this man to bomb our mother, to kill our people, it's an abomination. Abomination is the word.
Professor Hubbard, you also said that you feel for both sides because Russian boys don't even know why they are there. I think that's such a nuanced point that really gets at some of the more complicated aspects of this, like the misinformation and the differences between what citizens of each country are being told. What did you mean when you said that they don't know why they're there?
Putin is a KGBesnik. In English, you would say KGB man. And, kill, grab, brutalize. And they are masters of disinformation. And many of the young conscripts were absolutely, totally lied to, convinced that they were there to liberate Ukraine from these so-called Nazis. That is a devilish lie. And they are genuinely shocked at the reception they're receiving. They're stunned. Why are we being greeted as an occupying? Why are people fighting us when we're here to liberate them? And my only hope in this is the mothers of Russia. The mothers of Russia can stop this.
Alona, as I mentioned, your mom's from Russia, your dad's from Ukraine. Explain to our viewers how common dual heritage is among people from this region, that it's just not so black and white, simply put. And what do you want people watching right now to know about how connected the two countries are to each other and what this specific pain is for those who do feel that they belong on both sides?
I was joking with my family the other day that there's so few Russians without the Ukrainian heritage, and there's so few Ukrainians without Russian heritage. We're so interlinked. I mean, what springs to mind is, 20 years ago, a war in Yugoslavia where, Serbs and Croatians and Slovenians stood up against one another. I mean, people have lived together for thousands of years. I mean, Orthodoxy is over 1,000 years old. Orthodoxy started in Kiev. Obviously, Ukraine was annexed into the USSR in 1917, 1918. But make no mistake, these are two distinct identities. These are two distinct countries with sovereign rights recognized under international law. What is happening is a brutal occupation and attempted annexation that, as Dr. Hubbard is saying, is completely devastating and not to mention illegal. We lived together for so long that we didn't have to reconcile these identities. They comfortably coexisted within ourselves because, Ukraine is a massive melting pot of people who come from Romania and Moldova and Greece and the huge Jewish community there as well, of which I'm a part of. We never had to question this before the events of a few years ago, really, because we coexisted and lived together comfortably. After 1991, obviously, Ukraine declared its full sovereignty and became a different country, which, for people like me, asked us to take sides, which, having grown up with both, is complicated to do because...
Of course.
It's not complicated to do because, obviously, it's clear what side we're on, but the devastating thing is we have to take sides.
Alona Cherkasky and Professor Daniel Hubbard, thank you both so much. An enlightening conversation, and I know a very personal one for both of you, so we appreciate you sharing, and we're thinking about both of your families.
Thank you so much.
With each passing day, more attention is focused on Ukraine's president, along with his family, specifically the First Lady, who, much like her husband, is taking to social media to publicly speak out against the invasion. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobieja joins us now from Poland near the border with Ukraine with more on that. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. The First Lady's location is unknown at this hour, but she's believed to be with her two children in Ukraine. And her ability to stay there, her decision to stay in country and support her husband has drawn admiration from people around the world.
Long the dutiful partner to President Volodymyr Zelensky, Olena Zelenska is now emerging on a world stage in her own spotlight, a voice of hope and resilience for Ukraine and its people, as her own family faces an increasingly grave threat to their lives. Zelenska taking to social media this week, sharing a message of resolve at the start of the Russian invasion. I have no panic or tears in me. I will be calm and confident. The 44-year-old mother of two admits she's always been more comfortable in the background, telling Vogue Ukraine in 2019 she was concerned when her husband decided to run for president. I was not too happy when I realized that those were the plans. I realized how everything would change and what difficulties we would have to face. But since entering office, Zelenska has focused her work on several key issues, including women's rights. The First Lady highlighting the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian women who have stayed behind to fight on the front lines. I once wrote that women in Ukraine are 2 million more than men. Now it takes on a whole new meaning. My admiration and bows to you, my incredible compatriots. Also an advocate for children's development, Zelenska drawing special attention to Ukrainian infants born in bomb shelters, proclaiming one day the newborns will live in a peaceful country who defended herself. While her husband gained fame in front of the camera, Zelenska worked behind the scenes as a comedy writer and screenwriter. Both were born and raised in the same city in southeast Ukraine, but didn't meet until they were university students. On Valentine's Day, the couple sharing this video, telling the world, let's love each other and let's love Ukraine.
President Zelensky has said that according to Ukraine government information, he is Russia's target number 1. His family is target number 2. It is impossible to overstate the great personal risk this first family is taking by staying in Ukraine. Joe, Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much for that report.
And now more than 600,000 people have fled Ukraine as Russia advances further into the country.
But some refugees from Africa who've left Ukraine say they faced racist treatment, segregation, and delays before being allowed into neighboring European Union countries.
NBC News correspondent Zinkley Esama joins us now with more on this. I'm so happy that we are covering it. Zinkley, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Savannah and Joe. That's right. Disturbing video is circulating online under the hashtag Africans in Ukraine as Africans and other non-white refugees say they are facing unjust treatment at Ukraine's borders.
Africans in Ukraine allege racism and discrimination at the country's borders. Video posted this week by a Nigerian student studying in Ukraine and verified by NBC appears to show military officials pointing guns at refugees who say they are not being allowed out of the war-stricken country. According to video, officials continued to point the guns even as refugees raised their hands in surrender.
We've been here for 3 days. We died of cold.
Alexander Somtoora, a Nigerian student, was there. He alleges officials at multiple borders turned refugees of color away.
I asked them, do you identify Ukrainian by looking at them? Because I don't see you checking passports. I see you picking white people only.
How would you describe what's happening at the border?
I don't like using the word racism, but it's racism. And I was expecting people that are in war to be more compassionate.
These statements echo to our teams in Poland on the border with Ukraine. They spoke with one man, a Senegalese student, who asked to conceal his face.
You had all the documents to cross. Was it that help make it faster, or is it slow no matter what?
It does not even help you to get faster.
As Russia invades Ukraine, hundreds of thousands have been displaced and traveled miles by car and on foot, looking for a way to safely exit Ukraine. More distressing video verified by NBC shows footage of Ukrainian forces seemingly denying a black person entry on a train. Many refugees sharing similar accounts of being stranded online.
The Ukrainians were let in, and the foreigners, they were segregated to one side. They were treated differently.
Ukraine's foreign minister tweeted Tuesday night that, quote, Africans seeking evacuation are our friends and need to have equal opportunities to return to their home countries safely. The African Union released a statement on Monday saying, quote, reports that Africans are singled out for unacceptable dissimilar treatment would be shockingly racist and breach international law. On Monday, the permanent representative of Poland to the United Nations said that allegations of discrimination were, quote, a complete lie. For Ora, days after failed attempts to cross, he says he and other Africans stormed past the border, then were granted legal entry. What do you want people to know about the experience of Africans in Ukraine right now?
I want people to know that the exact people asking the world for help is committing a war crime against Africans.
And Savannah and Joe, it's important to point out that African student I spoke with really emphasized that Ukrainian citizens have been welcoming and warm, offering food and shelter. But he says at the border is when he's been met with resistance. Of course, officials in the countries have denied these allegations, but it's something we're going to continue following closely.
Please do. Such important reporting. Sinclair Esama, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And after the break, reaction to President Biden's State of the Union address.
Coming up, we'll tell you what black voters thought of his speech next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back. There's plenty of reaction this morning to President Biden's State of the Union address.
This morning, we're hearing from a key group of voters who helped him win the White House back in 2020. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, good morning. I know you spoke with a group of black voters just this morning. What did they have to say about what they heard last night?
You know, Joe, they said overall they were satisfied with the tone of the speech. They said that they liked that it was a unifying message. They enjoyed hearing that from the president and drew a contrast to the previous administration. But when it comes to substance, they say they were listening for very specific things along voting rights, about child care, about policing. And they say that they wish they had heard more substance on that front. Take a look.
Voting rights. I cannot emphasize enough that we did not hear that. That was 1 minute. I remember timing it and just hearing, oh, you've checked that box and now you've moved on.
He touched on, I have two sons. So, police reform is very important to me. It's important. I'm hearing about teenagers that literally don't want to get their driver's license or drive out of fear.
And, you know, both of them did sort of give the caveat of, listen, they understand that he has a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover in a defined amount of time. But they did say that, especially when it comes to voting rights, the first lady that you heard from is a voting rights activist. She's somebody who spent a lot of time in the run-up to the 2020 election registering voters, knocking on doors, making sure that people got out to the polls. She says those are the very people who put President Biden in office. And she says that voting rights, again, a sticking point that we've heard before, is something that she really wanted to hear more of, guys.
Blaine, what else stands out from your conversation with these voters? I know you just spoke with them.
Yeah, you know, I also talked with Sashita McNair. She's somebody who was a mother. We actually first met her back during the primaries in 2020. She was sitting out in the rain holding her then infant son, and they had been waiting for several hours. So we followed her. We talked to her a lot, since that time. And I asked her, you know what, was the time in the rain worth it? She said, absolutely. But there's something that she wanted to hear as well. Take a look.
As far as the job, I'm a little disappointed because I felt like people have increased their prices on childcare, making it inaccessible to those who have multiple kids. And my sister just passed, so I just adopted my nephew here, and now I find that people are overpricing.
You heard her there. She has her 2 little boys with her today, and she said childcare. That's something that she really wanted to hear about. In addition to that, student loan forgiveness is something else that she really wanted to bring to the forefront. So overall, again, they were satisfied with the tone. You know, 2 of them said that they would rate it about an 8, but they say, again, when it comes to the midterms, when it comes to energizing voters, that it's very important that they hear the things that they believe are most important to them, the things that the president campaigned on and effectively got him into office. They say that they want to make sure that those things remain a priority, guys.
Blaine, quickly, I know it's early, but any chance the speech influences how they're going to vote in the midterms?
You know, I actually asked that. I said, you know, do you think it's going to go one way or the other? They said not necessarily. They're still going to be fired up. They're still going to be excited when it comes to going out and getting voters and making sure people turn out to the polls. But they say, again, there needs to be that return on investment. Specifically, the activists that I spoke to said there needs to be that return on investment to make sure that the momentum still keeps going for the midterms.
Still a ways to go before those midterms. Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. Appreciate that this morning. Coming up, New York City is home to the largest population of Ukrainians in the United States.
We'll take you to a restaurant in New York's Ukrainian neighborhood next, where people are lining up to support the business.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Thousands of miles from Ukraine in New York City, you'll find a family-owned restaurant with deep ties to the region.
Veselka, long known for its pierogies and family atmosphere, is seeing a surge of support with customers lining up around the block. I spoke to the owner about how emotional the last week has been for his staff and what this restaurant represents in a time of crisis.
I have a young guy that works for me that's lost 4 of what he considers his brothers, guys that he grew up with or that were on the front line.
Inside the Manhattan restaurant, Veselka, the crisis in Ukraine is close to home.
I would say a good 30% to 40% of my employee base is Ukrainian that has direct ties to Ukraine. They're very concerned. They have siblings and fathers and that are fighting.
Owner Jason Burchard says the last week has been a whirlwind for his family's business, with New Yorkers arriving in masses to show their support.
Business has pretty much doubled in the last week since the invasion. I think a lot of the Ukrainian community patrons that are coming are very happy to see that we're here and we're open.
So you are Ukrainian. You were born there?
Yeah, born there.
Where?
In Khmelnytsky.
What's it going to mean today when you go in there and order and support this business?
Support, showing them our love.
Yeah.
And I hope that we all get through this together.
Inside the East Village staple, many employees are anxiously waiting to hear from loved ones in Ukraine.
And I know you've been offering them paid time off.
One of my servers, Ukrainian, has direct links. Her parents are in Kiev, and she just wanted to be by the phone all week this week, so she requested a week off, and I will supplement her income for this week.
Others find the work a welcome distraction and a chance to be together.
They don't want to be stuck to the internet or the TV and seeing the tragedy which is unfolding. I think in working in unity, they know that they're standing together.
Some have even considered leaving New York and joining the fight in Ukraine.
I've had several male employees ask me, what my thoughts are. Of course, I would support them.
What's that like for you when one of them comes in?
It makes me want to join them. They're calling up any able-bodied male in Ukraine from 18 to 60. I'm 55. I mean, if I were living in Ukraine, I would be asked to join the army.
Customers say coming to Veselka humanizes the crisis.
When they unfurled the Ukrainian flag last week, it really made this sort of abstract thing very, very real.
And for Ukrainians in the States, it's a small piece of home when their country's future remains uncertain.
Is your family scared?
Yeah, on the daily they worry about, because like I said, everyone on my father's side is still over there. Because you never know, today it's Kiev, but tomorrow it could be the rest of Europe.
In addition to supporting his employees, Jason is using his restaurant to support Ukrainians fighting overseas.
Well, we're going to start collecting medical and basic supplies that I will pay for the shipping. We are partnered with several nonprofits that I've worked with before. We're passing out QR codes so people can direct links to donate. And going forward, any of our Ukrainian borscht, this is our homemade beet soup, all those sales will go to help Ukrainian relief efforts.
I think the world is just moved by the resilience of Ukrainian people, making Molotov cocktails, showing up to fight.
We're a very proud, resilient people. We've been down this road before. Being 30 years sovereign this past year, anniversary, they're gonna die fighting.
His message to Americans: this isn't just about Ukraine.
This is a war on the free world. We have to really think this is a war on all of us. And we need to really stand up and have our voices heard.
It was a really quick flash in the piece there, but actually in the kitchen, there were women who were making pierogies with their phone propped up to be continuing to watch the news events. Just so hard to separate the two, but finding community at least there.
And incredible to hear that some are willing to go from New York to Ukraine to fight. That's just how important this is to them and how much their country matters to them.
Absolutely. And he's a great boss in general. This stepped it up tenfold. I mean, saying he makes him want to do the same. And he's having people come into his office crying and just comforting them as they're waiting to hear from family.
Love seeing all those long lines around the corner there, which have been all over social media.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Deadly strikes. New attacks as Russian forces inch closer to Ukraine's capital city. How Kyiv is preparing to defend itself as thousands of people try to get out. Harsh words. President Biden taking aim at Russia's leader during his first State of the Union address. His message to Vladimir Putin and the wealthy Russians who've supported him. Unmasked. COVID rules now changing for millions of students. What we know about the president's plan for the next phase of the pandemic. And striking out. Major League Baseball canceling opening day. How the season could be impacted if players and owners can't make a deal soon. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin with breaking news. Russia's mounting offensive across Ukraine. This video from Zhytomyr, roughly 90 miles outside Kyiv. The city's mayor says an airstrike hit a hospital and several homes there. Ukraine's emergency service says hundreds of civilians have been killed since Russia began its invasion 7 days ago. They're now denying a previously reported number in the thousands. NBC News, however, has not independently been able to verify any figures. In Kyiv, a TV tower hit by Russian missiles is still standing. It was one of several targets across the capital yesterday. The invasion was part of President Biden's State of the Union address last night. Biden warned Vladimir Putin will pay a, quote, high price for invading Ukraine. We are covering the big story from every angle at this hour. Let's begin this news hour with NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons. He's in Moscow for us again today. Keir, we just showed that video from Zhytomyr. There's also been reports about shelling in Kharkiv. What's the latest on Russia's attacks across Ukraine?
Well, Aaron, Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, is being pummeled, honestly. It is taking the worst of the kind of aerial artillery missile-style attacks. Plainly, it's the fog of war, so the details of exactly what's being used and how it's being done, how much indiscriminate munitions are being fired at Kharkiv are hard to unpick, but reality is that civilians are dying, and it is a very, very bleak picture there. To the south of Ukraine, the Russians are making more progress, perhaps even than they are to the north, in that area on the coastline, which is crucial strategically for Russia to be able to try to cut off, from a military point of view, to try to cut off Ukraine from the sea there. And then in the north, this continuing picture of really much more slow progress, that long convoy of military APCs and other types of military hardware really does look almost amateurish, even though it looks ominous at the same time, heading towards Kharkiv, but slowing some observers believe, heading towards Kiev, I'm sorry, but slowing some observers believe. Still, though, the people of the capital city bracing themselves.
You know, President Biden has already implemented some pretty harsh sanctions on Russia, as have other countries. It appears that more sanctions could be coming. What do you know about that at this point, Keir?
Well, yeah, Western intelligence, U.S. officials, are suggesting that there will be more sanctions coming, perhaps the U.S. getting in line with the European sanctions that have been put in place. We did hear from the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, here today, and he talked about those sanctions being hard-hitting, but that Russia will keep standing. So the Russian leadership here trying to tap in to a Russian sense of being under siege and hoping that President Putin gains more support as a result of that sense.
I want to turn to our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now in Washington for us today. Dan, we know all eyes are still on the Ukrainian capital in a significant way. How is Washington handling Russia's continued advancement on the capital of Kyiv?
Aaron, the White House is extremely concerned, and they're accusing Russia of indiscriminate shelling and bombing that is hitting some of those civilian targets in residential neighborhoods. There was a phone call just today between Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his Ukrainian counterpart, where he pledged U.S. military and humanitarian support and diplomatic support as much as possible. But one thing I think is true is that they're really trying to flow weapons in. There's been shipments of Stingers going in over the past week, and of course allies are doing the same. And then just today we hear that there is a new task force being formed at the Department of Justice that will go after sanctions enforcement against Russia. And the idea is to track down any kind of tactics to try to bust those sanctions. And that would include trying to go after efforts to use cryptocurrency to evade some of these really severe financial sanctions. But the harsh reality is Ukraine is having to fight this invasion on their own, and the U.S. and the Biden administration is hoping that they can put pressure on Russia through these sanctions so they inflict a real cost on Moscow, and at the same time trying to supply weapons to the Ukrainians to slow down the onslaught.
Can't ignore the fact that the physical part of this is something that Ukrainians are bearing all by themselves, fighting against Russia. Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today. Dan, thank you. I want to turn to General Barry McCaffrey now. He's an NBC News military analyst and retired four-star Army general. General McCaffrey, what's your assessment of Russia's latest military moves at this point?
Well, the situation clearly looks grim. The battle for Ukraine will be decided in the cities. And it's hard to imagine a tank mechanized force backed up by artillery not causing tremendous devastation, whether it's Kharkiv, the capital of Kyiv, or the cities in the south on the Sea of Azov or the Black Sea. There's going to be a terrible situation. Look, Aaron, let me also put one point on the table clearly. I personally am being bombarded with people talking about NATO no-fly zone. And, you know, it seems obvious to me that NATO air power, meaning primarily the French and the Brits and the U.S., could drive the Russian air power out of Ukraine. In doing so, we would enter the war 100%. We'd have to take on the S-400 missile defense system, which is 400-kilometer range, and it's based essentially in Russia. And no air power will stop the ground assault. So If President Biden went that way, we're at war with Russia. He's not going to do it.
What's your take, General, on the president's comments during last night's State of the Union? He made the comment that Putin badly miscalculated, was the quote, I think, from the speech when he talked about the response that has been mounted against Russia.
Well, I thought President Biden's speech was very sound, very balanced. He has pulled together NATO in an extraordinary way. Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, the Germans, for God's sakes, which essentially unilaterally disarmed 15 years ago, just doubled their defense budget in the coming year. So Putin has created a strategic menace to his ambitions. It's just simply hard to imagine. However, at the end of the day, these sanctions, which will cripple Russia eventually, which will not bother Putin or the elites in the short run at all, can't decide the question, which is going to essentially be decided in the battlefield in the next 10 to 30 days.
In general, you know, we're 7 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What are your thoughts on the resolve of the Ukrainian people and what outcome may be ahead as you watch? We've heard reports about, you know, elderly folks in Ukraine taking up arms and being ready to fight alongside soldiers.
Well, it's an extraordinary situation, and great credit is due not just to the citizens flocking to militias and Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian reserves, which have been called up, fighting against this behemoth and essentially with minimal weaponry. It's also a credit to President Zelensky and the political leadership. I mean, it's very touching to see these young and old Ukrainian men coming back in from jobs throughout Europe to fight to defend their hometowns. That battle in Kyiv could go on for a month and devastate the city if this is the actual outcome of the Russian assault.
General Barry McCaffrey, as always, we appreciate your time and your perspective. Thank you for being here, sir.
Okay, good to be with you.
Now, the Russian invasion of Ukraine was a focal point of President Biden's first State of the Union address. And despite the issues he's facing on foreign policy and the economy here at home, Biden's speech had one major theme: unity.
And my report is this: the State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America.
We have a team of correspondents and analysts breaking all of this down for us today. Let's begin with NBC News White House reporter Lauren Egan and senior political editor Mark Murray. First on this, Lauren, to you. Talk to us about some of the major takeaways from the president's speech last night.
Well, he used about the first 12 minutes of his speech to talk about the situation in Ukraine. He praised the Ukrainian people for their bravery. He went after Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he said that the West, the EU, the US, NATO has really come together in an unprecedented way. And these sanctions that we've seen been rolled out over the past few weeks have really had an impact. He made a little bit of news announcing that the US would not allow any Russian flights into the American airspace. Take a listen to what he had to say about Ukraine last night.
But I want you to know, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger.
He also announced what he's calling a unity agenda. These are issues that he says Republicans and Democrats can come together to work on. He unveiled 4 topics that he said that they could work together on. That's the opioid epidemic, mental health, supporting veterans, ending cancer. And he also said that he's going to essentially reframe his Build Back Better agenda. He's now calling it Building a Better America. He's in Wisconsin today giving a speech on this topic, so we should learn more about what exactly that is later today.
Hey, Mark Murray, the president's approval numbers are not good at this point. Let's talk a little bit about the messaging the White House needed to deliver and whether they actually did that last night.
Yeah, when you look at President Biden's numbers, Aaron, the hits that he's actually taken have been almost across the board and almost everywhere. And so the American public gives the president low marks for his handling of the economy and the coronavirus. Also low marks when it comes to competency, handling a crisis, and what you guys were just talking about, unity. And so one way to look at last night's more than hour speech was just trying to address all of those different topics, and whether it was confronting inflation head on and saying the president has a plan for that, having a unity agenda, and then also dealing with the situation in Ukraine to really try to bolster the perceptions of his handling of a crisis, as well as his competency after what happened in Afghanistan last year. And so, Aaron, it looked like the president was trying to do it all. The question is whether the public ended up getting that message and whether the president can deliver on it.
Let's look a little bit at that in just a second here. Mark Murray, Lauren Egan, thank you both. I'll bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas now. He is in the Reno, Nevada area for us today. Guad, we know that Nevada is a swing state. You spoke to some of the voters there about the president's speech last night. What are regular folks saying about Biden's address?
Aaron, swing state, and we're in the swing county of that state here in Washoe. We've been talking to nonpartisan voters for the last few days, most of them telling us that they cared about these domestic issues that have been affecting them for the past year. But now Ukraine, of course, is top of mind. Now, we met a family of nonpartisan voters yesterday, and we came over to their house and watched them as they watched President Biden to get a reaction. For the most part, they say they are behind him when it comes to Ukraine, but with the domestic issues, they felt like they don't know if the president can deliver on the things he mentioned. Let's hear from members of this family.
I really liked what he said. I would say 50% of what he said I loved. It's idealistic. I want to conquer cancer. I want to go after some of these issues. Some of the other issues, though, I have to say, how are we going to actually fund that? We have infrastructure issues. We have an economy that's reeling from COVID. We have a war in Europe now. So that's politics as usual, though, I think. And again, I understand it's the State of the Union. You just kind of hit these topics and we go. But I'd like to see more clear-cut answers of how we're going to actually achieve some of these things.
At the beginning of the speech, I really enjoyed, kind of getting tough on Ukraine and this whole situation, because I feel like all of us are wondering, what are we going to do? But towards the rest of the speech, it just felt more like a laundry list of different political agendas and such. And I didn't really hear anything that was that substantive.
So that was the feeling. We heard from Jerry and we heard from Zach, father and son, one conservative, one says he's a little more liberal, but both saying they're not Democrat or Republican. These are the voters that are nonpartisan who are listening to the issues as President Biden gave his speech last night.
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Reno today. Guad, thank you. Opening statements are underway in the first trial stemming from the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Guy Reffitt is charged with unlawful transportation of a gun and obstruction of an official proceeding, among other things. This trial is likely to set the tone for dozens of other cases tied to the Capitol riot. Meanwhile, the House committee investigating the insurrection is issuing 6 new subpoenas that may suggest a shift in the panel's focus. Let's bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams and national security correspondent Ken Delanian. Pete, first to you. Talk to us about today's opening statements there in Washington. What are lawyers on both sides here arguing?
So before I get to that, let me just tell you what's pretty unusual about this case. First, because it is the first jury trial here in D.C. since the pandemic restrictions have begun to be lifted, the jurors are not sitting in the jury box as they usually would. They're dispersed throughout the first part of the courtroom. The second thing is that the judge has given the jury what we think is a first in federal court, an instruction to turn off the push notifications on their phones. Now, these are these notifications. The judges always tell jurors, don't follow news coverage, don't seek it out. If you start to hear it on TV or the radio, turn it off. But apparently, because of what happened in the Sarah Palin trial up in New York, now judges are telling jurors, turn off your push notifications. Okay, now to the opening statements. The prosecution says that Guy Reffitt came to Washington to help lead the mob at the Capitol on January 6th, that he led the rioters up the steps, all the while with a handgun on his hip, and they described him as the tip of the mob's spear. They say that before coming here, he tried to recruit others to come with him to Washington, others associated with the 3 percenters. And they said that during the riot, he can be heard on a camera that he was wearing saying that he would rip members of Congress out of the Capitol by their hair, and that he specifically mentioned House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the Senate leader Mitch McConnell. And then when he got back to Texas, prosecutors say he threatened to shoot his children if they told the police or the FBI what he did in Washington. His lawyer gave a very short opening statement saying there's no evidence that Reffitt assaulted anybody or helped anyone assault the police or anybody else. And they say once Reffitt was hit with pepper spray and pepper balls, it was all over, and that his comments are lots of hyperbole, which sounds scary but don't amount to much.
And Pete, we mentioned that this trial is a first. How might the results of this trial impact the other January 6th cases that are coming?
Well, to some extent, I think the government is using this as a template to establish for other jurors how to think about January 6th. So while the evidence against Reffitt is different and will be for every other defendant, I think the overall approach that they're going to try to use to explain how scary it was for people inside the Capitol, members of Congress on the run, the vice president being led out of the chamber, taken to a secure location. They're trying to paint that picture to put the jurors back in the frame of mind of what happened on that day.
All right, Pete Williams for us in our Washington bureau today. Pete, thank you. Now, the House committee investigating the January 6th riot is out with 6 new subpoenas targeting promoters of election fraud claims. Let's bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in now. Ken, so who exactly are these subpoenas targeting here, and why is the committee interested in these particular people?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, this is a group of lawyers and others who promoted those false claims about fraud in the 2020 election and were seeking to overturn Joe Biden's victory. One of the notable names came from that conservative pro-Trump One America News Network, an anchor named Christina Bobb, not just because she was involved in promoting the big lie on the air, but because the committee says she was involved in efforts to draft an executive order for President Trump that would have directed federal agencies to seize voting machines in contested states. Another subpoena went to lawyer Cleta Mitchell. She's a longtime fixture in Republican politics who was heavily involved with trying to help Donald Trump overturn the election and was a participant, the committee says, in that infamous phone call between Donald Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State, where Trump said he wanted the Secretary of State to find a certain number of votes that would help Trump win. Lastly, a subpoena went to another lawyer named Kurt Olson, who sent emails urging the Justice Department to file a lawsuit with the Supreme Court to try to overturn the election. None of these people have responded to NBC News requests for comments, Aaron.
Ken, why are these lawmakers zeroing in on promoters of election fraud claims now? Is the panel sort of shifting its focus suddenly?
I don't know if it's a shift in focus as much as it is this is another tentacle in their investigation. They have said for a while that they are interested not just in the physical attack on the Capitol, but the context here, the effort to overturn the election. Let me read you what the chairman of the committee, Benny Thompson, said in a statement explaining all this. He said, the committee is seeking information about attempts to disrupt or delay the certification of electoral votes and any efforts to corruptly change the outcome of the 2020 election. And he added that these 6 people that they've subpoenaed all have knowledge related to these matters and will help the Select Committee better understand all the various strategies employed to potentially affect the outcome of the election. Aaron, this panel right now has interviewed more than 550 witnesses. It's spent more than $2 million, and it's hoping to release an interim report this summer. And that's important because if the Republicans take back the House in the fall, that could be the end for the committee. So they are nearing what potentially could be the end of their work, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us today. Ken, thank you. President Biden announcing a new plan in the fight against the pandemic. Coming up, the new COVID strategy and how it's going to impact you.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
While the Russian invasion of Ukraine took center stage during the State of the Union, President Biden also used his speech to address the pandemic.
Because of the progress we've made, because of your resilience and the tools that we have been provided by this Congress, tonight I can say we're moving forward safely back to more normal routines.
Now, building on the president's remarks, today the White House rolled out a new COVID response strategy. Details of that plan include a continued focus on vaccines, a new test to treat initiative, minimizing the time between testing positive for COVID and getting treatment. Also in the plan, more free rapid tests made available by mail starting next week, and a vigilant approach toward new variants so the government can deploy new vaccines within 100 days if needed. But while COVID restrictions have eased in many places, some Americans are still feeling uneasy. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
It's time for kids to ditch the masks and breathe a little easier in a growing number of schools nationwide.
That's good because, especially with my little girl, she doesn't like too much.
It's time that we at least have our own choices.
The new reality drawing a mixed response.
I think it's a smart decision to keep it on.
Because everyone feels a lot safer with it on.
More than 50% of the largest districts have made masks optional. New York City could change its school policy next week, barring any unforeseen spike in cases. LA County on March 12th, making some parents there uneasy.
I'm just not ready as a parent. I don't think that completely gone yet because there's people still have COVID.
California is also dropping its requirement for vaccinated people to wear masks in most indoor settings. Same for Washington, Oregon, and Illinois, just to name a few. A recent poll showed 50% of Americans support some kind of mandate, down slightly from 55% last summer. But in many forms of public transportation, the masks are still required, and don't expect to fly without one. Federal officials tell us they're working closely with the CDC, but for now, the rules stand. In many of the places where the mandate has been lifted, officials still recommend some people wear masks. Who are the people at this point, even without a mandate, who should still be masking?
So there are four groups of people. Number one, unvaccinated. Number two, those older than 65 who are unboosted. Number three, very immune compromised. And number four, the people who live with any of the folks in the first three groups.
For those who are taking masks off, medical experts recommend not throwing them away. We are not in the clear from COVID. Not yet.
Stephanie Gosk reporting there. Vice President Kamala Harris on the record about the Ukraine invasion. Still ahead, why she says Vladimir Putin's plan backfired as the Kremlin puts nuclear forces on high alert.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a couple from North Carolina looking for answers after a heavy piece of metal barreled through their windshield. A metal object hit Ian Beaver in the face as he drove through Fort Myers, Florida with his wife. It's not clear where that object came from. The impact knocked Beaver unconscious and the car spun off the road. Both were hurt and Beaver's jaw had to be wired shut. The man dubbed the Tinder Swindler is being sued by the family that he pretended to be a part of. Simon Lviv, known by his real name as Shimon Hayut, is the subject of a new Netflix documentary. It focuses on the fake persona he used to ask for money on dating apps. He claimed on Tinder to be related to the Israeli diamond magnate Lev Lviv. The real family is accusing Hayut of making false representations. They say more lawsuits will follow. And after 2 years of restricted events, the National Cherry Blossom Festival in Washington, D.C. is back in full force. The festival set to run from mid-March to mid-April. If you're looking for the best time to visit, peak bloom is expected between the 22nd and the 25th of March. Today, Russia stepped up its attack, hitting Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv, with more shelling. Paratroopers descended on the city as a miles-long military convoy continues to work its way toward Kyiv. Despite the buildup, logistical issues and strong Ukrainian resistance appear to be slowing down Russia. That's according to Britain's defense ministry. The fighting is sending shockwaves throughout the world economy. The price of oil topped $113. That's the highest point in 11 years. The danger and the instability pushing more Ukrainians out of their country. The United Nations estimating more than 800,000 people have fled Ukraine in the past week. In just a moment, we're going to speak to a mother who stayed in Ukraine with her children. But let's begin with NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas in Ukraine with details on the ongoing refugee.
Hey, Aaron, we're at the train station here in Lviv, the major hub to get out of
Ukraine, in the western part of this country. You can see people are waiting for trains here. All day they are coming and going. But the sad reality is that some of these trains don't even cross into neighboring countries like Poland and Romania. They're just taking these refugees to the border. The refugees here will still take that risk to try and get out. A look inside the mass exodus from Ukraine. Windows from departing trains telling the story. Two little boys staring into the unknown. A brother and sister finding a moment to smile. And this child exchanging a peace sign with us.
We left so many friends of ours, my family, my mom, my sisters are back there.
Ukrainian Galina Baranova is trying to get to Greece. She's traveling with her 4-year-old daughter and a convoy of friends and family. They had to fight to get on board.
When we were boarding the train, the people were pushing, pushing the babies. The babies were in shock. They were crying like half of the road. And it actually was a very bad experience.
If families do make it out, this is where some of them come. A makeshift refugee camp across the border in Poland. Many here unsure of what to do or where to go to next. Just days ago, 19-year-old Vitaly was at the university in Kyiv. So are you scared of the Russians?
No, I'm not scared because we know what we fight for. We Ukrainians, we fight for justice and for freedom and for liberty. And Russians, they do not know what they fight for.
30-year-old Victoria Zamborina has just left her home in the country's capital. Why did you come out here? Why are you in Lviv?
Because it was so horrible to stay in Kyiv. It was really scary. They were bombing us. And I didn't belong to myself. I was going crazy.
And every hour, more tearful scenes like this. Families being separated, facing uncertain futures.
It's terrible because actually it was so unexpected and nobody was prepared to this situation. And we believe that we will see them soon.
The UN is out with a new estimate of the amount of refugees they think will leave this country. They think it'll be around 4 million. We haven't approached 1 million yet. But having covered this for nearly a week now, I would not be surprised if those numbers are even higher. Aaron?
Tom Yamas for us in Lviv. Our next guest is a mother of two who has been sheltering in her church's basement since Friday as Russian forces invade there. Z Gaiman, we appreciate you joining us today and talking to us. Tell me what your experience has been like.
Well, it's certainly something that we haven't expected ever before. They were talking about Putin not attacking Kiev, or that is just something that he's terrorizing with, but what he's never going to be doing. But at the same time, from what we've seen, what we woke up, the reality we woke up to on Thursday morning is that actually he did push through, and we've been living in the basement since Friday. We stayed the first day in our home, but it was not very calm there. So we moved to church. It has a basement there. So we're here with several other families. One family just left this morning to evacuate. Another family came in because they were bombing right next to their building.
I know you.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I know you have two children there. You have a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old. How are they doing? How are they holding up? How are they reacting to what's happening around you all?
Right now, because we had several kids at the church also, so for them it was mostly like a campground. All the parents were trying to make it sound as if, well, this is something that you have to just live through. We try to keep the routine, and we try to just make it as normal as possible. At the same time, while being honest with the kids that this is not just a camp. This is war. We've got war going on. But like knowing so that they would know that whenever we tell them it's time to go to the basement, it's time to go to the basement, because they have to understand that this is serious.
You know, we're all watching this from afar here in the States, and then people around the world are watching what's unfolding there. What's the message you have for the rest of the world, people outside Ukraine who are watching?
Well, enjoy your freedom. Enjoy the independence of your countries. And please pray for the Army, for the territorial defense. My husband is there protecting his land. And please pray for all of this to end, because this is no way to raise kids, and we just want to live free in our country.
Thank you so much for making time for us. I hope you do know that so many people around the world are praying for you, and God bless you and the other parents there who are trying to keep your kids safe at this time. Z. Guyman, appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Now, the war in Ukraine was a key focus of President Biden's speech to the nation last night, as we've said. This morning, his vice president, Kamala Harris, was on the Today Show to discuss the administration's foreign policy agenda and to clarify some of last night's unanswered questions. Take a listen.
As you know, the U.S. and its allies have unleashed massive sanctions on Russia, inflicting real pain on the Russian regime. We've seen actions from Western nations that were unthinkable 2 weeks ago. That said, Putin is continuing with this campaign. It grows more brutal by the day. Do you still believe these actions that the U.S. and the West have taken will be enough to stop him?
Well, Savannah, first of all, let's talk about the tragedy and the atrocity of what Russia is doing. This reinvasion of Ukraine, what it is causing in terms of loss of human life, what it means in terms of invading the sovereignty and territorial integrity of an independent nation. This is why the United States has been a leader in bringing together our allies, our NATO alliance, the EU, to stand firm and resolute with some of the most severe sanctions and consequences that we've ever seen as a unified group. And what has the impact been? Well, the impact already we've seen. The ruble is in a free fall. What we've seen is the Russian stock market is closed. What we've seen is that Russia has received a credit rating of basically junk. So we know it's having impact, but we also are acutely aware of the human tragedy of it all. I mean, just yesterday I saw an image, I'm sure you saw, of a missile that was just feet away from a children's playground. So this is an ongoing issue of great concern.
So what else do we have to throw at this when Putin so far is undeterred?
Well, we are going to continue to do what we've done. For example, in the sanctions, it's been sanctions against their financial institutions, against their oligarchs, where we are targeting their mansions and their jets. What we are going to continue to do is stand firm with our allies in terms of reassessing what we are doing with sanctions. Everything is on the table for consideration, frankly. What we are not going to do, and that must be said also, is, as the president has continuously said, we are not going to put U.S. troops in Ukraine to fight the Russians on the ground or in the air. But we are firm in our preparedness to defend our NATO alliance and our allies every inch of the NATO territory. And one thing I'm certain of, Savannah, is that what history will show is that Vladimir Putin basically ended up strengthening NATO and weakening Russia.
And finally, one of the more disturbing developments in the last week is Putin rattling his nuclear sword, putting his Russian nuclear forces on special combat readiness. Have you seen Russia take any concrete action to back that up? The U.S. did not respond in kind. Do you not take that as a serious threat?
Well, we listen to everything, obviously, but it is irresponsible to escalate, and we feel very strongly about this. As you know, we have a history of working with Russia in terms of this issue, and we will move on in terms of making sure that there is not escalation around this. Frankly, I think it's highly irresponsible. It's something we will obviously monitor, but our position is that we are not going to contribute to an escalation in that direction, and we have no intention of changing our posture.
There is obviously a refugee crisis. More than 600,000 Ukrainians have already had to flee. Some border countries are lifting restrictions, more or less saying, come on in. Will the U.S. do the same? Are we prepared to lift some of that red tape to accept Ukrainian refugees?
Well, right now, there is an urgent situation taking place, to your point, and you've been covering it. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians flee Ukraine because of the violence that Russia is exacting on that country. We have been giving support, for example, to our allies, such as Poland. When I spoke with the Prime Minister of Poland yesterday, we talked extensively about that and what we can do to continue to increase and to support the humanitarian assistance that is necessary to address the refugees and ensure that they are being treated in a humanitarian way. We are going to continue to do the work of, in fact, American troops are there to help Poland in terms of processing folks as they are crossing the border to ensure that people are able to safely flee harm.
Now, one of the many topics covered in the State of the Union was immigration, but some representatives in the Latino community are not happy with the lack of detail from the president.
Folks, if we're to advance liberty and justice, we need to secure our border and fix the immigration system. We're putting in place dedicated immigration judges in a significant larger number so families fleeing persecution and violence can have their cases heard faster, and those who don't legitimately hear can be sent back.
Let's bring in Cristina Londoño. She is a senior Washington correspondent for our sister network, Telemundo. Cristina, I know you had a chance to catch up with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez after the president's speech. What did she have to say? What were her takeaways?
Well, Aaron, she said that he was energized, that he was forceful, that it was a good speech, that he spoke directly to the American families. But then she also said in not so many words that she was glad he managed to include immigration into the speech. It was less than 200 words, and that's why she said she would have wanted to hear more.
On the topic of immigration, I want to hear more about the details with regard to immigrant families. How are we going to get them a pathway to citizenship? The president has executive power that I think he can use to help many of the immigrant families here in the U.S.
Asistir mucho de nuestra familia inmigrante en los Estados Unidos.
Well, that's what she said. She did not get into the details about the president mentioning deportation. I'm sure she was not happy with that. We know very many immigrant groups are not happy with the president and the way he's dealing with the border because they're saying he's been another Trump. He said they are saying he has not stopped the Trump policies at the border.
Yeah, we heard the Congresswoman say that she wants to see the president use his executive power to try to help create a pathway to citizenship for immigrant families. Is there a real push for that from the Hill at this point? Are there any indications that's something the White House is considering?
Well, Latino congressmen are pushing for that because they know that the Hispanic community is tired, the immigrant community is tired. I have been to very many, and as much as 2 or 3 in the past month, protests by immigrant groups. They're angry, they're frustrated, they're saying they feel betrayed by the Biden administration, and they're saying they need results quickly before November. If not, they're going to stay home. So this is a real threat. There is going to be pushback from the Republicans, but there's going to be pushback from the Republicans anyway. So that's a calculation the White House is going to have to make, Aaron.
We'll have to see if this gains traction and we see some real movement on this. Cristina Londoño from Telemundo, we appreciate you today. Thanks. The trial for the Louisville police officer charged in the raid that left Breonna Taylor dead is now underway. Up next, the critical testimony happening in court right now.
The Today Show's newest fan,
Little Al Roker.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Breonna Taylor's death sparked outrage and cries for justice around the world. Former Louisville Metro Police Detective Brett Hankison was the only officer to face charges stemming from that night. He's testifying in court today. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following this story for us. Ron, can you first explain what the charges are that Hankison is facing?
He's facing 3 counts of wanton recklessness for firing his gun into the apartment that Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend were in. The bullets went through an apartment wall into a neighboring apartment, endangering those neighbors, a young couple and their young child. And that is what he has been charged with. He has not been charged in connection with Breonna Taylor's death. This is the only officer who has been charged in this case. A grand jury looked over the matter and decided that the officers could not be charged in connection with Breonna Taylor's death because her boyfriend fired first. He says, and he survived, Kenneth Walker. He fired, saying that when he heard the officers banging on the door, breaching the door, that he thought it was a home invasion, that he wasn't sure it was police. And he says he fired 1 shot. The officers returned fire. Hankison was one of the officers involved in the raid. He went around to the side of the building and took up another position and returned fire, saying that he saw a target, that he saw muzzle flashes, that he was trying to protect his fellow officers. He is testifying right now as we speak. And here's some of what he had to say in his testimony about why he did what he did. Again, the basic charge is that he fired recklessly. Take a listen. Again, what he has been saying throughout the testimony is that he was acting to defend his fellow officers. There was another officer, Detective Mattingly, who was wounded in the leg. Hankison got very choked up on the stand talking about this, saying that he was acting responsibly, following his training because he saw a muzzle flash trying to return fire. However, the prosecutors insist that he fired recklessly, endangering this other couple. We heard from them earlier on in the testimony, and they said that they were terrified. This is, again, happening in the early morning hours after midnight. They were awoken. The bullets came into their apartment, and that's the essence of this case. Breonna Taylor's family, supporters, others obviously are not happy about this because no one has been charged in connection with her death. Hankison is just on trial in connection with firing recklessly and endangering this other couple, the neighbors who were also present in the next apartment over.
So, Ron, very quickly, obviously this testimony from Hankison was a key thing that we were looking out for, but what are the next steps, the next phase of this trial?
This should be done fairly soon. He'll testify. There'll be cross-examination, jury instructions, perhaps closing arguments tomorrow, and this should all be wrapped up. Again, he faces these felony. It's actually a minor felony charge that carries up to 5 years in prison, and the trial has gone on for just a few days. It's not a very lengthy proceeding. And again, the important thing is that this is not about Breonna Taylor's death, which is why, of course, so many activists and others were marching in the streets claiming that the police should be held accountable for this. This is the only officer who's been charged in the case, and it does not have anything to do with Breonna Taylor's death. It has to do with him firing during that raid and endangering other people in the community there.
All right, Ron Allen for us today. Ron, thank you. Texas is going after the parents of trans children. That's according to a new lawsuit filed by the ACLU and other organizations. They allege that the Lone Star State is now investigating these parents. Governor Greg Abbott has called on, quote, licensed professionals and even the public to report parents who seek gender-affirming care for their kids. Let's bring in NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Joe, can you first explain this lawsuit for us?
So the suit was filed yesterday by civil rights groups, and it claims that Jane Doe, who's an employee of the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, which is the agency that the governor directed to investigate these claims, was placed on leave from her job at the department last week and is now under investigation after someone reported her for having a transgender daughter who is receiving gender-affirming medical care. And then the other plaintiff in the suit is a psychologist who says that reporting the parents of trans teens, as the governor's directive would require of her, would cause trauma to her clients. And the lawsuit argues that the governor and the department have violated the plaintiff's civil rights and violated state law. The governor hasn't responded to a request for comment, and the department declined to comment.
So, Danny, you've been watching there. You've seen what we know so far about this. How do you see this lawsuit playing out in the courts?
In all likelihood, it comes down to two words, and those words are medically necessary. The original Attorney General's opinion told medical providers and other required reporters to basically report child abuse that involved a mastectomy, sterilization, or the removal of healthy tissue. And that's just shorthand for what the Attorney General's opinion focused on. Instead, the ACLU is saying that in that same letter, the Attorney General said, except for medically necessary procedures. And the ACLU is arguing that some of these procedures, if not all of them, are medically necessary according to prevailing medical wisdom.
All right, Joe, I'll give you the last word on this then. What are you hearing from the families who are going to be affected by however this turns out?
Yeah, so trans young people and their parents are terrified right now. Parents say that their kids, even young kids who they try to shield from the news, are aware of what's going on and it's affecting them. They're experiencing more anxiety. Some are afraid they'll be taken from their parents. One advocate described it to me as a crisis on the ground right now for Texas families.
All right, we will know you'll continue to follow this for us. Joe Yerkeba and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Thank you both. Major League Baseball owners and players strike out on a labor deal. After the break, the impact it's having on the baseball season and what some diehard fans have to say about it.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The National Hockey League teaming up with Amazon Web Services to launch a new face-off probability stat. Now, the idea here is to incorporate data like matchup histories, player characteristics, and game information like time and score to figure out the likelihood of each player winning the draw. The NHL says the stat could become an opportunity for in-game betting down the road, and it hopes to expand these probability stats to other aspects of the game. Baseball fans looking forward to this season are going to have to wait a little longer. Major League Baseball announcing that opening day, along with the season's first 2 series, have been canceled. That as owners and players have failed to reach a new labor agreement. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Here in Florida, the rainy weather sort of fits the mood. Baseball fans right now have not seen anything like this since the 1994 strike. MLB had locked out its players on December 2nd, 3 months later now, and a mad scramble over the last week, and still these two sides could not hammer out a deal. Now fans are devastated as it's not clear when teams might actually return to the diamond. The spring season now striking out. For the first time in more than a quarter century, Major League Baseball is canceling games over a labor dispute.
The calendar dictates that we're not going to be able to play the first 2 series of the regular season, and those games are officially canceled.
That's 91 games so far, and fans eager for some hope after a long year are disappointed.
Sports is a way for people to escape, and I definitely think it will be a loss if they cannot come to an agreement.
The two sides seemingly locked in.
There were major issues on which we were very far apart.
But the reason we're not playing is simple. A lockout is the ultimate economic weapon.
Economics are at the heart of it. Major League Baseball saw revenues go from around $8 billion to nearly $11 billion right before the pandemic. Yet player salaries went down slightly for 4 straight years. And of the 4 major American sports, baseball has the lowest minimum salary at around $570,000. MLB did offer to bump that up more than $100,000, but the Players Union is looking to protect its youngest members, many of whom won't see market value for years.
The reality of the situation is that almost half the players make league minimum or less if they play less than half a year.
And with the Players Union flying back to New York, Commissioner Rob Manfred says the earliest an agreement could be reached would be tomorrow, leaving fans hoping the MLB and its players will budge.
It's good to be able to kick back and watch a game that you love.
There is no requirement that Major League Baseball cancel games or meet a deadline. This is all self-imposed, and the Players Union says that it's going to fight to get back lost pay or to reschedule games. That would have to be part of any deal, they say, that they would be willing to sign. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Breaking news now on NBC News Now. In the crosshairs, Russia taking aim at civilian areas as strikes intensify in Ukraine. What the situation unfolding in Kyiv looks like right now. Making his pitch, President Biden pushing for unity in his first State of the Union address, how his new policy could change the way the country tackles the coronavirus pandemic. Battle for Texas. Governor Greg Abbott set to face off with former presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke in November. How voters are reacting to the results of the first contest of the 2022 midterms. And back to work, Queen Elizabeth resuming her duties virtually after a COVID scare. What we know about the health of Britain's longest reigning monarch. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with Ukraine's major cities under siege by Russian airstrikes. You're looking at new images of the streets of Kharkiv following yesterday's rocket attack. Tons of debris there left on by that onslaught. Now, people in southern Ukraine today formed a blockade on a major roadway. They were trying to prevent Russian forces from moving closer to a critical power plant. We're also learning more about new sanctions President Biden mentioned in last night's State of the Union. In that speech, he said Vladimir Putin, quote, badly miscalculated. And also breaking at this hour, the United Nations General Assembly has just voted in favor of a resolution condemning Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We are covering this crisis from every angle at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin. She is in Lviv, Ukraine for us again today. Erin, you've been monitoring the developments in the last 24 hours or so. Explain to us what the situation is on the ground in Ukraine right now.
Hey, Aaron. Well, I was speaking to a city official in Kyiv, the capital, just a short while ago, and he told me that Kyiv continues to be bombarded by Russian missile attacks. There was one within the last hour or so. He said, though, that so far they have managed to repel Russian forces from entering the city, Russian forces being concentrated in the northwest portion of the capital. He said that they have been very successful in his view in terms of the Ukrainian military operation, but they are bracing for the arrival of a massive convoy that has been slowly making its way to the capital. It's very much an all-hands-on-deck effort to prepare for that. I was speaking to one woman who says she's making Molotov cocktails during the day to be thrown at the tanks. The local restaurant on the corner has been preparing food, getting it out to hospitals, children, the elderly, as well as the Ukrainian military. People there are absolutely terrified at the same time. I was speaking to a 25-year-old woman named Juliana. She's hunkered down in her apartment and bracing for these missile strikes. Take a listen to what she had to say as she showed us how she's getting ready.
Hi, my name is Juliana and I'm staying in Kyiv. Now I'm in my friend's apartment. This is our shelter. Between the entry of the apartment and bathroom. This is our emergency bags, some water, and my cat.
And that's really the reality of so many people living in that city of over 3 million. Juliana was telling me that she's extremely concerned about the situation in Mariupol, where shelling has claimed the lives of scores of citizens, according to the mayor. She says that she has relatives there and that the internet and power have been cut, and she's been unable to make sure that her family's okay, Aaron.
All right, Aaron, thank you. We appreciate that new reporting. I want to bring in our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now. Dan, we're learning about more sanctions against Russia coming from the U.S. What specifically have you been able to gather?
That's right. NBC News, Aaron, can report that the administration is preparing to go after a much longer list of oligarchs to expand those sanctions already announced. And we could see this announcement in the next 24 to 48 hours. And this is really in coordination with the European Union, which has already named some of those oligarchs. And of course, it comes after last night's State of the Union address when President Biden was giving a really stern warning, saying the U.S. was coming after the oligarchs' yachts and luxury apartments. And really, the whole purpose here is to try to squeeze the elite that's aligned with Vladimir Putin and to go after their financial assets. At the same time, the Department of Justice has announced a task force that is going to also be enforcing the sanctions, and they specifically name oligarchs, saying, we're coming after your ill-begotten gains. So it's a very ambitious effort here. I should say there are analysts who warn that it is very difficult to go after these oligarchs. It's been tried in the past to some degree, and they're very adept at moving around their assets, hiding them using shell companies. Having said that, the other thing analysts are saying is that the financial sanctions already announced, including the blacklisting of Russian central bank, are really hitting Russia's economy very hard.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in our Washington bureau today. Dan, thank you. I want to bring in Brendan Kearney now. He's a retired colonel from the U.S. Marine Corps and a former chief of staff for the Marine Corps for Europe. Colonel, we're in day 7 now of this invasion of Ukraine. What do you make of the strategy that the Russians have been unfolding to this point?
Aaron, I think quite obviously the Russians have been trying to take over the country of Ukraine. And to date, they have failed, and they've failed miserably. So what we see now is, with the increased emphasis on targeting civilians and the infrastructure, Putin trying to go ahead and ratchet up his ability to achieve his original objectives. But so far, it doesn't look good for the Russian forces.
There has been some reporting in the last several hours about the potential for a second round of ceasefire talks possibly being in the works to come sometime soon. What do you make of that effort? Could there be any headway made in bringing this conflict to an end by having these two sides sit down at a table?
Well, the effort is a noble one. To be honest with you, I think it's futile at this stage because I don't think Vladimir Putin has figured out that he's not accomplishing his objectives. Until that realization comes to him or comes to the majority of his inner circle and they can convince him otherwise, I think the Russians are going to continue to pursue these offensive efforts that are currently underway.
And so, Colonel, you think the response from the U.S. and from the allies so far that's been focused on sanctioning and isolating Russia, you think that's something that's not going to make a difference in the end?
It's not going to make a difference here in the short term. And I think that's simply because, and all the financial experts, and I'm not one of them, but all of them seem to agree that this is going to take time for these type of efforts to really bear fruit. The Russian economy, the Russian people are suffering right now. That suffering is going to increase dramatically. The key to this entire thing, in my mind, is the Russian people. I think if the Russian people continue with their protests and the word gets to the Russian forces in Ukraine, which I don't believe it has gotten to them yet, about the lack of support from their own people, I think this is going to continue on for quite a while. I certainly hope to be wrong. This is one of those things, what a tragedy that's going on that we're all witnessing here at a level of visual media that is just, it's incredible. But Putin is the key to this entire thing.
All right, Colonel Brendan Kearney, we appreciate your time today. Thank you, sir. Ukraine was front and center in President Biden's first State of the Union address last night. In the House chamber, we saw some rare moments of bipartisan unity. The president promised that Russian President Vladimir Putin, quote, has no idea what's coming, an unscripted moment in his comments last night when he was speaking about sanctions, we believe. He also used the speech to help re-energize his stalled domestic agenda.
Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world.
We have a lot to cover now. Let's begin with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, senior political analyst Jonathan Allen, and senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Peter, first to you. We are hearing, what are we hearing, I should say, from the president today, from the White House today after his speech last night?
Well, we're going to see the president landing in Wisconsin, Superior, Wisconsin, not far from Duluth, Minnesota today as he delivers a message focusing on that trillion-dollar infrastructure law, trying to demonstrate where the rubber meets the road, where this administration is trying to help rebuild, repair roads and bridges. It's a way he believes that American cities and states will see new jobs and higher paying jobs in the process. So that's something he's trying to hit home. But clearly the message last night that really just topped his State of the Union address was what was effectively the State of Ukraine address, where the president talked about condemning Vladimir Putin, saying that this war was premeditated, that it was totally unprovoked, and effectively saying that it was a mistake of historic proportions the president did. As it relates to those sanctions, the pain that he says is already being inflicted on Vladimir Putin and on Russia. Now hearing from sources familiar with the matter that within the next 24 to 48 hours, we may hear about some new sanctions focusing on an expanded list, a larger list of those Russian elites, those oligarchs who are closest to Vladimir Putin right now. The president communicating how the Justice Department would be initiating a crackdown on some of those individuals as well, really trying to just fortify not just this alliance, but the U.S. effort targeting Russia right now, acknowledging U.S. forces are not going to go into Ukraine, will sit there along the border countries and protect the NATO alliance, but doing everything they can to support the Ukrainian people and its military in the meantime.
All right, Peter Alexander for us at the White House. Peter, thank you. John Allen, I want to turn to you now. The president's approval rating barely above 40% at this point. How can we expect him to build on the momentum from last night if there was some?
I'm not sure that anything that has to do with foreign policy right now is going to change the president's outlook. Folks are worried about inflation. People are concerned about deficits. There's all sorts of issues that are more domestic and pocketbook. So, I don't think you're going to look at a big bounce from the speech. That said, what you did see from the president last night in speaking about Ukraine, and these things have a tendency to bleed over a little bit, is you saw him standing up as the leader of the free world. It's a title we talk about the president having so often and so seldom really see. And last night was a moment of strength for Joe Biden in terms of having put together this international coalition, egged on some of those European countries to crack down on Russia. And we'll have to see if he's able to carry that into his domestic agenda and maybe turn numbers around.
Sahil, I know you've been talking with Democratic lawmakers there on the Hill coming out of that speech last night. How's it being received by the president's party?
It's being received very well by Democrats. They like that the president talked about an overarching battle between democracy and autocracy and went firmly after Russia and Vladimir Putin. Many of them feel like they're fighting a similar kind of battle between democracy and autocracy here in the United States, albeit in a very different way. And the fact is, Democrats are looking at a number of things in the very near future in terms of priorities. The biggest one is the March 11th government funding deadline. They have to get a bill through to the president's desk to prevent a shutdown. In that, they hope to pass about $6 billion in humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine. Those talks hit a snag yesterday, according to the minority leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, and they're still figuring out some, how to resolve some differences there and ultimately get that passed. And of course, the president also mentioned his Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson. She is meeting with top leaders in the Senate, including Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, including McConnell, and the top Democrat and Republican on the Judiciary Committee today.
And Sahil, very quickly on the Republican side of this, we did see Republicans on their feet a couple of times last night. What are they saying about the president's address?
Well, the biggest criticism that Republicans have is they want President Biden to focus more on energy independence in the United States, and that's code for produce more fossil fuels here. That, of course, contradicts the president's long-term goal to transition to a clean energy economy. And I think you saw much of the Republican message reflected in the official response from Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, which was reduce taxes, keep schools open, end COVID requirements such as mask mandates, and don't teach structural racism, which they call critical race theory, in the classroom. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, John Allen, we appreciate you both. Thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander now. She spoke to some voters in Georgia, one of the states that's becoming a key battleground. Blaine, we want to hear from regular folks. What did the people you talked to think about the president's speech?
Well, Aaron, these are voters, and specifically these are black voters, the very group that helped give President Biden the White House, helped him win the White House back in 2020. And they said that overall they were happy with the tone of the speech. They said that they liked that it had a unifying theme, that it sounded like a positive message, but they were very much listening for some specific things. We're going to hear from two voters, one who is a voting rights advocate. She spent a lot of time knocking on doors, registering people to vote. The other is a small business owner here in Atlanta. Both of them say that they were listening for two very specific things, and they didn't hear enough. Take a look. Just show of hands, who was satisfied with what you heard?
Voting rights. I cannot emphasize enough that we did not hear that. That was 1 minute. I remember timing it and just hearing, oh, you've checked that box, and now you've moved on.
I mean, he touched on, I have two sons, so, police reform is very important to me. It's important. I'm hearing about teenagers that literally don't want to get their driver's license or drive out of fear.
Now, that second speaker you heard, Jay Carter, said that he was understanding. He said, I understand that the president had a whole lot of things to cram into a finite amount of time, so he certainly understands. But again, he says that it comes down to action, so he's going to be watching to see if those things are, in fact, a priority down the line, Aaron.
You know, Blaine, there's one voter that you've been following for more than a year now. You met during the Georgia primary in 2020. She has a pretty interesting perspective on the president's speech.
Her name is Sashida McNair. Aaron, you may remember her. A lot of our viewers will. She's the woman who was waiting out in the rain for about 3 hours with her young son at the time. So I came back to her and I asked her, you know what, one, was your time in the rain worth it? She says absolutely. But she also said that she was looking for some specifics around child care and student loan forgiveness. Take a look. How satisfied are you with the job he's doing so far?
As far as like the job, I'm a little disappointed because I felt like
people have like increased their prices on childcare, making it inaccessible to those who have multiple kids. And, you know, my sister just passed, so I just adopted my nephew here. And now I find that people are like overpricing, price gouging, and then you find childcare facilities are overcrowded, not following COVID protocols per se.
And Aaron, finally, I asked them all, will this speech impact how they go forward in the midterms? They say no, they will still be as enthusiastic as ever. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. The political stage is also set for a high-stakes showdown in Texas. The state kicked off the first primary election of the midterms on Tuesday, and the results are giving both parties some real insight into what they may face in the fall. The race for governor will be a face-off between the incumbent Republican Greg Abbott and the Democratic challenger Beto O'Rourke. But a number of other races will now head to runoffs. We'll get to NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki in just a moment here. Let's start with NBC News senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitzold. Alex, so who were the big winners and losers last night, and who are we still watching?
Yeah, Aaron, well, as you mentioned, the big winners are Governor Greg Abbott, the Republican, and Beto O'Rourke, the Democrat. They will face off in November. Not a huge surprise there, although Abbott had faced two primary challenges from conservatives who called him a rhino, you know, Republican in name only, but he cruised to renomination. Then two things to keep an eye on. On the Democratic side, there's a contest in the South Texas district where a progressive challenger, Justice Cisneros, is running against Henry Cuellar, a moderate incumbent. She ran against him in 2020, came within 2,700 votes, ran again this year. That's going to go to a runoff. And the other one to watch is the Attorney General's race in the Republican side there. The incumbent is running against George P. Bush, Jeb Bush's son, so that's attracted some attention, also going to the runoff on May 24th.
You know, Alex, this was the first time that Texans cast their ballots since the new voting restrictions were enacted in that state. Talk to us about what those restrictions are and how much of a role they might have played on Tuesday there in Texas.
Yeah, we saw a huge spike in the number of absentee ballots that were rejected across the state. There's a new requirement that you now have to provide some form of ID. So the most common way to do that would be to put your driver's license number on the envelope when you return your ballot. But, you know, that message didn't get out or people forgot. So you had in some counties up to, you know, a quarter of absentee ballots being rejected. They still have a chance to remedy that. And so we'll see, you know, how many actually end up getting rejected, but definitely some more education that needs to be done to get people up to speed on the new law.
All right, Alex Seitzold for us today. Alex, thank you. We appreciate it. Now, the Texas primaries also served as a first test for as a first test for Republican candidates that did not receive an endorsement from the former president, Donald Trump. The big question, would those candidates see trouble in their primaries from not being able to tout the Trump name? For more on that, NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki has been crunching the numbers for us. He joins us now. Steve?
Yeah, Aaron, a bit of a mixed bag. So there were some races where Donald Trump didn't make endorsements, kind of pointedly didn't make endorsements, and where some Trump-aligned forces made clear they had some issues with Republican incumbents. So kind of a test of would there be a grassroots pro-Trump backlash against any of these Republicans in Texas. Some places where there wasn't. Dan Crenshaw, Congressman Dan Crenshaw, he recently got into a war of words with Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Trump ally. Dan Crenshaw had voted to certify the 2020 presidential election, had broken with former President Trump over that. He got a few challengers, but they didn't get any traction. As you can see, Crenshaw easily survives his Republican primary. Another Republican Congressman, Chip Roy here, who Donald Trump really went after the 2020 election. Roy had called Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021. He said it was impeachable. He didn't actually vote for the impeachment that was presented to the House, but he said the president had committed impeachable conduct. Roy later ran for a leadership position among House Republicans. Trump opposed him, condemned him in that race. Roy lost that race. Again, Roy drew some primary challengers, but you see, they got no traction either. So the distance from Trump, the irritation of the Trump base, not a role in those races. Here's a race, though, where I think it was. This is a Republican, Van Taylor. This is in North Texas. And I think the key here for Van Taylor is, yes, he leads by a wide margin. He's going to finish up under 50%. You got to hit 50% to avoid a runoff in these primaries in Texas. Van Taylor voted for the independent January 6th commission. Van Taylor had made a lot of enemies on the pro-Trump right. And here it looks like they galvanized. They kept him under 50%. He's going to now be in runoff with Keith Self as the name of the second place finisher here. And it raises an interesting question. The runoff now is not going to be until May 24th. Donald Trump didn't endorse Taylor, but himself kind of stayed away from the race. Does Trump do national pro-Trump figures, national pro-Trump media? Do they now decide that Taylor looks weak and ripe after this? Do they try to make this a big race in the national kind of pro-Trump movement? That's the thing Taylor has to worry about. Yeah, he finishes ahead. He finishes close to 50%. But do the dynamics of this race change now that he's been forced into a runoff? So, again, a bit of a mixed bag there, Aaron, in terms of these Republicans who created some distance with Trump.
Really going to be really interesting to keep watching. Steve Kornacki, thank you.
You got it.
Apple bites back against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Coming up, the Russian apps and products now being pulled by the tech giant.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play. There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now, while the U.S. and allies have ratcheted up sanctions against Russia's economy in light of its invasion of Ukraine, some powerful Russian oligarchs are also being singled out. One college student in Florida started tracking these elites using the Twitter feed Russian oligarch jets. NBC News reporter David K. Lee joins us now. David, fill us in on what exactly this student is up to and what he's learned so far by tracking these private planes.
Well, the student was first asked by a lot of his friends, hey, is there any way they can track Vladimir Putin and where he's going? Now, the truth is, he's not going anywhere. He's not quite the jet setter that some of his rich friends are. So what he's done is just design a very simple bot to track these very powerful Russians and other fleets of jets and helicopters. It's all very public information, so it's easy to track where they are. And they're in far-flung places, from the Bahamas to Europe to Moscow. And he's found a way to just put, in his own small way, a little more pressure on what they're doing. I think if you're an obscenely wealthy person, you kind of like to do these kind of obscenely wealthy things when you're on the down low, not in the public sphere.
So what do experts think about this idea of tracking these travel habits of these Russian elites?
Well, that's kind of a split opinion right now. I think everyone agrees that any kind of pressure that can be brought to bear on some of these most powerful Russian elites is a good thing. But on the other hand, I think the idea is that there's questions about how much influence these elites do have on Vladimir Putin. It's always kind of dangerous to try to read the mind of a world leader like Putin, but from what images we've been able to see, he looks rather isolated. We've seen all these pictures of Putin at the end of very long tables, and it's hard to know who's really in his ear, if anyone. But I think the idea is if the United States and other Western powers are not going to intervene militarily, maybe the next best thing they can do is try to reach Putin through his rich friends. The question is whether or not there is actually any contact.
All right, we'll keep asking that question and hopefully be able to find out sooner or later. David K. Lee, we appreciate it. Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Apple cutting off access to more of its products in Russia in response to the invasion of Ukraine. That move adds to a growing list of businesses that have distanced themselves from Russia. NBC News cybersecurity reporter Kevin Collier is joining us now. So, Kevin, how far do Apple's new restrictions go for the Russian consumer?
Hey, Aaron. The big thing impacting everyday Russians is there's an indefinite pause on all physical products sold in country or shipped to country. iPhones, iPads, Apple computers, no more shipments from Apple's online store, and there's a hold on sales at third-party retailers. And the other big thing, which took place earlier this week, is no more Apple Pay in Russia. That's less maybe Apple taking a stand, more, if you've set up Apple Pay or Google Pay on your phone, it's often linked to your bank account. And with sanctions from the U.S. and other countries, Apple couldn't legally allow a lot of Russian users to use the Pay app anymore in Russia, even if they wanted to.
So, Kevin, we talked about Apple being one of several at this point. What changes are other companies making in regard to Russia, and do they appear to be having a real impact at this point?
A lot of companies are doing similar things, cutting off services to Russia. You've got Disney, there's shipping companies, UPS and FedEx, there's Danish shipping giant Maersk, energy companies, auto manufacturers. Something that's interesting watching a lot of these kind of corporate stands is it's happening in real time. I knew to ask Apple about this yesterday because before they announced this ban, Ukraine's Minister for Digital Transformation, Mikhail Fedorov, posted on his Telegram his thanks to Apple CEO Tim Cook for taking this step before Apple had said anything. It seems a lot of these changes are coming in real time and from direct communication with Ukrainian government officials.
All right, our cybersecurity reporter, Kevin Collier. Kevin, we appreciate you. Thanks.
Thanks.
A surge of support for a Ukrainian restaurant in New York against the backdrop of war. Still ahead, that owner's message to Americans. Stay with us.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Ooh, the answers call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Making news right now, the number of deaths on roads in this country is climbing. Federal data showing more than 46,000 people died in car crashes in 2021. That's a 9% increase over 2020. The report comes as traffic is now returning to pre-pandemic levels. Horse trainer Bob Baffert is suing Churchill Downs over his suspension after the failed drug test of the racehorse Medina Spirit. The horse's Kentucky Derby win was voided after it tested positive for a banned steroid. The Hall of Famer claims his 2-year suspension by the track is a malicious effort aimed at destroying his career. Churchill Downs calls the lawsuit disappointing but not surprising. And Fitbit is recalling 1 million smartwatches over a burn hazard. The recall involves the Fitbit Ionic smartwatch. There have been at least 78 reports of injuries, including second and third degree burns. The Consumer Product Safety Commission is warning people to stop using that watch immediately. Those who return it will get a full refund. Now to some breaking news. The United Nations General Assembly voting overwhelmingly to pass a resolution censuring Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. In his State of the Union address, President Biden announcing the U.S. will close its airspace to Russian aircraft. He vowed that President Vladimir Putin will pay a high price.
Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated.
Now, Ukraine sustained another day of intense fighting. Russian forces hit that country's biggest cities with more shelling. That as paratroopers descended into Kharkiv. Now, Britain's defense ministry says Russian artillery and airstrikes are aiming for built-up areas. Ukrainian officials are accusing Russia of war crimes, saying that country is targeting civilians and hitting residential districts. The deadly attacks are driving more Ukrainians from their homes. Thousands are fleeing for neighboring countries. In a moment, we'll talk to 2 Ukrainians who remain in that country right now. First, though, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. He is in eastern Poland now, covering the growing exodus of people from Ukraine. Jay, how many people are we talking about here? How many people are crossing the border still into Poland at this hour?
Well, into Poland, we've been told more than 450,000 already, and more than 800,000 have left Ukraine. Look, we're in Przemyśl, which is about 3 miles, if that, from the border crossing, and we're in an area that's locked down by special clearance from the Polish army, so we can show you the last train that came out of Kyiv, the capital city, which has seen shelling over the last 24 to 48 hours just constantly. When you talk to the people who are coming off this train, they will tell you that it is chaos. One woman saying that we were living in hell and weren't sure we were going to make it out alive. They have at this point, and so that is what's happening with the train there. When they get off, though, of that train, they go through and make sure that they have the passport and proper papers. They head down this tunnel here, and when they get down the tunnel, cross over to another train track. Many of the people who get off that train are immediately getting on to one of these trains. You've got 2 here, one going to Krakow, the other going to Warsaw, where they can get there, take a breath. You can see some of the supplies that are stacked up that they're going to load onto this train as well, and just give them a chance to really try and figure out what comes next. And so what comes next for this train, which will head back to Ukraine, is interesting as well, Aaron. So we'll head back in, and I'll let you look down the line where you see some officials here, and the train starting to pull away at this point. It is loaded down with supplies from the Polish army that includes camouflage nets, fuel, generators. It's also got medical supplies on it. And so that's what they're doing with this train. You know what else is on it? About 200 men and women who gathered at this train station earlier and said, we're going back in to fight.
All right, Jay Gray for us in eastern Poland today. Jay, thank you. Joining us now are Pastor Volodymyr Maciuk and Sylvia Cortez. They're both remaining in Ukraine as Russia continues the attack there. We appreciate both of you joining us today. Pastor, if I may ask you first, what are you experiencing right now, and how does this sort of compare to the past few days there in Ukraine?
It seems that situation changes hour by hour. And from the hopeful moments to some discouragement, but mainly I think we are still hopeful. Even though that situation is, the circumstances are tough, we believe that our troops and our government will do their best to protect this country, and the whole nation is united to defend our land and our homes.
Sylvia, I see you shaking your head there. I know that President Zelensky has remained in Ukraine. He's been offered options to get out of the country, but he has stayed there to fight. What do you make of his leadership throughout this crisis so far?
I think it's incredible. It's really incredible. I mean, when he first got elected, people were making jokes. He's a comedian, and I would say, yeah, isn't that funny? But he really has. He has impressed the world, hasn't he, with his determination and his just his will to fight, and that's really emblematic of the Ukrainian identity and who they are as a people.
Pastor, do you have a plan if Russian troops continue to get closer to where you are right now? What's your next move?
Well, we're staying here because we're not alone. There is church here, and there are other churches around Ukraine that are still helping people. And for one, we don't want to think about that situation. We trust the leadership of this country, and we trust the bravery of our troops, and in fact, we trust that God will protect us. But I think this is the reason why we're here, to be available to people and to respond to people's needs during this hour.
Pastor,
our churches are helping people to travel to border. They're on Moldovan side. They meet them and welcome them and provide them with food and housing.
That very border that you just saw, we've got people on the other side receiving tons of refugees, and numerous churches are doing everything they can. Half of our churches have refugees, and they're in their basements or sanctuaries. So it's incredible. People are really rallying.
It is incredible. You're right. And it's wonderful to see people coming together like you in the way that you have. And we absolutely hope the best for you and hope that you stay safe there in Ukraine. Thank you both. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is speaking out about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In an exclusive interview with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt, the secretary is urging the Russians to de-escalate.
We've been watching this convoy that's got the world's attention. It was reported it was stalled. Should we read too much into that? Is it still a potent fighting machine?
I would just say that there's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. One of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose is that he can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that. But again, just based upon the combat power that we see that he has left, he can still do a number of things.
And you can see more of that exclusive interview with Secretary Austin tonight on NBC Nightly News. Now, Ukraine's refugees of color, many of them citizens of African countries, say that they are facing racism as they try to flee Ukraine and cross the border into Poland. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has been following this story for us. She joins us now. Zincle?
Thanks, Aaron. Yes, the reports keep coming in, and refugees say they're facing discrimination and segregation at the Ukraine-Poland border. Their stories are now seen online under the hashtag Africans in Ukraine, with celebrities and activists calling for answers.
Africans in Ukraine allege racism and discrimination at the country's borders. Video posted this week by a Nigerian student studying in Ukraine and verified by NBC appears to show military officials pointing guns at refugees who say they are not being allowed out of the war-stricken country. According to video, officials continued to point the guns even as refugees raised their hands in surrender.
We've been here for 3 days. We died of cold.
Alexander Somto-Ora, a Nigerian student, was there. He alleges officials at multiple borders turned refugees of color away.
I asked them, do you identify Ukrainian by looking at them? Because I don't see you checking passports. I see you picking white people only.
How would you describe what's happening at the border?
I don't like using the word racism, but it's racism. And I was expecting people that are in war to be more compassionate.
These statements echo to our teams in Poland on the border with Ukraine. They spoke with one man, a Senegalese student, who asked to conceal his face.
You had all the documents to cross. Was it that help make it faster, or is it slow no matter what?
It does not even help you to get faster.
As Russia invades Ukraine, hundreds of thousands have been displaced and traveled miles by car and on foot, looking for a way to safely exit Ukraine. More distressing video verified by NBC shows footage of Ukrainian forces seemingly denying a black person entry on a train. Many refugees sharing similar accounts of being stranded online.
The Ukrainians were let in, and the foreigners, they were segregated to one side. They were treated differently.
Ukraine's foreign minister tweeted Tuesday night that, quote, Africans seeking evacuation are our friends and need to have equal opportunities to return to their home countries safely. The African Union released a statement on Monday saying, quote, reports that Africans are singled out for unacceptable dissimilar treatment would be shockingly racist and breach international law. On Monday, the permanent representative of Poland to the United Nations said that allegations of discrimination were, quote, a complete lie. For Ora, days after failed attempts to cross, he says he and other Africans stormed past the border, then were granted legal entry. What do you want people to know about the experience of Africans in Ukraine right now?
I want people to know that the exact people asking the world for help is committing a war crime against Africa.
Zinkley, I'm curious, are we hearing any updates on the situation of some of these refugees?
Yeah, Aaron, so we're hearing that it's not just Africans, but there are reports of Arab and Asian refugees also being turned away. Those have not yet been fully verified. And some refugees, like the African student I spoke with, Alexander, did emphasize their love of Ukraine. He said Ukrainian citizens have been supportive, offering food and water, but he says the main resistance has been from officials at the border. Both Ukraine and Poland continue to deny these allegations, but of course, we're going to keep following it closely. Aaron?
All right, Zinkley Esimwa for us today. Zinkley, thank you.
Thank you.
New York City is home to one of the largest groups of Ukrainian expats anywhere in the world. They're paying close attention to the war that's being waged in their home country, and many are growing concern for their loved ones back in Ukraine. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke to some of them. She joins us now. Savannah, I would imagine a lot to learn from these conversations about how these folks are feeling.
Yeah, so much to learn. I mean, really, the overarching thing is they are feeling anxious. They are worried about their family, but they are thankful for the support that they're seeing here in New York City. I went to Veselka. It's a mainstay in East Village, also known as Little Ukraine. You might have been to it if you've ever been a tourist to New York. And right now, they are feeling the love from their city here, but feeling the anxiety about their home country.
I have a young guy that works for me that's lost 4 of what he considers his brothers, guys that he grew up with, that were on the front line.
Inside the Manhattan restaurant Veselka, the crisis in Ukraine is close to home.
I would say a good 30% to 40% of my employee base is Ukrainian that has direct ties to Ukraine. They're very concerned. They have siblings and fathers and that are fighting.
Owner Jason Burchard says the last week has been a whirlwind for his family's business, with New Yorkers arriving in masses to show their support.
Business has pretty much doubled in the last week since the invasion. I think a lot of the Ukrainian community patrons that are coming are very happy to see that we're here and we're open.
So you are Ukrainian? Mm-hmm. You were born there?
Yeah, born there.
Where?
In Khmelnytsky.
What's it going to mean today when you go in there and order and support this business?
Support, showing them our love. Yeah. And I hope that we all get through this together.
Inside the East Village staple, many employees are anxiously waiting to hear from loved ones in Ukraine. And I know you've been offering them paid time off.
One of my servers, Ukrainian, has direct links. Her parents are in Kiev, and she just wanted to be by the phone all week this week, so she requested a week off, and I will supplement her income for this week.
Others find the work a welcome distraction and a chance to be together.
They don't want to be stuck to the internet or the TV and seeing, the tragedy which is unfolding. I think in working in unity, they know that they're standing together.
Some have even considered leaving New York and joining the fight in Ukraine.
I've had several male employees ask me, what my thoughts are. Of course, I would support them.
What's that like for you when one of them comes in?
It makes me want to join them. They're calling up any able-bodied male in Ukraine from 18 to 60. I'm 55. I mean, if I were living in Ukraine, I would be asked to join the army.
Customers say coming to Veselka humanizes the crisis.
When they unfurled the Ukrainian flag last week, it really made this sort of abstract thing
very, very real.
And for Ukrainians in the States, it's a small piece of home when their country's future remains uncertain.
Is your family scared?
Yeah, on the daily they worry about, because like I said, everyone on my father's side is still over there. Because you never know, like today it's Kyiv, but tomorrow it could be the rest of Europe.
In addition to supporting his employees, Jason is using his restaurant to support Ukrainians fighting overseas.
Well, we're going to start collecting medical and basic supplies that I will pay for the shipping. We are partnered with several nonprofits that I've worked with before. We're passing out QR codes so people can direct links to donate. And going forward, any of our Ukrainian borscht, this is our homemade beet soup, all those sales will go to help Ukrainian relief efforts.
I think the world is just moved by the resilience of Ukrainian people, making Molotov cocktails, showing up to fight.
We're very proud, resilient people. We've been down this road before. Being 30 years sovereign this past year, anniversary, they're gonna die fighting.
His message to Americans: this isn't just about Ukraine.
This is a war on the free world. We have to really think this is a war on all of us. And we need to really stand up and have our voices heard.
And it really has been awesome to see people stand up and try to do whatever they can. I know you talked to a lot of the workers there at Veselka as well. What else stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that stood out is we did talk, but a lot of them didn't want to be interviewed. I mean, they are terrified minute to minute for their families. They have parents in Kyiv who are in bomb shelters. You know, I think it was so eye-opening to me, even as a New Yorker, to have that connection. As an American, to talk with somebody that's going to serve you in a restaurant that you like to go to all the time. I lived in that neighborhood. It just so happens for almost a decade. And to know that those people are so personally impacted by something that I think to a lot of people here can feel sort of abstract was something. Also, a picture can say 1,000 words, and I don't know if you noticed, there was that quick image in there of the women preparing pierogies while propping their phones up to watch the news, to learn what's happening to their family. I mean, it's just really something.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. I mean, this is a perspective that I think a lot of people in this country need to be able to see. So thanks for doing the story.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Glad to be on set.
Well, a whirlwind week for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. The key meeting is underway on Capitol Hill ahead of her confirmation hearing for the first black female justice nominee ever. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath, causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath, causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
President Biden's Supreme Court nominee is on Capitol Hill today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is meeting with top senators from both parties to talk about her experience and qualifications ahead of her confirmation hearings. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joining us now with new reporting on just when the confirmation hearing will take place here. Ali, first, when will the hearing happen, and what should we expect from the coming days?
Yeah, Aaron, the process has kicked off now that the judge is up here meeting with senators. But the big question would be when those hearings would officially start. And we heard just in the commercial break, frankly, coming to you, when those hearings would be in the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Chairman, Dick Durbin, laying out that they'll start about 3 weeks from now. March 21st is the first day when we'll hear from senators as well as the judge herself. Questioning will then go into the 22nd. There will be a closed-door day of sessions, and it's expected to wrap up on a fourth day when we'll hear from the American Bar Association as well as any additional outside witnesses. So we knew the Senate wanted to do this as quickly as they could. The timeline that had been laid out was all around Easter time. That would mean that they would be going through this confirmation process in roughly 6 weeks. That hews pretty closely to what they did with Judge Amy Coney Barrett, but at the same time, it's fast in the larger scheme of things when you consider the way that they confirm Supreme Court justices. So today here on the Hill, she's doing those initial rounds of meetings, meeting with not just Senate Majority Leader and Minority Leader Schumer and McConnell, as well as the two ranking and top members of the Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin and Chuck Grassley, respectively. Those meetings ongoing as we now have a sense of when this process will officially kick off.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you. Queen Elizabeth is back in action and performing her royal duties following a positive COVID diagnosis. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has an update now from Buckingham Palace.
There have been growing concerns over the Queen's health ever since she tested positive for COVID more than a week ago. Keep in mind, she is 95 years old, but she is proving to the world that she's on the mend, getting back to her royal duties. The Queen welcoming 2 new ambassadors virtually, easing concerns that had been mounting for more than a week about her health. The Queen canceling several engagements after she tested positive for COVID on February 20th, experiencing mild cold-like symptoms. This after Prince Charles and Camilla tested positive days before. Prior to the Queen's diagnosis, she cracked jokes in her last face-to-face meeting with senior defense officials.
Good morning, Your Majesty. How are you?
Well, as you can see, I can't move.
A major reception at Windsor Castle for foreign diplomats remains canceled, although Prince Charles out and about on Tuesday, reportedly saying she's a lot better now. The Queen is alleged to have met with members of her family over the weekend at Frogmore Cottage, including William and Kate and their 3 children. The Duchess of Cambridge just back from a successful solo trip to Denmark. And as the Queen prepares to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee year, Kensington Palace is hosting an exhibition showing archive photographs of the royals as we've rarely seen them before. A young Princess Elizabeth with her dog, precious moments with her father King George VI in his study. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen photographer herself, showing images of the royals as a normal family, a tradition that continues to this day. Getty royal photographer Chris Jackson capturing the celebration of Prince Charles's 70th birthday.
It's those unexpected moments that generally happen when you're, of course, least expecting it, which are the best photos, and you always kind of know you have a feeling inside you. I mean, it's always great fun photographing the royal children. I have to find myself looking on the back of the camera and smiling because you've got these lovely pictures.
The Duchess of Cambridge, well known for taking candid photos of her children, snapped this joyous picture of Prince George. And also featured in the exhibit, Princess Diana walking in a cleared minefield in Angola, and Prince Harry following in his mother's footsteps. Plus, there's a powerful image of Diana holding the hand of an AIDS patient, and a stunning glimpse of the princess snapped by a member of the public. Meanwhile, we will likely see more snapshots of the Queen on March 14th when she's set to make her next public appearance at Westminster Abbey for Commonwealth Day, and then later on March 29th for her late husband, Prince Philip's memorial service. Back to you.
Violent crime is on the rise from coast to coast. After the break, a security expert breaks down what you can do to avoid being targeted by thieves.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Some breaking news now on the war in Ukraine. Russia says nearly 500 of its troops have been killed since the invasion began. Now, this is the first time that country's Ministry of Defense has reported casualties. The statement also revealed nearly 1,600 Russian troops have been wounded. Violent crime is on the rise throughout the United States, including an increase in assaults and car thefts. But there are things you can do to stay safe. NBC News correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with a safety guide. You know, Vicki, we would hope we wouldn't need something like this, but give us an idea of what would be useful, what would be helpful.
I know, Aaron, but it is a good reminder for all of us, right? You've probably seen these videos, unprovoked attacks, wild carjackings. They're shocking and sometimes downright brazen. From commuting to shopping, I spent a day with a former NYPD detective to learn simple ways to avoid being a target for thieves.
A spate of recent violent crimes caught on tape. In Philadelphia, this man pulls a woman out of her car and takes off, leading to a wild chase that ends on foot, where police finally arrest him. In Chicago, two men approach a woman and push her up against a wall. Police say they stole her belongings and ran off. In San Jose, California, police say this man breaks the windows, snatches a purse from a woman sitting inside, and takes off in a getaway car. FBI data shows assaults and vehicle theft have increased from 2014 to 2020. So how can you protect yourself in some everyday scenarios? I enlist the help of former NYPD detective Mike Sapriconi, who is now the president of Squad Security. So here we are in a shopping center. What do we need to be aware of?
You want to be in a place close to the location you're going.
And park next to a lamppost, especially during the winter when it gets dark earlier.
So, Mike, I feel like a common time that you're vulnerable is when you're just getting back from the store, you're distracted, you're putting things in your car. What do we need to know here?
Pay attention, look at your surroundings, put the things in your car as quickly as possible, check around, make sure there's nobody else watching you or observing you.
What if someone comes up and they want my purse?
Give it to them.
No fighting.
Don't fight, never fight. Give them your purse, let them take your purse.
What should I do when it comes to my car keys?
I would put them in my pocket along with your phone on your person, rather than put them in the purse, because if they snatch your purse, at least you still have a way to get out of here with your car.
Cities across the country have reported spikes in violent carjackings. Watch this incident in broad daylight in the middle of New York City. Carjackings last year up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and 85% in Philadelphia.
It might sound counterintuitive, but some experts say part of the reason carjackings are increasing has to do with the fact that cars are more secure now than ever before.
You've probably seen it in the movies. Thieves starting a car like this.
Like, do you know how to hotwire a car?
But nowadays, new cars rely on key fobs, and that makes it a lot harder for thieves to get away unless they have this.
Remember to keep your car doors locked, even while driving. Mike says make sure your windows are up high enough that someone can't reach in.
Mike, let's say I'm stopped and some people come up and they try to carjack me. What do I need to know?
Always give them the car. Unless you have your children in the back seat or something, give them the car. It's not worth it.
Mike, it's cold out. A lot of people like to warm up the car before they get in, or they leave it running because they're going to go in the store real quick. What say you?
No, definitely not. No value to doing that. It's an opportunity. When the thieves see the smoke coming, that's like a smoke alarm coming to them and saying, hey, there's a car, let's take it.
As for public transit, Mike says stay vigilant. He investigated many crimes where thieves targeted distracted riders. He says the risk starts when you enter. Be careful on the stairs, an easy place for pickpockets to snatch your valuables from behind.
Vicki, I just got your phone. Your bag was wide open, you weren't paying attention, and it was so easy for me to just grab your phone out of your bag.
So what should I do?
Pay attention, move your bag to the front, lock your bag, and be aware of somebody walking behind you on the steps.
Mike, what about this? A lot of times people are commuting, they put earbuds in.
Bad idea. It just takes away one of your senses. You should never have something that can't let you hear everything that's going around you.
Avoid the temptation to stand near the track and pay attention to anyone coming into your personal space. You know, people have a tendency, they want to see when the train's coming, they get close to the edge. What do you say about that?
Step aside. Always step back. Stay 6 feet off the yellow. The yellow's there for a reason.
When it's time to board, try to ride in the car with the conductor. In New York City, they always pull up to these zebra stripes. All right, Mike, so we get on the train. Where's the safest place to sit?
I would always think the middle is the safest place, not by a door.
Okay.
Because if you sit by a door, somebody can be lingering or they're watching you as the door's open and could snatch your bag.
What if the train's crowded, there's no seats?
Hold the pole, get by a pole in the middle of the train, and put your purse between your body and the pole.
Oh, okay. Some good reminders to help you stay alert and safe.
And a bonus tip here, if you're riding public transit, in most cities, you should sit in the front car. That's often where the train operator is located. And when you're parking at the mall, just look for the security booth in the parking lot. Try to find a spot that's near that guard shack. Just little things, reminders in our everyday life that can protect us.
Some really smart tips, Vicki. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it. And you can catch Vicki's Consumer Confidential special today. That's at 5:30 p.m. Eastern on Today All Day and on Peacock. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Deadly strikes. New attacks as Russian forces inch closer to Ukraine's capital city. How Kyiv is preparing to defend itself as thousands of people try to get out. Harsh words. President Biden taking aim at Russia's leader during his first State of the Union address. His message to Vladimir Putin and the wealthy Russians who've supported him. Unmasked. COVID rules now changing for millions of students. What we know about the president's plan for the next phase of the pandemic. And striking out. Major League Baseball canceling opening day. How the season could be impacted if players and owners can't make a deal soon. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin with breaking news. Russia's mounting offensive across Ukraine. This video from Zhytomyr, roughly 90 miles outside Kyiv. The city's mayor says an airstrike hit a hospital and several homes there. Ukraine's emergency service says hundreds of civilians have been killed since Russia began its invasion 7 days ago. They're now denying a previously reported number in the thousands. NBC News, however, has not independently been able to verify any figures. In Kyiv, a TV tower hit by Russian missiles is still standing. It was one of several targets across the capital yesterday. The invasion was part of President Biden's State of the Union address last night. Biden warned Vladimir Putin will pay a, quote, high price for invading Ukraine. We are covering the big story from every angle at this hour. Let's begin this news hour with NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons. He's in Moscow for us again today. Keir, we just showed that video from Zhytomyr. There's also been reports about shelling in Kharkiv. What's the latest on Russia's attacks across Ukraine?
Well, Aaron, Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, is being pummeled, honestly. It is taking the worst of the kind of aerial artillery missile-style attacks. Plainly, it's the fog of war, so the details of exactly what's being used and how it's being done, how much indiscriminate munitions are being fired at Kharkiv are hard to unpick, but reality is that civilians are dying, and it is a very, very bleak picture there. To the south of Ukraine, the Russians are making more progress, perhaps even than they are to the north, in that area on the coastline, which is crucial strategically for Russia to be able to try to cut off, from a military point of view, to try to cut off Ukraine from the sea there. And then in the north, this continuing picture of really much more slow progress, that long convoy of military APCs and other types of military hardware really does look almost amateurish, even though it looks ominous at the same time, heading towards Kharkiv, but slowing some observers believe, heading towards Kiev, but slowing some observers believe. Still, though, the people of the capital city bracing themselves.
You know, President Biden has already implemented some pretty harsh sanctions on Russia, as have other countries. It appears that more sanctions could be coming. What do you know about that at this point, Keir?
Well, yeah, Western intelligence, U.S. officials, are suggesting that there will be more sanctions coming, perhaps the U.S. getting in line with the European sanctions that have been put in place. We did hear from the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, here today, and he talked about those sanctions being hard-hitting, but that Russia will keep standing. So the Russian leadership here trying to tap in to a Russian sense of being under siege and hoping that President Putin gains more support as a result of that sense.
I want to turn to our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now in Washington for us today. Dan, we know all eyes are still on the Ukrainian capital in a significant way. How is Washington handling Russia's continued advancement on the capital of Kyiv?
Aaron, the White House is extremely concerned, and they're accusing Russia of indiscriminate shelling and bombing that is hitting some of those civilian targets and residential neighborhoods. There was a phone call just today between Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his Ukrainian counterpart where he pledged U.S. military and humanitarian support and diplomatic support as much as possible. But one thing I think is true is that they're really trying to flow weapons in. There's been shipments of Stingers going in over the past week, and of course allies are doing the same. And then just today we hear that there is a new task force being formed at the Department of Justice that will go after sanctions enforcement against Russia. And the idea is to track down any kind of tactics to try to bust those sanctions. And that would include trying to go after efforts to use cryptocurrency to evade some of these really severe financial sanctions. But the harsh reality is Ukraine is having to fight this invasion on their own. And the U.S. and the Biden administration is hoping that they can put pressure on Russia through these sanctions so they inflict a real cost on Moscow, and at the same time trying to supply weapons to the Ukrainians to slow down the onslaught.
We can't ignore the fact that the physical part of this is something that Ukrainians are bearing all by themselves, fighting against Russia. Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today. Dan, thank you. I want to turn to General Barry McCaffrey now. He's an NBC News military analyst and retired four-star Army general. General McCaffrey, what's your assessment of Russia's latest military moves at this point?
Well, the situation clearly looks grim. The battle for Ukraine will be decided in the cities. And it's hard to imagine a tank mechanized force backed up by artillery not causing tremendous devastation, whether it's Kharkiv, the capital Kyiv, or the cities in the south on the Sea of Azov or the Black Sea. There's going to be a terrible situation. Look, Aaron, let me also put one point on the table clearly. I personally am being bombarded with people talking about NATO no-fly zone. And, you know, it seems obvious to me that NATO air power, meaning primarily the French and the Brits and the U.S., could drive the Russian air power out of Ukraine. In doing so, we would enter the war 100%. We'd have to take on the S-400 missile defense system, which is 400-kilometer range, and it's based essentially in Russia. And no air power will stop the ground assault. So if President Biden went that way, we're at war with Russia. He's not going to do it.
What's your take, General, on the president's comments during last night's State of the Union? He made the comment that Putin badly miscalculated, was the quote, I think, from the speech when he talked about the response that has been mounted against Russia.
Well, I thought President Biden's speech was very sound, very balanced. He has pulled together NATO in an extraordinary way. Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, the Germans, for God's sakes, which essentially unilaterally disarmed 15 years ago, just doubled their defense budget in the coming year. So Putin has created a strategic menace to his ambitions. It's just simply hard to imagine. However, at the end of the day, these sanctions, which will cripple Russia eventually, which will not bother Putin or the elites in the short run at all, can't decide the question, which is going to essentially be decided in the battlefield in the next 10 to 30 days.
General, you know, we're 7 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What are your thoughts on the resolve of the Ukrainian people and what outcome may be ahead as you watch We've heard reports about, elderly folks in Ukraine taking up arms and being ready to fight alongside soldiers.
Well, it's an extraordinary situation, and great credit is due not just to the citizens flocking to militias and Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian reserves, which have been called up, fighting against this behemoth and essentially with minimal weaponry. It's also a credit to President Zelensky and the political leadership. I mean, it's very touching to see these young and old Ukrainian men coming back in from jobs throughout Europe to fight to defend their hometowns. That battle in Kyiv could go on for a month and devastate the city if this is the actual outcome of the Russian assault.
General Barry McCaffrey, as always, we appreciate your time and your perspective. Thank you for being here, sir.
Okay, good to be with you.
Now, the Russian invasion of Ukraine was a focal point of President Biden's first State of the Union address. And despite the issues he's facing on foreign policy and the economy here at home, Biden's speech had one major theme: unity.
And my report is this: the State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America.
We have a team of correspondents and analysts breaking all of this down for us today. Let's begin with NBC News White House reporter Lauren Egan and senior political editor Mark Murray. First on this, Lauren, to you. Talk to us about some of the major takeaways from the president's speech last night.
Well, he used about the first 12 minutes of his speech to talk about the situation in Ukraine. He praised the Ukrainian people for their bravery. He went after Russian President Vladimir Putin. And he said that the West, the EU, the US, NATO has really come together in an unprecedented way. And these sanctions that we've seen been rolled out over the past few weeks have really had an impact. He made a little bit of news announcing that the US would not allow any Russian flights into the American airspace. Take a listen to what he had to say about Ukraine last night.
But I want you to know we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger.
He also announced what he's calling a unity agenda. These are issues that he says Republicans and Democrats can come together to work on. He unveiled 4 topics that he said that they could work together on. That's the opioid epidemic, mental health, supporting veterans, ending cancer. And he also said that he's going to essentially reframe his Build Back Better agenda. He's now calling it Building a Better America. He's in Wisconsin today giving a speech on these topics, so we should learn more about what exactly that is later today.
Hey, Mark Murray, the president's approval numbers are not good at this point. Let's talk a little bit about the messaging the White House needed to deliver and whether they actually did that last night.
Yeah, when you look at President Biden's numbers, Aaron, the hits that he's actually taken have been almost across the board and almost everywhere. And so the American public gives the president low marks for his handling of the economy and the coronavirus. Also low marks when it comes to competency, handling a crisis, and what you guys were just talking about, unity. And so one way to look at last night's more than hour speech was just trying to address all of those different topics, and whether it was confronting inflation head on and saying the president has a plan for that, having a unity agenda, and then also dealing with the situation in Ukraine to really try to bolster the perceptions of his handling of a crisis, as well as his competency after what happened in Afghanistan last year. And so, Aaron, it looked like the president was trying to do it all. The question is whether the public ended up getting that message and whether the president can deliver on it.
Let's look a little bit at that in just a second here. Mark Murray, Lauren Egan, thank you both. I'll bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas now. He is in the Reno, Nevada area for us today. Guad, we know that Nevada is a swing state. You spoke to some of the voters there about the president's speech last night. What are regular folks saying about Biden's address?
Aaron, a swing state, and we're in the swing county of that state here in Washoe. We've been talking to nonpartisan voters for the last few days, most of them telling us that they cared about these domestic issues that have been affecting them for the past year. But now Ukraine, of course, is top of mind. Now, we met a family of nonpartisan voters yesterday, and we came over to their house and watched them as they watched President Biden to get a reaction. For the most part, they say they are behind him when it comes to Ukraine, but with the domestic issues, they felt like they don't know if the president can deliver on the things he mentioned. Let's hear from members of this family.
I really liked what he said. I would say 50% of what he said I loved. It's idealistic. I want to conquer cancer. I want to go after some of these issues. Some of the other issues, though, I have to say, how are we going to actually fund that? We have infrastructure issues. We have an economy that's reeling from COVID. We have a war in Europe now. So that's politics as usual, though, I think. And again, I understand it's the State of the Union. You just kind of hit these topics and we go. But I'd like to see more clear-cut answers of how we're going to actually achieve some of these things.
At the beginning of the speech, I really enjoyed, kind of getting tough on Ukraine and this whole situation, because I feel like all of us are wondering, what are we going to do? But towards the rest of the speech, it just felt more like a laundry list of different political agendas and such. And I didn't really hear anything that was that substantive.
So that was the feeling. We heard from Jerry, and we heard from Zach, father and son, one conservative, one says he's a little more liberal, but both saying they're not Democrat or Republican. These are the voters that are nonpartisan who are listening to the issues as President Biden gave his speech last night.
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Reno today. Guad, thank you. Opening statements are underway in the first trial stemming from the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Guy Reffitt is charged with unlawful transportation of a gun and obstruction of an official proceeding, among other things. This trial is likely to set the tone for dozens of other cases tied to the Capitol riot. Meanwhile, the House committee investigating the insurrection is issuing 6 new subpoenas that may suggest a shift in the panel's focus. Let's bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams and national security correspondent Ken Delanian. Pete, first to you. Talk to us about today's opening statements there in Washington. What are lawyers on both sides here arguing?
So before I get to that, let me just tell you what's pretty unusual about this case. First, because it is the first jury trial here in D.C. since the pandemic restrictions have begun to be lifted, the jurors are not sitting in the jury box as they usually would. They're dispersed throughout the first part of the courtroom. The second thing is that the judge has given the jury what we think is a first in federal court, an instruction to turn off the push notifications on their phones. Now, these are these notifications. The judges always tell jurors, don't follow news coverage, don't seek it out. If you start to hear it on TV or the radio, turn it off. But apparently, because of what happened in the Sarah Palin trial up in New York, now judges are telling jurors, turn off your push notifications. Okay, now to the opening statements. The prosecution says that Guy Reffitt came to Washington to help lead the mob at the Capitol on January 6th, that he led the rioters up the steps, all the while with a handgun on his hip, and they described him as the tip of the mob's spear. They say that before coming here, he tried to recruit others to come with him to Washington, others associated with the 3 percenters. And they said that during the riot, he can be heard on a camera that he was wearing saying that he would rip members of Congress out of the Capitol by their hair, and that he specifically mentioned House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the Senate leader Mitch McConnell. And then when he got back to Texas, prosecutors say he threatened to shoot his children if they told the police or the FBI what he did in Washington. His lawyer gave a very short opening statement saying there's no evidence that Reffitt assaulted anybody or helped anyone assault the police or anybody else. And they say once Reffitt was hit with pepper spray and pepper balls, it was all over, and that his comments are lots of hyperbole, which sounds scary but don't amount to much.
And Pete, we mentioned that this trial is a first. How might the results of this trial impact the other January 6th cases that are coming?
Well, to some extent, I think the government is using this as a template to establish for other jurors how to think about January 6th. So while the evidence against Refit is different and will be for every other defendant, I think the overall approach that they're going to try to use to explain how scary it was for people inside the Capitol, members of Congress on the run, the vice president being led out of the chamber, taken to a secure location. They're trying to paint that picture to put the jurors back in the frame of mind of what happened on that day.
All right, Pete Williams for us in our Washington Bureau today. Pete, thank you. Now, the House committee investigating the January 6th riot is out with 6 new subpoenas targeting promoters of election fraud claims. Let's bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in now. Ken, so who exactly are these subpoenas targeting here, and why is the committee interested in these particular people?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, this is a group of lawyers and others who promoted those false claims about fraud in the 2020 election and were seeking to overturn Joe Biden's victory. One of the notable names came from that conservative pro-Trump One America News Network, an anchor named Christina Bobb, not just because she was involved in promoting the big lie on the air, but because the committee says she was involved in efforts to draft an executive order for President Trump that would have directed federal agencies to seize voting machines in contested states. Another subpoena went to lawyer Cleta Mitchell. She's a longtime fixture in Republican politics who was heavily involved with trying to help Donald Trump overturn the election and was a participant, the committee says, in that infamous phone call between Donald Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State, where Trump said he wanted the Secretary of State to find a certain number of votes that would help Trump win. Lastly, a subpoena went to another lawyer named Kurt Olson, who sent emails urging the Justice Department to file a lawsuit with the Supreme Court to try to overturn the election. None of these people have responded to NBC News requests for comments, Aaron.
Ken, why are these lawmakers zeroing in on promoters of election fraud claims now? Is the panel sort of shifting its focus suddenly?
I don't know if it's a shift in focus as much as it is this is another tentacle in their investigation. They have said for a while that they are interested not just in the physical attack on the Capitol, but the context here, the effort to overturn the election. Let me read you what the chairman of the committee, Benny Thompson, said in a statement explaining all this. He said, the committee is seeking information about attempts to disrupt or delay the certification of electoral votes and any efforts to corruptly change the outcome of the 2020 election. And he added that these 6 people that they've subpoenaed all have knowledge related to these matters and will help the Select Committee better understand all the various strategies employed to potentially affect the outcome of the election. Aaron, this panel right now has interviewed more than 550 witnesses. It's spent more than $2 million, and it's hoping to release an interim report this summer. And that's important because if the Republicans take back the House in the fall, that could be the end for the committee. So they are nearing what potentially could be the end of their work, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us today. Ken, thank you. President Biden announcing a new plan in the fight against the pandemic. Coming up, the new COVID strategy and how it's going to impact you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
While the Russian invasion of Ukraine took center stage during the State of the Union, President Biden also used his speech to address the pandemic.
Because of the progress we've made, because of your resilience and the tools that we have been provided by this Congress, tonight I can say we're moving forward safely back to a more normal routines.
Now, building on the president's remarks, today the White House rolled out a new COVID response strategy. Details of that plan include a continued focus on vaccines, a new test to treat initiative, minimizing the time between testing positive for COVID and getting treatment. Also in the plan, more free rapid tests made available by mail starting next week, and a vigilant approach toward new variants so the government can deploy new vaccines within 100 days if needed. But while COVID restrictions have eased in many places, some Americans are still feeling uneasy. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
It's time for kids to ditch the masks and breathe a little easier in a growing number of schools nationwide.
That's good because, especially with my little girl, she doesn't like too much.
It's time that we at least have our own choices.
The new reality drawing a mixed response.
I think it's a smart decision to keep it on.
Because everyone feels a lot safer with it on.
More than 50% of the largest districts have made masks optional. New York City could change its school policy next week, barring any unforeseen spike in cases. LA County on March 12th, making some parents there uneasy.
I'm just not ready as a parent. I don't think that completely gone yet because there's people still have COVID.
California is also dropping its requirement for vaccinated people to wear masks in most indoor settings. Same for Washington, Oregon, and Illinois, just to name a few. A recent poll showed 50% of Americans support some kind of mandate, down slightly from 55% last summer. But in many forms of public transportation, the masks are still required, and don't expect to fly without one. Federal officials tell us they're working closely with the CDC, but for now, the rules stand. In many of the places where the mandate has been lifted, officials still recommend some people wear masks. Who are the people at this point, even without a mandate, who should still be masking?
So there are four groups of people. Number one, unvaccinated. Number two, those older than 65 who are unboosted. Number three, very immune compromised. And number four, the people who live with any of the folks in the first three groups.
For those who are taking masks off, medical experts recommend not throwing them away. We are not in the clear from COVID. Not yet.
Stephanie Gosk reporting there. Vice President Kamala Harris on the record about the Ukraine invasion. Still ahead, why she says Vladimir Putin's plan backfired as the Kremlin puts nuclear forces on high alert.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making news right now, a couple from North Carolina looking for answers after a heavy piece of metal barreled through their windshield. A metal object hit Ian Beaver in the face as he drove through Fort Myers, Florida with his wife. It's not clear where that object came from. The impact knocked Beaver unconscious and the car spun off the road. Both were hurt and Beaver's jaw had to be wired shut. The man dubbed the Tinder Swindler is being sued by the family that he pretended to be a part of. Simon Lviv, known by his real name as Shimon Hayut, is the subject of a new Netflix documentary. It focuses on the fake persona he used to ask for money on dating apps. He claimed on Tinder to be related to the Israeli diamond magnate Lev Lviv. The real family is accusing Hayut of making false representations. They say more lawsuits will follow. And after 2 years of restricted events, the National Cherry Blossom Festival in Washington, D.C. is back in full force. The festival is set to run from mid-March to mid-April. If you're looking for the best time to visit, peak bloom is expected between the 22nd and the 25th of March. Today, Russia stepped up its attack, hitting Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv, with more shelling. Paratroopers descended on the city as a miles-long military convoy continues to work its way toward Kyiv. Despite the buildup, logistical issues and strong Ukrainian resistance appear to be slowing down Russia. That's according to Britain's defense ministry. The fighting is sending shockwaves throughout the world economy. The price of oil topped $113. That's the highest point in 11 years. The danger and the instability pushing more Ukrainians out of their country. The United Nations estimating more than 800,000 people have fled Ukraine in the past week. In just a moment, we're going to speak to a mother who stayed in Ukraine with her children. But let's begin with NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas in Ukraine with details on the ongoing refugee
crisis. Aaron, we're at the train station here in Lviv, the major hub to get out of Ukraine in the western part of this country. You can see people are waiting for trains here. All day they are coming and going. But the sad reality is that some of these trains don't even cross into neighboring countries like Poland and Romania. They're just taking these refugees to the border. The refugees here will still take that risk to try and get out.
A look inside the mass exodus from Ukraine. Windows from departing trains telling the story. Two little boys staring into the unknown. A brother and sister finding a moment to smile. And this child exchanging a peace sign with us.
We left so many friends of ours, my family, my mom, my sisters are back there.
Ukrainian Galna Baranova is trying to get to Greece. She's traveling with her 4-year-old daughter and a convoy of friends and family. They had to fight to get on board.
When we were boarding the train, the people were pushing the babies. The babies were in shock. They were crying like half of the road. And it actually was a very bad experience.
If families do make it out, this is where some of them come. A makeshift refugee camp across the border in Poland. Many here unsure of what to do or where to go to next. Just days ago, 19-year-old Vitaly was at the university in Kyiv.
So are you scared of the Russians?
No, I'm not scared because we know what we fight for. We Ukrainians, we fight for justice and for freedom and for liberty. And Russians, they do not know what they fight for.
30-year-old Victoria Zamborina has just left her home in the country's capital.
Why did you come out here? Why are you in Lviv?
Because it was so horrible to stay in Kiev. It was really scary. They were bombing us. And I didn't belong to myself. I was going crazy.
And every hour, more tearful scenes like this. Families being separated, facing uncertain futures.
It's terrible because actually it was so unexpected and nobody was prepared to this situation. And we believe that we will see them soon.
The UN is out with a new estimate of the amount of refugees they think will leave this country. They think it'll be around 4 million. We haven't approached 1 million yet. But having covered this for nearly a week now, I would not be surprised if those numbers are even higher. Aaron?
Tom Yamas for us in Lviv. Our next guest is a mother of two who has been sheltering in her church's basement since Friday as Russian forces invade there. Z. Gaiman, we appreciate you joining us today and talking to us. Tell me what your experience has been like.
Well, it's certainly something that we haven't expected ever before. They were talking about not attacking Kiev, or that is just something that he's terrorizing with, but what he's never going to be doing. But at the same time, from what we've seen, what we woke up, the reality we woke up to on Thursday morning is that actually he did push through, and we've been living in the basement since Friday. We stayed the first day in our home, but it was not very calm there. So we moved to church and has a basement there. So we're here with several other families. One family just left this morning to evacuate. Another family came in because they were bombing right next to their building.
I know
so, yeah.
I was going to say, I know you have two children there. You have a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old. How are they doing? How are they holding up? How are they reacting to what's happening around you all?
Right now, because we had several kids at the church also, so for them it was mostly like a campground. All the parents were trying to make it sound as if, well, this is something that you have to just live through. We try to keep the routine, and we try to just make it as normal as possible. At the same time, while being honest with the kids that this is not just a camp. This is war. We've got war going on. But like knowing so that they would know that whenever we tell them it's time to go to the basement, it's time to go to the basement, because they have to understand that this is serious.
You know, we're all watching this from afar here in the States, and people around the world are watching what's unfolding there. What's the message you have for the rest of the world, people outside Ukraine who are watching?
Well, enjoy your freedom. Enjoy the independence of your countries. And please pray for the army, for the territorial defense. My husband is there protecting his land. And please pray for all of this to end, because this is no way to raise kids, and we just want to live free in our country.
Thank you so much for making time for us. I hope you do know that so many people around the world are praying for you, and God bless you and the other parents there who are trying to keep your kids safe at this time. Z. Gaiman, appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Now, the war in Ukraine was a key focus of President Biden's speech to the nation last night, as we've said. This morning, his vice president, Kamala Harris, was on the Today Show to discuss the administration's foreign policy agenda and to clarify some of last night's unanswered questions. Take a listen.
As you know, the U.S. and its allies have unleashed massive sanctions on Russia, inflicting real pain on the Russian regime. We've seen actions from Western nations that were unthinkable 2 weeks ago. That said, Putin is continuing with this campaign. It grows more brutal by the day. Do you still believe these actions that the U.S. and the West have taken will be enough to stop him?
Well, Savannah, first of all, let's talk about the tragedy and the atrocity of what Russia is doing. This reinvasion of Ukraine, what it is causing in terms of loss of human life, what it means in terms of invading the sovereignty and territorial integrity of an independent nation. This is why the United States has been a leader in bringing together our allies, our NATO alliance, the EU, to stand firm and resolute with some of the most severe sanctions and consequences that we've ever seen as a unified group. And what has the impact been? Well, the impact already we've seen. The ruble is in a free fall. What we've seen is the Russian stock market is closed. What we've seen is that Russia has received a credit rating of basically junk. So we know it's having impact, but we also are acutely aware of the human tragedy of it all. I mean, just yesterday I saw an image, I'm sure you saw, of a missile that was just feet away from a children's playground. So this is an ongoing issue of great concern.
So what else do we have to throw at this when Putin so far is undeterred?
Well, we are going to continue to do what we've done. For example, in the sanctions, it's been sanctions against their financial institutions, against their oligarchs, where we are targeting their mansions and their jets. What we are going to continue to do is stand firm with our allies in terms of reassessing what we are doing with sanctions. Everything is on the table for consideration, frankly. What we are not going to do, and that must be said also, is, as the president has continuously said, we are not going to put U.S. troops in Ukraine to fight the Russians on the ground or in the air, but we are firm in our preparedness to defend our NATO alliance and our allies every inch of the NATO territory. And one thing I'm certain of, Savannah, is that what history will show is that Vladimir Putin basically ended up strengthening NATO and weakening Russia.
And finally, one of the more disturbing developments in the last week is Putin rattling his nuclear sword, putting his Russian nuclear forces on special combat readiness. Have you seen Russia take any concrete action to back that up? The U.S. did not respond in kind. Do you not take that as a serious threat?
Well, we listen to everything, obviously, but it is irresponsible to escalate, and we feel very strongly about this. As you know, we have a history of working with Russia in terms of this issue, and we will move on in terms of making sure that there is not escalation around this. Frankly, I think it's highly irresponsible. It's something we will obviously monitor, but our position is that we are not going to contribute to an escalation in that direction, and we have no intention of changing our posture.
There is obviously a refugee crisis. More than 600,000 Ukrainians have already had to flee. Some border countries are lifting restrictions, more or less saying, come on in. Will the U.S. do the same? Are we prepared to lift some of that red tape to accept Ukrainian refugees?
Well, right now, there is an urgent situation taking place, to your point, and you've been covering it. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians flee Ukraine because of the violence that Russia is exacting on that country. We have been giving support, for example, to our allies, such as Poland. When I spoke with the Prime Minister of Poland yesterday, we talked extensively about that and what we can do to continue to increase and to support the humanitarian assistance that is necessary to address the refugees and ensure that they are being treated in a humanitarian way. We are going to continue to do the work of, in fact, American troops are there to help Poland in terms of processing folks as they are crossing the border to ensure that people are able to safely flee harm.
Now, one of the many topics covered in the State of the Union was immigration, but some representatives in the Latino community are not happy with the lack of detail from the president.
Folks, if we're to advance liberty and justice, we need to secure our border and fix the immigration system. We're putting in place dedicated immigration judges in a significant larger number so families fleeing persecution and violence can have their cases heard faster, and those who don't legitimately hear can be sent back.
Let's bring in Cristina Londoño. She is a senior Washington correspondent for our sister network, Telemundo. Cristina, I know you had a chance to catch up with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez after the president's speech. What did she have to say? What were her takeaways?
Well, Aaron, she said that he was energized, that he was forceful, that it was a good speech, that he spoke directly to the American families. But then she also said in not so many words that she was glad he managed to include immigration into the speech. It was less than 200 words, and that's why she said she would have wanted to hear more.
On the topic of immigration, I want to hear more about the details with regard to immigrant families. How are we going to get them a pathway to citizenship? The president has executive power that I think he can use to help many of the immigrant families here in the U.S.
Well, that's what she said. She did not get into the details about the president mentioning deportation. I'm sure she was not happy with that. We know very many immigrant groups are not happy with the president and the way he's dealing with the border because they're saying he's been another Trump. They are saying he has not stopped the Trump policies at the border.
Yeah, we heard the Congresswoman say that she wants to see the president use his executive power to try to help create a pathway to citizenship for immigrant families. Is there a real push for that from the Hill at this point? Are there any indications that's something the White House is considering?
Well, Latino congressmen are pushing for that because they know that the Hispanic community is tired, the immigrant community is tired. I have been to very many, and as much as 2 or 3 in the past month, protests by immigrant groups. They're angry, they're frustrated, they're saying they feel betrayed by the Biden administration, and they're saying they need results quickly before November. If not, they're going to stay home. So this is a real threat. There is going to be pushback from the Republicans, but there's going to be pushback from the Republicans anyway. So that's a calculation the White House is going to have to make, Aaron.
We'll have to see if this gains traction and we see some real movement on this. Cristina Londoño from Telemundo, we appreciate you today. Thanks. The trial for the Louisville police officer charged in the raid that left Breonna Taylor dead is now underway. Up next, the critical testimony happening in court right now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Breonna Taylor's death sparked outrage and cries for justice around the world. Former Louisville Metro Police Detective Brett Hankison was the only officer to face charges stemming from that night. He's testifying in court today. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following this story for us. Ron, can you first explain what the charges are that Hankison is facing?
He's facing 3 counts of wanton recklessness for firing his gun into the apartment that Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend were in. The bullets went through an apartment wall into a neighboring apartment, endangering those neighbors, a young couple and their young child. And that is what he has been charged with. He has not been charged in connection with Breonna Taylor's death. This is the only officer who has been charged in this case. A grand jury looked over the matter, fired first. He says, and he survived, Kenneth Walker. He fired, saying that when he heard the officers banging on the door, breaching the door, that he thought it was a home invasion, that he wasn't sure it was police. And he says he fired 1 shot. The officers returned fire. Hankison was one of the officers involved in the raid. He went around to the side of the building and took up another position and returned fire, saying that he saw a target, that he saw muzzle flashes, that he was trying to protect his fellow officers. He is testifying right now as we speak. And here's some of what he had to say in his testimony about why he did what he did. Again, the basic charge is that he fired recklessly. Take a listen. Again, what he has been saying throughout the testimony is that he was acting to defend his fellow officers. There was another officer, Detective Mattingly, who was wounded in the leg. Hankison got very choked up on the stand talking about this, saying that he was acting responsibly, following his training, because he saw a muzzle flash trying to return fire. However, the prosecutors insist that he fired recklessly, endangering this other couple. We heard from them earlier on in the testimony, and they said that they were terrified. This is, again, happening in the early morning hours after midnight. They were awoken. The bullets came into their apartment, and that's the essence of this case. Breonna Taylor's family, supporters, others obviously are not happy about this because no one has been charged in connection with her death. Hankison is just on trial in connection with firing recklessly and endangering this other couple, the neighbors who were also present in the next apartment over.
So, Ron, very quickly, obviously this testimony from Hankison was a key thing that we were looking out for, but what are the next steps, the next phase of this trial?
This should be done fairly soon. He'll testify. There'll be cross-examination, jury instructions, perhaps closing arguments tomorrow, and this should all be wrapped up. Again, he faces these felony. It's actually a minor felony charge that carries up to 5 years in prison, and the trial has gone on for just a few days. It's not a very lengthy proceeding, and again, the important thing is that this is not about Breonna Taylor's death, which is why, of course, so many activists and others were marching in the streets claiming that the police should be held accountable for this. This is the only officer who's been charged in the case, and it does not have anything to do with Breonna Taylor's death. It has to do with him firing during that raid and endangering other people in the community there.
All right, Ron Allen for us today. Ron, thank you. Texas is going after the parents of trans children. That's according to a new lawsuit filed by the ACLU and other organizations. They allege that the Lone Star State is now investigating these parents. Governor Greg Abbott has called on, quote, licensed professionals and even the public to report parents who seek gender-affirming care for their kids. Let's bring in NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Joe, can you first explain this lawsuit for us?
So the suit was filed yesterday by civil rights groups, and it claims that Jane Doe, who's an employee of the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, which is the agency that the governor directed to investigate these claims, was placed on leave from her job at the department last week and is now under investigation after someone reported her for having a transgender daughter who is receiving gender-affirming medical care. And then the other plaintiff in the suit is a psychologist who says that reporting the parents of trans teens, as the governor's directive would require of her, would cause trauma to her clients. And the lawsuit argues that the governor and the department have violated the plaintiff's civil rights and violated state law. The governor hasn't responded to a request for comment, and the department declined to comment.
So, Danny, you've been watching, you've seen what we know so far about this. How do you see this lawsuit playing out in the courts?
In all likelihood, it comes down to 2 words, and those words are medically necessary. The original Attorney General's opinion told medical providers and other required reporters to basically report child abuse that involved a mastectomy, sterilization, or the removal of healthy tissue. And that's just shorthand for what the Attorney General's opinion focused on. Instead, the ACLU is saying that in that same letter, the Attorney General said, except for medically necessary procedures. And the ACLU is arguing that some of these procedures, if not all of them, are medically necessary according to prevailing medical wisdom.
All right, Joe, I'll give you the last word on this then. What are you hearing from the families who are going to be affected by however this turns out?
Yeah, so trans young people and their parents are terrified right now. Parents say that their kids, even young kids who they try to shield from the news, are aware of what's going on and it's affecting them. They're experiencing more anxiety. Some are afraid they'll be taken from their parents. One advocate described it to me as a crisis on the ground right now for Texas families.
All right, we know you'll continue to follow this for us. Joe Yerkeba and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, thank you both. Major League Baseball owners and players strike out on a labor deal. After the break, the impact it's having on the baseball season and what some diehard fans have to say about it.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The National Hockey League teaming up with Amazon Web Services to launch a new face-off probability stat. Now, the idea here is to incorporate data like matchup histories, player characteristics, and game information like time and score to figure out the likelihood of each player winning the draw. The NHL says the stat could become an opportunity for in-game betting down the road, and it hopes to expand these probability stats to other aspects of the game. Baseball fans looking forward to this season are going to have to wait a little longer. Major League Baseball announcing that opening day, along with the season's first 2 series, have been canceled. That as owners and players have failed to reach a new labor agreement. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Here in Florida, the rainy weather sort of fits the mood. Baseball fans right now have not seen anything like this since the 1994 strike. MLB had locked out its players on December 2nd, 3 months later now, and a mad scramble over the last week, and still these two sides could not hammer out a deal. Now fans are devastated as it's not clear when teams might actually return to the diamond.
The spring season now striking out. For the first time in more than a quarter century, Major League Baseball is canceling games over a labor dispute.
The calendar dictates that we're not going to be able to play the first 2 series of the regular season, and those games are officially canceled.
That's 91 games so far, and fans eager for some hope after a long year are disappointed.
Sports is a way for people to escape, and I definitely think it will be a loss if they cannot come to an agreement.
The two sides seemingly locked in.
There were major issues on which we were very far apart.
But the reason we're not playing is simple. A lockout is the ultimate economic weapon.
Economics are at the heart of it. Major League Baseball saw revenues go from around $8 billion to nearly $11 billion right before the pandemic. Yet player salaries went down slightly for 4 straight years. And of the 4 major American sports, baseball has the lowest minimum salary at around $570,000. MLB did offer to bump that up more than $100,000, but the Players Union is looking to protect its youngest members, many of whom won't see market value for years.
The reality of the situation is that almost half the players make league minimum or less if they play less than half a year.
And with the Players Union flying back to New York, Commissioner Rob Manfred says the earliest an agreement could be reached would be tomorrow, leaving fans hoping the MLB and its players will budge.
It's good to be able to kick back and watch a game that you love.
There is no requirement that Major League Baseball cancel games or meet a deadline. This is all self-imposed, and the Players Union says that it's going to fight to get back lost pay or to reschedule games. That would have to be part of any deal, they say, that they would be willing to sign. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Breaking news now on NBC News Now. In the crosshairs, Russia taking aim at civilian areas as strikes intensify in Ukraine. What the situation unfolding in Kyiv looks like right now. Making his pitch, President Biden pushing for unity in his first State of the Union address, how his new policy could change the way the country tackles the coronavirus pandemic. Battle for Texas. Governor Greg Abbott set to face off with former presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke in November. How voters are reacting to the results of the first contest of the 2022 midterms. And back to work. Queen Elizabeth resuming her duties virtually after a COVID scare. What we know about the health of Britain's longest reigning monarch. Breaking news now on NBC News Now. In the crosshairs, Russia taking aim at civilian areas as strikes intensify in Ukraine. What the situation unfolding in Kyiv looks like right now. Making his pitch, President Biden pushing for unity in his first State of the Union address, how his new policy could change the way the country tackles the coronavirus pandemic. Battle for Texas. Governor Greg Abbott set to face off with former presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke in November. How voters are reacting to the results of the first contest of the 2022 midterms. And back to work. Queen Elizabeth resuming her duties virtually after a COVID scare. What we know about the health of Britain's longest reigning monarch. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with Ukraine's major cities under siege by Russian airstrikes. You're looking at new images of the streets of Kharkiv following yesterday's rocket attack. Tons of debris there left on by that onslaught. Now, people in southern Ukraine today formed a blockade on a major roadway. They were trying to prevent Russian forces from moving closer to a critical power plant. We're also learning more about new sanctions President Biden mentioned in last night's State of the Union. In that speech, he said Vladimir Putin, quote, badly miscalculated. And also breaking at this hour, the United Nations General Assembly has just voted in favor of a resolution condemning Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We are covering this crisis from every angle at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin. She is in Lviv, Ukraine for us again today. Erin, you've been monitoring the developments in the last 24 hours or so. Explain to us what the situation is on the ground in Ukraine right now.
Hey, Aaron. Well, I was speaking to a city official in Kyiv, the capital, just a short while ago, and he told me that Kyiv continues to be bombarded by Russian missile attacks. There was one within the last hour or so. He said, though, that so far they have managed to repel Russian forces from entering the city, Russian forces being concentrated in the northwest portion of the capital. He said that they have been very successful in his view in terms of the Ukrainian military operation, but they are bracing for the arrival of a massive convoy that has been slowly making its way to the capital. It's very much an all-hands-on-deck effort to prepare for that. I was speaking to one woman who says she's making Molotov cocktails during the day to be thrown at the tanks. The local restaurant on the corner has been preparing food, getting it out to hospitals, children, the elderly, as well as the Ukrainian military. People there are absolutely terrified at the same time. I was speaking to a 25-year-old woman named Juliana. She's hunkered down in her apartment and bracing for these missile strikes. Take a listen to what she had to say as she showed us how she's getting ready.
Hi, my name is Juliana and I'm staying in Kiev. Now I'm in my friend's apartment. This is our shelter between the entry of the apartment and bathroom. This is our emergency bags, some water, and my cat.
And that's really the reality of so many people living in that city of over 3 million. Juliana was telling me that she's extremely concerned about the situation in Mariupol, where shelling has claimed the lives of scores of citizens, according to the mayor. She says that she has relatives there and that the internet and power have been cut, and she's been unable to make sure that her family's okay, Aaron.
All right, Aaron, thank you. We appreciate that new reporting. I want to bring in our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now. Dan, we're learning about more sanctions against Russia coming from the U.S. What specifically have you been able to gather?
That's right. NBC News, Aaron, can report that the administration is preparing to go after a much longer list of oligarchs to expand those sanctions already announced. And we could see this announcement in the next 24 to 48 hours. And this is really in coordination with the European Union, which has already named some of those oligarchs. And of course, it comes after last night's State of the Union address when President Biden was giving a really stern warning, saying the U.S. was coming after the oligarchs' yachts and luxury apartments. And really, the whole purpose here is to try to squeeze the elite that's aligned with Vladimir Putin and to go after their financial assets. At the same time, the Department of Justice has announced a task force that is going to also be enforcing the sanctions, and they specifically name oligarchs, saying, we're coming after your ill-begotten gains. So it's a very ambitious effort here. I should say there are analysts who warn that it is very difficult to go after these oligarchs. It's been tried in the past to some degree, and they're very adept at moving around their assets, hiding them, using shell companies. Having said that, the other thing analysts are saying is that the financial sanctions already announced, including the blacklisting of Russian central bank, are really hitting Russia's economy very hard.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in our Washington bureau today. Dan, thank you. I want to bring in Brendan Kearney now. He's a retired colonel from the U.S. Marine Corps and a former chief of staff for the Marine Corps for Europe. Colonel, we're in day 7 now of this invasion of Ukraine. What do you make of the strategy that the Russians have been unfolding to this point?
Aaron, I think quite obviously the Russians have been trying to take over the country of Ukraine. And to date, they have failed, and they've failed miserably. So what we see now is, with the increased emphasis on targeting civilians and the infrastructure, Putin trying to go ahead and ratchet up his ability to achieve his original objectives. But so far, it doesn't look good for the Russian forces.
There has been some reporting in the last several hours about the potential for a second round of ceasefire talks possibly being in the works to come sometime soon. What do you make of that effort? Could there be any headway made in bringing this conflict to an end by having these two sides sit down at a table?
Well, the effort is a noble one. To be honest with you, I think it's futile at this stage, because I don't think Vladimir Putin has figured out that he's not accomplishing his objectives. Until that realization comes to him, or comes to the majority of his inner circle, and they can convince him otherwise, I think the Russians are going to continue to pursue these offensive efforts that are currently underway.
And so, Colonel, you think the response from the U.S. and from the allies so far that's been focused on sanctioning and isolating Russia, you think that's something that's not going to make a difference in the end?
It's not going to make a difference here in the short term. And I think that's simply because, and all the financial experts, and I'm not one of them, but all of them seem to agree that this is going to take time for these type of efforts to really bear fruit. The Russian economy, the Russian people are suffering right now. That suffering is going to increase dramatically. The key to this entire thing, in my mind, is the Russian people. I think if the Russian people continue with their protests and the word gets to the Russian forces in Ukraine, which I don't believe it has gotten to them yet, about the lack of support from their own people, I think this is going to continue on for quite a while. I certainly hope to be wrong. This is one of those things, you know, what a tragedy that's going on that we're all witnessing here at a level of visual media that is just, it's incredible. But Putin is the key to this entire thing.
All right, Colonel Brendan Kearney, we appreciate your time today. Thank you, sir. Ukraine was front and center in President Biden's first State of the Union address last night. In the House chamber, we saw some rare moments of bipartisan unity. The president promised that Russian President Vladimir Putin, quote, has no idea what's coming, an unscripted moment in his comments last night when he was speaking about sanctions, we believe. He also used the speech to help re-energize his stalled domestic agenda.
Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world.
We have a lot to cover now. Let's begin with NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, senior political analyst Jonathan Allen, and senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Peter, first to you. We are hearing, what are we hearing, I should say, from the president today, from the White House today after his speech last night?
Well, we're going to see the president landing in Wisconsin, Superior, Wisconsin, not far from Duluth, Minnesota today, as he delivers a message focusing on that trillion-dollar infrastructure law, trying to demonstrate where the rubber meets the road, where this administration is trying to help rebuild, repair roads and bridges. It's a way he believes that American cities and states will see new jobs and higher paying jobs in the process. So that's something he's trying to hit home. But clearly the message last night that really just topped his State of the Union address was what was effectively the State of Ukraine address, where the president talked about condemning Vladimir Putin, saying that this war was premeditated, that it was totally unprovoked, and effectively saying that it was a mistake of historic proportions the president did. As it relates to those sanctions, the pain that he says is already being inflicted on Vladimir Putin and on Russia. I'm now hearing from sources familiar with the matter that within the next 24 to 48 hours, we may hear about some new sanctions focusing on an expanded list, a larger list of those Russian elites, those oligarchs who are closest to Vladimir Putin right now. The president communicating how the Justice Department would be initiating a crackdown on some of those individuals as well, really trying to just fortify not just this alliance, but the U.S. effort targeting Russia right now, acknowledging U.S. forces are not going to go into Ukraine, will sit there along the border countries and protect the NATO alliance, but doing everything they can to support the Ukrainian people and its military in the meantime.
All right, Peter Alexander for us at the White House. Peter, thank you. John Allen, I want to turn to you now. The president's approval rating barely above 40% at this point. How can we expect him to build on the momentum from last night if there was some?
I'm not sure that anything that has to do with foreign policy right now is going to change the president's outlook. Folks are worried about inflation. People are concerned about deficits. There's all sorts of issues that are more domestic and pocketbook. So, you know, I don't think you're going to look at a big bounce from this speech. That said, what you did see from the president last night in speaking about Ukraine, and these things have a tendency to bleed over a little bit, is you saw him standing up as the leader of the free world. It's a title we talk about the president having so often and so seldom really see. And last night was a moment of strength for Joe Biden in terms of having put together this international coalition, egged on some of those European countries to crack down on Russia. And we'll have to see if he's able to carry that into his domestic agenda and maybe turn numbers around.
Sahil, I know you've been talking with Democratic lawmakers there on the Hill coming out of that speech last night. How's it being received by the president's party?
It's being received very well by Democrats. They like that the president talked about an overarching battle between democracy and autocracy and went firmly after Russia and Vladimir Putin. Many of them feel like they're fighting a similar kind of battle between democracy and autocracy here in the United States, albeit in a very different way. And the fact is, Democrats are looking at a number of things in the very near future in terms of priorities. The biggest one is the March 11th government funding deadline. They have to get a bill through to the president's desk to prevent a shutdown. In that, they hope to pass about $6 billion in humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine. Those talks hit a snag yesterday, according to the minority leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, and they're still figuring out some, how to resolve some differences there and ultimately get that passed. And of course, the president also mentioned his Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson. She is meeting with top leaders in the Senate, including Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, including McConnell, and the top Democrat and Republican on the Judiciary Committee today.
And Sahil, very quickly on the Republican side of this, we did see Republicans on their feet a couple of times last night. What are they saying about the president's address?
Well, the biggest criticism that Republicans have is they want President Biden to focus more on energy independence in the United States, and that's code for produce more fossil fuels here. That, of course, contradicts the president's long-term goal to transition to a clean energy economy. And I think you saw much of the Republican message reflected in the official response from Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, which was reduce taxes, keep schools open, end COVID requirements such as mask mandates, and don't teach structural racism, which they call critical race theory, in the classroom. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, John Allen, we appreciate you both. Thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander now. She spoke to some voters in Georgia, one of the states that's becoming a key battleground. Blaine, we want to hear from regular folks. What did the people you talked to think about the president's speech?
Well, Aaron, these are voters, and specifically these are black voters, the very group that helped give President Biden the White House, helped him win the White House back in 2020. And they said that overall they were happy with the tone of the speech. They said that they liked that it had a unifying theme, that it sounded like a positive message, but they were very much listening for some specific things. We're going to hear from two voters, one who is a voting rights advocate. She spent a lot of time knocking on doors, registering people to vote. The other is a small business owner here in Atlanta. Both of them say that they were listening for two very specific things, and they didn't hear enough. Take a look. Just show of hands, who was satisfied with what you heard?
Voting rights. I cannot emphasize enough that we did not hear that. That was 1 minute. I remember timing it and just hearing, oh, you've checked that box, and now you've moved on.
I mean, he touched on, I have two sons, so, police reform is very important to me. It's important. I'm hearing about teenagers that literally don't want to get their driver's license or drive out of fear.
Now, that second speaker you heard, Jay Carter, said that he was understanding. He said, I understand that the president had a whole lot of things to cram into a finite amount of time, so he certainly understands. But again, he says that it comes down to action, so he's going to be watching to see if those things are, in fact, a priority down the line, Aaron.
You know, Blaine, there's one voter that you've been following for more than a year now. You met during the Georgia primary in 2020. She has a pretty interesting perspective on the president's speech.
Her name is Sashita McNair. Aaron, you may remember her. A lot of our viewers will. She's the woman who was waiting out in the rain for about 3 hours with her young son at the time. So I came back to her and I asked her, you know what, one, was your time in the rain worth it? She says absolutely. But she also said that she was looking for some specifics around child care and student loan forgiveness. Take a look. How satisfied are you with the job he's doing so far?
As far as the job, I'm a little disappointed because I felt like people have increased their prices on childcare, making it inaccessible to those who have multiple kids. And my sister just passed, so I just adopted my nephew here, and now I find that people are overpricing, price gouging, and then you find childcare facilities are overcrowded, not following COVID protocols per se.
And Aaron, finally, I asked them all, will this speech impact how they go forward in the midterms? They say no, they will still be as enthusiastic as ever. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. The political stage is also set for a high-stakes showdown in Texas. The state kicked off the first primary election of the midterms on Tuesday, and the results are giving both parties some real insight into what they may face in the fall. The race for governor will be a face-off between the incumbent Republican Greg Abbott and the Democratic challenger Beto O'Rourke. But a number of other races will now head to runoffs. We'll get to NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki in just a moment here. Let's start with NBC News senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitzold. Alex, so who were the big winners and losers last night, and who are we still watching?
Yeah, Aaron, well, as you mentioned, the big winners are Governor Greg Abbott, the Republican, and Beto O'Rourke, the Democrat. They will face off in November. Not a huge surprise there, although Abbott had faced two primary challenges from conservatives who called him a rhino, Republican in name only, but he cruised to renomination. Then two things to keep an eye on. On the Democratic side, there's a contest in the South Texas district where a progressive challenger, Justice Cisneros, is running against Henry Cuellar, a moderate incumbent. She ran against him in 2020, came within 2,700 votes, ran again this year. That's going to go to a runoff. And the other one to watch is the Attorney General's race in the Republican side there. The incumbent is running against George P. Bush, Jeb Bush's son, so that's attracted some attention, also going to the runoff on May 24th.
Alex, this was the first time that Texans cast their ballots since the new voting restrictions were enacted in that state. Talk to us about what those restrictions are and how much of a role they might have played on Tuesday there in Texas.
Yeah, we saw a huge spike in the number of absentee ballots that were rejected across the state. There's a new requirement that you now have to provide some form of ID. So the most common way to do that would be to put your driver's license number on the envelope when you return your ballot. But, that message didn't get out or people forgot. So you had in some counties up to, a quarter of absentee ballots being rejected. They still have a chance to remedy that. And so we'll see, how many actually end up getting rejected, but definitely some more education that needs to be done to get people up to speed on the new law.
All right, Alex Seitzold for us today. Alex, thank you. We appreciate it. Now, the Texas primaries also served as a first test for as a first test for Republican candidates that did not receive an endorsement from the former president, Donald Trump. The big question, would those candidates see trouble in their primaries from not being able to tout the Trump name? For more on that, NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki has been crunching the numbers for us. He joins us now. Steve?
Yeah, Aaron, a bit of a mixed bag. So there were some races where Donald Trump didn't make endorsements, kind of pointedly didn't make endorsements, and where some Trump-aligned forces made clear they had some issues with Republican incumbents. So kind of a test of would there be a grassroots pro-Trump backlash against any of these Republicans in Texas. Some places where there wasn't. Dan Crenshaw, Congressman Dan Crenshaw, he recently got into a war of words with Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Trump ally. Dan Crenshaw had voted to certify the 2020 presidential election, had broken with former President Trump over that. He got a few challengers, but they didn't get any traction. As you can see, Crenshaw easily survives his Republican primary. Another Republican Congressman, Chip Roy here, who Donald Trump really went after the 2020 election. Roy had called Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021. He said it was impeachable. He didn't actually vote for the impeachment that was presented to the House, but he said the president had committed impeachable conduct. Roy later ran for a leadership position among House Republicans. Trump opposed him, condemned him in that race. Roy lost that race. Again, Roy drew some primary challengers, but you see, they got no traction either. So the distance from Trump, the irritation of the Trump base, not a role in those races. Here's a race, though, where I think it was. This is a Republican, Van Taylor. This is in North Texas. And I think the key here for Van Taylor is, yes, he leads by a wide margin. He's going to finish up under 50%. You got to hit 50% to avoid a runoff in these primaries in Texas. Van Taylor voted for the independent January 6th commission. Van Taylor had made a lot of enemies on the pro-Trump right. And here it looks like they galvanized. They kept him under 50%. He's going to now be in a runoff with Keith Self as the name of the second place finisher here. And it raises an interesting question. The runoff now is not going to be until May 24th. Donald Trump didn't endorse Taylor, but himself kind of stayed away from the race. Does Trump do national pro-Trump figures, national pro-Trump media? Do they now decide that Taylor looks weak and ripe after this? Do they try to make this a big race in the national kind of pro-Trump movement? That's the thing Taylor has to worry about. Yeah, he finishes ahead. He finishes close to 50%. But do the dynamics of this race change now that he's been forced into a runoff? So, again, a bit of a mixed bag there, Aaron, in terms of these Republicans who created some distance with Trump.
Really going to be really interesting to keep watching. Steve Kornacki, thank you.
You got it.
Apple bites back against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Coming up, the Russian apps and products now being pulled by the tech giant.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. NBC News, streaming free now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Now, while the U.S. and allies have ratcheted up sanctions against Russia's economy in light of its invasion of Ukraine, some powerful Russian oligarchs are also being singled out. One college student in Florida started tracking these elites using the Twitter feed Russian oligarch Jets. NBC News reporter David K. Lee joins us now. David, fill us in on what exactly this student is up to and what he's learned so far by tracking these private planes.
Well, the student was first asked by a lot of his friends, hey, is there any way they can track Vladimir Putin and where he's going? Now, the truth is, he's not going anywhere. He's not quite the jet setter that some of his rich friends are. So what he's done is just design a very simple bot to track these very powerful Russians and other fleets of jets and helicopters. It's all very public information, so it's easy to track where they are. And they're in far-flung places, from the Bahamas to Europe to Moscow. And he's found a way to just put, in his own small way, a little more pressure on what they're doing. I think if you're an obscenely wealthy person, you kind of like to do these kind of obscenely wealthy things when you're on the down low, not in the public sphere.
So what do experts think about this idea of tracking these travel habits of these Russian elites?
Well, that's kind of a split opinion right now. I think everyone agrees that any kind of pressure that can be brought to bear on some of these most powerful Russian elites is a good thing. But on the other hand, I think the idea is that there's questions about how much influence these elites do have on Vladimir Putin. It's always kind of dangerous to try to read the mind of a world leader like Putin, but from what images we've been able to see, he looks rather isolated. We've seen all these pictures of Putin at the end of very long tables, and it's hard to know who's really in his ear, if anyone. But I think the idea is if the United States and other Western powers are not going to intervene militarily, maybe the next best thing they can do is try to reach Putin through his rich friends. The question is whether or not there is actually any contact.
All right, we'll keep asking that question and hopefully be able to find out sooner or later. David K. Lee, we appreciate it. Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Apple cutting off access to more of its products in Russia in response to the invasion of Ukraine. That move adds to a growing list of businesses that have distanced themselves from Russia. NBC News cybersecurity reporter Kevin Collier is joining us now. So, Kevin, how far do Apple's new restrictions go for the Russian consumer?
Hey, Aaron. The big thing impacting everyday Russians is there's an indefinite pause on all physical products sold in country or shipped to country. iPhones, iPads, Apple computers, no more shipments from Apple's online store, and there's a hold on sales at third-party retailers. And the other big thing, which took place earlier this week, is no more Apple Pay in Russia. That's less maybe Apple taking a stand, more, if you've set up Apple Pay or Google Pay on your phone, it's often linked to your bank account. And with sanctions from the U.S. and other countries, Apple couldn't legally allow a lot of Russian users to use the Pay app anymore in Russia, even if they wanted to.
So, Kevin, we talked about Apple being one of several at this point. What changes are other companies making in regard to Russia, and do they appear to be having a real impact at this point?
A lot of companies are doing similar things, cutting off services to Russia. You've got Disney, there's shipping companies, UPS and FedEx. There's Danish shipping giant Maersk, energy companies, auto manufacturers. Something that's interesting watching a lot of these kind of corporate stands is it's happening in real time. I knew to ask Apple about this yesterday because before they announced this ban, Ukraine's Minister for Digital Transformation, Mikhail Fedorov, posted on his Telegram his thanks to Apple CEO Tim Cook for taking this step before Apple had said anything. It seems a lot of these changes are coming in real time and from direct communication with Ukrainian government officials.
All right, our cybersecurity reporter, Kevin Collier. Kevin, we appreciate you. Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
A surge of support for a Ukrainian restaurant in New York against the backdrop of war. Still ahead, that owner's message to Americans. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, the number of deaths on roads in this country is climbing. Federal data showing more than 46,000 people died in car crashes in 2021. That's a 9% increase over 2020. The report comes as traffic is now returning to pre-pandemic levels. Horse trainer Bob Baffert is suing Churchill Downs over his suspension after the failed drug test of the racehorse Medina Spirit. The horse's Kentucky Derby win was voided after it tested positive for a banned steroid. The Hall of Famer claims his 2-year suspension by the track is a malicious effort aimed at destroying his career. Churchill Downs calls the lawsuit disappointing but not surprising. And Fitbit is recalling 1 million smartwatches over a burn hazard. The recall involves the Fitbit Ionic smartwatch. There have been at least 78 reports of injuries, including second and third degree burns. The Consumer Product Safety Commission is warning people to stop using that watch immediately. Those who return it will get a full refund. Now to some breaking news. The United Nations General Assembly voting overwhelmingly to pass a resolution censuring Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. In his State of the Union address, President Biden announcing the U.S. will close its airspace to Russian aircraft. He vowed that President Vladimir Putin will pay a high price.
Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated.
Now, Ukraine sustained another day of intense fighting. Russian forces hit that country's biggest cities with more shelling. That as paratroopers descended into Kharkiv. Now, Britain's defense ministry says Russian artillery and airstrikes are aiming for built-up areas. Ukrainian officials are accusing Russia of war crimes, saying that country is targeting civilians and hitting residential districts. The deadly attacks are driving more Ukrainians from their homes. Thousands are fleeing for neighboring countries. In a moment, we'll talk to 2 Ukrainians who remain in that country right now. First, though, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. He is in eastern Poland now, covering the growing exodus of people from Ukraine. Jay, how many people are we talking about here? How many people are crossing the border still into Poland at this hour?
Well, into Poland, we've been told more than 450,000 already, and more than 800,000 have left Ukraine. Look, we're in Przemyśl, which is about 3 miles, if that, from the border crossing, and we're in an area that's locked down by special clearance from the Polish army, so we can show you the last train that came out of Kyiv, the capital city, which has seen shelling over the last 24 to 48 hours just constantly. When you talk to the people who are coming off this train, they will will tell you that it is chaos. One woman saying that we were living in hell and weren't sure we were going to make it out alive. They have at this point, and so that is what's happening with the train there. When they get off, though, of that train, they go through and make sure that they have the passport and proper papers. They head down this tunnel here, and when they get down the tunnel, cross over to another train track. Many of the people who get off that train are immediately getting on to one of these trains. You've got two here, one going to Krakow, the other going to Warsaw, where they can get there, take a breath. You can see some of the supplies that are stacked up that they're going to load onto this train as well, and just give them a chance to really try and figure out what comes next. And so what comes next for this train, which will head back to Ukraine, is interesting as well, Aaron. So we'll head back in, and I'll let you look down the line where you see some officials here, and the train starting to pull away at this point. It is loaded down with supplies from the Polish army that includes camouflage nets, fuel, generators. It's also got medical supplies on it. And so that's what they're doing with this train. You know what else is on it? About 200 men and women who gathered at this train station earlier and said, we're going back in to fight.
All right, Jay Gray for us in Eastern Poland today. Jay, thank you. Joining us now are Pastor Volodymyr Maciuk and Sylvia Cortez. They're both remaining in Ukraine as Russia continues the attack there. We appreciate both of you joining us today. Pastor, if I may ask you first, what are you experiencing right now, and how does this sort of compare to the past few days there in Ukraine?
It seems that situation it changes hour by hour, and from the hopeful moments to some discouragement. But mainly, I think we are still hopeful, even though that situation is the circumstances are tough. We believe that our troops and our government will do their best to protect this country, and the whole nation. The whole nation is united to defend our land and our homes.
Sylvia, I see you shaking your head there. I know that President Zelensky has remained in Ukraine. He's been offered options to get out of the country, but he has stayed there to fight. What do you make of his leadership throughout this crisis so far?
I think it's incredible. It's really incredible. I mean, when he first got elected, people were making jokes. You know, he's a comedian, and I would say, yeah, isn't that funny? But he really has, I mean, he has impressed the world, hasn't he, with his determination and his just his will to fight. And that's really emblematic of the Ukrainian identity and who they are as a people.
Pastor, do you have a plan if Russian troops continue to get closer to where you are right now? What's your next move?
Well, we're staying here because we're not alone. There is church here, and there are other churches around Ukraine that are still helping people. And for one, we don't want to think about that situation. We trust the leadership of this country, and we trust the bravery of our troops, and in fact we trust that God will protect us. But I think this is the reason why we're here, to be available to people and to respond to people's needs during this hour.
Pastor,
our churches are helping people to travel to border. They're on Moldovan side. They meet them and welcome them and provide them with food and housing.
That very border that you just saw, we've got people on the other side receiving tons of refugees, and numerous churches are doing everything they can. Half of our churches have refugees, and they're in their basements or sanctuaries. So it's incredible. People are really rallying.
It is incredible. You're right. And it's wonderful to see people coming together like you in the way that you have. And we absolutely hope the best for you and hope that you stay safe there in Ukraine. Thank you both. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is speaking out about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In an exclusive interview with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt, the secretary is urging the Russians to de-escalate.
We've been watching this convoy that's got the world's attention. It was reported it was stalled. Should we read too much into that? Is it still a potent fighting machine?
I would just say that there's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. You know, one of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose is that he can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that. But again, just based upon the combat power that we see that he has left, he can still do a number of things.
And you can see more of that exclusive interview with Secretary Austin tonight on NBC Nightly News. Now, Ukraine's refugees of color, many of them citizens of African countries, say that they are facing racism as they try to flee Ukraine and cross the border into Poland. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has been following this story for us. She joins us now. Zincle?
Thanks, Aaron. Yes, the reports keep coming in, and refugees say they're facing discrimination and segregation at the Ukraine-Poland border. Their stories are now seen online under the hashtag Africans in Ukraine, with celebrities and activists calling for answers. Africans in Ukraine allege racism and discrimination at the country's borders. Video posted this week by a Nigerian student studying in Ukraine and verified by NBC appears to show military officials pointing guns at refugees who say they are not being allowed out of the war-stricken country. According to video, officials continued to point the guns even as refugees raised their hands in surrender.
We've been here for 3 days. We died of
Alexander Somto-Ora, a Nigerian student, was there. He alleges officials at multiple borders turned refugees of color away.
I asked them, do you identify Ukrainian by looking at them? Because I don't see you checking passports. I see you picking white people only.
How would you describe what's happening at the border?
I don't like using the word racism, but it's racism. And I was expecting people that are in war to be more compassionate.
These statements echo to our teams in Poland on the border with Ukraine. They spoke with one man, a Senegalese student, who asked to conceal his face.
You had all the documents to cross. Was it that help make it faster, or is it slow no matter what?
It does not even help you to get faster.
As Russia invades Ukraine, hundreds of thousands have been displaced and traveled miles by car and on foot, looking for a way to safely exit Ukraine. More distressing video verified by NBC shows footage of Ukrainian forces seemingly denying a black person entry on a train. Many refugees sharing similar accounts of being stranded online.
The Ukrainians were let in, and the foreigners, they were segregated to one side. They were treated differently.
Ukraine's foreign minister tweeted Tuesday night that, quote, Africans seeking evacuation are our friends and need to have equal opportunities to return to their home countries safely. The African Union released a statement on Monday saying, quote, reports that Africans are singled out for unacceptable dissimilar treatment would be shockingly racist and breach international law. On Monday, the permanent representative of Poland to the United Nations said that allegations of discrimination were, quote, a complete lie. For Ora, days after failed attempts to cross, he says he and other Africans stormed past the border, then were granted legal entry. What do you want people to know about the experience of Africans in Ukraine right now?
I want people to know that the exact people asking the world for help is committing a war crime against Africans.
Zincle, I'm curious, are we hearing any updates on the situation of some of these refugees?
Yeah, Aaron, so we're hearing that it's not just Africans, but there are reports of Arab and Asian refugees also being turned away. Those have not yet been fully verified. And some refugees, like the African student I spoke with, Alexander, did emphasize their love of Ukraine. He said Ukrainian citizens have been supportive, offering food and water, but he says the main resistance has been from officials at the border. Both Ukraine and Poland continue to deny these allegations, but of course, we're going to keep following it closely. Aaron?
All right, Zincle Esemwa for us today. Zincle, thank you.
Thank you.
New York City is home to one of the largest groups of Ukrainian expats anywhere in the world. They're paying close attention to the war that's being waged in their home country, and many are growing concern for their loved ones back in Ukraine. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke to some of them. She joins us now. Savannah, I would imagine a lot to learn from these conversations about how these folks are feeling.
Yeah, so much to learn. I mean, really, the overarching thing is they are feeling anxious. They are worried about their family, but they are thankful for the support that they're seeing here in New York City. I went to Veselka. It's a mainstay in East Village, also known as Little Ukraine. You might have been to it if you've ever been a tourist to New York. And right now, they are feeling the love from their city here, but feeling the anxiety about their home country.
I have a young guy that works for me that's lost 4 of what he considers his brothers, guys that he grew up with, that were on the front line.
Inside the Manhattan restaurant, Veselka, the crisis in Ukraine is close to home.
I would say a good 30% to 40% of my employee base is Ukrainian that has direct ties to Ukraine. They're very concerned. They have siblings and fathers and that are fighting.
Owner Jason Burchard says the last week has been a whirlwind for his family's business, with New Yorkers arriving in masses to show their support.
Business has pretty much doubled in the last week since the invasion. I think a lot of the Ukrainian community patrons that are coming are very happy to see that we're here and we're open.
So you are Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm.
You were born there?
Yeah, born there.
Where?
In Khmelnytsky.
What's it going to mean today when you go in there and order and support this business?
Support, showing them our love.
Yeah.
And I hope that we all get through this together.
Inside the East Village staple, many employees are anxiously waiting to hear from loved ones in Ukraine.
And I know you've been offering them paid time off.
One of my servers, Ukrainian, has direct links. Her parents are in Kiev, and she just wanted to be by the phone all week this week, so she requested a week off, and I will supplement her income for this week.
Others find the work a welcome distraction and a chance to be together.
They don't want to be stuck to the internet or the TV and seeing, the tragedy which is unfolding. I think in working in unity, they know that they're standing together.
Some have even considered leaving New York and joining the fight in Ukraine.
I've had several male employees ask me, what my thoughts are. Of course, I would support them.
What's that like for you when one of them comes in?
It makes me want to join them. They're calling up any able-bodied male in Ukraine from 18 to 60. I'm 55. I mean, if I were living in Ukraine, I would be asked to join the army.
Customers say coming to Veselka humanizes the crisis.
When they unfurled the Ukrainian flag last week, it really made this sort of abstract thing very, very real.
And for Ukrainians in the States, it's a small piece of home when their country's future remains uncertain.
Is your family scared?
Yeah, on the daily they worry about, because like I said, everyone on my father's side is still over there. Because you never know, today it's Kiev, but tomorrow it could be the rest of Europe.
In addition to supporting his employees, Jason is using his restaurant to support Ukrainians fighting overseas.
Well, we're going to start collecting medical and basic supplies that I will pay for the shipping. We are partnered with several nonprofits that I've worked with before. We're passing out QR codes so people can direct links to donate. And going forward, any of our Ukrainian borscht, this is our homemade beet soup, all those sales will go to help Ukrainian relief efforts.
I think the world is just moved by the resilience of Ukrainian people, making Molotov cocktails, showing up to fight.
We're very proud, resilient people. We've been down this road before. Being 30 years sovereign this past year, anniversary, they're gonna die fighting.
His message to Americans: this isn't just about Ukraine.
This is a war on the free world. We have to really think this is a war on all of us. And we need to really stand up and have our voices heard.
And it really has been awesome to see people stand up and try to do whatever they can. I know you talked to a lot of the workers there at Veselka as well. What else stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that stood out is we did talk, but a lot of them didn't want to be interviewed. I mean, they are terrified minute to minute for their families. They have parents in Kyiv who are in bomb shelters. I think it was so eye-opening to me, even as a New Yorker, to have that connection. As an American, Shaq was somebody that's going to serve you in a restaurant that you like to go to all the time. I lived in that neighborhood. It just so happens for almost a decade. And to know that those people are so personally impacted by something that I think to a lot of people here can feel sort of abstract was something. Also, a picture can say 1,000 words, and I don't know if you noticed, there was that quick image in there of the women preparing pierogies while propping their phones up to watch the news, to learn what's happening to their family. I mean, it's just really something.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. I mean, this is a perspective that I think a lot of people in this country need to be able to see. So thanks for doing the story.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Glad to be on set.
Thanks. Well, a whirlwind week for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. The key meeting is underway on Capitol Hill ahead of her confirmation hearing for the first black female justice nominee ever. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
President Biden's Supreme Court nominee is on Capitol Hill today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is meeting with top senators from both parties to talk about her experience and qualifications ahead of her confirmation hearings. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joining us now with new reporting on just when the confirmation hearing will take place here. Ali, first, when will the hearing happen, and what should we expect from the coming days?
Yeah, Aaron, the process has kicked off now that the judge is up here meeting with senators. But the big question would be when those hearings would officially start. And we heard just in the commercial break, frankly, coming to you when those hearings would be in the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Chairman, Dick Durbin, laying out that they'll start about 3 weeks from now. March 21st is the first day when we'll hear from senators as well as the judge herself. Questioning will then go into the 22nd. There will be a closed-door day of sessions, as well as they go through finer points of her FBI background check. And it's expected to wrap up on a fourth day when we'll hear from the American Bar Association as well as any additional outside witnesses. So we knew the Senate wanted to do this as quickly as they could. The timeline that had been laid out was all around Easter time. That would mean that they would be going through this confirmation process in roughly 6 weeks. That hews pretty closely to what they did with Judge Amy Coney Barrett, but at the same time, it's fast in the larger scheme of things when you consider the way that they confirm Supreme Court justices. So today here on the Hill, she's doing those initial rounds of meetings, meeting with not just Senate Majority Leader and Minority Leader Schumer and McConnell, as well as the two ranking and top members of the Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin and Chuck Grassley, respectively. Those meetings ongoing as we now have a sense of when this process will officially kick off.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you. Queen Elizabeth is back in action and performing her royal duties following a positive COVID diagnosis. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has an update now from Buckingham Palace.
There have been growing concerns over the Queen's health ever since she tested positive for COVID more than a week ago. Keep in mind, she is 95 years old, but she is proving to the world that she's on the mend, getting back to her royal duties. The Queen welcoming 2 new ambassadors virtually, easing concerns that had been mounting for more than a week about her health. The Queen canceling several engagements after she tested positive for COVID on February 20th, experiencing mild cold-like symptoms. This after Prince Charles and Camilla tested positive days before. Prior to the Queen's diagnosis, she cracked jokes in her last face-to-face meeting with senior defense officials.
Good morning, Your Majesty. How are you?
Well, as you can see, I can't move.
A major reception at Windsor Castle for foreign diplomats remains canceled, although Prince Charles out and about on Tuesday, reportedly saying she's a lot better now. The Queen is alleged to have met with members of her family over the weekend at Frogmore Cottage, including William and Kate and their 3 children. The Duchess of Cambridge just back from a successful solo trip to Denmark. And as the Queen prepares to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee year, Kensington Palace is hosting an exhibition showing archive photographs of the royals as we've rarely seen them before. A young Princess Elizabeth with her dog, precious moments with her father King George VI in his study. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen photographer herself, showing images of the royals as a normal family, a tradition that continues to this day. Getty royal photographer Chris Jackson capturing the celebration of Prince Charles's 70th birthday.
It says unexpected moments that generally happen when you're, of course, least expecting it, which are the best photos, and you always kind of know you have a feeling inside you. I mean, it's always great fun photographing the royal children. I often find myself looking on the back of the camera and smiling because you've got these lovely pictures.
The Duchess of Cambridge, well known for taking candid photos of her children, snapped this joyous picture of Prince George. And also featured in the exhibit, Princess Diana walking in a cleared minefield in Angola, and Prince Harry following in his mother's footsteps. Plus, there's a powerful image of Diana holding the hand of an AIDS patient, and a stunning glimpse of the princess snapped by a member of the public.
Meanwhile, we will likely see more snapshots of the Queen on March 14th when she's set to make her next public appearance at Westminster Abbey for Commonwealth Day, and then later on March 29th for her late husband, Prince Philip's memorial service. Back to you.
Violent crime is on the rise from coast to coast. After the break, a security expert breaks down what you can do to avoid being targeted by thieves.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Some breaking news now on the war in Ukraine. Russia says nearly 500 of its troops have been killed since the invasion began. Now, this is the first time that country's Ministry of Defense has reported casualties. The statement also revealed nearly 1,600 Russian troops have been wounded. Violent crime is on the rise throughout the United States, including an increase in assaults and car thefts. But there are things you can do to stay safe. NBC News correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with a safety guide. You know, Vicki, we would hope we wouldn't need something like this, but give us an idea of what would be useful, what would be helpful.
I know, Aaron, but it is a good reminder for all of us, right? You've probably seen these videos, unprovoked attacks, wild carjackings. They're shocking and sometimes downright brazen. From commuting to shopping, I spent a day with a former NYPD detective to learn simple ways to avoid being a target for thieves.
A spate of recent violent crimes caught on tape. In Philadelphia, this man pulls a woman out of her car and takes off, leading to a wild chase that ends on foot, where police finally arrest him. In Chicago, two men approach a woman and push her up against a wall. Police say they stole her belongings and ran off. In San Jose, California, police say this man breaks the windows, snatches a purse from a woman sitting inside, and takes off in a getaway car. FBI data shows assaults and vehicle theft have increased from 2014 to 2020. So how can you protect yourself in some everyday scenarios? I enlist the help of former NYPD detective Mike Sapriconi, who is now the president of Squad Security. So here we are in a shopping center. What do we need to be aware of?
You want to be in a place close to the location you're going.
And park next to a lamppost, especially during the winter when it gets dark earlier. So, Mike, I feel like a common time that you're vulnerable is when you're just getting back from the store, you're distracted, you're putting things in your car. What do we need to know here?
Pay attention, look at your surroundings, put the things in your car as quickly as possible. Check around, make sure there's nobody else watching you or observing you.
What if someone comes up and they want my purse?
Give it to them.
No fighting.
Don't fight, never fight. Give them your purse, let them take your purse.
What should I do when it comes to my car keys?
I would put them in my pocket along with your phone on your person, rather than put them in the purse, because if they snatch your purse, at least you still have a way to get out of here with your car.
Cities across the country have reported spikes in violent carjackings. Watch this incident in broad daylight in the middle of New York City. Carjackings last year up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and 85% in Philadelphia. It might sound counterintuitive, but some experts say part of the reason carjackings are increasing has to do with the fact that cars are more secure now than ever before. You've probably seen it in the movies. Thieves starting a car like this.
My God, you know how to hotwire a car?
But nowadays, new cars rely on key fobs, and that makes it a lot harder for thieves to get away unless they have this. Remember to keep your car doors locked, even while driving. Mike says make sure your windows are up high enough that someone can't reach in. Mike, let's say I'm stopped and some people come up and they try to carjack me. What do I need to know?
Always give them the car. Unless you have your children in the back seat or something, give them the car. It's not worth it.
Mike, it's cold out. A lot of people like to warm up the car before they get in, or they leave it running because they're going to go in the store real quick. What say you?
No, definitely not. No value to doing that. It's an opportunity. When the thieves see the smoke coming, that's like a smoke alarm coming to them and saying, hey, there's a call, let's take it.
As for public transit, Mike says stay vigilant. He investigated many crimes where thieves targeted distracted riders. He says the risk starts when you enter. Be careful on the stairs, an easy place for pickpockets to snatch your valuables from behind.
Vicky, I just got your phone. Your bag was wide open, you weren't paying attention, and it was so easy for me to just grab your phone out of your bag.
So what should I do?
Pay attention, move your bag to the front, lock your bag, and be aware of somebody walking behind you on the steps.
Mike, what about this? A lot of times people are commuting, they put earbuds in.
Bad idea. It just takes away one of your senses. You should never have something that can't let you hear everything that's going around you.
Avoid the temptation to stand near the track and pay attention to anyone coming into your personal space. You know, people have a tendency, they want to see when the train's coming, they get close to the edge. What do you say about that?
Step aside, always step back, stay 6 feet off the yellow. The yellow's there for a reason.
When it's time to board, try to ride in the car with the conductor. In New York City, they always pull up to these zebra stripes. All right, Mike, so we get on the train. Where's the safest place to sit?
I would always think the middle is the safest place, not by a door. Because if you sit by a door, somebody can be lingering or they're watching you as the door's open, they could snatch your bag.
What if the train's crowded, there's no seats?
Hold a pole, get by a pole in the middle of the train, and put your purse between your body and the pole.
To help you stay alert and safe.
And a bonus tip here, if you're riding public transit, in most cities, you should sit in the front car. That's often where the train operator is located. And when you're parking at the mall, just look for the security booth in the parking lot. Try to find a spot that's near that guard shack. Just little things, reminders in our everyday life that can protect us.
Some really smart tips, Vicki. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it. And you can catch Vicki's Consumer Confidential special today. That's at 5:30 p.m. Eastern on Today All Day and on Peacock.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Allison Morris today. You're watching NBC News Now. We are awaiting a press briefing at the Pentagon right now as Russia ramps up attacks on major Ukrainian cities on day 7 of its invasion. A new round of shelling pounding Kharkiv today. An advisor to President Zelensky says Ukrainian forces defeated an elite Russian unit in that city. The Biden administration announcing new sanctions targeting Russian oil refining today. When asked about a full ban on Russian oil and gas, President Biden says nothing is off the table. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in Moscow, and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Brussels. Josh, let me begin with you. Secretary of State Antony Blinken briefed reporters within the last hour. What did he say about the situation in Ukraine?
Well, we heard from Secretary Blinken responding to that move from President Putin to put his nuclear forces on high alert. Blinken saying that is the height of irresponsibility, but affirming that the U.S. right now sees no reason to reciprocate by putting its own nuclear forces on alert. We also heard Blinken say that when it comes to Ukraine's critical defensive needs, the U.S. will spare no effort to get the supplies that Ukraine needs into the country. He signaled that he would have more to say about that in the coming days. So stay tuned to see if that means the U.S. will be stepping up with even more potentially lethal weaponry to the Ukrainians. But take a listen to how Blinken responded to the way Putin has justified his invasion.
President Putin, among the many false justifications he's given for invading Ukraine, has cited the need to protect against an imaginary threat to Russian ethnic and Russian-speaking peoples. How is assaulting and bombing the population of Kharkiv, again, one of the largest Russian-speaking cities in Europe, advancing that purported goal?
Blinken also announced that he will depart tomorrow on a whirlwind trip that will take him here to Brussels, home of NATO and the European Union. Blinken also expecting to travel to Poland and Moldova, two countries that are accepting refugees from Ukraine at this point in time. And Blinken on that trip will also travel to all three Baltic nations, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. All three are NATO members on the eastern flank of the NATO alliance that are very concerned right now that they could potentially be next if President Putin tries to go beyond Ukraine. Blinken will be aiming to show U.S. support for those NATO countries who, of course, the U.S. is obligated in NATO to defend if Russia were to actually attack a NATO ally.
Josh, thank you. Keir, let me bring you in. We're hearing the U.S. now will close its airspace to Russian planes tonight. Are you hearing anything yet about the Kremlin's reaction to that move?
Well, the Kremlin continues to react in the same way as we've seen, frankly, in the past few weeks and the past few months. You have to just describe it, I guess, as kind of resentful. The Kremlin continuing to rehearse the historic arguments that it has made about NATO. And I think one of the questions really is the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, who we hear give out those messages, how much is he being told what to say by President Putin? How much contact does he have with President Putin? Because you do seem to find that the same messages do get rehearsed again and again by Dmitry Peskov, by Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister. So, you know, the issue really is, and I think it's a crucial one, is who is close to President Putin? Is anyone close to him? We've seen those pictures of him meeting with his defense minister at a distance, meeting with his finance minister and his bankers at a distance. How distant is he from the people that are running the Russian government?
Now, you keep telling us he's increasingly isolated. Josh, let's talk about the new reporting that you have on fears that the Russian government may arrest American citizens who are living in Russia, essentially doing it to retaliate against sanctions. You spoke with several current and former U.S. officials. What are they saying about their biggest concerns? And right now, what is the message to Americans in Russia? We've heard that the ambassador there is being told to leave.
Yeah, well, that's right. This is an alarming development with half a dozen current and former U.S. officials telling me that depending on what transpires, if President Putin feels backed in a corner, he could just start taking hostages, including American citizens who are in Russia. And there's a particular focus within the U.S. national security community about U.S. businessmen and women who are in Russia because they face a very difficult choice now. These new sanctions require all Americans to stop doing any business with the largest Russian banks and other financial institutions. So if those citizens comply with U.S. law, comply with sanctions by stopping doing business with those entities, they could find themselves running afoul of the Russian government. Officials telling us they believe it's possible Putin could actually have those Americans arrested and then detained for long periods of time as pawns in this conflict. And that really lines up with the message we're hearing officially from the State Department, which is that American citizens in Russia right now should look to leave the country right now through whatever commercially available options are available. Those options only dwindling now that the U.S. and the EU have cut off their airspace to Russian jets.
It is a tough situation there. Keir, let me ask you about this. Ukraine's foreign minister says They're ready to negotiate, but they're not going to accept any Russian ultimatums. So where does that leave things? And what's the possibility we're going to see some sort of peace talks before an attack on Kiev?
Well, I think we will see talks. That seems to be the motivation on both sides. We did hear earlier today from the Russians who said that they were arriving ready for talks. And now we're hearing that the Ukrainians too are maybe ready. There are plenty of reasons to talk in war, even if there isn't much chance of peace. Because, you know, you can imagine that, for example, if there are supply lines into Ukraine, that there would be that are NATO supplies. One question, for example, is if the Russians attack those supply lines, is that an attack on NATO? So just even in the heat of battle, there can be conversations, what you could call deconfliction conversations. We might well see those. The Ukrainians have been saying that they want to see a ceasefire as part of those talks. That does seem to be on the table as a possibility, but I wouldn't hold out too much hope for that, to be honest, because it's pretty clear that the Russians still think they have objectives that they want to continue to target, and the Ukrainians still believe that they are defending their country well.
Our thanks to Keir Simmons and Josh Letterman for your reporting tonight. Ukrainians at a volunteer office in Lviv vowing to fight to the end as Russia steps up its invasion of the country. More than 874,000 people have fled Ukraine for neighboring countries since the start of this invasion, according to the latest numbers from the United Nations Refugee Agency, and that number is growing. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobieja is near the Poland-Ukraine border with the latest. Kelly, you've been talking with a Russian who is helping Ukrainian refugees on the ground there. It is remarkable, not only how Ukrainians have come together, but also the Russian citizens who are aiding their neighbors as well. It just seems so overwhelming. What's he telling you?
Yeah, well, when I first approached him, I was simply talking to the huge volunteer army that is amassed here in these border towns in Poland. And I asked him, where are you from? And he said, I'm actually Russian. And then he apologized for being a Russian citizen. He's 22 years old. His name's Sasha. And he said that he really did feel compelled to come to some of these locations where refugees are,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you,
being
Kelly.
cared for. I think we need to go back to you now.
Yeah, we do, Kelly. We're going to go to the Pentagon press secretary now, John Kirby. He's briefing reporters on Russia escalating its attacks on Ukraine. We're going to listen in and hopefully get back to Kelly in a moment.
Including, of course, hosting U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and the U.S. Fifth Fleet. He also underscored U.S. gratitude for the Crown Prince's personal engagement in supporting the 2021 Afghanistan evacuation mission, which, of course, exemplified Bahrain's dependable partnership. Now, moving on, I often come out here and tell you what we have done, both in terms of exercises and operations. Today, I want to talk a little bit about something that we are not going to do, and I want to explain why. Last weekend, as you saw, President Putin directed a special alert of Russian nuclear forces. Now, in this time of heightened tensions, the United States and other members of the international community rightly saw this as a dangerous and irresponsible, and as I've said before, an unnecessary step. Both the United States and Russia have long agreed that nuclear employment could have devastating consequences. And we both agreed, most recently this year, in the context of the P5 statement, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Such provocative rhetoric and possible changes to nuclear posture involving the most consequential weapons in our respective arsenals is unacceptable. The United States has not taken any similar steps. And so in an effort to demonstrate that we have no intention in engaging in any actions that could be misunderstood or misconstrued, the Secretary of Defense has directed that our Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile test launch, scheduled for this week, to be postponed. And we did not take this decision lightly, but instead to demonstrate that we are a responsible nuclear power. This is not a step backwards in our readiness, nor does it imply that we will necessarily cancel other routine activities to ensure a credible nuclear capability. We remain confident in our strategic posture, as we've said before, and our ability to defend the homeland and our allies and our partners remains fully intact and ready. We recognize at this moment of tension how critical it is that both the United States and Russia bear in mind the risk of miscalculation and take steps to reduce those risks. And then lastly, he's not sitting here. But I want to just take a moment to wish the department's best wishes to Mr. Bob Burns. He is, just as I think you know, announced that after 45 years of reporting, that he's going to retire and really finally get a chance to spend more time with his family. As you know, he's been a staple here for decades, the dean of the press corps, and without question, a gentleman in every sense of the word, a great dogged reporter, but a gentleman. And I'd like to just take a minute to read a little something from a book that was written by one of my predecessors. It's called Confirm or Deny. It's written by Phil Golding, and he wrote this book after he left after the McNamara administration. But he says something here about the Pentagon press corps that I think suits not just all of you, but certainly Bob Burns to a T. So if you'll just indulge me for a few minutes. And the responsible members of the underrated press corps of the Pentagon sit in their grubby room on the second floor of the big building and pore over the statements of top defense officials, checking them against the outstanding files many keep, their dog-eared copies of the huge budget book, the posture statements, and dozens of volumes of congressional testimony are underlined and indexed by their own work, and the margins are annotated. While they do understand the hardware of weapon systems, the good ones are also experts on the NATO alliance or the Middle East tinderbox, and several of them know more about nuclear strategy than some of the academicians who write on the subject. I think that is a perfect way of describing Mr. Bob Burns, particularly that stuff about the nuclear strategy. He spent an awful lot of time reporting on our nuclear capabilities and our nuclear posture, our nuclear training, our nuclear readiness. So with everything going on today, the stuff that I just opened with, and the tensions in Ukraine, the meeting with the Crown Prince of Bahrain in the Middle East, the tinderbox, as Mr. Golding wrote about, all that happening today, and then to be able to talk about a guy of Bob Burns' caliber fixing to retire after 45 years, I think just really, really appropriate. And personally, I'm going to miss him. I'm actually really, really going to miss Bob Burns. So with that, we'll take questions. And Bob, I think I got you on the phone.
Thank you, John. And thanks for those very kind words. I appreciate that. Kind words, not just about me, but about the whole Pentagon press corps. Thank you very much. I do have a couple questions for you about the situation in Ukraine. You've described the last few days the status of this large Russian convoy that's north of Kyiv. I think you've described that it's either bogged down or stalled. Can you explain, has it moved at all in the last day or so? Have Ukrainian forces begun attacking any part of it? And then as a second question, can you give a picture of what's going on in the south? Are the Russian forces that made the amphibious landing, are they expanding or extending that part of the campaign? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. So on the convoy, what I would tell you is we still assess that convoy, but more broadly speaking, the northern push by the Russians down towards the south, towards Kyiv, remains stalled. They haven't, from our best estimates, have not made any appreciable progress, geographically speaking, in the last 24 to 36 hours. And again, nothing very significant. It is difficult for us to know with great specificity all that is going into this stall, if you will. But in general, we believe that there's a couple of reasons for that. One, we believe the Russians are deliberately actually regrouping themselves and reassessing the progress that they have not made and how to make up the lost time. Two, we do believe that they have experienced logistics and sustainment challenges that we don't believe they fully anticipated. And three, they are getting resistance from the Ukrainians. We have some indications, nothing that we can 100% independently verify, but we have some indications that the Ukrainians have in fact tried to slow down that convoy. And we have no reason to doubt those reports, but again, we can't speak to it in great specificity. In the south, the Russian forces appear to be experiencing, in general, less resistance than they are up in the north. That said, the town of Kherson, which we knew they were moving on out of Crimea towards the northwest, that is, in our estimation, at least from what we can see, still a very contested fight. I know the Russians have claimed that they've got the town of Kherson. We're not in a position to call it either way. It appears to us that the Ukrainians are certainly fighting over that town. Coming out of Crimea to the northeast, we knew that they were advancing on Mariupol, a major population center in the south. We believe that advance is ongoing. That we don't believe that they are in the city center, and we do have every indication that Mariupol will be defended. So they are sort of branching out. If you look at Crimea and go north, they're branching out to both the northeast and the northwest. But they are beginning now, our assessment is, as they get closer to these two population centers down in the south, we believe they're facing more resistance. Yes, anybody here? Tara.
On the changes in the Minuteman test, have any other changes been made to U.S. nuclear forces to put them on a higher alert readiness level? And then secondly, while the convoy is stalled, there are some indications that maybe the window is closing to be able to get aid into cities that may become under siege. What is the U.S. and NATO partners doing to maybe maximize the amount of aid that can get in while there's still a window open?
So on the second question, I would just tell you that security assistance continues to flow, not just from the United States, but from many of our allies and partners, and as recently as even just the last 24 hours. So we are making every effort to get as much security assistance as we can to the Ukrainians as fast as we can. And on the humanitarian side, again, we're going to continue to work with international organizations and NGOs to try to stem and assist in whatever way, not from a military perspective. I'm talking about from an administration perspective. We estimate, or we have seen numbers coming out of the UN of more than 500,000 people now leaving the country, as well as perhaps tens of thousands, if not more, internally displaced. So clearly, Mr. Putin is causing a humanitarian crisis as well. Jen?
On the nuclear posture.
Oh, I'm sorry. So first, I'd say this delayed test is not affecting our strategic nuclear posture and our deterrence. Just not. It's not canceled. We're just moving it to the right a little bit. And I won't talk about the specifics of our deterrent posture, except to repeat what I've heard the Secretary say many times, that he's confident, that he's comfortable, that the strategic deterrent posture that we have in place is up to the task of defending the homeland and our allies and our partners. Jen?
John, what will the U.S. government do if President Putin's soldiers kill or harm President Zelensky? What will the consequences be?
Well, look, I'd rather not get into individual hypothetical scenarios, Jen. Clearly, we know that Mr. Putin wants to topple this government and replace it with his own. And he's already caused the loss of life, of innocence. He's already caused destruction of civilian infrastructure. And all that blood is on his hands. And any more blood that's shed is still going to be on Mr. Putin's hands. But I won't speculate about particular outcomes here with respect to individuals.
Can you authenticate these videos that are circulating of Russian soldiers who are being held as POWs? Do you have any?
We can't. I'm sorry. We've seen the same videos that you have. We have no reason to doubt them, but we can't independently verify them. Court.
I'm wondering, we heard a lot about false flags leading up to the invasion. Are you still seeing any indications of false flags? One specifically that's sort of out there today is a local mayor in Luhansk who was allegedly kidnapped and killed. There's some speculation that this might be another attempt at a Russian false flag. I know it's difficult for you to talk about specific cases like that, but have you heard anything on that case? And then also more on the false flags.
I haven't heard anything about that particular one. I'm happy to go take a look and see if we have anything on that, but that's the first I've heard of this particular report. We did see false flags. I mean, car bombings and that kind of thing before he launched his invasion, not to mention just the ridiculous, ludicrous claims that they were making in their own state-run media about Ukraine being a threat to their security, and claims of being shelled by Ukrainian forces in the joint operations area to the east. So we did see them run that play on false flags. I'm not aware that there's any such false flag operations ongoing now. That's not to say that they couldn't or wouldn't do it, but he's already tried and failed to create a pretext to go in, so he just decided he's going to go in, and he's done that now.
And can I ask one on the ICBM test? Should we take anything from that as whether that was some sort of a reciprocal action, in that you saw any indications that that was what Vladimir Putin may be planning here, as any kind of a missile launch, a nuclear missile launch, or anything like that?
No. Obviously, we would, as I said in my opening statement, we'd certainly like to see Moscow reciprocate by taking the temperature down on rhetoric about nuclear posture. We certainly would like to see him de-escalate by coming to a ceasefire and de-escalating and moving those forces back home and getting out of Ukraine. But this decision was the Secretary's decision, and it was based on making sure that we were being very clear about our responsibilities in the nuclear realm. And so, no, it was not tied to a specific action or inaction by Mr. Putin, but rather a decision by the Secretary to make it clear how responsible we are going to behave in the nuclear space. Let me go around, Dave.
Russian forces have been described as risk-averse. How does that translate on the battlefield? What does that mean? And you said that the Russians are encountering less resistance in the south. Is that the only reason for the fact that in the south they seem to still be making progress, or is there something else about the southern front?
Yeah. So on the south, I mean, you also have to remember they started out on those two southern legs. They started out in Crimea, so their lines of supply and sustainment are short, and they'd been in Crimea since 2014. So they had already built up a pretty sophisticated and healthy architecture to support their operations. I would also add, David, that a quick look at the map will show you that they're not that far from their base of operations in Crimea. So we'll see how this goes. They're meeting resistance in Kherson, and they're going to meet resistance in Mariupol. So I think we need to see how this plays out. And I saw the comments about risk averse. Here, I would just say that, and you can see it for yourself. I mean, this is not stuff that you guys aren't seeing in imagery of your own. I mean, we're seeing vehicles abandoned. We're seeing sustainment problems in fuel, not just fuel, but in food. We're seeing indications here early on that though they have sophisticated combined arms capabilities, they're not being necessarily fully integrated. So they have made some missteps, and and they're working their way through that. I want to be clear, as we've been before, that that we have to be, as we look at this, we have to be pragmatic. The Ukrainians are fighting bravely and creatively. The Russians have a significant amount of combat power applied in Ukraine, and they still have some significant combat power that they have not engaged in the fight. And we need to be mindful of that. As I've said before, they will try to learn from these missteps, and they will try to overcome these challenges. Jim?
Is it just a matter of time before the Russians remind the
I'm not. I think that's too soon to make that argument. They have been surprised by the stiff resistance that they are facing by the Ukrainians, and I don't believe that they fully factored that in. So I'm certainly not going to be one to call it one way or another here. The Ukrainians are fighting for their country, and they're making a difference. Jim?
First, I second everything you said about Bob Burns. And second, are you seeing the Russians bring in reserves from outside the areas that they had concentrated in before? Are you seeing them bring in more aircraft, more troops, perhaps, to apply to the struggle and to apply to the invasion in Ukraine?
No, Jim, we haven't. We haven't seen any indications that Mr. Putin feels the need to bring in additional reinforcements from elsewhere in the country. He began to build up this combat power starting in the early fall, and has at his disposal more than 150,000 troops, more than 120 battalion tactical groups, and while we assess that the majority of that combat power is now in Ukraine, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have stuff that's not committed, and it doesn't mean that what he has in Ukraine has been diminished. They have lost a sense of momentum here, but that doesn't mean that they still don't have the power at their disposal. The Ukrainians also have retained a lot of their combat power, our assessment is, and as I said, they're fighting back. They're fighting back bravely. Fadi.
Thank you, John. On the nuclear, I have two questions on the nuclear issue and on Ukraine. On the nuclear issue, in addition to this announcement and basically communicating to Russia what you said of the responsible behavior in the nuclear realm, is there any contacts now with the Russian counterparts on this nuclear issue to try to bring down the tension? And on Ukraine, does the Pentagon assess that the Russian forces, whether they have basically met any of the objectives of this operation so far on the 7th day? Did they achieve anything that they wanted to achieve based on the schedule that they might have had?
On the nuclear question, I have no communication to speak to. I think the Secretary's decision today speaks volumes. On your second question, you have to forgive me for not having perfect knowledge of the Russian plan. All I can do is tell you what we're seeing as best we can see it. And they have not taken any of the major population centers that they appear to be wanting to take. And again, we think that there's a variety of reasons for that, not least of which is the bravery and the skill and the creativity of Ukrainian fighters. Yeah, in the back there. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, John.
I can't see you. It's okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You told at the very beginning about the situation in Kiev and at the south of the country. I got my audience in Ukraine, and their main concern is about the western Ukraine. Millions of people are going right now to the cities like Lviv or Ivano-Frankivsk. Yeah. They believe it's safe there. So what's your estimate about the western Ukraine and any signs as of now that Russia is preparing to attack or to capture western Ukraine, or they're concentrated on Kiev and south only?
Yeah, again, I'm going to be careful here not to anticipate Russian moves. All I can do is tell you what we're seeing, and we're seeing a continued desire to advance on Kyiv, fighting in Kharkiv, fighting in a town, and I'm probably going to not pronounce this right, but Chernihiv, and then what I described in the south. So largely, the effort appears to be to north of Kyiv and to the east in the rest of the country. I don't know what Russian designs or plans are for Western Ukraine, so it's hard for me to predict. Yeah.
Mike Bress with the Dateline.
Hey.
2 questions. The first one, for the nuclear test, is there a date that it's going to be postponed to, or is it postponed indefinitely until tensions simmer?
We don't have a rescheduled date right now.
And then the second thing, in your answer to Bob, it sounds like you were parsing a little bit in terms of the attack on Kyiv or directed toward Kyiv. It seems like you were making a distinction between the convoy and everything you're seeing. Is there a second portion of what Russia's doing towards Kyiv that you're seeing? Just because all the attention is focused on the convoy, it seems like you were just parsing a little bit in your language there.
I assure you I never parse. What I was trying to make the point I was trying to make, and I know there's a lot of interest in this convoy. I'm not clear, we're not clear, that you can segregate the convoy from their advances on Kyiv or what they're trying to do on Kyiv. We don't have perfect visibility into every vehicle that is in this convoy and what their intended destination is or may be. But on the face of it, it appears to be a chance to contribute to the advance on Kyiv, just based on geography. So what I was trying to do, perhaps inelegantly, was to broaden this out a little bit, and rather than stay focused on a convoy, try to look at it in perspective here. It's of a piece of what we believe their desire, which is to take Kyiv.
Could you speak a little bit more specifically on that larger picture that you're seeing from the north?
I'm not sure I can give you much more than I have, I'm afraid, Mike. As I said, we're somewhat limited in our ability to know and understand everything. We still believe it's Mr. Putin's desire to topple the government. In order to do that, he believes he has to take Kyiv. He continues to want to advance on Kyiv. That advance has been stalled. They are working through that, we think, right now. And a big reason why it's stalled is Ukrainian resistance, which continues right up to this hour. In the back there.
Oh, hey. Hi. I have 2 questions for you. One, just you've outlined all these different population centers as being targets of the Russian advance.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you're seeing to maybe connect the dots between some of those in a potential, partitioning of the country, but between the population centers, efforts to kind of,
Sure.
To connect those dots, basically. And then the second thing, you mentioned how the Ukrainians are resisting, slowing things down with the convoy, et cetera. Tactically speaking, would you define those as, defensive maneuvers or potentially offensive maneuvers that they're using against certain parts of the Russian military, whether it's convoy or other vehicles that you're seeing in the country? Are they, are they waiting to be fired on, or are they taking more aggressive measures?
The Ukrainians?
The Ukrainians, yeah, from that side. How would you define kind of their strategy here?
They are defending their country, and every shot they take, every maneuver they execute is designed to defend the sovereignty of their country. It's about defense, and they're fighting a very strong defense. On your other question, again, I have to confess to not having perfect knowledge of Mr. Putin's planning here. But on the face of it, as we see what we see happening on a daily basis, it appears as if they are moving along what we would describe as 3 main axes of invasion. One is from the north down towards Kyiv. And essentially, there's sort of 2 forks there, northeast and northwest, kind of coming down on Kyiv. One avenue through Belarus and one avenue through Russia. There's also a southern advance that we've already talked about that's branching out of Crimea to the northeast and to the northwest. And then we see a push from what we would consider sort of the northeastern group that is moving on Kharkiv. Kharkiv is valuable because it's such a big city. It is a major population center. But it also could give Mr. Putin, again, Karun, I'm not an expert on what they're planning to do, but it certainly could give him an avenue of approach towards Kyiv. If the plan was to advance on Kyiv from multiple directions, then that direction might be one credible one that they could use.
You're seeing this as a potential multi-front advance on the capital, not on trying to like carve up the country potentially with all these various population centers.
We definitely can see an effort to move on the capital. It's difficult to know with certainty what other moves inside Ukraine Mr. Putin might be trying to achieve. And again, it's hard for me to speak to a plan that we don't have perfect visibility on. So the idea of carving Ukraine up, I just can't speak to that specifically. It is entirely also possible that that what they're doing in the east could be an effort to fix Ukrainian armed forces in that eastern region so that they can't come to the defense of others. But again, they have not achieved success in the major population centers to date that we see them trying to move on. Tony?
I have a couple questions. One terrestrial and one space related. You mentioned earlier that the Russians haven't fully demonstrated a integrated combat arms capability. This is something the U.S. practices all the time at the National Training Center, and the Marines do also. What are you not seeing that would demonstrate a seamless or moderately seamless combined arms capability by the Russians?
Yeah, again, I don't want to speak too much specifically on Russian operations, Tony. It's just when you look at what's happening, I would just say it doesn't appear that ground and air operations seem to be very well connected based on what we're seeing happening. Yeah.
I have a space question now. The richest man in the world, Elon Musk, successfully brought in Starlink internet communication disks into Ukraine. The Ukraine vice president showed a picture of this. I wanted to get your sense. Did the Pentagon at all help in the transport of these Starlink internet terminals? And are you seeing any impact in terms of either helping the Ukrainians with tactical military operations or keeping the population connected, basically, as the Russians attack information nodes?
No help from us that I'm aware of. I'm not sure I understand your second question there.
These dishes are being installed. Are you seeing any impact in terms of helping the Ukrainians with tactical military operations?
You mean from the Starlink?
From the Starlink.
That's really for the Ukrainians to speak to, Tony, not for the U.S. military. And I know there's no involvement by us in respect to that. Yeah.
President Biden said the U.S. will join allies close the U.S. airspace to the Russian planes. It was more about civilian aviation, of course, and U.S. airspace, of course, but we know that the U.S. military has part of Syrian airspace under its control, and Russian military cargo planes cross into that airspace from time to time. Is there in any way a plan to limit Russian military assets in northeast Syria, where the U.S. Air Force controls?
I'm not aware of any such plans, and as you know, we are in Syria for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's the counter-ISIS fight, and that remains an active fight. And that there's a deconfliction mechanism with Russian military forces in that part of Syria that has worked. That's as far as I can go on that. Let me go to the phones here, guys. I haven't gotten to anybody. John Ismay, New York Times.
Yes, hi. Today at the emergency special session of the United Nations General Assembly, U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield said that cluster munitions and what she called vacuum bombs are banned under the Geneva Conventions. And I'll say here that I assume by vacuum bombs, she meant fuel-air explosives or other forms of thermobaric weapons. So I was hoping you could tell me what the status is of the Pentagon's ongoing internal review on its own cluster munitions policy. And can you say whether the Pentagon believes that cluster munitions and thermobarics are banned under the Geneva Conventions? Thanks.
John, I don't have any updates for you on the policy reviews with respect to cluster munitions, and I'm going to have to take your question on the Geneva Conventions. I'm I'm afraid I'm not an expert on that. And rather than spitball it, I'll take the question and we'll get back to you. Abraham Mashi.
Hey, John, two questions. Number one, how much coordination is going on between the United States Air Force, NATO, and the Ukrainian Air Force? And second question, is the U.S. Air Force continuing to fly ISR and other aircraft in international airspace over the Black Sea? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Abraham, I'm not going to talk about flight profiles. We don't have any aircraft, manned or unmanned, flying in Ukrainian airspace. And the question about specific coordination or communication with the Ukrainian armed forces is better put to NATO. What I would just tell you, our support for the Ukrainian armed forces right now is very largely in the form of security assistance, which continues to flow and gets into their hands.
John, can I just follow up on the question from the New York Times? Is the U.S. a signatory to the 2008 cluster bomb munitions treaty? And if not, why not?
We aren't, and I don't. Again, we're still going through a policy review on this, so I don't have anything to update you on that. Phil Stewart, where it is?
Hey there. Real quick, what message would you have to American citizens, including retired, U.S. military personnel, who may want to go and fight in Ukraine? And also, could you comment on the New York Times report about an apparent Russian request, or Chinese request to Russia that it delay the start of this war until after the Olympics? Thank you.
On the second question, Phil, I don't have a comment on these reports that there was a request by China to wait till after the Olympics. I think that's an excellent question for President Xi and his administration to speak to if they made such a request. We tried hard to prevent the war through diplomatic engagement. There was no need for it to happen. Not to happen on a certain timeline or after a certain Olympic event. It shouldn't have happened at all. There was no reason for it. It was unprovoked. Ukraine was never an aggressor to Russia or anybody else. So the issue of time, I think that's one that Mr. Xi ought to have to answer. And on the other question, I mean, what we would tell Americans who want to help Ukraine is to find ways to donate and contribute to the many nonprofits that are already working to try to get humanitarian assistance into the people in need. The Secretary of State has been nothing but consistent over these many weeks that Ukraine is not a good place for Americans to be right now. Carla Babb.
Hey, thanks for doing this. On Belarus, just can you give us an update about any indications of Belarus, their military getting involved? And also, we've all seen this video of the Belarusian president showing a map of the Ukrainian invasion. What's the Pentagon's take on this map? And it even seemed like some of the attack was directed against Moldova. What are the possibilities of this war spilling over to Belarus or to Moldova?
We've seen we've seen these images too, Carla. I can't speak to this map. I can't validate it. We don't have perfect visibility into Russian plans for Ukraine beyond what we believe to be their desire to topple the government and to supplant it with one of their own. So I think the Belarusian president should have to speak to this map, and so should President Putin. What we would say and say firmly and again is this war didn't have to happen. And there's still options available to Mr. Putin that aren't in the military realm. He can still choose to agree to a ceasefire. He can still move his forces out. He can still de-escalate. And I believe that, quite frankly, the future of Ukraine should be up to the Ukrainian people. And they are making their choices pretty clearly known through the resistance that they're offering to this unlawful and unprovoked invasion of their country. And I forgot your first question.
What I was saying, and to my first question about the indications, has the Pentagon seen any indications that the Belarusian military is getting involved in this fight or preparing to get involved in this fight?
We have not. No, we have not. Yeah. Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you for taking my question. So one question that's direct and then another one that opens the aperture a little wider. The first one is on reports that some people are reporting that the Russians may be preparing thermobaric devices for use within Ukraine. And I'm wondering if you can say anything to that. Have you any indication of that? Have you to substantiate that or anything?
No, we cannot.
My second one is about the global posture. Now that everything is focused on Ukraine, can you talk about readiness on a more global scale? Has anything changed that in terms of our readiness worldwide as we focus more on Ukraine?
In terms of our ability to defend the nation elsewhere outside of Europe, we remain confident that we can do that. There's been no diminution in American military readiness elsewhere around the world. And I would remind, I know we get very focused on the numbers of troops that we have added to the European theater and that we've moved around inside it, but a sense of perspective is important here. We already had more than 80,000 troops permanently deployed to Europe or on rotational orders. So, just to give you a sense of perspective there, and NATO members themselves have nearly 2 million troops in their combined militaries. So I don't know of any permanent posture changes that are going to come as a result of this in Europe or elsewhere. We're focused on the problem at hand, and the problem at hand is making sure the Ukrainians can continue to defend themselves against an unprovoked invasion, and two, that we are continuing to reassure our NATO allies and that they know that we take Article 5 very seriously. Okay? Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, John, do you have any sense that the Russians are able to, or at least have been attempting to reconstitute any of these units that have been damaged, that have been hit by the Ukrainians?
I don't have specifics in terms of their...
you know, the videos of the Ukrainians dragging away, Soviet or Russian tanks with tractors.
Sure, I don't know. I mean, the convoy that everybody's fascinated with could be a part of this effort to replace damaged vehicles and to get their momentum back. But I don't have anything more specific, Mike. Oren?
John, I was just wondering, with the closure of U.S. airspace to Russian flights, can you sort of give us a sense of how that would work if a Russian flight attempted to approach U.S. airspace? Is that NORAD's role to intercept? Is there coordination with the Canadians, or how does that play out?
Without getting into specific hypotheticals, NORAD is perfectly postured. This is the mandate for NORAD to protect our homeland, North American homeland and airspace, and they're ready to do their contribution to the president's order. I think I just need to leave it at that. Janie?
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you very much. I have two questions, Russia, China, and South Korea. First question, China and Russia have a strategic cooperative relationship. Do you know that? And these two countries have completed joint military exercises recently. How would you assessing the China still expressing support for Russia?
We've seen basically through statements some at least tacit approval by the Chinese for what Russia was doing. Now, in the last few days, some of their foreign ministry spokespeople have appeared to walk some of this back a little bit by talking about Ukrainian sovereignty, which is welcome to see. But we haven't seen China join the list of countries that have enacted sanctions on Russia. We haven't seen the Chinese blame Mr. Putin for the violence he's causing. Instead, they've been blaming the United States, incredibly, that our support for Ukraine has somehow precipitated this invasion of a sovereign state. So it's a little bit of a mixed messaging coming out of there. What was your next question?
The second question is, the U.S. 1st Brigade Combat Team is deployed in South Korea. Will this team participate in U.S. and South Korea joint military exercises?
I'd refer you to U.S. Forces Korea, Janie, to talk about training events and what that looks like and who's participating in them on a routine basis. I don't have that level of detail.
Last year they said the routine basis, like their nickname is Blue Dogs. But this year, like...
Yeah, I don't have any updates on training events on the Korean Peninsula. That's something that's really better addressed by the U.S. Forces Korea and how they're going to do that and with what forces. Yeah, Matt.
Hi, John. Thanks. You said you're not aware of any ongoing false flag operations. I'm wondering if the U.S. is aware of any other sort of Russian preparations to posture along other borders, anything like that near the Baltics maybe, or Kaliningrad, bordering Lithuania. Okay.
No, sir. You already had one. Yes, sir.
You mentioned you met with officials from Bahrain. They expressed concerns regarding Iran. What were they concerned about at the current stage? Was one of them possible alliance with Russia in the sense that they have nuclear ambitions and both are viewed as pariahs on the world stage?
I think it's just in general, as is often the case when we get a chance to meet with our partners in Bahrain, there's general concern about Iran's destabilizing activities almost across the board. Support for terrorists and proxies, an advancing ballistic missile program, maritime threats, and of course their continued nuclear ambitions. All those were things that the Secretary and the Crown Prince had a chance to talk about, not necessarily Iranian foreign policy beyond that. Okay, I'll take just a couple more and then I'm going to have to go. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. On China, have you, since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, have you seen any increased air or naval intimidation by Chinese against Taiwan?
I have nothing more operationally to talk to you today in terms of Taiwan specifically. I would just say that nothing's changed about our belief in the One China policy and in the freedom of navigation through the Taiwan Strait. I just leave it at that. Yeah, Tony.
You started out early this morning. You started out saying that the Minuteman III test was delayed. For the record, can you break down the last time this has happened? This is not the first time it's happened.
A delay?
Yeah, when's the last time? I think you were here when Hagel delayed one over not a Minuteman III test for a geopolitical reason. Can you get a breakdown of the last time?
Yeah, you have to let me take that question, Tony. I don't have that.
You're starting to get Twitter feeds from some of the conservative members of Congress alleging, you're capitulating or this and that.
As I said, let me repeat it. I'll get you the answer to your question. I don't have the history. This is not a diminution in our readiness whatsoever. It doesn't change our strategic posture. This was a test, and we do several a year. They're planned 3 to 5 years in advance. It's not going to change our strategic deterrent posture one bit. It is a wise and prudent decision by the Secretary to send a strong, clear, unambiguous message to Mr. Putin how seriously we take our nuclear responsibilities at a particularly tense time. Tension, I might add, Tony, that Mr. Putin contributed to with his unhelpful and unnecessary rhetoric with respect to alert status on his nuclear posture. Okay, thanks, everybody. Appreciate it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, that's Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby just wrapping up a pretty long briefing, actually, on Russia's invasion in Ukraine. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is here with me now from Washington, D.C. And Dan, we just heard John Kirby talking about the United States' confidence in its ability to defend the homeland while also bearing in mind the risk of nuclear escalation, an escalation that Russia has certainly contributed to. He really also drilled down on the last 24 to 36 hours. He says the Russian convoy heading toward Kyiv has stalled for numerous reasons: low fuel, low food, abandoned tanks, and what he calls the brave resistance of Ukrainian fighters. Let's take a listen to catch our viewers up.
We believe the Russians are deliberately actually regrouping themselves and reassessing the progress that they have not made and how to make up the lost time. 2, we do believe that they have experienced logistics and sustainment challenges that we don't believe they fully anticipated. And 3, they are getting resistance from the Ukrainians.
Dan, what else did he say today that stood out to you in this press briefing?
Well, that was extraordinary, Vicki, to hear again the Russians still this deep into the invasion are having logistical problems and are having problems supplying fuel and food even to the troops, and that they really haven't gained territory over the past 24 hours around Kyiv. I think really significant was what he said about America's nuclear arsenal. He said that Russia's rhetoric had been provocative when they referred to their nuclear capabilities, and he announced that a Minuteman ICBM missile test launch is going to be delayed, and that was to show how America took its responsibility seriously and did not want to escalate the situation and send any escalatory signal. So a test launch for an intercontinental ballistic missile has been delayed. And I thought that was very telling about how the Biden administration is trying to ensure that tensions don't escalate with Russia.
He was asked repeatedly, does this make it look like we're weak? Does it make it look like we're not ready or we're backing off? But he repeatedly said, no, we're absolutely ready. We're standing by. We're just delaying this ICBM test because we're mindful that anything right now could really trigger Putin. And so he made that point. I also want to talk about how the Defense Department says the Russians have ramped up their missiles and artillery and that they really want to take control of Kyiv because Putin sees that as the way to topple the Ukrainian government. And it is menacing to see that line of tanks, even if they are stalled, even if they are stopping to regroup and refigure out what to do because they didn't anticipate all of this resistance. What do you think is going to happen? Is there a chance for peace talks and a ceasefire before these troops get to Kyiv?
It certainly looks pretty bleak right now, judging by Russia's rhetoric, judging by their statements. Certainly, the U.S. and Ukraine have sort of opened the door and said, we're ready, Ukraine is ready to talk for a ceasefire, but you have kind of an ultimatum often coming from Russia, really kind of demanding a capitulation, a total, laying down of all arms and a surrender. And obviously, that's not realistic. I think what Russia is going to do, it looks like, and certainly defense officials at the Pentagon are expecting this, is that we're going to see more fighting, and we may see even heavier-handed tactics that we're beginning to see in the east and the south, with heavy shelling, kind of something akin to siege tactics, which would be fitting in with how Russia has operated in the past in other conflicts. In Chechnya, around the years 1999 and 2000, we saw these kind of really brutal tactics with heavy shelling in civilian areas. We've seen some of that in the east and the south. I think it is important to note that the Ukrainians are outgunned. They don't have the kind of conventional forces that Russia has. But on the other hand, they have this fighting spirit and this determination, and we're seeing this resistance that Russia did not expect. So even if they take certain highways and take certain pieces of territory, how do they hold them? How do they control them? And then it's going to become difficult and a headache for them in that case, too. So I think we're in very early days, and unfortunately, there's going to be more bloodshed.
Dan DeLuce, thank you so much for your take and what you're telling us that you're hearing from your sources as well. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin gives us his take on the future of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. Here's a preview of that conversation with NBC News nightly news anchor Lester Holt.
We've been watching this convoy that's got the world's attention. It was reported it was stalled. Should we read too much into that? Is it still a potent fighting machine?
I would just say that there's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. One of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose is that he can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that. But again, just based upon the combat power that we see that he has left, he can still do a number of things.
And you can see the full interview with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin on Nightly News with Lester Holt tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, hello everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now, and here's what's happening at this hour. Russian forces pounding major Ukrainian cities and closing in on Kyiv. The powerful message from one woman fleeing the violence. Opening arguments underway in the first trial of a January 6th rioter. Why prosecutors are calling him the man who lit the match that started the fire. Plus, what is the state of small businesses? How some owners are reacting to President Biden's address. We start with Russia's attack on Ukraine. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. He is live in Lviv, Ukraine. Cal, you spoke with a woman who fled from Kharkiv. It has been frantic and desperate for so many families that are split up as the men stay to fight and the women take their children and try to find a safe place. How did she get out? Where is she going next?
Yeah, so many civilians now fleeing. At least 640,000 folks have already left the country. That, according to the United Nations, this is just one story out of a million at this point. She lives in Kharkiv. When the city started being bombed, she said she saw her friends killed in front of her. She had to make the very quick decision of what to take and how to get out. She barely made it to the train station in Kharkiv, but of course that train from where I am now is some 600 miles away, and between the two of us is the capital of Kyiv. When that train reached the capital, she talks about a hellish experience. Here's a bit of that conversation.
When you left, what was it like leaving?
It was like pretty much giving your soul to God every second, because our train stopped in the middle of Kyiv, and they were shooting, and we heard bombs flying all over and planes, and I thought this particular moment I can die, and I just prayed and I said goodbye everyone, and I understood that for 4 hours in a completely dark train we can be dead any second.
These are the stories we're hearing in the city of Lviv as we see those civilians fleeing here. Their final destination, amongst most of people who are hoping to get out, is the country of Poland. It's about 50 miles from where I am, but the backup at the border runs about halfway to where I am. It's almost 25 miles long. So many people now are just getting stuck in this city, Vicki.
It's so striking what she said, Cal, giving your soul to God, sitting there on a train in the dark for 4 hours, not knowing if you're going to survive. Cal, Ukraine's state emergency service is saying that hundreds of civilians have been killed. What are you hearing right now from the Ukrainian officials there on the ground tonight?
So we've heard a couple different things from the state emergency service. At one point, we had heard thousands were dead. They later removed that, replaced it with hundreds. There's so much confusion, and it's not necessarily that people are trying to keep the facts from journalists, that people don't know. I mean, these bombardments are underway. The violence is sort of spreading, and it's spreading very quickly. The Russians seem to have reached this point now where they're shelling civilian areas. So any figures that are being given, we know are low. In addition to that, you have the Ukrainians trying to put out the word of military successes. They're saying they killed thousands of Russian soldiers. The Russian media, for the first time today in Russia, said that around 450 to 500 soldiers had been lost. So you're finally starting to see that admission on behalf of the Russians that they are taking casualties.
Yeah, it's so difficult to know what the numbers truly are. Cal Perry, thank you so much for your great reporting. We appreciate it.
Yep.
Now let me turn to NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons. He is in Moscow. Keir, Russia's defense ministry, as Cal just said, says nearly 500 Russian troops have been killed. It is the first official number we've heard. How much can we actually trust that? And what else is the ministry saying tonight?
Well, I don't think we can trust that very well. I mean, inevitably, if you are the Russians, then you're going to be underestimating, underplaying how many casualties you have suffered. There are reports of thousands of casualties, according to Western officials. So it's difficult to say. I mean, this is the fog of war, Vicky, and so therefore it's very hard to know on either side how many on either side have been killed or injured, and that's partly because even in battle, at times, just counting numbers of casualties can be a challenge. So that is tricky to know. What we do know, though, is that the Kremlin itself, it clearly feels under pressure. We can see that from the what's happening on the ground. We can hear that from what the Kremlin says at times. So, for example, the Kremlin admitting that there is a real pressure from the economic sanctions, but that Russia will stand on its feet still. That's Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, saying that. And we can see it too in the way that Russia is behaving towards independent news organizations, independent radio, independent television being closed down in the past 24 hours. I think you can read that as a sign that the Russian government doesn't want the Russian people to hear independent reports. It wants them to watch the state media, the state television, and see the sanctioned reports.
That's the only information they have access to. So, Keir, the United Nations General Assembly overwhelmingly approved a resolution to censure Russia. What does that really mean? What does that do to Russia, the Kremlin? You've been reporting in this region for a long time. Give us your perspective on that.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't do very much in one sense. On the other hand, it's very clear to me, talking to Russian officials and following the kind of behavior of the Russian government, that it does matter to them very much what is said on the diplomatic, international kind of public sphere. And I'll tell you the reason for that. It's because, for example, their partner in China, when it comes to the UN Security Council, they're going to want China to be able to present a narrative, to be able to justify why, for example, China abstained on the vote at the Security Council. It's hard for a country like China to do that unless Russia is making its own case. So being censored doesn't mean anything in one sense, but does mean a lot to those officials in the Kremlin in another sense.
Keir, thank you. We know you'll be watching closely and update us with any developments out of Moscow. The European Union said today it is discussing plans to allow Ukrainians escaping the conflict to get residency and work permits for 3 years. Meanwhile, more than 874,000 refugees have fled the violence. That's according to the United Nations Refugee Agency. Thousands of them are children. You see them there, mostly orphans. Some have just arrived by train in Poland. NBC News reporter Jay Gray is there.
Good afternoon, and look, we're in the Przemyśl train terminal, about 3 miles or so from the border crossing here. We've been granted special access to this area by the Polish army for what they're describing as a special mission this evening. Come with me, I want to show you what's going on. This train, 16 cars long, just pulling into the station here, and it's filled with people who have moved from the Odessa region along the coast into Poland, fleeing the violence there. It is filled with predominantly women and children, more than 2,000 children, we are told, and many of those children are orphans. So they're trying to get these kids out into safety. It's something they've been working on for quite some time here, and it's come to fruition as this train pulls into the station. That's the very latest here along the Poland-Ukraine border. I'm Jay Gray. Now back to you.
Such a difficult situation for all families watching. Well, Western leaders are facing a difficult choice as a massive Russian column of troops heads towards Kyiv. Should we intervene? Clint Watts is an NBC News national security analyst and a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy of Research Institute, and he joins me now here. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it, Clint.
Thanks for having me.
So earlier this week, you tweeted, strangest thing, the entire world watching a massive Russian armor formation plow towards Kyiv. We cheer on Ukraine, but we're holding ourselves back. NATO Air Force could end this in 48 hours. Understand the hand-wringing about what Putin would do, but we can see what's coming. Now, you've since said you're not trying to insinuate anything about potentially starting nuclear war, but what do you think? Is that the cause of this potential, all this hand-wringing, is that we are not trying to escalate? But what is the U.S.'s responsibility and NATO's responsibility here?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we are having a hard time figuring it out. Look, we convinced Ukraine to give up nuclear weapons as part of a three-party, United States, Russia, Ukraine, let's de-escalate in terms of nuclear weapons. They're being invaded today because they don't have nuclear weapons. Mm-hmm. And so then it comes down to who's responsible and how far we'll go. The European Union has been a nice workaround so far. You see them providing humanitarian aid, even lethal aid now, which is impressive. But at the same point, any convoy stacked up on a road that way during normal warfare with the U.S. or NATO, it would be destroyed, almost instantly. Mm. So it's just a fascinating thing that we sit and cheer and we say, let's support Ukraine, but then we can't move. And it's about the nuclear question, which is Putin threatening nuclear war? Is he willing to go to that sort of length?
We're certainly threatening it, right? But the question is, if we go in and do something, will he then escalate? You're warning that Russia's attack on Kyiv could be, quote, like nothing we've ever seen before. So walk us through some of these potential scenarios as you see them.
Yeah, I don't like the false, sort of narrative about World War II. Weapons have advanced a long way in 70, 80 years. The weapons that the Russians can and will probably continue to employ are devastating fires, and you're seeing them pick that up now.
Are you talking about the things like the oxygen bombs?
Yeah, thermobaric weapons, things that suck oxygen out of the air, explosions as large as what you would almost see from some nuclear devices, like very small ones. This sort of damage is incredible. It's almost the equivalent in a very slow way of if you dropped a nuclear bomb minus the radioactive material. And I think two examples of this, which the West tends to ignore because we tuned it out, are Grozny and Aleppo. You can see what the Russians have done in other conflicts where they lay siege to cities. They did it in Chechnya. They've done it in Syria. It is devastating. It is brutal. The civilian casualties. And it's not just that. Are we going to watch Ukrainians starve in that city as we cheer on social media? It's a really complex scenario. I'm sure the administration is trying to figure out how to navigate and not trigger a war. But right now, it seems like we're kind of at a stalemate about what to do.
And there is a war happening right now between at least Russia and Ukraine. So trigger or not, the escalation appears to be ramping up. So let's talk about Maine Senator Angus King. He spoke to Andrea Mitchell on MSNBC earlier about possible Russian retaliation to any Western involvement in the crisis. This is what you were just alluding to. Let's take a listen.
We're already seeing changes here in terms of gas prices and energy prices generally. I worry about a cyber attack, which I think is something that they have to be contemplating. It's part of Putin's playbook.
Would you agree with what the senator is saying? Are we prepared for a massive cyber attack? Are we ready?
I think it depends on who you ask. If you had asked me 10 years ago, I would have said absolutely not. And even last year, you saw with the Colonial Pipeline, devastating, seizure of our gas lines. That being said, we are better prepared now than probably any time before, and that's largely due to the actions of the private sector. They have information security associations in most sectors of the industries now. They're pretty good about information sharing and their protocols. The big thing is communication, and we've ramped that up predominantly across every form of government, even in the U.S. and between U.S. and European partners. The question is, what's the resilience of the American people? If we were to have a cyber attack, what could we sustain? If there was one closer to the fight in Europe, what would they be able to sustain? How far would they go? And that goes to the information campaigns that you see coming out of the Kremlin as well. It's not just cyber, it's cyber coupled with disinformation and misinformation.
Can I ask you this? I mean, you are familiar with the scenarios that potentially Russia could carry out in terms of its weaponry and what Putin has shown that he will do. If you are advising the president and NATO, what do you think is the right course of action on the ground?
Yeah, I don't think we know exactly what it is at this point. They're going to try to bring them to a diplomatic solution. But we've seen what Putin does with diplomacy. He lied to Macron twice in the weeks leading up to Schultz, the same way from Germany. It was never going to be a solution. He was committed to invade and even pre-taped a lot of his announcements. So he's fully committed to this. I think the big challenge now is what is an acceptable off-ramp for Vladimir Putin? I am more worried today about what happens if Putin loses. Do we really think everything that's going on with sanctions inside Russia, information control, disinformation, Putin is in a lot of trouble. He can't lose. So what would he be willing to do even if the U.S. and the West did nothing? I think that's where we need to be considering 30 days on. He still hasn't taken Kyiv. What would be the scenario inside Russia? We may not just be talking about the fall of Ukraine, but complete destabilization of Russia as well.
The off-ramp for Putin, yeah, that is going to be interesting to watch and figure out what is acceptable. And hopefully it happens soon. Clint Watts, thank you so much for coming in and for your perspective. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, well, coming up, Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson visiting Capitol Hill today, who she's meeting with, and how soon until her Senate confirmation hearings. We're going to talk about it next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back. We're going to bring in NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey there, Maya.
Hey, Vicki, we are starting with Fitbit. They are recalling 1.7 million smartwatches because of a burn risk. The company says nearly 200 Fitbits have been reported as overheating in the U.S. and abroad. Scientists say the moon is about to get hit by 3 tons of space junk. They expect a leftover rocket to collide with the moon at 5,800 miles per hour this Friday, which will likely leave behind a large crater. A new report from the World Health Organization says the number of new COVID cases reported globally dropped by 16% last week. The report also found that COVID deaths fell by 10%. New research from the UN found 143 million people will likely be uprooted by climate change over the next 30 years. 1 in 3 of today's migrants comes from Asia and have already been displaced by extreme weather. And an outpouring of support for the family-run Ukrainian restaurant Veselka in New York's East Village. People lining up around the block this week for their famous Eastern European comfort food.
Oh, look at that take on black and white cookies. All right, Maya, good to see that support. Thank you. Senate confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson are set to start on March 21st, with questioning slated for the 22nd and 23rd. Today, she is on Capitol Hill, meeting with congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is on the Hill. Leanne, Jackson met with Senators Schumer, McConnell, Durbin, and Grassley today. How did the meetings go?
All said that they went extremely well. Now, this is the first set of meetings that Ketanji Brown Jackson is going to have with members. These are perhaps the most important members, the leader, the majority leader, the minority leader of the Senate, and the 2 leaders of the Judiciary Committee. She's going to spend the next week and a half meeting with senators to try to convince them to support her. Of course, most Democrats are extremely supportive, and she's going to try to get the support of some Republicans, too. But Leader Schumer went to the floor today, he said today that she is one of the most highly qualified nominees that President Biden could have put forward. Let's listen.
But in all her walks of life, you couldn't find a single person, no matter what their philosophy or political viewpoint was, to say a bad thing about her. Having met her and got to know her in a little more personal way, I'd add a third word. I said she was brilliant and beloved. I'd add a third B, belongs. She belongs on the court.
So as the first black woman who has been nominated to the court, of course, her nomination is historic, but Democrats are saying that she is also extremely qualified and that she would add much needed diversity on the court. And also she was a public defender, which they say is also something the court is missing.
Schumer going strong with the alliteration there. In his letter announcing the dates for the confirmation hearing, Senate Judiciary Chair Dick Durbin said, quote, "As I have said from the time that Justice Breyer announced his retirement, the committee will undertake a fair and timely process to consider Judge Jackson's nomination." So what should we expect from these hearings at the end of March?
Yeah, Senator Durbin said that they're going to start March 21st. They're going to last 4 days, which is very typical for Supreme Court confirmation hearings. The first day is opening statements, and we're going to hear from people who are introducing her. And then she's going to have 2 full days of testimony where she's going to have to answer questions from the members of the Judiciary Committee. And then the 4th day, there are outside experts who are going to testify on her qualifications and her expertise. Now, this is a timeline that is pretty quick, and it is something that Senator Durbin wants to wrap up and have her voted on before the full Senate by April 9th. Now, as far as the hearings are started, we asked the top Republican on the Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley, who Ketanji Brown Jackson has also met with today, if a March 21st timeline for these hearings is too quick. And he said it's not, as long as every single Republican who wants to meet with her before the hearings will be able to do so. And if that's the case, then he's fine with that timeline. So this confirmation process seems to be, the temperature seems to be much, much lower than the previous ones during the Trump years. Vicki.
Leanne Caldwell there on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you so much.
Yep.
The Justice Department is launching a special unit to enforce new sanctions on Russia. They're calling it Task Force Klepto Capture. It will investigate and prosecute current and future sanctions as a result of the Ukraine investigation.
The Justice Department will use all of its authorities to seize the assets of individuals and entities who violate these sanctions.
NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is in Washington, D.C. and joins us now. Hey, Pete, Attorney General Merrick Garland is promising to go after Russian oligarchs. Let's give our viewers a chance to listen to more of what he had to say today.
We will leave no stone unturned in our efforts to investigate, arrest, and prosecute those whose criminal acts enable the Russian government to continue this unjust war.
So how exactly does the Department of Justice plan to target these billionaires overseas?
Well, you're talking about 2 different things there. In terms of what the Attorney General announced today, that's people who violate the law. These are people who violate the sanctions, who violate export restrictions, who violate the restrictions on dealing with Russian financial institutions, or who use cryptocurrency to do any of those things. And the Justice Department says if it can't find them and arrest them, it will seize their assets. When you talk about billionaires and Russian oligarchs and use the kind of language that the president was using last night to seize their yachts and their real estate, that is a separate effort aimed at trying to use the criminal justice system to go after people who specifically were named in sanctions. So this isn't a general warrant to go out and seize any oligarch's yacht. That wouldn't be legal. This is to go either after people who violate the law and sanctions, or who have already been themselves individually or their companies named in government sanctions against those entities.
And that makes sense. And you're talking about yachts, luxury apartments, those private jets. Now, do they have to be in America for the DOJ to actually go after them if they have in fact been found guilty of doing these things?
No, they don't. And as a matter of fact, probably most of them are not. And what the government says here is that even if it can't arrest them, because obviously there's no extradition treaty with Russia, and it wouldn't be likely to hand over any oligarchs, it will nonetheless freeze their assets. And that's been the major tool that's been used against Russia because of the invasion in Ukraine.
Pete, before we let you go, let's talk about the January 6th attack. Opening statements happened today in Guy Reffitt's trial. He's the Texas man accused of carrying a gun during the Capitol attack. What has happened in court so far? Catch us up.
Well, this is the first of the trials to come from the January 6th riot at the Capitol. We've had over 200 guilty pleas, but this is the first one to actually go to a jury trial. And things are a little unusual because this is the first jury trial now in the federal courthouse here since it was shut down because of COVID. So, for example, the jury is all spread out in the courtroom. It's not all together in the jury box. And the judge also gave jurors an unusual instruction. We think this is the first time this instruction has ever been given in a federal trial. He told the jurors to turn off the push notifications in their social media so that they don't inadvertently see something about the trial. We've had opening statements from both sides. The prosecutor said that Reffitt came to Washington and was eventually one of the leaders of the rioters, leading them up the stairs, carrying a gun on his hip. They described him as the point of the spear. His own lawyer said that a lot of what he said was just hyperbole, that he never actually entered the Capitol and never assaulted anybody. So now the trial is fully underway with witnesses now beginning to testify.
Oh, it'll be up to that jury. Pete Williams, thank you so much.
You bet.
One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages.
That was President Biden last night with his suggestion to fight rising inflation. The president also laying out his agenda for supporting Ukraine, fighting COVID-19, and bringing business back to America. But how do those plans sit with voters? NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson watched the State of the Union with a group of small business owners in Texas to get their take.
Texas can be a sweet place to run a business.
We're just catching up.
Cindy Pedraza and her mother started Coco Andre, an artisanal chocolate shop.
It's been a wild ride these past 2 years.
In the president's address, she was listening out for immigration reform.
Being a Mexican American here, I do have a lot of family and friends that are still undocumented. It's harder for them to apply for schooling, for them to get loans, for them to just move forward in life.
Texas is one of 4 states where employment grew despite the pandemic, along with Idaho, Utah, and Arizona.
Let me go with the pulled pork sandwich.
But that growth is slowing down for a few reasons, including a lack of workers. Dwight Harvey opened Off the Bone Barbecue after a long career with Frito-Lay. Harvey says the Paycheck Protection Program kept his staff employed through COVID.
We would not be sitting here at this point. We needed those finances to continue to grow and continue to be open, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, they were extremely important to us.
The U.S. economy could feel blowback from sanctions against Russia. Natalia Shatanyuk is acting president of the Ukrainian Cultural Club of Dallas.
So we heard President Biden speak about economic sanctions against Russian businesses, Russian banks. There are sanctions against individually Putin and his near circle. Those will have a tremendous impact.
Vaccinations are helping the U.S. dig out from under the pandemic, but Texas has had a more hands-off approach. Kyla Porter runs Pink Toes, a nail bar in downtown Dallas.
Because our state was one of the few states that opened up early, even though we had mask requirements, we were still allowed to open. We got a fierce jump and were able to get back and start, to get an economy thriving again.
At our gathering, she sat next to a doctor whose clinic expanded during COVID.
I see things improving. It wasn't like that a year ago, and I think it's easy to forget where we came from, and it was a very dark place, and it's not so much now. So I think we're moving in the right direction.
In the end, our panelists said they needed more clarity on the president's wide-ranging agenda, especially how he plans to get it done.
I want actionable steps, shorter term, because I saw a lot of lofty goals that are quite a few years out. So I'd like to see us address the country right now.
Show us. Show us that what you mean and what you're talking about is going to unite us, and show us that you mean business, that you're going to lower prices and you're going to make life better for us.
See, that's why I wanted to talk to business people. Because business people are like, don't tell me, show me. Show me what you got.
Show me the money.
Show me the money, and then maybe I can help. Fill in the blank. The state of our union is, Rodney?
Transitionary.
Jaime, the state of our union is?
It's very complex because there's a lot of balls that need to be balanced.
Dwight, the state of our union is?
Change.
Kyla, the state of our union is?
A bit ambiguous.
Constance, the state of our union is?
Optimistic.
Natalia, the state of our union is?
United.
Dr. McEllier, the state of our union is?
Improving.
And Cindy, the state of our union is?
In limbo and improving.
Limbo and improving.
What a great closing question there. President Biden is hitting the road promoting the bipartisan infrastructure law. He's pushing Congress to act on things like paid family leave, prescription drug prices, and climate change. All of what he says is part of building back a better America.
We're stronger today than we were a year ago. And we're going to be stronger a year from now than we are today. So let's keep building. Let's continue to give families a fighting chance. And let's meet this moment together.
Joining me now from Superior, Wisconsin is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. He's traveling with the president. Mike, the president is now calling these domestic policy proposals a plan for building a better America. And these are provisions that were all part of the Build Back Better bill, but that didn't pass Congress. So what kind of support does this legislation have on the Hill now?
Well, of course, Vicki, part of what the president is doing as he's hitting the road after the State of the Union address is trying to build support for these proposals. But really, since Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia declared the Build Back Better legislation essentially dead last December, we haven't heard White House officials talk about the prospects for passing any of it really in months. It's now been 3 months since that happened. And it was interesting, though, to hear how the president divided up what was in that bill into separate parts, but never used the term Build Back Better. You can see the signage behind me where the president just finished speaking in the last half hour. Building a Better America is sort of the new frame for the economic message coming from the White House. And really, they're still in conversations, again, with Senator Joe Manchin to try to find out whether any of those distinct pieces could be packaged together in a much smaller version of what Build Back Better would have been. We did hear from Senator Joe Manchin today outlining some of his conditions for what he would be willing to support. But the White House obviously also thinks that whether or not anything can pass this year, Democrats need to be running on some of these specific ideas so that they can take another shot at it next year when they hope to have bigger majorities in the House and Senate.
There's a lot of building and bettering and backing, Mike. So there's a new poll out today, exactly. Right? And however they change the words around in the sign, it's still the same pieces of legislation that they want to get through, maybe in smaller chunks, like you said. Talk about this new poll of Wisconsin voters and their view of the president. What are the takeaways from the poll, and what do you think this could mean for the state's key Senate race in November?
So when you talk to White House officials, obviously all the attention on the midterm elections in November, they know that the president's job approval rating is a significant factor in all of these state and district level races. And so when you ask them whether the president's approval rating needs to be above 50% for Democrats to have a chance, they think he can really be in the mid to upper 40s and Democrats can still carry these races. Well, look at what this new poll finds. 43% now is the president's job approval rating in Wisconsin. That's down from 49% last August. But it was interesting to see who was joining the president at this event. We're in Wisconsin, but just across the Lake Superior from Minnesota, both the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, and the governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers, both who will face tough elections this November, were on stage speaking ahead of the president. We don't know yet who the Democratic nominee for the Senate race here in Wisconsin, a must-win, is going to be, but one of the Democratic candidates, the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, he was here. We are seeing Democrats in tough races join the president when he's doing these events, but it's unclear now, it's still months away, whether they'll be with him in the fall if his approval ratings don't go up.
Next week, Biden is heading to Fort Worth, Texas. You probably are, too. He's going to be promoting his unity agenda. So why Texas? Joshua Johnson was just there talking to the small business owners. What do we need to know here about why he's focusing in on Texas?
It's interesting because, first of all, a president after the State of the Union address usually hits the road for a few days. Obviously, the situation in Ukraine is really making it harder for the president to spend as much time out on the road as he'd like. But heading to Texas is interesting, in part because of what the president's going to be talking about there. The White House says he'll be focused on some of the veterans support programs that the president outlined yesterday, but also because he really hasn't been to Texas. I'm in Wisconsin and Minnesota really effectively right now. The president has really spent so much of his time outside of Washington in what he referred to last night as the Rust Belt: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. So seeing him travel to Texas is an indication, a little bit of a change, expanding the map a bit.
Okay, Mike Memoli, traveling with the president. Thank you so much. And coming up, millions of people want to donate money to help Ukrainians right now, but how can you make sure you're not getting scammed? CNBC's Sharon Epperson will join us with more on exactly what to look out for. That's next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Time now for the bottom line. It's our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Oil prices surging to an 11-year high today. Russia's Ukraine invasion is prompting supply fears. Also adding to oil pressures, the U.S. is imposing more sanctions on Russia and Belarus, targeting key technology exports that would support Russia's refining capacity over the long term. I want to bring in a CNBC markets reporter, Pippa Stevens. Hey, Pippa. OPEC and its allies said today they will increase crude oil output next month by 400,000 barrels a day. That's next month. Is that enough here to lessen supply concerns and the skyrocketing prices that we're seeing at the gas pumps?
Hey, Vicki. Well, the short answer is no. And ahead of today's meeting, there were calls by some for the group to raise output above and beyond their previously agreed to schedule. They have been increasing output by 400,000 barrels per day each month, but they've consistently missed that target. And so we don't actually know how many new barrels will be coming to the market amid this huge surge in oil prices, with U.S. oil hitting the highest today since 2011. And it's important to remember here that Russia is a key producer and exporter. They produce around 10 million barrels per day and export about half of that. So if that supply is lost, and that is a big if at this point, but if that supply is lost, this 400,000 barrels per day increase from OPEC really hardly even dents that potential lost supply from Russia.
Pippa, the markets gained a lot of lost ground today. The Dow jumping 596 points. That's just a day after losing nearly 600 points. What's behind the shift on Wall Street today?
Yeah, we saw strength across the board today. All 11 S&P sectors did end in the green. 29 of the 30 Dow components also moving higher. And there's a bit of a push and pull here. On one side, we have all the uncertainty from Russia's invasion in Ukraine. On the other side, we have strong domestic fundamentals. We got solid private data, payrolls data today. We have a Federal Reserve that's committed to fighting inflation. And now the market's really looking forward to Friday when we'll get February's employment report.
Okay, Pippa, Fed Chair Jerome Powell was on the Hill today testifying before the House Committee on Financial Services. You watched it. Give us the rundown, the Cliff's Notes. What were the highlights?
Basically, he said that he remains committed to fighting inflation. He said that while Russia's war on Ukraine injects a whole lot of uncertainty into the market, he is still supportive of rate hikes in order to bring inflation down. Take a listen.
The near-term effects on the U.S. economy of the invasion of Ukraine, the ongoing war with sanctions, and of events yet to come remain highly uncertain. Making appropriate monetary policy in this environment requires a recognition that the economy evolves in unexpected ways. We will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. I do think it will be appropriate to raise our target range for the federal funds rate at the March meeting in a couple of weeks, and I'm inclined to propose and support a 25 basis point rate hike.
Powell adding that for the time being, the path forward is likely in quarter percentage point hikes, but that could change if inflation worsens. So the bottom line here is that proceeding, but staying nimble depending on the situation that develops. Vicki?
Pippa Stevens, thank you so much. Well, a lot of people are looking for ways to help Ukrainians right now during the conflict with Russia, whether it's money, a crowdfunding campaign, or other donations. But how do you make sure your donation is actually going to those in need? Here's CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson.
As fighting between Russia and Ukraine intensifies, millions of people around the world are eager to donate supplies and money to support humanitarian relief efforts.
I would recommend going through an established charity.
Nonprofit expert Doug White says the overwhelming desire to help those in need also creates an opportunity for scammers. GoFundMe's president says the crowdfunding platform has a team of 80 people to vet individuals and organizations' fundraising campaigns.
It is a reality that fraudulent funds are part of any crisis like this.
How are you assured that your money is getting to the people immediately?
We work with a variety of different partners and payment processing partners, local charitable organizations, even in collaboration with an organization such as the U.S. State Department to understand what are valid recipients on the ground.
GoFundMe says it has raised over $5 million in less than a week for Ukrainian relief efforts and will refund any donations that are misused. Still, many experts say to stay away from appeals from individuals. Stick with established organizations that know how to get aid to people in a crisis zone. Also beware of new charities. They may have good intentions, but no idea how to deliver aid efficiently. And before responding to a request for donations, read reviews about an organization on the Better Business Bureau's Wise Giving Alliance, Charity Navigator, or Charity Watch websites.
The scamming is so sophisticated. It can seem so real, and it can seem so heartbreaking. Do not fall for it. Do not. Do not give anything over the telephone. Do not give your credit card number over the telephone. First, check things out.
Sharon, I was just saying we could rerun your story once a week. Just so many great tips to remind people who are kind-hearted, but we also don't want them to get swindled. So if people are looking to make a monetary donation, what are the best options? And is there a right or wrong way to give in this situation?
Well, Vicki, the best thing to do is to make sure you make that donation with a credit card. You don't want to use your debit card. You don't want the money to automatically come out of your bank account and you have no recourse. You have better protections with your credit card. And the same is true if you're getting some type of appeal to be able to make a donation with cryptocurrency, with Bitcoin. You know, a lot of folks have been looking at those scams as well and say, if you're going to try to sell cryptocurrency, make sure you do it on a legitimate website through their actual portal. Don't just answer any plea.
Yeah, use a reputable exchange. Good advice there. Now, is there a way for people to monitor their donations once they've been sent? What should we be looking at there?
Well, first of all, look for a receipt. You want to make sure you get a receipt for your donation of some sort. And you want to do regular monitoring of your accounts, your credit card accounts and your bank accounts. Set up a notification system on the credit card app or the banking app to make sure that you're getting those. And also be sure to always look at your credit report to make sure that there's no fraudulent activity there.
In the unfortunate event, Sharon, that you do get scammed, what should you do?
First thing, contact the financial institution where you made that donation from. And then you want to make sure that you also look for what is happening in terms of the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission has a consumer complaint line. There is also, with the FBI, an internet complaint area that you can go to. And the other person to contact is your attorney general, your state attorney general. Those are the folks that usually are looking into these scams, and they need to be aware if they think that you've fallen victim.
And if you use your credit card like you advise, Sharon, hopefully you can stop it there and perhaps get a refund that way. Sharon Epperson, with all the great tips, thank you so much for joining us live. Well, allegations of racism at the Ukrainian border. African students at checkpoints desperate to get into neighboring countries. Why they say discrimination is putting their lives at risk.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
African students in Ukraine reportedly facing discrimination as they try to flee from the conflict. Many say they're being left stranded at the border with neighboring countries in freezing conditions. So how are Ukrainian and Polish officials reacting to these claims? Here's NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah.
Africans in Ukraine allege racism and discrimination at the country's borders. Video posted this week by a Nigerian student studying in Ukraine and verified by NBC appears to show military officials pointing guns at refugees who say they are not being allowed out of the war-stricken country. According to video, officials continued to point the guns even as refugees raised their hands in surrender.
We've been here for 3 days. We died of cold.
Alexander Somtoora, a Nigerian student, was there. He alleges officials at multiple borders turned refugees of color away.
I asked them, do you identify Ukrainian by looking at them? Because I don't see you checking passports. I see you picking white people only.
How would you describe what's happening at the border?
I don't like using the word racism, but it's racism. And I was expecting people that are in war to be more compassionate.
These statements echo to our teams in Poland on the border with Ukraine. They spoke with one man, a Senegalese student, who asked to conceal his face.
You had all the documents to cross. Was it that help make it faster, or is it slow no matter what?
It does not even help you to get faster.
As Russia invades Ukraine, hundreds of thousands have been displaced and traveled miles by car and on foot, looking for a way to safely exit Ukraine. More distressing video verified by NBC shows footage of Ukrainian forces seemingly denying a black person entry on a train. Many refugees sharing similar accounts of being stranded online.
The Ukrainians were let in, and the foreigners, they were segregated to one side. They were treated differently.
Ukraine's foreign minister tweeted Tuesday night that, quote, Africans seeking evacuation are our friends and need to have equal opportunities to return to their home countries safely. The African Union released a statement on Monday saying, quote, reports that Africans are singled out for unacceptable dissimilar treatment would be shockingly racist and breach international law. On Monday, the permanent representative of Poland to the United Nations said that allegations of discrimination were, quote, a complete lie. For Ora, days after failed attempts to cross, he says he and other Africans stormed past the border, then were granted legal entry. What do you want people to know about the experience of Africans in Ukraine right now?
I want people to know that the exact people asking the world for help is committing a war crime against Africans.
Well, Queen Elizabeth is back to work. The 95-year-old slowly returning to her royal duties, carrying out virtual audiences after testing positive for COVID-19 10 days ago. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the latest.
The Queen welcoming 2 new ambassadors virtually, easing concerns that had been mounting for more than a week about her health. The Queen canceling several engagements after she tested positive for COVID on February 20th, experiencing mild cold-like symptoms. This after Prince Charles and Camilla tested positive days before. Prior to the Queen's diagnosis, she cracked jokes in her last face-to-face meeting with senior defense officials.
Good morning, Your Majesty. How are you?
Well, as you can see, I can't move.
A major reception at Windsor Castle for foreign diplomats remains canceled, although Prince Charles out and about on Tuesday, reportedly saying she's a lot better now. The Queen is alleged to have met with members of her family over the weekend at Frogmore Cottage, including William and Kate and their 3 children. The Duchess of Cambridge just back from a successful solo trip to Denmark. And as the Queen prepares to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee year, Kensington Palace is hosting an exhibition showing archive photographs of the royals as we've rarely seen them before. A young Princess Elizabeth with her dog, precious moments with her father King George VI in his study. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen photographer herself, showing images of the royals as a normal family, a tradition that continues to this day. Getty royal photographer Chris Jackson capturing the celebration of Prince Charles's 70th birthday.
It's those unexpected moments that generally happen when you're, of course, least expecting it, which are the best photos, and you always kind of know you have a feeling inside you. I mean, it's always great fun photographing the royal children. I have to find myself looking on the back of the camera and smiling because you've got these lovely pictures.
The Duchess of Cambridge, well known for taking candid photos of her children, snapped this joyous picture of Prince George. And also featured in the exhibit, Princess Diana walking in a cleared minefield in Angola, and Prince Harry following in his mother's footsteps. Plus, there's a powerful image of Diana holding the hand of an AIDS patient, and a stunning glimpse of the princess snapped by a member of the public.
Coming up, a surge in violent crimes hitting cities across the country. So how do you stay safe? We have a few tips for you. That's next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Violent crimes on the rise nationwide. Carjackings are up 55% in New York City alone. So I asked a former NYPD detective for tips on how to stay safe. Take a look.
A spate of recent violent crimes caught on tape. In Philadelphia, this man pulls a woman out of her car and takes off, leading to a wild chase that ends on foot, where police finally arrest him. In Chicago, two men approach a woman and push her up against a wall. Police say they stole her belongings and ran off. In San Jose, California, police say this man breaks the windows, snatches a purse from a woman sitting inside, and takes off in a getaway car. FBI data shows assaults and vehicle theft have increased from 2014 to 2020. So how can you protect yourself in some everyday scenarios? I enlist the help of former NYPD detective Mike Sapriconi, who is now the president of Squad Security. So here we are in a shopping center. What do we need to be aware of?
You want to be in a place close to the location you're going.
And park next to a lamppost, especially during the winter when it gets dark earlier. So Mike, I feel like a common time that you're vulnerable is when you're just getting back from the store, you're distracted, you're putting things in your car. What do we need to know here?
Pay attention, look at your surroundings, put the things in your car as quickly as possible, check around, make sure there's nobody else watching you or observing you.
What if someone comes up and they want my purse?
Give it to them.
No fighting.
Don't fight, never fight. Give them your purse, let them take your purse.
What should I do when it comes to my car keys?
I would put them in my pocket along with your phone on your person, rather than put them in the purse, because if they snatch your purse, at least you still have a way to get out of here with your car.
Cities across the country have reported spikes in violent carjackings. Watch this incident in broad daylight in the middle of New York City. Carjackings last year up 55% in New York, 63% in Minneapolis, and 85% in Philadelphia. It might sound counterintuitive, but some experts say part of the reason carjackings are increasing has to do with the fact that cars are more secure now than ever before. You've probably seen it in the movies. Thieves starting a car like this.
Like I do not hotwire car.
But nowadays, new cars rely on key fobs, and that makes it a lot harder for thieves to get away unless they have this. Remember to keep your car doors locked, even while driving. Mike says make sure your windows are up high enough that someone can't reach in. Mike, let's say I'm stopped and some people come up and they try to carjack me. What do I need to know?
Always give them the car. Unless you have your children in the back seat or something, give them the car. It's not worth it.
Mike, it's cold out. A lot of people like to warm up the car before they get in, or they leave it running because they're going to go in the store real quick. What say you?
No, definitely not. No value to doing that. It's an opportunity. When the thieves see the smoke coming, that's like a smoke alarm coming to them and saying, hey, there's a car, let's take it.
As for public transit, Mike says stay vigilant. He investigated many crimes where thieves targeted distracted riders. He says the risk starts when you enter.
be careful on the stairs, an easy place for pickpockets to snatch your valuables from behind.
Vicky, I just got your phone. Your bag was wide open, you weren't paying attention, and it was so easy for me to just grab your phone out of your bag.
So what should I do?
Pay attention, move your bag to the front, lock your bag, and be aware of somebody walking behind you on the steps.
Mike, what about this? A lot of times people are commuting, they put earbuds in.
Bad idea. It just takes away one of your senses. You should never have something that can't let you hear everything that's going around you.
Avoid the temptation to stand near the track and pay attention to anyone coming into your personal space. You know, people have a tendency, they want to see when the train's coming, they get close to the edge. What do you say about that?
Step aside, always step back, stay 6 feet off the yellow. The yellow's there for a reason.
When it's time to board, try to ride in the car with the conductor. In New York City, they always pull up to these zebra stripes. All right, Mike, so we get on the train. Where's the safest place to sit?
I would always think the middle is the safest place, not by a door.
Okay.
Because if you sit by a door, somebody can be lingering or they're watching you as the door's open, they could snatch your bag.
What if the train's crowded, there's no seats?
Hold the pole, get by a pole in the middle of the train, and put your purse between your body and the pole.
Oh, okay. Some good reminders to help you stay alert and safe.
All right, well, that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with stories of desperation. Thousands of people running from the war zone in Ukraine. With things getting so tense, even one of our NBC teams on the ground was held at gunpoint at one point. One woman saying she can't even recognize her home anymore.
The city is just dust.
Ahead, her story and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's exclusive one-on-one with Lester Holt. And the U.S. is laying out new sanctions against Russia, and not just against the Kremlin. Vladimir Putin's inner circle, they're getting hit hard, too. So who are these oligarchs, and how did they get all of their money? We're going to explain. Here in Washington, President Biden's Supreme Court pick meeting and greeting for the first time with top senators ahead of her newly scheduled hearings just a few weeks from now. We've got those details just in on the timeline and how Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is now pitching herself. Plus, an officer breaking down on the stand, saying he feared for his life during that late-night police raid that led to the killing of Breonna Taylor. What to expect in tomorrow's closing arguments. And parents of transgender kids in Texas now suing the state's governor, worried they are accused of child abuse for helping their kids get gender-affirming care. Why they say the order terrorizes their families later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight, both Ukraine and President Biden say Russia could be committing war crimes, with the Pentagon saying in just the last hour that Vladimir Putin's military is trying and hoping to make up for lost time because over the last couple days, they haven't made much progress near Kyiv. Here's a look at what's happening on the ground at the damage in Kharkiv. This is a building there on fire. It collapsed. Emergency crews sifting through what's left. A senior defense official telling NBC News Russia's hitting civilian targets on purpose. In Kyiv, you have kids being treated in the basement of a hospital to try to get away from the bombing. That official also says the bombing there in Kyiv is getting more and more aggressive. And in Lviv, look at this, train stations crammed with hundreds of thousands of people trying to get out. Here's how one woman described what it's like on one of those trains.
It was like pretty much giving your soul to God every second. I thought this particular moment I can die, and I just prayed and I said goodbye everyone, and I understood that for 4 hours in a completely dark train we can be dead any second.
So Kharkiv is one of the 4 cities Russian troops are closing in on. You see the others here. There's Kherson, Mariupol, and of course Kyiv. Those are hugely important strategically, and it's where millions of people live. And then look at the attacks, right? Because we're seeing more of them. And look at that cluster there in Kyiv. A defense official tells NBC News more than 80% of Russian forces near Ukraine are now actually in Ukraine. I mean, it's quite literally from every angle. Now today, you have the United Nations condemning the invasion. Nearly 3/4 of countries voted to back a symbolic resolution supporting Ukraine. Just 5 voted against it. And then President Biden today breaking out new sanctions against Russia and Belarus, targeting their militaries, their oligarchs, Moscow's oil and gas industry. NBC News has also exclusively learned from our sources that the U.S. has delivered 200 Stinger missiles to Ukraine. But the White House has its limits on what it can and will do, as Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin told our Lester Holt in an exclusive interview.
Ukrainians and others have called for this idea of a no-fly zone to be patrolled by the U.S. to keep the Russian airplanes out of the sky. Is that a non-starter for you?
President Biden's been clear, Lester, that U.S. troops won't fight Russia in Ukraine. And if you establish a no-fly zone, certainly in order to enforce that no-fly zone, you'll have to engage Russian aircraft. And again, that would put us at war with Russia.
That's the first time, by the way, we're seeing that excerpt from that interview. You're going to see more of it tonight on NBC Nightly News. Lester Holt with the Defense Secretary, 6:30 Eastern on NBC. I want to bring in Cal Perry, who's live in Lviv, Ukraine. Cal, we heard from the military, this defense official, that the shelling on Kyiv is getting actually worse. Tell us a little bit about what it's like for you on the ground.
Kyiv and Kharkiv, we understand that the shelling is now really bad in the city of Kyiv, and it's starting to hit those residential areas. This is something that has developed in the last 24 hours. There was, in the first 4 or 5 days of this, where not only quote-unquote pinpoint strikes, because nothing is a pinpoint strike, but there seemed to be military targets to the first 4 or 5 days on behalf of the Russian military. They were securing airfields. They even struck yesterday that tower, that TV tower. So you could consider those targets, but civilians were dying. Now civilian areas are being shelled. That is what is happening. That is what has changed in the last 24 hours, Hallie.
We played a little bit of this gut punch of an interview that you did with a woman who is trying to get away from the violence in Kharkiv. And I'm struck by what she told you about, she's not even sure she survived. What does that mean?
I think she's shell-shocked. I think this is a nation that you're starting to see become emotionally really damaged by this war, especially the folks that are fleeing east. One of the things that she really wanted to do, though, was bear witness to the world of what she saw. Take a listen.
I want people to know that we have been killed by the country that wanted to take Ukraine over, and they wanted to kill our people for being patriotic. I want people to know that this is true because I saw it personally.
This is somebody who spent 5 years in the city of Seattle recently, and so it was very important to her, she said, to counter this misinformation, this disinformation that she sees all around her. Certainly, she views everything the Russians are being told as disinformation, and in Russia, they're being told that civilian targets are not being hit and that civilians are not dying, and of course, that is very much not the case. The reality on the ground here is more and more civilians are dying every day.
The question is, how do you put a number on that, right? Which is so difficult to do. NBC News can't confirm some of these numbers, but we are getting some new details in from the Ukrainian government, from the Russian military too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so on the civilian side of it, the Ukrainians saying today that up to 2,000, at least 2,000 civilians could have already died in this conflict. Again, hard to really get a number on it because of all that fierce fighting. And on the Russian side today, in admission, they said to their people that at around 498, I think was the exact number, 498 soldiers had been killed. You talk to the Ukrainian government, they'll say it's as high as 6,000. Western defense officials are putting it around 5,800. You can see there the range in those numbers, partly because it's not becoming clear yet, also because there's a lot of propaganda out there. The Russians want to try to put their best foot forward to the Russian people. Obviously not realistic of what's happening on the ground here, Hallie.
Cal Perry, I really appreciate you being there in Lviv. And Cal, it's cold. It's snowing behind you, right? I mean, they're in these conditions. It's freezing.
Yeah, and I worry about the folks sleeping outside. Right. I mean, you have hundreds of thousands of people now sleeping outside. It's only going to get worse.
Cal Perry, please stay safe. Thank you for bringing us that perspective from the front lines or from the people that you're talking to. Thank you. Cal's not the only member of our team who's there in Ukraine on the ground. And to give you a sense of just how on edge everyone is, how tense things are, listen to what it was like for our correspondent Matt Bradley and his team as they were trying to drive further in the center of Ukraine.
We were at a checkpoint and we were taken out at gunpoint by Ukrainian soldiers, and we were made to kneel in the snow with our hands up, and it was terrifying. They were cocking their Kalashnikovs behind us, and we were just very afraid because everybody is on a knife's edge here. These are people who didn't consider us to be enemies, but at the same time, they were so tense that we were just worried that one false move would end us in very, very serious trouble. So every step of the way has been extremely, extremely tense.
Matt Bradley there, he and his team are okay as they keep up coverage of the fighting and of the humanitarian crisis that is getting worse and worse every day with the backdrop of that extreme tension that you just heard described there, right? With Secretary of State Tony Blinken calling the human cost of this war staggering. The UN says more than 800,000 refugees have already left Ukraine. And you can see here this new video. Faces of children. They're just kids. They're getting in on trains in Poland with their families, holding on to whatever they can as they try and get away from violence in their home countries. Today, America's ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, is calling on the world to help all refugees.
I want to echo the UN Refugee Agency's call to help and welcome all those fleeing conflict without regard to race or nationality. Refugees are refugees.
I want to bring in Kelly Kobiej, who is near the Ukrainian border in Poland, again with us covering this humanitarian crisis. Kelly, it's good to see you. And what we just heard from the ambassador to the UN there seemed to allude to something that we've heard reports of on the ground, these reports of racism against Africans in Ukraine trying to cross into Poland. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, there have been several reports of Africans, African students, and others trying to get across the border and claiming that they've been stopped. They've been told to get off a bus in one case, blocked from getting on trains and blocked from crossing the borders, told to get to the back of the line in some of these incredibly long lines at border crossings. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees acknowledged that these cases have happened. These are valid incidents of discrimination inside Ukraine, and called on the Ukrainians to make sure that everyone has safe passage. He did say that there's no sense that this is a state policy, but that it is happening on occasion. It's hard to tell because of the situation on the ground how often it's happening, but it is happening in country, and he's calling on the Ukrainians to make sure that, as Ambassador Greenfield said, that refugees are treated like refugees. Doesn't matter what your passport says, doesn't matter what your skin color is, you're fleeing war.
How is the process going overall, Kelly, of trying to get refugees into Poland?
I mean, from what we've heard from the folks we're talking to on the other side of the border, things have smoothed out a bit at the Medyka crossing, which is the busiest land crossing in Poland. People are getting through a little bit quicker, but keep in mind, temperatures, as Cal said, are freezing, and it is still taking several hours. It's also improved at the train station, which is that busy, very busy train station where we've been reporting from over the past couple of days. They're bringing in 8 trains a day now, Hallie. That's a significant increase from over the weekend when we were seeing maybe 2, 3, 4 at the most. 8 trains now, and they've really quickened up the process of keeping people on the train, keeping them warm until they take groups out at a time, get them processed through the train station and on to connecting with relatives or wherever they're going to go in the country. So it is getting better.
There's also a piece of this of people who are trying to get back into Ukraine because they want to fight. Is that something you're hearing?
Yeah, and it's incredible. It's something we've been seeing for the past couple of days. We talked to one young man today who was in the line trying to board the train back to Ukraine, and he's 25 years old. He's an IT engineer, and he was on holiday on vacation, actually not on vacation, sorry, on a work trip in Mexico when the war broke out. Take a listen.
It's hard, but it's, I think, the only right option for me.
You just have to go.
Yeah. My wife, they're my parents, my brothers. So what choice do I have?
25 years old and going back to fight for his country. And he's not, as I've mentioned, Hallie, he's not the only one. In fact, today we spoke to a 72-year-old man who had been on one of the trains going out of Ukraine. He came with his 2 grandsons. He was handing them over to their mother, who works in Poland, and then turning around and getting back in line, back on a train to go fight. Hallie.
Kelly Kobiej, we're so glad to have you bringing us these stories. Thank you so much. Live for us in Poland. Within just the last couple hours, we heard President Biden nod to the crisis in Ukraine during a speech in Wisconsin, echoing what he said last night at his State of the Union about Vladimir Putin and the Western world really trying to come together against him. Watch.
We, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. We stand with them. Vladimir Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and unprovoked.
President Biden, they're on the road in Superior, Wisconsin, keeping up that tradition of presidents getting out of Washington after a State of the Union to push their domestic agendas. In this case, for the president to highlight that bipartisan infrastructure law. And the pick of Wisconsin, probably not a coincidence, right? A key state in the 2020 election that the president won by less than a percentage point, and a state that has all 8 of its House seats up for grabs in this year's midterms. Joining me now is Kristen Welker over at the White House. And Kristen, listen, the president is clearly making that political pivot after the State of the Union, battleground state, and it seems like Wisconsin would be a pretty obvious choice for him.
Absolutely. You laid out the reasons why, Hallie. The fact that it is a key battleground state. He only won it by about 20,000 votes. So he knows that in order to get reelected, it's a state that he's going to have to hold on to. That's one of the reasons he's there. He's also talking, of course, about his infrastructure legislation that you talked about, that bipartisan law that passed. So it allows him to do 2 things. One, to talk about a promise fulfilled on bipartisanship, the fact that the legislation did get Republican support, and the fact that he did get some movement on this critical piece of legislation that presidents past have tried to get done, Hallie. And President Biden repeatedly says that ultimately this did get done under his administration. The goal here is to try to point to some shovel-ready projects that are underway that are actually going to get people back to work so that people in these communities can see the real-world impacts of this legislation. Now, of course, we're also seeing the president not just talk about the legislation that was passed, but he's pushing and calling on Congress to pass his Build Back Better plan, although you might not hear him use that phrase, Hallie, because Democrats have decided it's not too popular. As you know, it's been stalled for quite some time. So last night you heard the president call on Congress to pass elements of what was once known as his Build Back Better plan, provisions that would do things like lower health care costs, lower the cost of prescription drugs, and child care costs as well. Now, of course, those provisions did not have all Democrats on board. Senator Joe Manchin was not on board with Build Back Better. And when he was asked about the president's speech last night, he effectively signaled that he hasn't moved. He isn't any more willing to support a big sweeping piece of legislation than he was several months ago.
Let me pull up a map, Kristen, because I think it's illuminative of what the Biden administration's plans are as we get closer to, the meat of this midterm year, if you will. You got the vice president, the second gentleman, a lot of the president's cabinet spread out really in the Midwest, in the East, trying to sell his message again in states that are going to be important for some of these hard-fought elections that are coming up, Kristen. I mean, clearly they have their eye on trying to change some of the narrative around the president and the economy, for example, and to tout what they're doing to get more money into people's wallets and get those, frankly, approval ratings up to a place that the White House would probably rather see. I'm sure they'll say we don't look at approval ratings, whatever. Let's be real.
They're very aware of them. They are very aware of those approval ratings. Hallie, you're absolutely right. The vice president in another big battleground state, North Carolina, and they're fanned out in all of these critical states. Look, the president is facing headwinds. His approval ratings, the fact that you have inflation at record highs. And this administration has been criticized by some Democrats who say you haven't done a good enough job of selling what they perceive to be the successes of this president. And so, yes, it is tradition that you have the president, his cabinet officials, administration officials out on the road to sell his messaging in the wake of the State of the Union address. But this does come at a pivotal moment because we are in an election year. And so I think the messaging is going to be really important. And to that point, Hallie, I would just underscore something that we heard from the president last night that got a lot of attention when he said, instead of defunding the police, fund the police. That's something that got bipartisan praise in the halls of Congress last night. So it was really fascinating to watch. But clearly it's a message to his party that they should be tacking to the center as they face these really tough midterm races that they're facing, Hallie.
Kristen Welker on the northbound of the White House. Great to see you, Welks. Appreciate it.
You too.
Wheels in motion over on Capitol Hill for what is probably going to be a pretty tough confirmation fight. Even if, in fact, she will get through, we're talking about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, with support from Democrats in the Senate. Take a look. She had a bunch of those meet and greets. They all started today. And these are the top people she needs to talk to on both sides of the aisle. The Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican, Chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, Ranking Member Chuck Grassley. We told you last week a little about how this process goes down, and it's happening fast. The president only officially formally nominated her 5 days ago. But today, we got some new details on the timeline. Hearings will start March 21st. It's only a few weeks away, gang. She's got questioning on the 22nd and the 23rd. I'm sure you will watch that live here as well as across the country on live TV, wrapping up on the 24th. Let me bring in now from Capitol Hill, Leanne Caldwell. Leanne, let me start with that timeline because these are new details. We knew based on the reporting that you and our team has done that this was going to be an accelerated timeline, right? Democrats want to get this done. They want to get her locked in and confirmed before they go on recess, like spring break, April, right?
Yeah, that's right. They want to move quickly. The reason they want to move quickly is because there's such a slim majority that the Democrats hold in the Senate, and they already have some problems with that. They have 3 Democrats out right now for personal reasons. Ben Ray Lujan had a stroke that he's recovering from. Senator Padilla has COVID right now. Senator Feinstein's husband just died, so she is out mourning him. And so they know that anything can happen. So they want to move as quickly as possible. And the fact that Senator Durbin announced that these hearings are going to start on March 21st, that means that there will be about 24 days from the time that she was announced, that President Biden announced her, to the first day of the hearing. Well, that's about half the amount of time that that most nominees take from when their nomination is announced until their first hearing. It's usually about 50 days. So there is some evidence there that Democrats are moving much more quickly than in past, except for the last Senate or Supreme Court confirmation, which is Amy Coney Barrett. Of course, they were running up against a presidential election that Republicans wanted to get this done before then.
So we got this timeline for these hearings that are going to start in a few weeks. Until then, she's going to be meeting and greeting with, in theory, all 50, all the Democratic senators. Any senators who maybe don't want to meet with her? Like, do we think that may happen?
Perhaps. She's going to meet with all members of the Judiciary Committee. There's already meetings scheduled, including with Senator Josh Hawley, someone who is on the far right, someone who is not going to support her, but he's still going to meet with her. And so we can expect the members of the Judiciary Committee and then additional members at will. And so that is what the top Republican on the Judiciary Committee says is his only concern with the timeline. He just wants to make sure that every Republican who wants to meet with her before these hearings start have the opportunity to do so. And as long as that is the case, that opportunity presents itself, then he's fine with moving quickly. And so we'll see what the schedule looks like. We'll see what members decide to meet with her, and some just might not and just listen to the hearings, and that's how they'll make up their decision.
Leanne Caldwell live for us on the Hill. I know, running from office to office, following where she's going. It's been a day for you, Leanne. Thank you.
Yep.
On the pandemic front, there's this new plan being rolled out by the White House today, this sort of test to treat strategy to help us all learn to live, basically, with the coronavirus. Main takeaways: protect against and treat COVID, get ready for new variants, try to prevent shutdowns, and vaccinate the world. You say it like it's nothing, right? I mean, these are tall orders, but this is what the Biden administration says needs to get done in order to try to put this pandemic phase behind us. The COVID response team says it wants us all to get out of that crisis mode we've been in and get to a place where the virus isn't going to be so disruptive to our lives every day. Check out this graphic. This tells the story of where things are now compared to a year ago. And look, case numbers, deaths, hospitalizations, similar. But look at the number of people who are vaccinated. 215 million people now versus last year when there were only 30 million. That's a big difference. I want to bring in Meg Terrell, who are one of our best experts on all things COVID. Meg, I'm really glad to have you on. Walk us through what Americans need to know about this plan. There's some money that Congress has to greenlight, et cetera. What are the key takeaways in your view?
Yeah, so it really covers the gamut as you laid out, being prepared for potential new variants, being able to detect those really well, stay ahead of potential surges, and make sure that we have the tools in place to take care of people in the event that we are dealing with another emergency situation, as well as to continue to deal with the situation that we're currently in. As you mentioned, there is funding that is needed for a lot of this, and specifically being able to acquire more treatments, vaccines, and tests, being able to make sure we have enough enough preventive treatments for people who are immunocompromised and ensuring access to boosters for them. Also making sure that the investment in testing continues to make sure we're never at this shortage again and to make sure tests are affordable. And then, as you mentioned, this whole global effort as well, not just supplying the vaccines themselves, but actually supporting the efforts to get people vaccinated around the world. That right now appears to be the bigger problem. And also supplying supplies like PPE and oxygen to other countries. All of these things, in addition to setting up centers for excellence to treat long COVID, are things they're talking about needing new funding for.
There's also something that I'm interested in, a deadline coming up soon, because when we talk about returning to normal, that for a lot of people includes traveling. There's this precautionary thing that expires middle of March, right, on whether you should have masks on federal transportation, meaning on planes. That lifts on March 18th, but the White House, the Biden administration could extend that. Sounds like they haven't made a decision yet. What is your sense of which way that may go?
Yeah, the CDC just keeps saying we're going to revisit that in a couple weeks. And Dr. Walensky was asked today, what is the difference scientifically between wearing a mask on a plane or a train versus wearing a mask anywhere else where they've essentially just lifted the mask requirements indoors for most of the country? Here's how Dr. Walensky explained the difference.
Just in terms of travel, we have to look not only at the science with regard to transmission in masks, but also the epidemiology and the frequency that we may encounter a variant of concern or a variant of interest in our travel corridors.
So she's essentially saying there is a difference between traveling and not traveling, essentially, when it comes to masks. This is only 2 weeks away, so we'll have to see if they end up extending it. They've been so flexible with masks everywhere else. It'd be sort of surprising if they kept it in place, but she did argue that there is a difference.
Meg Terrell, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Coming up here on the show, a dramatic day in court after a former cop took the stand in the trial connected to the raid that killed Breonna Taylor. What Brett Hankins had today in his defense. Plus, more baby formula recalled after the death of a second infant. We've got more on the FDA's warning coming up later in the show.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The former Louisville police officer who was part of that deadly raid on Breonna Taylor's apartment taking the stand today in tears. Brett Hankison was defending his decision to fire his gun during the raid, testifying he shot because he thought his colleagues were in danger. Watch.
I knew they were trying to get to him. And it appeared to me that they were being executed with this rifle. I returned fire through the sliding glass door.
Remember, Breonna Taylor was killed after officers beat down her door while executing a search warrant, and her boyfriend shot thinking they were intruders, which set off a volley of shots from other officers on scene. Hankison is charged with endangering 3 people, including a 5-year-old, after prosecutors say his bullets went into their apartment. Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. So, Gabe, I think it's important to remind people that Hankison is not directly charged in the death of Breonna Taylor. We've talked about this on that show. That was a controversial decision that was made months ago, but he still brought her up today. Explain that. What else stood out to you?
Yeah, Hallie, and you're right. Former Officer Hankison is charged with 3 counts of wanton endangerment, as you mentioned. And the FBI determined that it was not his bullets that actually killed Breonna Taylor, as you said. The bullets went into a neighboring apartment. But there were several things that stuck out at me today. Some of the sound that you just played there, Hankison emotional on the stand, but he also described how he did think that he did nothing wrong, at least criminally, and at one point, Breonna Taylor's mother walked out of the courtroom. Let's also play some more of his testimony. Take a listen.
I felt sincere empathy for them. That was something, if my daughter was shot at or bullets came into our house, that would be very concerning, and I apologize to her for that. And Miss Taylor's family, it was just, she didn't need to die that night.
So you hear that objection there, but yes, Hankison saying that Breonna Taylor did not need to die that night, but he also described in detail how at one point getting up from the witness stand and kind of, acting out what he was, what his position was as that door was being rammed. And it was just a very emotional that he took the stand. He described how when one of his colleagues was hit with a bullet, he felt that his fellow officers were being executed. And this was probably the first detailed account from Brett Hankison that we have heard about. Again, he's not charged directly with causing Breonna Taylor's death, but this trial is getting a lot of attention because of the fact that, it's in connection to the raid where she did not make it out alive.
And there have been so many questions from, her family, people close to her, about accountability in this instance that, were left unresolved when the decision was made not to bring more serious charges against any of the officers involved. I imagine the interest, obviously, you just said it, Gabe, very high interest in this. A lot of people watching it. You said Breonna Taylor's mom even showing up today.
Yeah, and that's right. During opening statements, both the prosecution and the defense said that this case was not about Breonna Taylor. But Hallie, you just said it. This is, to think that her name would not come up during this trial, or that, it would not hang heavily over this trial. It just doesn't make any sense. Breonna Taylor's parents, even though, they've long said that they wanted justice for Breonna Taylor. And in this case, Hankison, if convicted, he faces up to 5 years in prison. That has not been enough for Breonna Taylor's family. Of course, Attorney Ben Crump has long said that he could not understand why charges were brought in this instance, where Officer Hankison fired into an adjacent apartment with a white neighbor, and yet Breonna Taylor, a black woman, that her death that none of the officers face charges for her death. And I was there in Louisville, Hallie, when the decision was made not to criminally charge these officers with her death. There was a lot of frustration, a lot of anger there. 2 years since this raid. So this trial continues. Closing arguments now set for tomorrow. Again, Hankinson faces up to 5 years in prison if convicted on those 3 wanton endangerment counts.
Gabe Gutierrez, I'm glad to see you reporting on this. Staying on top of it. I remember seeing you, there when all this was going down, as far as the charges, not too long ago. Thank you, Gabe. Still to come here on this show. Police in New Zealand cracking down on protests against COVID vaccine mandates. We'll tell you how the country's parliament is dealing with it next in the 5 things. And there's been a lot of talk about going after Russian oligarchs after the invasion of Ukraine. So could you tell me who they are? I don't know. We figured we'd try to explain some of it, how they got so rich, after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Justice Department today launching a task force to go after Russian oligarchs and their assets. We're going to tell you who they're targeting when we go live to Moscow in just a minute. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, New Zealand police today cracking down on protests in the country's capital because of COVID vaccine mandates. Dozens of people were arrested. Look at this, from camps, basically, these like tent camps that have been set up outside Parliament. You saw even at one point a fire outside one of the tents. This has been going on for about 3 weeks now, inspired by those trucker protests in Canada we've been talking about. Number 2, the FDA is expanding a recall on certain kinds of powdered baby formula after a second baby died. The agency had previously warned parents about certain products from Abbott Nutrition. Well, the company is now pulling back even more batches of Similac off the shelves. This is the second time since September that a baby has died from powdered formula. Very serious. We're going to stay on top of that story. Number 3, Fitbit is recalling nearly 2 million smartwatches because of a risk they may burn you. It has this kind of battery in it that can overheat and actually burn your wrist. 78 people said it happened to them. 2 even said it was third-degree burns. 1 million of those watches have been sold here in the U.S. Number 4, TikTok getting a closer look from a group of 8 state attorneys general. Not because they're trying to see what's trending or what the latest meme is. They want to know, what does it mean for kids' mental health, for their physical health? This is an extension of an investigation that's already looking into some similar concerns with Instagram. Number 5, that cargo ship that was on fire, had a whole bunch of luxury cars in it, finally has sank in the Atlantic Ocean. We told you a couple weeks back when the Felicity Ace caught fire near Portugal, carrying Porsches and Audis and Bentleys. Oh my, the estimated cost of everything it lost? Close to $440 million. I'm going to say 3 words, and you may not know what they are. I didn't until a little bit ago. Task Force Kleptocapture. I know what it is now, and you will too, because that's what the Justice Department has set up, this special initiative to go after Russian oligarchs. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General here, you see him, announced this earlier after the president previewed this move in his State of the Union address last night. And it's an interagency effort, meaning you have a lot of parts of government working on this. They're keeping an eye on a lot of things: export controls, anti-money laundering, tax enforcement, and more. Basically, all of the things that the U.S. can do economically to try to enforce sanctions on Russian oligarchs. They're even seizing assets like yachts or luxury apartments that may have been acquired from, quote, unlawful conduct. But what exactly is an oligarch? Like, we talk about Russian oligarchs. Who is that? How did they get all their money in the first place? Let's find out.
The modern Russian oligarch's story starts back in 1989.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The wall fell, and soon after, in 1991, so did the Soviet Union.
Eastern Europe is free. The Soviet Union itself is no more. This is a victory for democracy and freedom.
After almost 70 years of Russian communism, where the state controlled everything, the Russian people saw huge political and economic change practically overnight. For most regular Russians, this seismic shift was chaotic. But for a select few businessmen known as oligarchs, they managed to rise to the top. The word itself is Greek, derived from oligarchy, and means rule of the few. An oligarch is one of those few. With the state no longer controlling major economic sectors, rich men who had been gaining wealth often in Russia's legitimate businesses and allegedly in the black market stood ready to take control if they had political connections. And many of them did. 1996, it looked as if the communists might return to power in the presidential election. Oligarchs stood together to help Boris Yeltsin's re-election. Infighting inside those elite circles helped bring on the Russian financial crisis of 1998, which in turn helped the rise of Vladimir Putin. At the time, the future president was a lieutenant colonel in the KGB, reportedly gathering information on these oligarchs and the illegal ways they got rich. The oligarchs largely stood in line with Putin as he rose in the political ranks to prime minister, then president, and they've stayed in line, but that may be changing. Many of these so-called oligarchs have investments in the West, some calling for negotiations to start as soon as possible, others calling for an end to the war altogether.
I want to go now to Keir Simmons, who joins me live from Moscow. So, Keir, this new task force is going to be working with the FBI, the Secret Service, Homeland Security, et cetera. It feels like a big deal, but, like, what are the chances we're really going to see yachts towed off the coast of Florida anytime soon, you know?
Yeah, right. Yeah, Task Force Kleptocapture. It's a great name, right? Listen, I think one of the secrets of why these sanctions are potentially going to be really effective against the oligarchs, I mean effective in the sense of that they're going to hurt those rich billionaires, is because it's a joined-up operation between the US, between Europe, between the UK. In fact, the US isn't naming the oligarchs that it is targeting, but the European Union is, and Britain has been. So we have a feeling for who those kinds of people are in the kind of crosshairs, if you like. You know, I think it's something that we don't know. The issue here is, Hallie, we don't know how much of an effect it will have on the Russian president here in Moscow, because these oligarchs in many ways are a distance away from him themselves. But I'll give you one example tonight which suggests that it's frightening a few people a lot. Reuters is reporting that, according to a ship tracking site, a number of Russian billionaires' yachts are heading for the Maldives, which does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S.
I was going to ask you about that, Keir. Those reports that we're seeing some of these rich folks move their yachts, right, move some of their assets around, because they do have assets. They have really big boats. They have crypto in some cases, too, you know, which is a whole other can of worms on this front.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, crypto is obviously a currency that is potentially harder to trace. You can't necessarily use it for enormous amounts of wealth, but, and let's just talk about, hypotheticals here, if you were a very, very rich Russian, what you would try to do would be to put your money in different places. So I'm not casting aspersions necessarily, but Abramovich, for example, who's close to President Putin, has a close relationship, he owned a big English Premier League football side, Chelsea, or at least he did until today. He announced that he is selling that side. Now, he's having trouble staying in the UK. You can see lots of reasons why he would want to sell, but it's just a picture. Again, no aspersions from me on Abramovich. Other folks, maybe in government circles, have a different point of view. However, you can see how an oligarch like Roman Abramovich has all that money. He's going to spread it out into different places. That's just kind of a sensible thing to do.
You make an important point here, and you said it just a second ago. Like, some of these oligarchs are not super close with Putin. There's a limited number of people who are actually in the inner circle near him. Tell me more about that, because this leader. You have interviewed him. You have been in Russia. You understand the dynamics here.
Yeah, look, well, of course, the key person is President Putin himself. And just a little bit of politics and diplomacy. We heard Secretary Blinken speaking today, and I thought, and commentators are talking about one particular aspect of what he had to say that was really, really interesting, and that was that he called on President Putin to pursue diplomacy, and Secretary Blinken said, we stand ready to do the same thing. He said to President Putin, if you pull back and pursue diplomacy, we stand ready to do the same thing. Is that a message that Secretary Blinken is sending to the Russian leader to say, well, if you have a ceasefire in Ukraine and pursue diplomacy, we'll halt this push towards more and more sanctions? Is that something that they're trying to message? Because clearly they need to give President Putin some options here. They don't want to see him with his back up against the wall.
Yeah, a cornered Putin, right? If his military front is stalled, if the economic piece of it is falling out from under him because of these sanctions, that's a dangerous Putin. Keir Simmons, thank you so much for being live for us in Moscow with your reporting. Great to see you. Up next, the NYPD says it's looking for a man who apparently attacked 7 Asian women within a matter of just 2 hours. That's coming up in the local. And we're learning more about the first January 6th defendant to go to trial, why a prosecutor says he, quote, lit the match that started the riot. Straight ahead.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Some families right now feel like they are living in fear in Texas. Why? They're really concerned the state could investigate them just for taking care of their transgender kids. We're going to explain in a minute. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, New York City police are looking for a man who allegedly attacked 7 Asian women, all separately over the span of 2 hours. It apparently happened over the weekend in Manhattan. They say the suspect punched and elbowed these women in the face before taking off. The NYPD wants the public for any help they can get to catch this guy. So you've seen this surveillance video. Listen, take a close look there. From our West Coast Bureau, the Los Angeles Fire Department has named its first female fire chief. There she is. The city council confirmed Kristen Crowley yesterday on the first day of Women's History Month. She's the first woman to lead the LAFD in its 136-year history, and she's the department's first openly gay leader as well. And from our D.C. Bureau, if you bought a lottery ticket in Rockville, Maryland in September, go check on it, because time's running out to get the $10 million Powerball that you are owed. And nobody has claimed the prize yet. This person only has until the 28th to collect their millions. The attention of every person in this newsroom is now on our television cameras, because half of them live in Rockville. Let's see. Turning now to what's going on with the January 6th investigation. Prosecutors say one of these defendants, in their words, lit the match that started the fire at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. We're talking about Guy Reffitt. He's from Texas. Prosecutors say he had a gun while he led the assaults on the Capitol. All of this is coming out in opening statements of this case, the first riot-related case to go to trial. The defense says the government's case is based on, quote, bragging and a lot of hype. Pete Williams has been following this trial and joins us now. So, Pete, walk us through some of the things that you found most interesting from the openings today and what that tells you about the strategy moving forward.
Well, of course, every one of these cases is going to be different. We're paying a lot of attention to this one because this is the first trial. And by the way, the judge gave a very interesting instruction to the jury today. I don't think a judge has ever given this instruction in federal court before. He told the jury to turn off the push notifications on their phone.
No way.
And that may be partly a reflection of what happened in the Sarah Palin trial, where jurors apparently found out that the judge was going to throw the charges out while they were still deliberating. They said that didn't affect their decision. But, you know, judges always tell jurors, don't follow news coverage. If you hear about it, walk out of the room, turn the TV off,
because they're not sequestered.
That's right. So he's now added this push notification advice to the jury. So we had the opening statements today from the prosecution. And as you sketched out, the prosecutors are saying that Guy Reffitt was one of the leaders of the people. They called him the pointy end of the spear, leading people up the stairs, tussling with the police. Now, he never actually entered the Capitol, but they say he was wearing a handgun, that he bought illegally 2 weapons into the district and was wearing the handgun when he came. The second part of it is, dealing with the obstruction part of this, is very interesting, because when he got back to Texas, the prosecutors told the jury today that he told 2 of his children that if they told the police or the FBI what he did, that he would shoot them.
And that the son is expected to testify against his dad.
Not only testify, but the son apparently, according to prosecutors, also recorded using his cell phone what his father was saying. And that audio will be played for the jury.
That feels like it is going to be a dramatic moment as this unfolds, no?
Yes, I think the tricky thing for the government, though, will be this. You know, this is the man's children on the stand. Now, clearly, the son feels estranged from the family because he did, in fact, as they say, drop a dime on his father. He did tell the FBI that my dad came and did all these things. But the government can't appear to be pushing them too hard. You know, it's going to be kind of a fine line to walk. They don't want to get the jury's sympathy. Oh, look what they're doing to this man's children. They still want to elicit their testimony, though.
And the defense, you know, has this duty in front of them to try to paint Guy Reffitt. Will they try to paint him as more of a sympathetic character? Will they try to what's their tactic here?
I think based on the opening statements, their tactic will be that the charges don't fit the conduct. Now, one of the things the prosecutor said is that when Guy Reffitt was on his way to Washington, he was talking to this fellow 3%er, who, by the way, will testify under a grant of immunity about what he intended to do. And they also say that during the riot, Reffitt was wearing a camera and that it recorded him saying he wants to drag Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell out of the Capitol by their hair. Now, what his lawyer said is, look, this is all hyperbole. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't tell anybody else to assault anyone. And yes, he made a lot of outrageous statements, but he never actually did anything damaging.
The other piece that's interesting about this is it's a case that's actually going to trial, right? Because as you know, and as you've reported on this show before, a lot of these cases end up in plea agreements in some instances, or the defendants will plead guilty.
Yeah, 200 of them so far.
Right, including one person today who's sort of interesting. Tell us about it.
Well, that hearing is just getting underway now in federal court. This is Joshua James, and I think what makes this interesting is remember that just in January, the government put out this whole new set of indictments against the Oath Keepers, including the head of the Oath Keepers, charging him with seditious conspiracy. So that's one of these 11 defendants who has been charged with seditious conspiracy. Joshua James, according to court documents, is prepared. He just said in court he wants to plead guilty to reduced charges.
You don't even have I just got that email from your producer, Dan Barnes. You must have a direct line right to him because we just, you know.
I can't reveal my sources.
Unbelievable. Pete Williams, communicating with telepathy. Thank you so much, Pete. I'm really glad to have you here for that breakdown. It's good to see you.
You bet.
Coming up next, a lawsuit claims Texas is investigating the parents of trans teens. We'll talk about how some of these families say they're just trying to protect themselves and how the state's responding after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your opinion?